The first thing people all over the world do when they wake up is to practice bragging. Elementary school students say they are the 5-star chief instructor of the Army Marine Corps. A 99-year-old woman says she is preparing for the UFC championship. And I am boldly proclaiming in front of 4 billion people that I am a traveler from a parallel world, just to win that 800 million cash prize in the global lying competition. Upon hearing this, the expert who served as a judge in the competition spoke directly. Although this sounds ridiculous, it is in the spirit of seeking scientific truth. I will temporarily assume this is true and then proceed to prove it false. Lin Chen said straightforwardly, "Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but no one can prove that I am fake, because I am indeed a time traveler." As a literature professor, Sun Wen naturally did not believe Lin Chen's words and asked, "Since you come from a world that is very similar to ours, do you also have a poet like Liu Yang in your world?" Lin Chen smiled, "There is indeed a poet immortal in my world, but he is called Li Bai." Lin Chen's words instantly exploded in the barrage. "Ha ha ha, buddy, can you be any more fake? Isn't this just killing the conversation?" In case Sun Wen asks about the representative works of the poet Li Bai, can this guy come up with an amazing and vulgar poem on the spot? Director Han Yang was also scared silly. The number of bullet comments on the show instantly increased eightfold. Han Yang immediately notifies everyone to cooperate with Lin Chen's prank. After hearing this sentence, Sun Wen, who was preparing for a direct kill, changed what I was about to say. "Lin Chen, you said you are a time traveler, so is your original world similar to ours?" Lin Chen nodded. "Parallel worlds are probably similar, but the specific human culture is very different." Sun Wen asked, "You say that in your world there is also a poet immortal named Li Bai. Can you introduce the specific situation of Li Bai?" "I can roughly describe Li Bai, whose courtesy name was Tai Bai, as a person from the Tang dynasty, left behind many scorching poems, because of being elegant and full of vitality, so being called the immortal by another great poet. By the way, he is known as Qinglian Zhu Shi because he enjoys drinking and sword dancing. He is also referred to as the Wine Sword Immortal or Qinglian Sword Immortal." History professor Tang Yu slapped his thigh. "Wow, you're quick to react. This is a made-up lie because my last name is Tang, and I am a history professor. So you instantly react and say there is a dynasty called the Tang dynasty, and this Li Bai is a person from the Tang dynasty." Literature professor Sun Wendao, "A person's experiences are complex and cannot be fabricated. The poet Liu Yang and the poet Wang Changyun, who are known as Lu Wang, are collectively referred to as the poet immortal in the history of our dragon kingdom. Does Li Bai have a similar title?" Lin Chen nodded and said, "Yes, our poetic immortals Li Bai and the poet Saint Du Fu are collectively known as the Great Li Du." Sun Wen was surprised for a moment. "So you mean there is also a Xiao Li Du in the middle of Li Du?" Lin Chen was amused. "There is only Xiao Li Du de Li Du. There is no Zhong Li Du. The great poets Li Bai and Du Fu, while the lesser-known poets Du Mu and Li Shangyin." Sun Wen and Tang Yu exchanged a glance. This well-crafted imitation even learned to apply it to other situations. At this moment, the barrage is full of ridicule. "What nonsense, Li Bai, actually making up a person pretending to be a poetry immortal. Jian Dao is extremely disrespectful to the poet immortal. Jian Dao is just seeking popularity by fooling the audience. In addition to Liu Yang, there are others who are also called the poetry immortal." Lin Chen saw the sharp gaze of the selected barrage. Tang Yu quickly noticed this point. "It seems that you are very dissatisfied with the barrage. Lin Chen is not polite. Li Bai is one of the greatest poets in my world. Even many times without adding the words one of. He is still one of the most romantic poets in the world." The poet Du Fu described Li Bai's pen as causing wind and rain, and his poems moved even ghosts and gods to tears. Some people say that Li Bai's wine enters the gallbladder, with 7 parts turning into moonlight, while the remaining 3 parts transform into the sound of a sword, spitting out a half of the prosperous Tang dynasty with one word. Speaking without any politeness, your poet Liu Yang is compared to Li Bai. Lin Chen paused, his eyes sharp. "It's simply not on the same level. Li Bai, unparalleled in the world." At this moment, Sun Wen did not notice Lin Chen's disrespect towards Liu Yang, because his mind is filled with the phrase "the pen falls, startling wind and rain." The poem is completed, making ghosts and gods weep at this moment. And at this moment, Tang Yu's mind was filled with the phrase "half of the prosperous Tang dynasty" that he blurted out. These two evaluations, if regarded as ancient poetry and modern poetry respectively, are both masterpieces. There are really people who are qualified to make such crazy boasts about someone capable of writing sentences like this. Sun Wen's heart is a bit shaken. Sun Wen said in a deep voice, "Please recite the representative work of the celestial poet Li Bai, the Song of the Earth Star." Lin Chen smirked and said, "Li Bai has so many representative works. I'll just casually recite his drinking poem that encourages people to drink. Have you not seen the water of the yellow river flowing from the sky?" The barrage instantly cleared. Just the opening alone has already brought the momentum to its peak. Sun Wen felt like his brain exploded in an instant. What kind of immortal wrote this poem? Exiled immortal. What a remarkable immortal Li Bai. Enjoy life to the fullest. Do not let the golden goblet be empty when facing the moon. I am born with innate abilities that will surely be useful. Spending all the money, yet returning again. Lin Chen's voice is not loud, but it gives people a very passionate feeling. Barrage instantaneously explodes with exponential growth. What kind of immortal wine persuasion is this? Intellectuals are so skilled at persuading people to drink. I can only do this much. Only a dog would take a lick. A person would finish this glass and leave. A barrage of comments instantly changed the direction of the wind for the song Drinking Alone. Lin Chen recited each line of Drinking Alone Under the Moon with a resounding voice, expressing the eternal sorrow we share. The scene erupted in enthusiastic applause. Tang Yu, Sun Wan, and a few others have already forgotten that their job is to find loopholes in the guest's language. They are deeply impressed by this poem. Sun Wan stood up excitedly and asked, "What is this poem called?" Drinking Alone Under the Moon. Lin Chen shrugged. May I ask if the Blue Star poetry immortal Liu Yang has such poems? Sun Wan was instantly choked, because in his heart, this poem Drinking Alone Under the Moon had already surpassed Liu Yang's masterpiece 100 Miles Travel. Sun Wan said in a deep voice, Lin Chen, if you admit that you wrote this poem, you will be sung for eternity in the history of Blue Star's poetry. Lin Chen, I dare not covet the achievements of heaven. This Drinking Alone Under the Moon is one of the representative works of Li Bai, the poet immortal of the Tang dynasty, in the world where I reside, the Earth Star. Tang Yu said, if I'm being honest, when you first said you were a time traveler, I thought it was a joke. Now, from the perspective of poetry, I really can't argue against it. Based on my appreciation ability, the poet Liu Yang is not as good as the poet Li Bai. Tang Yu immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing when these words came out of his mouth. Another expert immediately followed. Lin Chen, you said you come from a world called Di Xing. I want to ask you, is silk also an invention of the Dragon Kingdom? Lin Chen is very proud. Yes. No matter which parallel world silk, it is invented by the people of the Dragon Kingdom. As embroidery master Li Yu whispered, I want to know who invented silk in your world's legends. In historical records, Luo Zhu discovered silkworms spinning silk and invented the method of drying the silk. The ancient ruler of the Shu Kingdom, Shu Hokan, further invented silk production. In modern times, Shu brocade has always been one of the most famous silk textiles in the land of star dragons. Tang Yu suddenly looked at Lin Chen with a shrewd gaze. I have found a loophole. The immortal poet Li Bai has written countless poems throughout his life, right? Can you immediately recite a poem written by Li Bai about silkworms or snails? Lin Chen admits that it is impossible to come up with something in such a short time, so you must be lying. Lin Chen took a deep breath, looked up at the sky, and fell silent. Now what? The unparalleled difficulties on the Shu Road. During my junior high school days, I recited it so much that it made my scalp tingle. To this day, I dare not forget a single word. Ah, Tang Yu thought he had found a loophole, but he didn't expect Lin Chen to have such a meaning in this poem. Lin Chen, listen carefully, the tone suddenly rises. Dangerous and treacherous. The road to Shu is difficult, more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Silkworms and fish frolic. The founding of a nation seems so distant. For 48,000 years, no human smoke has reached the borders of Qin. Sigh. The road to Shu is difficult. Once He Zizhang read this poem, he exclaimed in astonishment that Li Bai was an immortal. The barrage is scrolling frantically at this moment. If I'm not mistaken, this is Lin Chen's current compilation. Bullshit. This is definitely a prearranged setup by the production team. Chief Judge Tang Yu spoke up. Next, as a historian, I will refute you from a perspective of seeking truth from facts. Lin Chen smiled. Professor Tang, you might be disappointed. I am not just a time traveler. At this moment I can travel through time. This statement instantly sparked a barrage of comments. It's so ridiculous. There's no need to debunk it. You are now crossing a disappearance in front of me. Try it. Lin Chen looked around and said, you can question me from any industry's perspective, and I will describe everything about my original world to you. Even, I can take you to witness those great history, great scenery with your own eyes. Water Conservancy expert Wei Jianjun, based on the principle of seeking truth from facts, absolutely does not believe in the existence of any time travelers. Wei Jianjun stood up. Lin Chen, although the production team has hinted several times to cooperate with you, this statement caused an explosion of barrage comments, and the production team started to engage in covert operations. And I want to question you from my professional perspective. We, Blue Star, have a great water conservancy project. It is the Dajiang Wuxia Hydroelectric Power Station. Wuxia Hydroelectric Power Station, with an elevation of 170 meters and a reservoir water level of 155 meters, has a reservoir length of 1695 meters. Its annual power generation is about 914 billion kilowatt-hours, ranking first in the world. May I ask, does your world have such magnificent hydraulic engineering projects? Wei Jianjun has already thought about it. If the other party mentions a similar building, he will immediately use data to calculate its feasibility. When confronted on the spot, Lin Chen smiled in the face of questioning. Hydroelectric power station. Hydropower stations are just a relatively primitive existence in water resources. Professor Wei Jianjun, I know it's difficult for you to accept this, but what I want to say is that the water management in the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom is far behind compared to the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom, the largest water conservancy project ever constructed in our country. Known as the Three Gorges Water Conservancy Hub project on the Yangtze River, it is not just a hydropower station, nor just a dam, but also bears the responsibility of the navigation on the upper, middle, and lower reaches of the Yangtze River. It is also a basic unit in the large-scale water resources transfer program of my Dragon Kingdom, from south to north. Since its construction, there have been no more occurrences of large-scale floods that pose a threat to the lives of the people living along the Yangtze River. Lin Chen's eyes looked at Wei Jianjun with a calculating gaze. Formidable and confrontational. The annual power generation is approximately 111.8 billion kilowatt-hours. Elevation 185 meters. Reservoir water level elevation, 175 meters. Reservoir length is 2,335 meters. Do you know why it is called Three Gorges? Because it includes three gorges. The Wu Gorge is just one of them. When this statement came out, the whole audience was dumbfounded. Nobody knew what these data represented. But I know that the Three Gorges project on this planet is much bigger than the Blue Star Wu Gorge hydropower station. Wei Jianjun roughly calculated these numbers and surprisingly they did not contradict. But Wei Jianjun is very puzzled. How is this possible? Such a large-scale water conservancy project is no longer something that can be accomplished by manpower. The pressure of this project has increased by more than 3 times that of the Wuxia project. What are the specifications of its power generation turbine? Lin Chen smiled. The capacity of the 32 hydroelectric units is 700,000 kilowatts, and the total power generation is 22.4 million kilowatt-hours. Wei Jianjun immediately used this number to compare and calculate the annual power generation, and found that it completely matched the power generation efficiency of the Yangtze River system. From my professional perspective, these numbers are feasible. I cannot argue with you, but I do not believe that anyone can create such a massive hydraulic project. Lin Chen shrugged. It's okay if you don't believe me. I can still time travel now and take a camera to see for myself. Boom! Barrage explodes. Who would believe that someone can time travel at any time? Please show me the Three Gorges. The main judge Tang Yu doesn't know if Lin Chen has prepared the video, so I quickly raised my hand. Hold on. Since we're talking about water conservancy, let's have a good discussion from various perspectives. The Wuxia project has relocated 510,000 people from our Blue Star Dragon Nation. How about your Earth Star Dragon Nation? Lin Chen pondered for a moment. 1,113,000. Tang Yu's eyes flashed with a gleam. Lin Chen, I find this topic very interesting and would like to continue discussing it, but I still found your loophole. How could the Qingzhou city in this area have a population of 13 million? Since ancient times, the province of Shu has always been a remote and underdeveloped region in our country, with a consistently small population throughout history. Lin Chen on stage smiled slightly without panic. This world cannot achieve it because you do not have Li Bing and his son. There have been significant geological changes in the history of Shu province, which have altered the situation of the thousands of miles of marshland in Shu province. It is not the heavens that change, but people who change. Man can conquer the heavens. Everyone looks at each other. Lin Chendao, in the year 256 BC, Li Bing was appointed by the king of Qin as the prefect of Shu County, in charge of overseeing the Jiangdu Dam Water Conservancy project. The next second, a large screen appeared with an identical Lin Chen. Li Bing and his son excavated the Jiangdu Water Conservancy project. Lin Chen looked up at the Erlang temple at the entrance of the Jiangdu and entered with other tourists to light incense. At this moment, the bullet screen said, just arrived and already worshipping the gods and burning incense. Is it feudal superstition? How can the programs of the national TV promote this set of ideas? Lin Chen spoke as he walked out. Many netizens may be questioning why I worship this Erlang god. So, if this time travel journey comes to an end, everyone still feels that this behavior is inappropriate, so I personally apologize. The screen turns. Li Erlang, the son of Li Bing, rushed into the water with a large number of laborers and temporarily diverted the flood with rocks, barely resisting it. Dad, please think of a solution. Li Bing sits in the pouring rain, opening the bamboo slips and looking at the list of deaths brought by the flood, feeling deeply saddened. Method, I, Li Bing, must solve this problem. Erlang, You bring people to block the entrance of Yuzue in Neijiang. Father wants to build the fascia weir. Li Bing stood on the construction site, digging in shallow water with the laborers. Speed up the progress. The flood is coming soon. If the temporary embankment is not successfully protected from being washed away by the flood, everything will be destroyed again. Watching his father and the laborer cleaning the silt on the riverbed, Li Erlang, who had grown a year older and even more heroic, shouted loudly, "Qin soldiers, follow me to reinforce the temporary embankment." Countless laborers are digging sand barriers on the dried riverbed. However, the water level of the outer river is getting higher and higher. The upstream flood peak is about to strike. The camera captures the surging and roaring river water, and the temporary embankment is shaking and on the verge of collapse. After Li Erlang jumped to the temporary embankment, he found a stone basket. Lin Chen's voiceover began. To block the river water, at least 200 kilograms of giant stones are needed. Young Li Erlang came up with a solution. He used bamboo to weave a bamboo basket and filled it with broken stones. By stacking the bamboo baskets, he could withstand the powerful impact of the water flow. Peak passed. The towering flood gushed out from above the embankment, and Li Erlang was knocked down to the ground. Continue to reinforce and raise. The soldiers of the Qin army and the civilians of Shu County are united in their efforts to continue strengthening the temporary embankments. Li Erlang saw an astonishing scene in a glance, where a bamboo basket's handle snapped and shattered stones rolled down. The embankment is missing a piece. Quick, follow me and block this gap. Li Erlang rushed up crazily, but this gap is not so easy to fill. Li Erlang turned around and glanced at the hundreds of people behind him who were digging the fascia dam, as well as his father with a face covered in mud. Also rushed into the gap, block the gap, smash the bamboo basket. The soldiers are foolish. Young master, please move aside quickly. I will block it, and if the stones fall, you will die. Li Erlang roared, as soon as I let go, this frame of broken stones will quickly collapse and burst. How can we change personnel? Smash it quickly. Neither the generals, nor the people, were willing to do this. Li Erlang, do you still want to drown your relatives in food by flood? Are you going to watch your compatriots who are digging the flying sand where behind you die in the flood? Are you going to watch a year of hard work go to waste? Smash! Smash it! Boom! The bamboo basket fell. In the last moment, it was vaguely surprising to see Jiro laughing amidst the flood and debris. The next moment, the newly smashed bamboo basket completely buried him under the gravity dam. Flying sand weir! Li Bing looked up to the sky and shouted. Flying sand weir is a success. 4 or 6 for water. 2 or 8 for sand. The pop-ups have all cleared out at this point. No one dared to go and break the silence. Hypothetically, let's assume that Lin Xian is really a traveler. Is it true that there was a Li Erlang in history who was buried under a gravity dam? He, it seems, is still a teenager. Just 15 years old. Li Bing grabbed the order flag and pointed at the temporary dike. Open the dike. The water level of the outer river is an emergency. If we open the dam now, the inner river will not flood. But if we don't open the dam, the people along the outer river will have to suffer from flooding. A general flew forward and cried bitterly. Taisho, the Duke, is gone. After listening to the general's account of Li Erlang's sacrifice, Li Bing gritted his teeth. Open the dike. The outer river can't hold up. But, the people cried bitterly and came forward to stop. If the dike is opened, at this time the flood water passes through, and it is impossible to go down to salvage the Erlang's body. Li Bing, are you going to disobey orders? Open the dike. Is the corpse of my Li Bing son to be more important than tens of thousands of people along the river? Boom! The dam crumbled. Li Bing was as paralyzed as if he had lost his bones. The flood waters flowed through and the inner river reopened. Lin Xian's voice lowered slightly. The fish's mouth utilizes the height difference and divides the water in 4 or 6. The flying sand weir, utilizing the gap, creates 2 streams of water, allowing the water to form a vortex here. In the middle of the whirlpool, sediment reflows from the flying sand weir into the outer river. 4 or 6 divides the water, 2 or 8 divides the sand, and the Jiangduyan Water Conservancy Project is permanent. On the screen, a schematic of the Jiangduyan Water Conservancy Project also appeared. Shortly afterward, Li Bing excavated the mouth of the treasure bottle after the flying sand weir. During the dry season, when the inner river is completely depleted, water from the outer river flows into the inner river from the mouth of the bottle. The fish spout, the flying sand weir at the mouth of the treasure bottle, formed a set of damless water conservancy projects that took into account flood control, sand drainage, and irrigation, and was utilized for 200 years. The bamboo basket stone invented by Li Erlang has also been passed down as a material used for bank stabilization and the repair of fish spouts at Jiangduyan for thousands of years. The screen spins and 2,000 years of time passes. Fishmouth, Faishayan, Babuku. How it was built is still fresh in the minds of all viewers. 2,000 years have passed and little has changed. That's because every few decades, someone reinforces the spout profile, using the very same bamboo basket stone that Jiro Li invented. Lin Xian, the people of Shu founded the Erlang Temple in Gengku in honor of Li Erlang, who sacrificed his life in treating the water, and there are a number of high mountains in Shu named Erlang Mountain. 1700 years after the death of Li Erlang's water cure, a family named Wu Chang'an, while renewing the myths, heard that a water god called Erlang was called the Lord of Shu and blessed the land, so he wrote him into the book. So much time has passed that the worshippers have long forgotten that Erlang's surname is Li, so Wu Chang'an named him Young Erlang. Is there a problem with me worshipping the temple of the god Erlang? In the picture, the incense that Lin Xian was worshipping burned to the end. The screen darkens, the studio reappears, and Lin Xian, this is the Jiangduyan Water Conservancy Project. 4 or 6 in water, 2 or 8 in sand. In the land of heaven, water and drought come from the people, and they know no famine. Fertile and at ease. Does anyone else doubt it? Several judges looked at Wei Jianjun. Wei Jianjun, however, is frantically calculating. Fish mouth. 4 or 6 minutes of water. Flying sand were 2 or 8 minutes of sand? Feasible. What a subtle design. How is it possible to have such an awesome water project? Water can carry a boat and can also overturn the boat. Water can moisturize the people, but also can be flooded. To subdue this river is to forge a heavenly kingdom on earth, the kingdom of heaven. The director's field notes came on stage. Excuse me, teachers. Excuse me. Academician Wu from the Dragon Water Conservancy Institute would like to speak to Lin Xian. Lin Xian froze for a moment. Sorry, I want to talk to Li Bing first. 009. Academician's request. The whole network is shocked. Lin Xian, take a break. We'll go right away and have a chat with one of the oldest experts in water management in history. The great governor of Shu County, Li Bing. Wei Jianjun got up. Lin Xian, I just received a call from Academician Wu. Academician Wu and the others are evaluating the feasibility of the Jiangduyan Water Conservancy project. I'm not sure you're a true traveler, but I can confirm that this water project is definitely a great idea. We have a few questions we'd like to share with you. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Professor Wei, if you want to communicate, please do so at the program. The most important thing I have going for me right now is I'm a traveler. Is proving myself as a traveler. Any topic can be exchanged at the site. Wei Jianjun dialed the phone, spoke for a moment then hung up. Academician Wu is in Yanjing right now. He'll be here in 30 minutes. And some of the old professors who are the only remaining members of the Water Resources Institute are going to be there. Lin Xian nodded. No problem. In that case we'll modify the live broadcast plan. Take a break for an hour. And after an hour, continue. I'll be here in an hour, waiting for Academician Wu's test. What? Academician Wu is coming to the show? Academician Wu is. Academician Wu was the head of the Witch's Gorge hydroelectric power plant design team back then, and is one of the greatest experts in water conservancy in our Dragon Kingdom and even in the world. To be honest, the construction process of Jiangduyan shown in the video is indeed grand and novel, but can this project really be realized in reality? More people are adamant that there are no parallel worlds. It was also true that if it was before crossing over and someone claimed to be crossing over, Lin Xian would have disdained it when he heard it. These people who thought there were no parallel worlds placed the credit for the design of the Jiangduyan on Lin Xian. Think these videos are made of special effects. Those videos are extremely realistic though. I'm a Traveler Live went on break. Lin Xian had just stepped down from the stage when Han Yang hurried onto the stage. Lin Xian, no wonder you want to join our program. You've been preparing for this planning for a long time, haven't you? The video this time is so polished that it's already movie quality, and even a bit more realistic than a movie. Lin Xian smiled. Director, after this first installment of the program, the second installment starts. Production fees can be. Han Yang hastily patted his chest. The production fee won't be a penny less. Our live streaming numbers have already reached 6.25 million. Previously, the deputy director and Han Yang had agreed that if the number of live streamers could break 6 million, they would give tens of millions of dollars for the production of one episode. And the real production costs are going to fall on Han Yang. As for the other judges, whether they are hot or not, that doesn't matter at all. On the contrary, a number of well-known personalities have already taken notice of the program and are calling in to request to be there. They were actually willing to attend the broadcast for free. This really shook Han Yang to the core. Han Yang felt that Lin Xian had gotten the effects of the program too good, enough to achieve the level of fake. This time, it's kind of a self-marketing exercise. Han Yang sighed. The preparation for this was so well done that if I hadn't been there, but had been in the audience, I would have thought you were a real traveler. The authorities are confused. General Director Han Yang was at the scene. Knowing that the so-called crossing video, Lin Xian stood together on the stage and watching the video. Did not move. Of course he couldn't imagine that Lin Xian had a system. So, most people on the scene thought it was a pre-filmed video. Water Conservancy Institute. Academician Wu got in the car. Academician Wu. It's just a network program. Why take it seriously? You have to pay attention to your health. Don't go, right? Academician Wu was in high spirits. What do you know? The design of that Jiang Duer is nothing short of divine. And a few of us old guys have already projected it. It's basically verifiable that it works. Do you know what that means? Represents another huge livable area for our country. The plains of Shudu are very flat and all conditions are optimal except for flooding. This place, if developed, could be another big step forward for our economy. Anything that is good for the country deserves our best efforts, not to mention the opportunity to take a big step forward. I'm also very much looking forward to what he said about the Three Gorges Water Hub and the South to North Water Diversion Project. If you don't go, hold your breath. What is my body compared to the good of the country? After the little assistant was spoken to by the agitated Academician Wu, he stopped blocking the way. On the set of the program I'm a traveler. Academician Wu waved. Old Lu. Academician Lu looked up. Old Wu, come over here. Let's take a closer look at the original video. Academician Wu, where's Kobayashi? Kobayashi has been on the air twice in a row and now he has to get his strength up. Small assistant, this person so big frame? Wu Academician Lu Academician to the scene. Are not out to meet? Academician Wu looked up. How do you talk? Someone else. Lin Xian has his own job. We're working now, and it's rude enough for us to come over and interrupt. And you're calling someone's host family standoffish? It's not like anyone else begged us to come. Academician Lu smiled. The youngster doesn't know any better. Your little assistant still needs to be honed more. Academician Wu, how many times have I told you to treat people with respect? You don't represent me. And don't think that just because you see people treating you with respect on a regular basis, that means you're of high status. Others that's respecting me. Do you have any scientific achievements now that deserve respect? This Lin Xian, whether he's a traveler or he came up with the design of the Jiang Duer himself to use to publicize the program, that can be said to be very proficient in water conservancy engineering. On the contrary, you don't invest your spirit in research as a member of the Water Resources Institute. Instead, go and care about the specifications of how someone receives you? What? Are you going to flip out if I don't set a table for you? The little assistant was said to blush. No, not that. Academician Wu, patiently wait for the live stream to turn on again. If you don't want to wait, get out. On the internet, the news of Academician Lu's arrival at the scene of the program I'm a Traveler also flew out. A large number of netizens were caught on what was happening in the live room, and the video Jiang Duyan Li Bing has been posted online. It was live before, after all, and a lot of people didn't see it. As soon as the video was sent out, it immediately erupted into a super attraction, with clicks and comments skyrocketing rapidly, even trending beyond the records of the Central Dad Network. My God, Central Dad's product is a masterpiece. This production, this special effect, it's even better than the movie. This program is kind of interesting. A live program? Be sure to be there for the opening. 010. Dialogue with Mr. Li Bing Taisho. I come from the future. An hour rushed by. Many of the viewers of the live stream simply didn't leave and hung out directly in the live stream. Some people left, but pinched their time and went straight back to the I'm a Traveler live stream. Lin Xian easily stood in front of the camera and smiled. I'm a traveler, so who's going to refute me? I brought a world's worth of culture with me to the blue planet. If you don't believe me, find the loophole. If you believe that, please enjoy this magnificent terrestrial civilization. I'm Lin Xian. Are you ready? The credits are already familiar to Netflix. Picture everything and re-arrive at the scene. Main Judge Tang Yun, the program continues. This time, Tang Yun didn't sit down in a hurry, but took his hand card. Today, several experts from the Water Conservancy Institute came to the scene. Let's invite the chief designer of the Witch's Gorge Hydropower Station, Academician Wu. Please also invite the chief designer of the North-South Canal, Academician Lu. Welcome. The live audience actually stayed well beyond the time that was promised for the broadcast at the beginning. But at this point none of them wanted to leave the scene. Every seat was filled. Seeing Academician Lu on stage, they all applauded warmly as well. Tang Yun, then, please welcome Lin Xian, who claims to be a traveler, to the stage. Coming. Lin Xian has come out. The audience was thrilled. Lin Xian boarded the stage and smiled. This one lifetime slot. We're going to communicate with Academician Wu. And, I'm going to take you all to a conversation with Bing Li. Conversation with Li Bing? Academician Wu got up, already gray-haired but in high spirits. He was plainly dressed, and many might have mistaken him for an old farmer if he had not been specifically introduced. For Academician Wu, Lin Xian also had great respect. The Blue Star Dragon Kingdom is far inferior to the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom in terms of water resources, but Academician Wu himself was a very great hydraulician. His current accomplishments stop there, more because of the larger context. There is no way for anyone not to admire this old man who has been trekking through the mountains and spearheading the construction of various hydroelectric power plants throughout the country since he was a young man. Academician Wu smiled. "Hello, young friend Lin Xian." Lin Xian nodded. "Hello, Academician Wu." Academician Wu, I also watched the live stream and the video of the program when I came here. A lot of the internet doesn't think you're a crossover, but I don't agree. With the Janduyan Water Project video, it's only right that you are indeed a traveler. At least, we, on the hydraulic side, think you're a traveler. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. "Thank you Academician Wu for your recognition." Academician Wu, I discussed it with Lu. We believe that it is entirely feasible to build the Jiangdu project in Gengkou County, west of Shudu and upstream of the Minjiang River. Your video, however, should only show a part of Jiangduyan. I see that there are actually some differences between the modern Jiangduyan and the one built by Li Bing. Lin Xian nodded. Later generations added culverts, shipping, weir-mouths, and many other functions to the Jiangduyan project based on Li Bing. Academician Wu, yes. We're not coming over here to have an exchange with you on water conservation as Netflix would have you believe. Rather, I've come to beg. The audience was in an uproar when these words came out. What was Academician Wu's status that he actually went on the program and said he was begging? Academician Wu paused for a moment and solemnly request the specific parameters and drawings of the Jiangduyan project. Since someone has already developed Jiangduyan, we now see that there is no need to go back to our own drilling. Any good thing as long as it is beneficial to the country and the people. I, Old Man Wu, sparing this old face, would like to ask for it. Academician Wu wanted to continue to lower his stance, and Lin Xian stepped forward to hold Academician Wu. Academician Wu, this drawing, I can give it to you right away. In fact, Lin Xian had already thought that someone would want this drawing when he had just taken a break, and it's already got it reproduced. Even though this is the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, it's still the Dragon Kingdom. What was beneficial to the Dragon Kingdom? Lin Xian was happy to do. No way. Academician Wu actually came here to beg for design drawings? I thought they were going to have an in-depth conversation about water engineering. Nonsense. What is the communication? Even if they are right on the stage to communicate in depth, can we understand it? Wu Academician is not easy. Often live in the wilderness. 60 years to study water conservancy. Now to old age. But also asked for the figure. In other people have this kind of achievement. I am afraid that they will not do to give up the face of the thing. Lin Xian, who is a good person and knows that Academician Wu may lower his attitude even more next, directly blocked it and powdered his nose. Lin Xian helped Academician Wu to take his seat. Academician Wu, other than that, are there any questions? Academician Wu and Academician Lu looked at each other, then laughed out loud. We still want to catch a glimpse of the magnificent Three Gorges. Lin Xian nodded. This is the last live broadcast of this episode. Next I will take you to a conversation with the legendary ancient water expert Li Bing and, at the end, we'll tour the Three Gorges. Li Bing Taisho, 251 B.C. The screen was once again plunged into darkness, and when the darkness faded, an old man with a withered body, like a candle in the wind, was standing next to the Luoshui with a walking stick. Note this Luoshui is the Luoshui of Luoshui town in Shu province. Lin Xian walked into the picture. The image is framed by a large number of folk and soldiers treating the water. Between gasps, Li Bing saw the strangely costumed Lin Xian walking towards him and almost subconsciously spoke. No, don't take me away. Lin Xian froze in his tracks. Li Bing, please give me 3 more days to build this Luoshui dam, and I will follow you to that netherworld. Excitedly, Li Bing hands over his hoe to prove to the spirits and ghosts that he is healing the water. Lin Xian received the hoe and was silent. The pop-ups were all shocked by Li Bing at this point. The man's first thought upon seeing the man in the strange costume was that it might be a ghostbuster. And then the concern is not about not having long to live. Rather, it's off the top of my head that it will take 3 days to complete another water project. We all remember that not long ago, Li Bing arrived in Shu County, in 256 B.C., 5 years before the present conversation. At that time, Li Bing was still in the prime of his life. Though dusty and muddy, he is physically strong. 4 years ago in Jiangduyan, Li Bing was dry, thin, dark, but spirited. 3 years ago in Jiangduyan, between 7 days Li Bing came up with the creation of the flying sand wherein his hair turned gray. Today, Li Bing, who was still less than 40 years old, was like an old man in his 70s, looking weak, as if he would fall at any time. Far away, Lin Xian was silent for a moment before speaking. You've misunderstood, Tai Shou Li Bing. I am not a ghostbuster, but someone from the future. Li Bing was shocked for a moment, then surprised. You're from the future? Well. I have a few questions for you. Lin Xian froze for a moment. Wasn't it me who asked you? How come the two levels are reversed? Ice Li, how far into the future are you from? 2,200 years later. Li Bing's skinny body erupted with strong conviction. His eyes full of hope. Shu County, can there still be flooding? Lin Xian thought about it and then decided to answer truthfully. In the future, Shu County, water and drought will be from the people, and there will be no famine. Li Bing was surprised. 10, 000, 00020, 000 people? So the Jiangdu were worked? This is in the prime of life but has aged to the wind like a candle in the great man. The heart still misses the Jiangduyan. 011. Born in the river and died in the river. 10 million people grieve. Lin Xian, the Jiangduyan project still plays its role too. 200 years later, the entire Shuda plain is still irrigated with it and flood control. Throughout the dynasties, Shu has been one of the largest cities in the country and has developed a fascinating food culture famous throughout the world because of its abundance of food. Li Bing laughed out loud and stroked his white beard. Good. If there were no Jiangdu, where would the people of Shu County have a place to live? Well. At this time, Li Bing, smiling and laughing, fell into tears, not knowing what she had thought of. Lin Xian, Tai Shou Li Bing. The juniors have a question they want to know the answer to. Hearing Lin Xian's description of the future Shu capital, Li Bing was very satisfied and smiled. Yuan asked. Since the beginning, Li Bing had never doubted Lin Xian's identity, perhaps also because what Lin Xian said fulfilled his hopes for the future of Shidu. Lin Xian, may I ask why the Taisho is obsessed with ruling the water? King Zhaowang of Qin sent you to rule Shu County as the governor, and for more than 5 years you have hardly rested more than one day in Shidu, the county capital of Shu County, and have been treating the water at all times, with 7 consecutive water conservancy projects, without stopping for a moment. That's why. Li Bing waved his hand. You ruled the water 3 times over the door and not enter. Li Bing water treatment also stole over 6 or 7 days of free time to recuperate in Shidu. Shame. The pop-ups were surprised. I've had 6 or 7 days off in over 5 years, and I'm still ashamed? This is called serving the country and the people. How come we don't have this Li Bing in the history of Blue Star Dragon Kingdom? Otherwise wouldn't our Shu province also be a heavenly capital? The great Yu heals the waters? Who is Yu? The image was fixed, and Lin Xian opened his mouth to explain. Yu was the last tribal leader after the 3 emperors and 5 emperors of the tribal era in the history of our Dragon Kingdom. He was born in Wenchuan County, which is the upper reaches of the Min River in Gangduyan. He is the 6th grandson of the distant ancestor of the Dragon Kingdom, the Yellow Emperor, and is good at ruling water. After governing the Yellow River, which is the great river of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, he took over the throne of Zen and became the last generation of tribal chiefs. His son established the first dynasty of the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom, the Xia dynasty, which began the Dragon Kingdom's splendid 5,000-year history. The screen went active and Ice Li coughed a few times. Ice was born near the water, and one year there was a great flood and 9 out of 10 of the townspeople died. Ice then began to learn about water management. After governing the Luohui, this is the familiar Luohui, in Xianyang, he was appointed governor of Shu County, having come to govern the water by the decree of the king of Qin. Although Li Bing was slim, he was in good spirits at this time and smiled. Is it not satisfactory to hear this answer? Lin Xian nodded. When Li Bing said this, he meant that water control was his job, and it was not considered a merit. Humble, but not what people want to hear. Li Bing laughed out loud. Born in water, die in water, learn from the water, rule from the water. Ice's whole life is about learning to govern water, and it's already a great fortune to be able to govern the hydrology of Shu County. How many people have learned something but are unable to fulfill their ambitions? Ice doesn't dare to be greedy for credit either. It was indeed the king of Qin who ordered the water treatment. Hearing Li Bing's words, Lin Xian understood. Li Bing was actually very grateful to King Zhao of Qin, feeling that King Zhao of Qin knew him well and cherished his talent. The ancients were very much attached to love and loyalty and filial piety and benevolence, and the people of the Warring States period were also very much concerned about credit and repayment of favors of knowledge. That's why when asked by the future people, Li Bing said that it was due to the king of Qin. Lin Xian smiled. After more than 1,000 years, there was a dynasty called Song, and there was an emperor in the Song dynasty called Runzong. Runzong made you king in honor of your achievements in treating the water. Li Bing was a bit surprised, then waved his hand. It's not enough. Lin Xian smiled. In later times, the emperor also named the second prince as king, and continued to make him a god. Right here by the Luo River, the second king's temple was established, and the incense flourished, with people from thousands of miles away often going to pay homage. Li Bing froze when he heard it. In his thinking, 1,000 miles, that was a very long distance, and there was no way for ordinary people to go that far. And the people from thousands of miles away went to worship? Li Bing turned in the other direction, with a series to the ground. To rule the water is not the work of ice, but the people's wish. Water treatment is not the work of ice. It is what the people need. The cure of water is not the work of ice, but the work of the people labor. 5 years of water control, buried in the belly of the fish soldiers, laborers more than 1,000 people, ice father and son alone to be admired by the shame. Lin Shen arched his hand. The character of Tai Shou Li Bing is admirable. The late generation has limited abilities and can do little to fulfill one of your wishes. You can ask for whatever you want. By now the pop-ups were unified in unison. Take Lord Li Bing to the latter-day Jiangduyan. Take Lord Li Bing to meet the prosperity of my dragon kingdom in the latter days. Your wish from that year has been fulfilled. Li Bing crouched on the ground and howled. Really? I want to go see Erlang. The pop-up was silent again. An existence that had already been canonized. It occurred to everyone that Li Bing must have been eager to go to the afterlife to see the privileged life of the people of Shu County. But Ice Li didn't. After learning that the people of Shu County were doing well, there was no intention of going to see for themselves. Instead, he thought of Jiro. Even the greatest of men are human beings and have family and love. It's the thought of Jiro at this moment that makes it all the more moving. It's what emphasizes Li Bing's greatness. Erlang's life is miserable. Li Bing hid her face and cried bitterly. Although she has not accompanied Dailang for many years, Dailang is still living a rich life as an official in Xianyang. The young Erlang came with me to rule the water, and died in that Min River, and his soul will never return to Xishan, Li Bing's ancestral home in Xishan province. I, for one, am not ashamed of the people of the world, or of the Qin king's favor, but I am ashamed of that young child. Lin Xian comfortingly put his hand on Li Bing's shoulder and patted it. Okay, see Erlang. The bucket is turned and everything is back to the day it started. Li Bing and Master Wei Ming hit it off and diverted outside of Shuda to the Yubi Pass of the Minjiang River, to Gengku, and to Jiangduyan. Standing on the side of the road, Li Bing, who was already hunched over and thin out of shape, didn't attract anyone's attention. Only one intelligent teenager, seeing Li Bing, was very surprised to see the head of the team, and then looked sideways at the elderly Li Bing. Father? Li Bing was teary-eyed. Erlang. Jiro, how smart. Why are there two daddies? You are old. This is. From how many years later? 5 years later. Li Bing was thrilled to see Erlang Li at this point, wrapping his arm around Erlang's shoulders and carefully sizing him up, afraid of missing any details. Jiro was surprised to hear the words 5 years. 5 years to make a dad in his prime age like this? Erlang turned his mind to understand, bowed his head. Father is so painful. 5 years later, there is no Erlang anymore, right? Li Bing hugged Erlang and cried bitterly. My son. The young Erlang's eyes were clear. Understood. This trip to rule the water is difficult and dangerous. If we encounter that crisis that will take the child's life, Erlang will not have any hesitation. Father, the procession to cure the water is far away, and Jiro is going to follow it. Jiro, who had hurried to keep up with the group, wore his hair in two punchy buns and waved his hand back with an innocent smile. The image is forever fixed in the viewer's mind. Countless viewers were in tears. Stopping time. Let Li Bing and Jiro talk more. Talk more. Don't go. Say something else. The team was far away, and when Li Bing returned to his senses, he had already left Shudu. It has returned to the Lohas. The future person, Lin Xian, had also disappeared. Li Bing went to grab the hoe, only to realize it was gone. So it's all true. The hoe was handed to Lin Xian by Li Bing, and it was still in Lin Xian's hands at this time. Lin Xian didn't leave, but rather, he was in the air above the river, looking down, a silhouette of a hilltop mountain peak, with sleeves pulled up, picking 2 skips of gravel, walking on the iron cable bridge. The figure, like a candle in the wind, staggered on the bridge, falling into the water. He couldn't afford to make a half-assed splash in the midst of the rapids, yet one of the greatest men in history left the world forever. Someone at the bridge shouted, not good, the Taisho has rolled into the river. Live by the water, die by the water. Li Bing hit the nail on the head. The pop-ups have blown up. Farewell to Lord Li Bing. Greetings to Mr. Li Bing. I can't wait to give you a ride. There really is such a great man in the world. Compared to the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, how fortunate is the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom to have such great and wise ancients as Li Bing and his father and son. Lin Shen looked at the hoe Li Bing handed him in his hand and turned around. Farewell Lord Li Bing. Farewell to Lord Li Bing. Farewell to Lord Li Bing. Farewell to Lord Li Bing. The history of Jiangduyan comes to an end here, and we'll go back to the modern era and see the magnificent Three Gorges. There may not be a story there at this moment, but it is a collection of millions of people's hard work that has come together to create the best river view in the world. 012. The magnificent Three Gorges. Shocking blue star. Countless netizens are sending off Li Bing, because the picture is too real. Plus many people went to see it with the sigh of why we don't have Li Bing father and son in the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. Seeing Li Bing send Jiro off and the young Jiro waving goodbye has crumbled. By the time we saw Li Bing fall into the river as well, no one was thinking about what the theme of the show was anymore. All marveled at this great man. A life of dedication. Both father and son died while treating the water. I grieve. I sigh. I think. I honor. If it were me, could I be as selfless as Li Bing? Love the people as my son, and dedicate my life to water management? The previous one overthinks it, and if you were to become the governor of Shu County, you might be a scourge. I hate that I don't have this person in my Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. That 1,000 miles of fertile land, the kingdom of heaven, should also appear in my Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. All the pop-ups were remembering Li Bing, a character who didn't even exist in Blue Star's history. Same with the Dragon Kingdom. It's a parallel world, but everything is empathetic. Having even seen the history of Shudu after there was no water cure, more people may have a stronger admiration for Li Bing than the former generations of the Dragon Kingdom, because without comparison, there's no way to truly understand how great Li Bing is. In contrast to the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom at this time, Li Bing's greatness was self-evident. The remembrance continues as the sound of a steam whistle comes into the picture. Again, the river is wider here than the Min River. A ship advances on a river that is like the sea. Lin Xian stood at the bow of the ship's deck, blowing in the wind. It's modern times, no doubt. The pop-ups are inquiring. This is Omi? I don't think so. It's already 6 p.m. For us, and this is obviously still 10 minutes past noon. This should be the Yangtze River in the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom that Lin Xian is talking about. Behind them, people were taking pictures, others were exclaiming, and there was even poetry being chanted. Toward the White Emperor's colorful clouds, thousands of miles of rivers and lakes in a day. Lit. The apes on both sides of the river cannot stop crying. The light boat has crossed 10,000 mountains. Bouncer. ICA. The Earth Star Dragon Kingdom is so horrible that any random person can make this level of verses? You call this big ship a light boat? Lin Xian smiled. The verse that this person is reciting is the poem Early Farewell to Baidi City written by the poet Immortal Li Bai. Bouncer. So, it's okay then. So it was written by Tai Bai Poetry Immortal. Looking at the style, it does have that flavor. Say, what's the story of poetry fairy Tai Bai? There were still people who hadn't kept up with the progress and didn't know that Lin Xian had told the story of the Earth Star poetry Immortal Li Bai. The waters of the Yangtze River are now very calm. Birds of prey skimming over the water. The banks are lush. Those mountains and rocks are rare and strange. The mountains are also very lofty and steep. This is the Three Gorges, all right, but slightly different. Central Dad is so powerful that he actually modeled the Three Gorges out in order to make this show. I'm kind of convinced that Lin Xian is really a traveler. How much effort must it take to model a Three Gorges? At that moment, a girl waving a guide's flag came out onto the deck. A group of schoolchildren followed. Miss Tour Guide, ahead is the famous Three Gorges Dam of the Three Gorges Water Conservancy Hub project. The camera panned along. A dam like a long dragon stretches across the water. The Three Gorges Dam is over 300 meters long and is the largest hydroelectric power plant in the world. It's also the world's largest hydraulic engineering hub. It is also the largest hydroelectric power plant in the world in terms of power generation. When the Three Gorges was first built, it was enough to be able to supply electricity to 4 provinces. Today, as the country develops, the Three Gorges supplies less than 1% of the nation's power generation, but it remains the world's greatest flood control and hydropower project. A little boy stepped forward. Big brother, take a picture of us. Lin Xian smiled and took the camera. Ka-ching, ka-ching. Someone noticed that the camera had letters on it that read out that it should be Leica. It's kind of interesting that even the camera brand is different from Blue Star. That's a strong detail. Awesome. This level of modeling, and this little boy actor's acting skills are strong. 2. The tour guide girl is still introducing. Ahead is the Three Gorges unique world-first elevator channel. The ship has reached the middle of the channel. The copper walls on either side are slightly wider than the hull. People saw the back gate drop and then they could feel the ship descending. Academician Wu was surprised. This is Lin Xian. The hull is as high as the water above it before it enters the elevator channel. Then the water is released in stages, and the ship keeps dropping down to a shorter place. Finally, the hull appeared on the level downstream of the dam. The video process has sped up. Lin Xian narrated the process. This superdam beyond the imagination of the Blue Star people. This one is a much larger hydroelectric power plant than the largest hydroelectric project in Blue Star. This novel design. This majestic and magnificent view. Many people were in a trance in the shimmering light. Is this the Three Gorges Water Hub project? This is how the water conservancy people of the Earth-star Dragon Kingdom have been dedicated and passed on from generation to generation. That's why the water conservancy of the Dragon Kingdom is so powerful. Many people have fallen in love with the Earth-star Dragon Kingdom. Academician Wu, so that's what it is. It's a gravity dam, built in this location to allow the Three Gorges Reservoir to store more water. Why didn't we think of this option? Academician Lu, if I'm not mistaken, this dam leaves fish passes. It allows migratory fish to swim upstream. Because of the accelerated time flow, it's also mid-afternoon in the video. The setting sun shed its golden rays on the wide river from behind. The Yangtze River looks like a terrifying dragon, shaking its golden scales and rushing eastward. Under the fall, red and yellow leaves are scattered among the mountain ranges. The river is colored red by the reflection. This beauty mesmerizes every viewer who sees it. Where would the Yangtze River waves be so calm if not for the Three Gorges? I am a traveler. Who refutes me? I brought a world's worth of culture with me to the blue planet. If you don't believe me, find the loophole. If you believe that, please enjoy this magnificent terrestrial civilization. I'm Lin Xian. Are you ready? This is the end of the I'm a Traveler theme, watery. Can anyone find any evidence from the program that refutes me? I look forward to the next installment where the judges and audience refute me. Bye. The video still continued. The ship was still on the Yangtze River, but Lin Xian was already offline. It had just been recorded in advance. This issue is over? Academician Wu and Academician Lu can't find a doubtful rebuttal. And you expect me, a netizen, to refute it? Dog head. What? Is it over? When's the next installment? I think this hype is a bit too much. Say what crossing the line? Blind bullshit is not just a good special effects do it. Serious a little bit to do the program is not good. Have to engage in this kind of side road? There are positive and negative comments. One comment got a lot of attention. The Water Conservancy Institute in Shu Province announced the construction of the Jiangduyan project. What? For real? I don't believe in the word traveler. This Lin Xian made the design in the video to be used in reality? Isn't this too dangerous? 013. All the buzz. Military commentator. Shudu. The Golden Calf region. Zhaoya cursed and entered the company. Ma my pie. Turtle son stupid dog. My co-worker looked puzzled. What's wrong? Zhaoya opened the cabinet to find a towel. Lousy today's children cycling across the Two Blue Bridge. There is a melon child carrying a large bag. A turn. To me squeezed under the bridge head passenger, went. My co-worker laughed. Ha ha ha. Zhaoya, batch company to my house. 3 kilometers 16 bridges. But also hemp skin has 3 no traffic lights. Without further ado, the superintendent has something to announce. Zhaoya hurriedly wiped his clothes off, changed into the work clothes he left at the company and put them on, and went to the meeting place. The meeting place, with the svelte middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses on the stage, received orders from above. It was decided above to refurbish the water system throughout the swamps of the Shudu Plain. The scene froze. There are more rivers in Shudu than even in Jiangnan. The marshes in Shudu don't need to be protected. They are all national wetland parks. Rectify the entire water system? It's the water board. But I've never heard of such a big job. The leader pointed behind him and the projector projected up. This is Gengku County. And this place is Jiangyan. It's been decided up there to rename this place the city of Gangtokayan. Of course, it's still under the jurisdiction of Shudu. The leader pointed to the diagram and began to explain. We're going to cut through Mount Yubi at the location of the Minjiang River outlet. Build the fish spout here so that the inner river is lower than the outer river. But the inner river is to be a distinct waterway separation from the main road. This creates a 4-6 split. Immediately someone on the stage shouted, "This is not bullshit. Minjiang River sediment is so serious. The next year is not a waste of hard work. You can't just cut off the flow once a year and clean up the river." Someone in the crowd had already shouted out the answer. Build the flying sand weir and utilize the terrain to form a swirling current, so that the bottom water with sediment from the flying sand weir will revert back to the outer river, and the clear turbulent flow from the inner river will be allowed to enter the plains of Shudu. The many professionals in the room were stunned by these words. It seems reliable. Old Yang Kana, you can still think of such a way? Let me see this chart of yours. Lao Yang was helpless. I didn't design this. This is what I saw watching the program yesterday afternoon. Watching the show? Well, there's a person who claims to be a traveler who showed the effects of the Gangdu weir remodeling in a webcast variety show. It's with structures like the flying sand weir. Someone immediately questioned. I can probably understand the 4-6 division of water, which means that 60% of the water is given to Shudu during the dry season, and 40% is channeled to the south. During the flood season, 40% is reserved for Shudu and 60% is released from the main outer river. But if you build the flying sand weir, a part of the water will flow back into the outer river from the inner river, and you won't be able to achieve the effect of dividing the water into 4 or 6. Ah, the leader on stage smiled slightly and switched to another slide. Design the mouth of a precious bottle. During dry periods, the clean surface water of the outer river re-enters the inner river through the mouth of a bottle above the riverbed. Holy shit, that's an ingenious design, isn't it? There was an old, gray-haired worker. Wait, if we follow this design, then the Min River is bound after it comes out of the mountains, and the small water systems that are spread all over Shudu. The leader was serious. It was decided above to make the Shudu plain a true plain, not a swamp. At the same time as the Jiangduyan project, we're going to reseal all the rivers, large and small, that have been washed out within the boundaries of Shudu, and fill them all in. From now on, Shudu is fertile ground for farming and for the rapid outward expansion of the city. Hearing this, most people were very surprised. What a big deal. Who designed this? Lin Shen. The leader pondered for a moment. Lin Shen himself said it was designed by Li Bing. Let's just pretend that Bing Li designed it and honor the original creator. This operation will utilize the maximum power. We want to complete the main building in 1 month and change the ecology in 3 months. This may sound exaggerated, but in reality, the difficulty of the whole project is just the truncation of a part of the Min River waterway. Not long ago, the Bureau of Cultural Relics, in order to salvage shipwrecks in the middle reaches of the Minjiang River, spent a week closed a large section of the outer edge of the Minjiang River. Spent 2 weeks of science and technology. This kind of thing was very difficult in ancient times, but it is no longer difficult in modern times. The bulldozer pushes dirt directly down the river from a suitable spot, encloses an earthen dike, and then pumps out the water enclosed in the center to expose the dry riverbed, and the construction is ready to go. The moment the water source is cut off upstream, those complex water systems quickly collapse, then landfill along the way. The river network could then be reduced by 4/5, and the marshes would be turned into plains for a short time. On the spot, Joa jumped up. Great! Many people turned their heads to look at Zhaoya. Mamak P finally doesn't have to cross the bridge. Those 10-foot wide gullies, each one of them building a broken bridge, are annoying as hell. It dawned on the crowd that Shudu was going to change drastically in the future. It was a change like a sea change to the Blusterians. On the planet Earth, it is something that no one doubts. A lot of people who don't know Shudu think it's in a big mountain somewhere. It turned out that when I really arrived in Shudu, I realized that Shudu is the flattest among the second-tier cities in the country and above. Bar none. Yanjing is flat, right? But Yanjing is an impact plain that hasn't been formed for very long, so there is a risk of subsidence from time to time. And a lot of places are also uneven because of the reinforced foundations. The cities of Jiangnan are flat, right? The highest mountain in the province is a small dirt slope in other provinces, but Gangnam is dotted with rivers, and almost every main street has to be crossed over a bridge. In Earth Star, Shudu was flat, and had even done things like building the city's main north-south road to straighten a big straight road over 100 kilometers. Everyone knows that Shudu is going to change, and officially, the news was quickly announced to the public. Preserve the natural environment and protect the wetlands? Don't be ridiculous. A place with the potential to support hundreds of millions of people, letting it keep a population cap of 40 million? That's not a crime. Shudu officials announced the change of Gengku County to Jiangduyan City and the start of the Jiangduyan project, announcing that all of Shudu will be filling in all the small drains and streams outside of the major rivers. This news quickly topped all the news. New media, short video platform headline hot search. No celebrity cheating can steal this heat. That's going to transform the ecology of an entire province. And major media outlets have been mentioning one name back and forth in their coverage. Lin Shen. This man named Lin Shen, who claimed to be a traveler, demonstrated that the Jiangduyan Water Conservancy project had successfully attracted the attention of the officials, who decided that the Jiangduyan project would be built along his lines. Then the question arises, if it does come to pass, should we give the credit to Lin Shen or Li Bing? Soon enough, several well-known online vloggers from various industries spoke out. History professor Yin Zhongtian, we'd rather believe that Lin Shen is a water genius than a traveler. Military commentator Zhang Xiaoyun, Phase 2. I'm going to be there to personally verify the traveler rumors. 014. How to pick up and the art of picking up in Luya. Lin Shen was in his own home, looking at the money inside his card, and was thinking about what to do with the money. A whole $60 million, just lying on the card. Han Yang personally transferred the money to Lin Shen's account and told him, Phase 2, as long as the level of video realism and special effects is not lower than Phase 1, I'll top you regardless of ratings success. The vice president allocated the program a budget of $80 million per episode. Han Yang turned his head and scratched out a whole $60 million to Lin Shen. With the remaining $20 million, Han Yang had gone to set up the brand new studio. However, because of the upgraded studio, the second installment won't start until every other week. Lin Xian pinched a can of Snow Ridge beer and sat in the corner of the living room balcony. This was the 17th floor, and Lin Xian was very uncomfortable with this height, because Yanjing restricts the height of buildings. Most of the buildings are very low. On the 17th floor, you can already see a large and beautiful night view, but in his previous life, Lin Xian's living environment wasn't like this. The wind pouring in from the unsealed balcony made Lin Xian feel a little chilled. Lin Xian lifted a mouthful of wine and touched his shirt pocket twice without touching it. Then he put his hand into his pants pocket again and felt out a box of cigarettes and a lighter. Lighting the cigarette, Lin Xian was eager to match it with whatever cigarette tasted more similar in his previous life, but it didn't match up. Taking a sip of his drink, Lin Xian disgustedly threw the bitter Snow Ridge beer into the trash can in the corner. I want to drink Snowflake Brave. In private, Lin Xian was actually more easily emotional. To be precise, it's easier to get emotional when you're alone. If he was interacting with people, after being offended, even if Lin Xian had all sorts of emotions in his heart, it wouldn't be too easy to show them. But when drinking and gaming alone, it's easier to just let it out instead. There wasn't a single thing in this house that was something familiar to Lin Xian himself. It's pretty tough to get acclimated to this place. Maybe other travelers don't have as many problems as I do. They don't have to be in a working state constantly remembering people and events from their past lives, after all. And it was Lin Xian's job to go and remember his past life. It was the hole in the corner that gave Lin Xian a strange sense of familiarity. This thing was given to Lin Xian by Li Bing, but at least it's something from that world. The lights weren't on in the darkened house. As soon as he turned on the lights, all that met his eyes were things that were contrary to Lin Xian's living habits. Lin Xian didn't want to look at them. After thinking for a moment, Lin Xian walked out of the house. Fengsha Bookstore, a Netflix type of bookstore. A characteristic of this type of bookstore is that it doesn't close at night. Lin Xian walked in. People always have to find something to do for themselves when they're bored, and it's painful to lie around and play until you're bored. The predecessor memorized and didn't have much of a knowledge base. With nothing to do, Lin Xian could only decide to recharge his batteries and go to the bookstore. Finding a staircase with a light strip and sitting down, Lin Xian opened the Dragon Kingdom history column preface in his hand. Lin Xian had checked before he came, and the book wasn't rated very high, but is one of the few books that probably explains the history of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. There is a lot of buzz on the internet right now for both Zhang Xiaoyun and Yin Zhongtian to participate in the second installment of I Am a Traveler. Lin Xian also decided to bone up on his historical knowledge. There was already a historian, Tang Yun, on the jury, and now there was also a Netflix historian, Yin Zhongtian, and a Netflix military commentator, Zhang Xiaoyun. So Lin Xian decided to make a little preparation in advance. The history of the Blue Planet is not quite the same as that of the Dragon Kingdom. While going in a generally similar direction, each dynasty is very different. They should resemble each other because they are parallel worlds. As for the difference, it should be brought on by the individual. Lin Xian had an idea that in the second installment, if the theme was related to history, he would try to show those awesome individuals, great individuals in history. After roughly skimming through the preface and general introduction at the top, Lin Xian saw a passage of Dingle. The 6 emperors of the King of Men are false, Tang, Shang, Yu and Min are real. After 800 months of prosperity, the sun flourishes and divides the 4 souths, hundreds of ministries and states, a unification of the 2 barbarians of Chu, North and South Chen and West Yen, East Wei and then Ho Yen, the 14 northern states, Yue Zhao 700 years. After the great virtue of Wei, the dynasty was not renewed. Lin Xian probably thought about it for a moment, and it seemed like this thing was a bit similar to the imperial dynasty jingle from his previous life. The 3 emperors and the 5 emperors began. Yao, Shun and Yu passed on to each other. Xia, Shang and Western Zhou. The Eastern Zhou is divided into 2 sections, the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period, the Qin and Han dynasties, the 3 kingdoms of Shu, Wei, and Wu, and the 2 Jin dynasties. The North and South dynasties were established side by side. The Sui and Tang dynasties were passed on, and after the Song, Yuan, Ming and Qing dynasties, the imperial dynasty has been completed since then. Flip to Who's Who in history next. Lin Xian immediately used the retrieval to search for the most famous historical figures on the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom's network. After checking around a bit, I found that the most popular ones among the historical figures were the same as in the previous life. Either the first emperor of the Great Unification, or the invincible and at the same time slightly tragic fierce general. Stories, movies, literature about them. Very much so. Lin Xian also roughly recorded some. Hello, this is the first time I've seen someone reading the Dragon State history column preface and taking notes and excerpts. A very pleasant voice came from behind Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned around, blinded by the ceiling overhead light, and squinted. Ha! The girl took another step down from the steps. Why are you excerpting this? This girl, fiercely pretty, with long flowing hair, wore a little white dress and shoes. Lin Xian took the book in the girl's hand as soon as he could. How to Pick Up and the Art of Pickup. The girl stiffened for a moment, flushing from her neck to the base of her ears. Lin Xian smoothly turned the entire book over and looked at the page the girl was reading. Find one thing that the other person is doing and look for the more interesting or with unusual points in it and talk to them. Lin Xian closed the book and handed it to the girl. You remember that the next time you strike up a conversation with someone, don't hold a book called How to Strike Up a Conversation and the Art of Striking Up a Conversation. This has a higher success rate. The girl took the book, hand over fist. Lin Xian was looking at the girl carefully. The girl looked very beautiful, but not with seduction. Instead there was a feeling of clear water out of hibiscus, making people ashamed of themselves and difficult to approach. What's wrong with this blue star world? A girl with this kind of face has to learn how to strike up a conversation? The girl was embarrassed. I'm a writer and I want to write relationship essays, but there's no way to start. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. So you're going to pick up a guy, have a relationship, and gain writing experience? No, not. The girl was speechless. I wanted to write a pickup scene but couldn't, so I thought I'd try it myself. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. There should be some necessary conditions for hitchhiking. The girl fished a small notebook and a pen out of her bag. Go ahead. For example, you should ask someone what their name is. The girl asked as she wrote. What's your name? Remember, Lin Xian, when you ask someone their name, you should announce yourself first. Girl AO. My name is Enluyao. Lin Xian picked up his phone and started searching for Enluyao, writer in the search engine. TSK, dang famous young beautiful writer Enluyao. Now she's going to start learning how to write sweet articles? Enluyao's face changed for a moment before she was helpless. There's no way. Poor. You haven't said your name yet. Lin Xian closed the Dragon Kingdom history column preface in his hand. Hitchhiking sometimes fails, and this time you failed. After saying that, he went to the bookshelf and took out 2 books. One called The 100 Greatest Generals and one called The Art of War. I'll rent these 2 books. Enluyao had followed to the side. Clerk, you need a membership to rent a book. Give your name and phone number and I'll register you. Enluyao stood by and smiled. Lin Xian, then I'll buy these 2 books. Clerk, you need a membership to buy books. 2. Lin Xian. 015. Interstellar Parallel Universe Romance. After walking out of the store, Enluyao deliberately walked past Lin Xian with her cell phone in hand, reading as she walked. Lin Xian, claiming to be a traveler on the show I'm a Traveler has sparked a huge backlash. Oops, looks like I succeeded in striking up a conversation. Enluyao, not only did I know the name, I also got the phone number. Lin Xian gave a thumbs up. Count yourself successful. Why don't I leave your phone number as well? Enluyao walked forward with her hands behind her back. Tell you the number so that you can blackmail me. I'm not stupid. The girl, it seemed, was angry at being put on the spot. Lin Xian ha-ha twice and walked towards the curb to take a taxi. Early in the morning, Lin Xian was woken up by a phone call. Lin Xian picked up the phone, saw that it was a number that hadn't been saved, and directly hung up. This was Lin Xian's habit, and this method could block 90% of the nuisance calls. If the other side had business, they would surely have called a second time. Ding, 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 ding. Lin Xian picked up the phone. Hello. Lin Xian, I'm Enluyao. Enluyao on the other end of the phone laughed happily. I didn't think you'd leave your real number for a membership at the bookstore? Lin Xian was speechless. I'm not a wanted criminal. Do I have to register a fake number? Enluyao pondered for a moment. If the store clerk recognizes you, go online and make a post saying crosser Lin Xian phone number. Guess what's going to happen to you? Lin Xian scratched his head, not having thought about this before. You know a lot about this? Enluyao despondent. I've moved 6 times because of crazy fans. Lin Xian came to a realization. I told you how a writer who has written a few bestsellers can be poor enough to start a new path. So it's because he bought 6 houses. Enluyao is a writer of young adult literature, but not of sentimental literature. That's why her previous books were not about love affairs. Thinking too much. Enluyao on the other end of the phone. Buy 6 houses in Yanjing? Don't say I've written 3 bestsellers. Even if I've written 30, it's not enough. Lin Xian remembered the fairy tale king of his previous life. The teacher Zhang who bought 3 houses to put in the reader's letters and as a result, his total assets soared. Ha ha ha, that means you weren't born in the right era. What are you calling me for? Enluyao, let me ask you a few questions. What do you like to eat? I mean, what you like to eat in your previous life. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Shiqing Sanfenkyo sauce spare ribs from Huayang cuisine, hot and fired fatty intestine from Sichuan cuisine, and Sichuan-style air-dried beef. This would be my favorite thing to eat. And Enluyao listened while making a note. Drinking? Lin Xian, a man has to drink snowflake bravely. And Lu Yao continued, is this brand of liquor, beer, red wine? Lin Xian, beer. And Lu Yao, any stems? Lin Xian thought for a moment. Derived from no snowflake is innocent during an avalanche. Every snowflake is braving the elements during an avalanche. Why are you asking? And Lu Yao, use it. Material. Do you have any hobbies? Lin Xian, watching a Love Donzua movie. And Lu Yao continued to record. The intense kind of fighting or the more lovey-dovey kind? Lin Xian, the whiter kind. And Lu Yao? But and Lu Yao still recorded it. Lin Xian, is there anything else you want to ask? And Lu Yao, not for a while huh? I'm working on a new book. Long point. Com overpaid me to start a book on their site. And I finally know what to write about. So by the end of the night you can check it out. And I should have posted the book by then. Lin Xian smiled. Okay. Is this sort of the first friend? Himself has made it Blue Star? After a day of watching The Art of War, in the evening, Lin Xian opened the Dragon Point website. Don't even bother searching. The cover goes straight to the big picture. And Lu Yao's first webbook. And Lu Yao is a writer of young adult literature, though she is not famous for writing romance. Instead, they write high school and college campus stories. It is loved by many because of the excellent writing and the story is well crafted. Instead, now, and Lu Yao has lost her way after she stopped writing school stories. This was all information that Lin Xian had seen from the internet. It seems that now that Lu Yao thinks she's an adult, she should write some romance or something. Lin Xian clicked on the big picture and tapped in. A mouthful of water sprayed onto the computer screen, then hurriedly drew paper towels furiously from inside the tissue pack to wipe it off. On the screen, what caught my eye was the pink manga cover of a man and a woman. The title of the book on the cover is called The Day I Fell in Love with Lin Xian the Traveler. Good man. You've learned without a teacher that the world is no lighter. When the hell did I fall in love with you? Lin Xian looked at it. No wonder the netizens said that Lu Yao's book was brilliantly conceived. The woman, who gave an original account of what happened last night. Only, the heroine is no longer a writer, but a fashion editor. And the male lead is Lin Xian. I guess it's been a while since she posted her book and there are a lot of book paragraph comments, especially when it was written. And Xiao Xiao asked, do you like fights that are exciting or love that is touching? Lin Xian replied, I like the white ones. This one comment is a straight plus 999, and when you click on it, there are 999 comments. It's about to break 10,000. One of the most liked comments was, the goddess actually drove inside the book? Lin Xian once again choked on water. Cough cough cough. Pull out a bunch of paper towels and proceed to wipe the computer screen. The phone rang and Lin Xian picked it up. Cough cough cough. And Lu Yao, Lin Xian, what the hell does that Love Donzua movie mean? Lin Xian, making good use of search engines is a good habit. And Lu Yao, never mind. I'll check it out later. Ha ha ha. This new book of mine has been highly rated since I sent it out. I should hit number 1 on the new book list next week. It's my first time writing online, but I've been studying online writing for most of my life, and I'm just missing a topic. It should work this time. Next week? Lin Xian froze for a moment and laughed. You won't make it to the top of the new book list next week. Just watch. And Lu Yao, we're friends. Don't you want me to be good? Lin Xian, we're all friends. How dare you why me? And Lu Yao, I've looked up a lot of information about you and watched the first installment of the show. Are you really crossing over? Lin Xian nodded. Right. On the other end of the phone. And Lu Yao excitedly raised her white arms. That's great. Other people write great books about transnational romance. Interracial romance at best. I never thought I could write an interstellar parallel universe romance. Lin Xian, the humans on your side of the planet Earth are non-carbon-based creatures, right? You're the one who's not a carbon-based creature. Lin Xian leered. Is a parallel universe a good thing? Think about it. In another world, there's also a yin jing. There's also your neighborhood. There's also that room of yours. And at this moment there's a stingy man lying on the bed, watching a Love Donzua movie. And Lu Yao, then it's also possible that there's a big beautiful woman lying down who's rubbing toner on her white calves. Lin Xian had a picture in front of him. The face of that great beauty in his fantasy was of course borrowed from Lu Yao's face close by. A hot stream ran up his nose. Lin Xian covered his nose with a tissue. I've been a little fired up lately. So no more chit chat. I'm off to get ready for the second installment of the show. And Lu Yao, alright, bye. I'm going to stay up late and write my book. Bye. Lin Xian hung up the phone and flipped open The Art of War to continue reading. 016. The most exciting history? The most popular generals? In the morning, Lin Xian woke up from his sleep in a daze and found himself lying on the sofa. Why am I on the couch again? At this time, Lin Xian vaguely recalled that he had just heard someone knocking on the door in a daze. Got up and opened the door, and then flopped down on the sofa to continue sleeping. Someone in the house? Lin Xian, who had instantly come to his senses, saw a figure looming in front of him. This older woman was cleaning up a floor of paper towels, as well as another ball of paper towels with blood on it. Young people nowadays are so unbridled. And bleeding. Lin Shen, cough cough cough. That's a computer screen that got wet. Wipe the computer screen with it. Don't think too much. Auntie. The older woman scorned. A computer screen wiper? That's not true. Lin Shen? The week rushed by. The station's new studio is also completely done. This week, a large number of video introductions complete with mysterious music text unification have appeared on various short video sites. He, claiming to be a traveler. 5 experts were unable to reveal his identity. He, with one of his videos, caused the country to produce a strategic deployment. He, who has the magical ability to turn 1,000 miles of Zephyr into 1,000 miles of fertile land. Short videos are just copying each other's copy. Soon, this type of video sucked. But it can't help the heat. For every one of these videos, there are tons of people commenting. One of the hottest lines in the comments, one that appears in every comment section, is farewell to Li Bing Taisho. The second highest heat was, the Horse King's 3 eyes are old history. And I heard Lin Xian state that Langshan is the one with 3 eyes. Then there's a bunch of people begging for terraforming seeds claiming to see the world. Yin Zhongtian, the unorthodox history professor who was extremely popular on the internet, and Zhang Xiaoyun, the commentator who was once jokingly referred to as a weapon of the law of cause and effect, have been very active in the past few days. Soon after, the program announced that it would feature commentator Zhang Xiaoyun and Professor Yin Zhongtian. I hope the two of you can expose Lin Xian's lies. This was of course something Lin Xian had deliberately asked Han Yang to invite. Han Yang saw that Lin Xian was so sure of himself, and knew that these two had bumped into the muzzle of a gun within Lin Xian's own domain, and weren't afraid of being poked and prodded. It also understood that the video Lin Xian had prepared in advance should be related to them, so it was a cool invitation. Before the program began, every major water expert in the country posted blogs in support of Lin Xian. Within our domain, everything Lin Xian has shown is too amazing for us to recognize him as a traveler. This is something that if it's false, I hope it's true, and if it's true, I hope it's false. Whoever thinks they can expose Lin Xian should go ahead and try. We believe Lin Xian won't let us down. This time, the show's revival has already captured the attention of the entire internet before it even begins. Last time, the water expert and the literary scholar accidentally touched the areas that Lin Xian specializes in. And with the history expert and the military expert coming this time, Lin Xian is afraid that he won't be able to make things up. I feel that since the program dared to invite them, I'm afraid that they have no fear. Could it be that these two are here to act as trustees? How is it possible that Prof. Yin Zhongtian, who is known for his love of telling the truth, and commentator Zhang Xiaoyun, who is known for his iron tongue and has a public position, could come to be a trustee? This discussion went on for days. Before the show actually went live, netizens on both sides held their own opinions. One side thinks it's just inviting the TOs. The other side of the coin is the idea that there is absolutely no way it could be a TOE. But everyone was leaning towards the possibility that Lin Xian might have a loophole this time. It's impossible for one person to be proficient in too many areas, even with the help of a team behind them. Even if there is a trustee, with thousands of netizens watching, there is a high probability of a fatal mistake. Who can see through the holes? This has galvanized the desire to win for countless people. Saturday, a week passed. At noon, the broadcast officially begins. The show hasn't even started and there are already 5 million people on the air. This time, breaking the record for viewership held by the first installment is on the line. Han Yang was very excited that he had finally come up with another hit program. What? You said you're working for Lin Xian? It's my honor to work for Lin Xian. Okay. The new venue, much larger than before, is all set up as a top variety show site. The scene is, on the one hand, ancient and on the other part modern. This combination creates a strong stylistic difference. It gives you a feeling that this place is not some normal place as soon as you see the scene. It also gives a strong unreal feeling. It's as if anything that happens here is normal. It's only normal that abnormal things happen in abnormal places. Lin Xian easily stood in front of the camera and smiled. I'm a traveler, so who's going to refute me? I brought a world's worth of culture with me to the blue planet. If you don't believe me, find the loophole. If you believe that, please enjoy this magnificent terrestrial civilization. I'm Lin Xian. Are you ready? Here it comes. Here it comes. The show is about to start. I love the credits so much. I'm a fan of Lin Xian's brother's face. Is this the alien? Please note, not an alien, but a traveler from a parallel world who lives on the same planet as the one we live on, but just went on a different fork in the road at some point in history. On the stage, Lin Xian wore his trademark smile. It gives the impression that he has a plan and is very sure about everything. Main Judge Tang Yun, today, along with MS. Liu and MS. Lucas, continue to serve as judges. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhang Xiaoyun, Mr. Yin Zhongtian came to join the judges' table. Today, Tang Yun was also prepared to play tricks. Tang Yun, we. The 5 judges made a pose and pointed at Lin Xian together, their voices not at all in unison. You must be revealed. Lin Xian smiled. I'm the real traveler. You won't find any loopholes because this thing is true. Hello Mr. Yin, Mr. Zhang. Seeing you both reminds me of one of our professors and one of our commentators from Earthstar. Yin Zhongtian and Zhang Xiaoyun looked at each other. Oh, Lin Xian, we have a professor of literature in the Earthstar Dragon Kingdom, but he is famous nationwide for speaking about history and has written history books that topped the bestseller lists for 3 consecutive years. I didn't realize that in the parallel world, he got what he wanted and became a real professor of history. Yin Zhongtian clasped his hands together and bowed slightly. If that is true, then I thank you for complimenting the other me. Lin Xian smiled. Our Earthstar Dragon Country's teacher Zhang, who is always wrong in every review and is always punched in the face in every review, was later nicknamed by the netizens as the director of fooling around, specializing in fooling around with external enemies. I didn't realize that in this world, I'd actually become a commenter who hits every comment, known as Iron Mouth. Zhang Xiaoyun laughed out loud. Director of flubbering? That's a good position. Lin Xian's smile stopped. Which aspect of the Earthstar are you two planning to inquire about when you join the panel of judges today? Yin Zhongtian, Mr. Zhang and I have already talked, and we have decided that we need to know history, and military history at that. Yin Zhongtian, we want to know the story of the most heroic era in the history of your Earthstar Dragon Kingdom. And of course, we are also very much like to recognize the most popular and charismatic military generals in the history of Earthstar Dragon Kingdom. Lin Xian nodded. Which one do you want to hear first? 017. Champion Marquis Huazaiwei, Seal the Wolf. Yin Zhongtian smiled. Characters can be introduced easily, while eras are hard to introduce. Let's talk about the characters first, then we'll go back to the time when heroes were made? Lin Xian nodded. Dare I ask what was the highest military achievement in the history of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom? Yin Zhongtian pondered for a moment. It should be the 3rd degree Onion Ridge. Lin Xian had seen this illusion in the 100 Great Generals. The Onion Ridge is the dividing line between the Dragon Kingdom and Central Asia, and requires a mountain range of 5,000 meters above sea level to get over. This ridge is called Onion Ridge, and 3 times Onion Ridge is the story of a military general named Zhou Daoxin from the Wei dynasty of this world, who once led his troops to battle a certain Central Asian country at Onion Ridge 3 times and killed his way across the ridge 3 times. Lin Xian smiled slightly and pointed at the screen behind him, pointing to the vicinity of Lake Baikal. This place is called Wolf Jushu Mountain, and the highest achievement in the history of my Earthstar Dragon Kingdom is called Seal Wolf Jushu. Seal the Wolves? Yin Zhongtian, meaning crossing a distance of 10,000 miles to defeat a strong enemy so far away from Wolf Jushu Mountain? Lin Xian, chase the thieves and invaders far away, then offer heavenly sealing at Wolf Jushu Mountain. It's really powerful. To do this in the cold weapon era, there's no doubt that it's the god of war. Then, how many people in the Earthstar Dragon Kingdom have accomplished this achievement? Lin Xian, 5. 2 from Strong Han, 1 from Shangtang, and 2 from Deming. Yin Zhongtian, 5 people have made it this far into the war? You first tell me the chronology of the dynasties of the Earthstar Dragon Kingdom. Lin Xian, it's complicated, but there's a jingle that toddlers know that probably summarizes it. The 3 emperors and the 5 emperors began, and Yao, Shan and Yu passed on. Xia, Shang and Western Zhou, with the Eastern Zhou divided into 2 segments, Spring and Autumn and the Warring States, a unification of Qin and Han. The 3 points of Wei, Shu and Wu were followed by the 2 Jin dynasties. The North and South dynasties stood side by side, and the Sui, Tang and 5 dynasties passed on. After Song, Yuan, Ming and Qing, the imperial dynasty is finished here. Zhang Xiaoyun, then tell us the story of the first hero who sealed the wolf's death. Was he a few dozen years old when he accomplished this achievement? In the prime of his 30s, or in his experienced 40s, or in his 50s and 60s when his atmosphere had become established? Lin Xian smiled. Huazaiwei was 21 years old that year. The whole audience was dumbfounded by these words. The pop-ups exploded as well. No way. You can't even be serious about making up stories. Accomplishing the highest military achievement in history at the age of 21? Even if you're 21 years old and lead an army, you fought 10,000 miles beyond the country's borders? Is it possible that the border of the Earthstar Dragon Kingdom's territory at that time was not far from Wolf Jushu Mountain, and he picked up a bargain? Nonsense. If it's not far from Wolverine Mountain, how come the Han dynasty in front of the row was completed by only 2 people, and history was completed by only 5 people? Let's see what Lin Xian has to say. Lin Xian on stage. The story also starts with another undefeated marshal who has not had a single defeat in his life, Wei Qing, and that Han Wu emperor who is historically qualified to compete for the title of Emperor of 1,000 Years, Lu Che. Everyone thought it was strange. What did that teenage hero have to do with these two? At the time of his accession to the throne during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, Wei Qing was working as a slave keeping horses at the residence of Princess Pingyang, the sister of Emperor Wu. One day Emperor Wu of Han arrived at his sister's house and accidentally saw her maid, so he married her into the palace as a noble consort. And this person was Wei Zifu. And Wei Zifu is Wei Qing's sister. Later Wei Zifu used to be the empress of the Wudi dynasty. Yin Zhongtian listened in disbelief. It's also too esoteric and sounds too fake to be made up instead. A lifelong undefeated superstar who came from horse breeding slavery? Flat out became the emperor's brother-in-law? Lin Xian continued. Wei Zifu entered the palace, and Wei Qing was reused by Emperor Wu of Han. Once the Han dynasty faced the Xiongnu and was always at a disadvantage, the rich and powerful Emperor Wu decided to teach a lesson to the Xiongnu Empire, which was constantly attacking the Han border people. Wei Qing, on behalf of the Great Han, won the first war in the history of the Great Han to face the Xiongnu. Yin Zhongtian, it seems that this undefeated commander in life is also qualified to be called a fierce general at the historical level. So where is Hua Ziwei? Lin Xian, Wei Zifu had another sister, and this sister had an unmarried child with a man named Hua, giving birth to an unnamed baby. The Emperor of Wu occasionally felt the wind and cold, and was not cured for a long time, and once again went to the princess's residence to see his sister, and did not expect that after seeing this child, he would be cured. So Emperor Wu named him Hua Ziwei and raised him as his own son. Hua Ziwei asked to join the army the year he turned 17, and Emperor Wu appointed him Colonel Plagiarism Yao, by which time Wei Qing was already the commander-in-chief that Emperor Wu looked up to. In that year, Emperor Wudi again attacked the Xiongnu. Wei Qing, as Hua Ziwei's own uncle, was unwilling to risk his nephew's life, so he gave him 800 soldiers to be a scouting force. Hearing this, Yin Zhongtian heard the legend. The legend starts here? Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Hua Ziwei thought to himself, scouts, isn't that just catching tons to spy on the enemy's military? Then, of course, the more important people we catch, the better the intelligence. So Hua Ziwei led 800 cavalrymen across the steppe, circled around for 500 miles, and reached the Xiongnu royal court. In the end, Hua Ziwei killed 2,200 enemy soldiers with 800, captured over 100 members of the royal family, including the chancellor of the Han state, the grandfather of the king of the Huns, and the uncle of the king of the Huns, and wiped out the families of the Han nobles in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this, a very loud roar of approval suddenly came from the audience. Yes, wonderful, bull. Lin Xian smiled faintly. This is the worst battle that Hua Ziwei has ever fought in his life, with the worst results. For his bravery, Emperor Wu made Hua Daizi the Marquis of Champions. 17 years old and a Marquis? Good man. This bull ***** is the worst game of his career? Kidding. Lin Xian continued his narration. At the age of 19, Hua Zai was appointed Hussar General. Zhang Xiaoyun nodded. I see. Emperor Wu of Han made a big profit by marrying Wei Zifu, earning 2 historical-level famous generals. Lin Xian smiled. Emperor Wu of Han married Wei Zifu, earning 4 historical-level sluggers. We'll have a chance to talk about it later. Hua went on this expedition. Wei Qing went north, and Hua led 10,000 cavalry in a feint to the south. First, he broke the 5 countries in the west of the river in a row, killed the Xiongnu monarch's own son, then beheaded the 2 Xiongnu kings, broke the 18 passes and 27 tribes in a row, and turned 1,000 miles of battle in 6 days to seize the Xiongnu's heavenly sacrificial artifact, the Golden Man. Let the 6 Xiongnu tribes surrender to the Han dynasty. This is a young man's ambition. How spirited. Powdered powder. I've powdered this otherworldly young general. Yin Zhongtian nodded. Awesome. Lin Xian didn't pick up on this, pointing at the map behind him with the small stick in his hand. Continuing, then he turned to little Yuezhi and captured more than 2,000 Xiongnu's important ministers and troops. The little stick continued to move. Then merit the Qilian Mountains, capture 40,000 prisoners, and behead 32,000 people. Have the 14 Xiongnu tribes surrender to the Han dynasty. The faces of those listening on the scene changed. What kind of operation is this? In the Cold War era, 10,000 troops turned 1,000 miles and killed a little over 100,000 on the other side and captured 50,000? The difficulty of this is equal to going out in modern times with 1 regiment and wiping out 5 enemy group armies. Lin Xian continues. In the spring of the 4th year of Yuan Hari, 119 BC, Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty ordered Wei Qing and Hua Daizi, then 21 years old, to each lead 50,000 cavalrymen to fight the Xiongnu again. Huazizi led his troops in a 10,000 mile pursuit of the king of the Xiongnu. He pursued him from the south of the desert to Lake Baikal in the North Sea, performed a heavenly sealing ceremony under Mount Wolfjushu and an earthly Zen ceremony on Mount Guyan, killing more than 74,000 of the enemy and causing the majority of the Xiongnu to surrender to the Han dynasty. Because of Hua Xiaodi's identity, he was also the first person in history to seal the throne in place of the emperor. And in later generations, but any military general who accomplished the same achievement would be able to seal the throne in place of the emperor by default. This is the famous sealing of wolves in the history of our Earth Star Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Xiaoyun got up. No. The more experienced a fierce general of this historical level is, the tougher he is. With his 21-year-old battle record, he is bound to break the record of sealing wolves in the future. How does it stop there? This story is mesmerizing but it's a whole. Lin Xian looked up at Zhang Xiaoyun, the king of the Xiongnu, who surrendered when Huaziwei was 23 years old, broke the contract, and Emperor Wu was furious and sent Huaziwei on his fourth expedition against the Xiongnu. On the march, the exhausted Huajiaowei suffered a sudden bout of malady and died at an early age. The entire audience who listened to this history like it was a YA story woke up. Ah, don't tease, my champion Ho is not dead. Between just a few words, a large number of netizens have become Huajiaowei's hardcore fans. The Marquis of Champions of the Great Han Dynasty, is it not a vain name? 018. Witness to that time of heroes. Yin Zhongtian was silent for a moment and spoke. I don't want the story of Huajiaowei to be false. Let's put this part aside for now. I'd like to ask what famous generals the other dynasties had. Yin Zhongtian looked at his book. He had written it down earlier when Lin Xian said dynasty jingles. For example, the three kingdoms Wei, Shu and Wu. Lin Xian was silent. Yin Zhongtian, there were no famous generals during this period? Lin Xian, this is the second part of the topic. Zhang Xiaoyun's eyes lit up. I understand. This is the era where heroes come out, then change a dynasty. Tang dynasty? Lin Xian, Li Jing of the Great Tang. The Shang Tang sealed wolves. The foreign war must be destroyed its country. Wang Xuanzi of the Great Tang dynasty, on a mission to the three kingdoms of Asia, was insulted by the king, who angrily went into the neighboring country to borrow 3,000 soldiers to destroy the three kingdoms of Asia. There are too many to list. Hissing, what kind of fairies are these? Yin Zhongtian, Day 1? This, Lin Xian spoke. Dayuan is a regime established by the Mongols of my dragon kingdom. The head of this regime, Genghis Khan, was called the conqueror of the world. His son led an army from the shores of the Eastern Sea all the way to the Rhine in Europe, destroying more than 700 countries and almost unifying the world. Grass? A plant. I'm sorry, I don't know how to describe it. Zhang Xiaoyun, what about Damien? The first emperor of the Great Ming Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang, a beggar and monk by birth, completed the Great Unification. Hissing, Su Da, the Great Ming, won 100 battles, broke through 100 cities in a year, captured 4 million square kilometers of territory, and defeated Di Yuan, who swept the world. Chang Yuchun of the Great Ming, the invincible vanguard. The battle will be won. The attack will be victorious. Daming Blue Jade, sealing the wolves. Zhu Di, the great emperor of the Great Ming dynasty, bannered the wolf. Lin Xian was happy. I suspect that you guys who are into history and military have a buff, and picked out all the strongest dynasties. Zhang Xiaoyun laughed out loud. It's probably because that teacher Zhang from your Earth Star Dragon Kingdom helped me take the karma of my failures. So every time I'm spot on. And does Song have any famous generals? Lin Xian, the 4 Zhongxing generals. Han Shizhong, 800 men in a huge warship, besieged 100,000 Jin soldiers. Zhang Xiaoyun, a huge warship? This equipment crushes. Although the battle results are scary. But, it seems like it doesn't reflect his tactical skills. Lin Xian smiled slightly. Zhongxing 4 generals. Yu Fei, 800 men broke the 100,000 strong army of Jin Woodruff, the first general of the Jin army. Hissing, bull. We also have many fierce men in the history of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, but these fierce men of the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom, their battle records are too exaggerated, aren't they? Lin Xian smiled. Yu Fei might still be a poet. Let's savor his words, man. Zhang Hong. The anger is in the air, and the rain is dashing over the railings. Lift up your eyes and look up to the heavens in a magnificent way. The Dingkong shame is not yet snowed. When will the hatred of the subjects be extinguished? The will to starve and eat the flesh of the captives. Laughing about thirsting for Hun blood. I'll pack up the old mountains and rivers from the beginning and head for the sky. Lin Xian laughed. You guys are going to ask about sluggers. Then I am not sleepy. What boy in the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom didn't idolize these characters as heroes in his heart when he was a child?
Who doesn't relish the story of each and every one of them? In Zhongtian, Mr. Zhang. It's not easy to judge the authenticity if it's just a personal story and not a group drama. Zhang Xiaoyun, Lin Xian. I'm asking about knowledge of weapons, so give me a rough idea. Lin Xian, no problem.
In this regard, I don't need to travel back to look up information.
I can tell you on the spot. Mr. Zhang. Zhang Xiaoyun nodded. When did the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom invent the chariot?
The Battle of Ganzi first appeared during the Xia dynasty.
More than 4,000 years ago. Zhang Xiaoyun, what about writing and shooting?
Lin Xian, Zhao Wuling Wang learned Hun writing and shooting.
Zhao Wuling Wang was a figure from the Warring States period, a vassal before the unification of the Great Qin. Zhang Xiaoyun, firearms? Song.
The best development of standardized firearms was during the Yuan and Ming dynasties.
Zhang Xiaoyun, where's the steelmaking?
Lin Xian pondered for a moment.
According to legend, the master of sword forging in the spring and autumn and Warring States, Yezi, first discovered the technology of iron being refined into steel by pounding.
Then the Huns discovered how to make steel from iron powder, which Emperor Wu of Han learned and popularized. Zhang Xiaoyun found it a bit interesting. The history of the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom also seems to have been a dual empire model of the Grasslands and the Central Plains dynasty that has been going on. The Blue Star Dragon Kingdom is historically the same way. Terran history has also been a dual empire model,
with the Qin and Han and the Huns, the Tang and the Tartars, and the Song and the Liao, Jin, and Yuan. Zhang Xiaoyun, and are there any tactics in the history of the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom that Blue Star doesn't have? Lin Xian, yes. Frog jump tactics. Ha, Zhang Xiaoyun, In Zhongtian,
and Tang Yun were puzzled at the same time.
Tang Yun, frog jumping tactics. A tactic for capturing islands under modern warfare. Is a tactic exclusive to maritime warfare? First appearing during the Second World War. We have that tactic at Blue Star. Lin Xian, that's modern warfare. In the ancient times of our Dragon Kingdom Earth Star, Zhu Di, the great emperor of the great Ming Yanla,
used to be the one who used the frog jumping tactic.
During the time of Zhu Yuanzhang, the crown prince Zhu Biao died prematurely,
and Zhu Yuanzhang established his eldest grandson,
Zhu Yunzhu,
as the imperial grandson and succeeded to the throne. Zhu Yunbao ascended the throne and immediately set about cutting the feudal kings. The then king of Yin, Zhu Di, who was resident in Yinjing, was besieged by a large army and decided to send troops to fight against it in the name of clearing the ruler's side.
Zhu Di gave up Yinjing,
abandoned the southern city of Nanji,
jumped and attacked the city of Feihe,
then went straight to the city of Jinling and succeeded in becoming emperor.
As a military expert,
Zhang Xiaoyun immediately began to calculate the success rate.
Forgetting for a while, he looked up. It's impossible to succeed with the supply logistics capabilities of the Cold War era. This kind of frog jumping tactic used on land is just looking for death. Lin Xian smiled. It just worked. Yanla the Great was the only emperor to seal the wolf after all.
Zhang Xiaoyun and In Zhongtian looked at each other.
In Zhongtian waved his head. Things like history are just very mysterious. Many stories sound amazing and fantastical, but they are just true. We have something similar in the history of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, so I can't tell if it's true or not. I still want to look at a time when heroes came out to find holes.
Lin Xian was happy.
That's metaphysical? That white-robed General Chen Qingji. 3,000 cavalry to break 46 cities and kill the enemy army totaling 370. 000 magic or not? Lu Xiao, Emperor Guangwu of the Han Dynasty. Meteorite with the army.
Strange winds with the army.
The river freezes overnight to continue the road. Fantasy? The king of Chu, Xiang Yu, broke the Qin army of 500. 000 by 30. 000. Sci-fi or not? The god of war, Bai Qi, killed 400. 000 Jia troops, and was it horrible? Mr. In, do you know which part of history the teacher surnamed Yi from the other world is famous for speaking about? In Zhongtian, who was listening out of his mind, froze for a moment. It wouldn't be the Three Kingdoms, would it? Lin Xian smiled. It was a time when heroes came out. 1 Lu, 2 Zhao, 3 Dianwei, 4 Guan, 5 Ma, and 6 Zhang Fei. Crouching Dragon Zhuge Liang, Phoenix Chick Pang Tong, Young Lin Jianwei, Sukahu Sima Yi, Poisonous Scholar Jia Duan, Ghostly Talent Gui Jia, Chu has the wrong Zhou Langu, Dong Zhuo of the Western Liang, LV Bu of the Roaring Tiger, the 5 sons, and the 3 generations of governors, all the lords and lords of the world. Are you ready to witness that time with me? 019. Question quiz of the 3 kingdoms. Lin Xian smiled. According to the old rules, take a break and then start the second half of the broadcast. In the second half, I'm going to take you on a personal tour of the 3 countries. This broadcast will also feature a new interactive format. After that,
They started playing that Lin Xian's I'm a Traveler credits. The audience is also looking forward to what it will be like to see the great warlords of Blue Star's history in person. Throughout the live broadcast, not much popularity was lost due to the off-air break, but instead, many people were discussing it. Discussing these people that Lin Xian had spoken of, who was actually fiercer. Zhang Xiaoyun and Yin Zhongtian on the scene also started discussing it, and stared at Lin Xian and laughed. Lin Xian, since you're known as a traveler, we'll have to discuss how to give you a hard time, so don't eavesdrop. Lin Xian smiled. Alright, I'll go rest in the restroom. A problem? I'm overthinking it. As a host, and a central dad host at that, Lin Xian's ability to control the pace is top-notch. The main right to speak was in Lin Xian's hands. There would be no way that someone could come across the table and make a problem out of it. However, Lin Xian, who had returned to the restroom, had his face darkened. The first half of the second installment didn't perform well, because there are so many characters to introduce, so it's become straight out of the book. It's become a character introduction. The parts that moved people and touched their hearts were not told at all. If there's another character telling session, be sure to note that. Never go by the book about the characters, but about the details that move people. It's like the difference between taking a history class to learn about Weiqing, and watching a TV show to learn about Weiqing. Not the same thing at all. Lin Xian was like that. When he was alone in private, he would get emotional over all sorts of things, totally different from the breezy demeanor he showed on stage. Makeup artist Arlene pushed the door in and saw Lin Xian's face darkening as she hurriedly backed out. Closing the door, Arlene remembered the assistant director's advice. Lin Xian is now the hope of our entire group. Make sure not to offend him. Arlene wasn't a world-weary child. Of course she wouldn't look at Lin Xian being kind to people and approach them with a big grin. With Arlene's life experience, she initially judged that Lin Xian was quite a good-tempered person, but pushing the door in and seeing Lin Xian's dark face, Arlene's mind figured out a lot at once. Sometimes, just because a leader is smiling and laughing doesn't mean the person has a good temper. You go up to a big leader and slap him in the face. A level-headed big leader will not slap him back, but he'll slap the little leader in the face. And then the junior leader will slap your top man 10 times. By the time you get to this part of the process, your top boss will probably have smacked you in the face 100 times. Arlene was a bit afraid that if she had just pushed the door directly and really offended Lin Xian, Lin Xian casually gave the director a word. The director scolded the assistant director again and how the assistant director would treat himself. Ta-da! Lin Xian's face was no longer dark and still had a smile on it. Please come in. Arlene panicked even more. It's not a smiley face, is it? Mr. Lin Xian, I've come to fix your makeup. Do you want to take a rest first? Lin Xian, no, you can just fill me in. I don't need to rest. Arlene panicked. Could Lin Xian be saying the opposite? Being sarcastic that he had disturbed his rest? Lin Xian continued. I think the left side of the face is a little more severely highlighted in the light than the right side. So you add some layers to the left side, with a lighter primer and heavier shadows. Arlene blew up. It's over. It's over. He's starting to pick mistakes. Arlene stiffly went up to fix Lin Xian's makeup. Lin Xian felt his cell phone vibrating and picked it up to see that it was a message from Anluyao. And Luyao, I've watched the first half of the episode, so I'm looking forward to the next 3 countries. Lin Xian smiled and replied, there's a surprise in the second half of the episode. And Luyao was puzzled. What kind of surprise? Lin Xian replied in a second, it's related to the new book list on Dragon Point. Come. And Luyao was very puzzled. The second half of the episode was about the 3 kingdoms. What could it have to do with the new book list on Dragon Point? And Luyao, that's what you said before when you said I wouldn't be able to get the top of the new book list next week? Lin Xian replied, ha 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 ha, silly, you can't see hope. And Luyao quickly replied, angry face / JPG, don't be smug, my new book is super popular. The more popular your show is, the more popular my new book is. Humph. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. It seems like, is the reasoning, ha? Lin Xian replied, cheating, but you can forget about the top of the new book list. And Luyao, humph. At this moment, Arlene looked at Lin Xian's face that kept making all kinds of expressions, and there was no way to lay a brush. Eventually, Arlene gathered her courage. Mr. Lin Xian, I can't touch up my makeup if you keep moving. Arlene mused that if she was fired for offending her leader, there were still places to get a job. It would be a career-ending blemish if you were fired because of a problem with your makeup, even if he, Lin Xian, tortures me to deliberately make things difficult for me. I still have to speak out. Lin Xian hurriedly put away his smile when he heard this. Sorry. You draw. I'll stop chatting for now. After a while, the makeup was finished. Lin Xian looked into the mirror and nodded. Satisfied. Nice drawing. Hard work. Arlene rushed. It's not hard work. It's part of the job. Lin Xian pondered for a moment.
Would you like to join my personal team? Arlene, huh? It's not convenient for me to share a team with the program. Right now.
Lin Xian, I need to form a team of assistants. Of course I need a makeup artist.
You're at a good level. Come to my team. I'll give you an extra paycheck.
Your salary at Central Dad won't change, but bonuses and stuff won't be paid to you by Central Dad in the future. They'll be paid by me instead.
Arlene couldn't figure it out. This Lin Xian was going to trick me into her team first and then torture me? If Lin Xian had known that Arlene had persecution paranoia,
it would not be superfluous.
However,
Arlene's brain just isn't quite like the norm. Arlene, as the saying goes,
rich and famous, short of money anyway, double pay is good. Torture me if you can. Come on. Okay, Mr. Lin Xian. No problem. I'm very happy to be working with you. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Then I'll talk to Director Han after this episode. By the way, I don't have an assistant right now,
so hold my cell phone for me and give it to me later when the show is over. Arlene took the phone and her whole body panicked.
Will he falsely accuse me later of moving his cell phone and causing problems with the show? Will he simply say I snuck his cell phone later?
She wanted the phone in her hand for so much longer, and Lin Xian had already exited the restroom and directly boarded the stage. The live stream continues with the "I'm a Traveler" credits playing.
After the live broadcast began, Lin Xian's eyes sharpened. The waves of the rolling Yangtze River are sweeping away the heroes. Since ancient times,
the world's situation has always been divided and divided.
Are you ready for this age of heroes?
Mr. Yin Zhongtian's face was filled with anticipation.
Can't wait.
Lin Xian pressed his hand.
Don't be in a hurry.
There's a brand new way to play today's crossing session. There's a question before we start, and some of the first viewers to choose the correct answer will receive a gift from the program.
The gifts in this installment are so interesting. Allow me to announce them at the end of the show. Okay.
Traversal.
Target. Late Eastern Han Dynasty. 18 Vassals Meeting. 020. Opening Blackened Chow Chow. The Road to Lordship. Oh. The shocking sound of the bullhorn trumpet spread far and wide.
A few people were happy and a few people were sad at the meeting of the League. Lin Xian's magnetic voice came out.
At the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the Yellow Turbans were messing up the world.
And at the moment of crisis,
the Han Dynasty lured Shilian Dongzhuo into the capital.
Dongzhuo is a man who does no evil, who wears a sword to court,
who eats the harem,
and who even commits the treasonous act of abolishing the emperor.
8 lords and many future lords, allied at Daegu Pass.
Lin Xian smiled. In the history of the Earth Star, there was once someone who wrote the Three Kingdoms period into the classic masterpiece Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and the Battle of Tiger's Nest, which evolved from this section of the Alliance, is a permanent monument in the history of literature.
On the screen, one by one, people are talking.
At the same time subtitled introductions appeared above, and Lin Xian was introduced.
In the era of the Three Kingdoms, the gatekeepers had already been initially born, which was the same as in the Blue Star one, 800 years ago. Because of the system of raising filial piety and integrity, the scholarly clans monopolized the positions of courtiers.
The 8 vassals are all sons of the scholarly families.
Yuan Shao,
the 4th of the 3 dukes, widely befriends the great and the good, has many soldiers and food in his hands, and at a young age is already the head of the League of Conferences and Alliances.
Yuan Shu,
the younger brother of Yuan Shao, the first son of the Yuan family, is still above Yuan Shao in status.
Kong Rong, descendant of the ancient sage Confucius, representative of the Confucians. The audience watched the introductions of the other minor characters and gave a whole lot of laughs.
Ha 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 ha, what the hell is this Sun Jian? After a petty official?
To put it bluntly, he's the son of a servant who does odd jobs in the county office. This Chow Chow Mengda, a eunuch's offspring. Wait, eunuchs have offspring? Earthstar's eunuchs don't mean the same thing as our eunuchs? Laughing my ass off. Is that red-faced archer going to be introduced to the wave as well? This Gomer who weaves mats and sells shoes is also to be introduced separately? How can I choose?
Of course it's a vote for the most likely.
I'll go with Yuan Shao. I think Yuan Shu is good. I'll go with Tao Qian. I choose Kong Rong. After all, after the Saints. The polling options on the live stream.
The number of people participating in the poll is increasing like crazy.
Only then did Lin Xian continue his introduction. Before the alliance, there were already 2 people who clashed with Dongzhuo.
A young Cao Cao is framed in the image.
Cao Cao, short in stature, less than 1.7 m at best, but powerful in a way that simply could not be hidden. Let's take a look at Chao Mengda's stabbing of Dongzhuo.
The scene had changed to the inner courtyard of the palace.
Dongzhuo's fat body lay on the bed,
snoring with his side turned inward. Chao Mengda arrived and tried to call out softly.
Lord Dong?
Dongzhuo on the bed didn't make the slightest movement. A hint of determination flashed in Cao Cao's eyes.
To disrupt my Han dynasty, Cao Cao, today, will emulate the assassins of old.
The wrath of the Son of Heaven ambushes 1,000,000 corpses and bleeds 1,000 miles.
If the soldiers will be angry, 2 people will be ambushed, 5 paces of blood will be shed, and the world will be onyxed. Today is the day. The audience was stunned. This is a life for a life. If you kill Dong Zhuo, Cao Cao will be split up by random swords, and it will be impossible to escape from here. Cao Cao drew his 7-star treasure sword and raised it. A cold light reflected through the bronze mirror and swept across Dong Zhuo's brow. For a split second, Cao Cao looked sideways at the mirror, just in time to see Dong Zhuo's eyes about to open. Immediately, the hands holding the sword became hands offering the sword, and he fell to his knees. Keep your head down and don't move. Dong Zhuo surveyed Cao Cao in the mirror for a few seconds before turning and sitting up. Mangde, what are you doing here with me? Cao Cao was unassuming. Lord Dong. Cao has found a divine weapon and would like to offer his sword to repay Lord Dong for his kindness in knowing him. Dong Zhuo stared at Cao Cao closely, his face grave, then smiled. Mangde, how long have you been kneeling? Cao Cao tried to straighten his body, but wobbled slightly and failed to do so. Soon, grass. These two have said a total of 4 sentences and tested each other 6 times. Dong Zhuo understood what Cao Cao was up to, but didn't make a move. With Lin Xian's description of Dong Zhuo, this man killed Cao Cao and flayed his skin to fill the grass and lighted the lanterns of heaven. That's what's right. Anyone who wasn't stupid could see that Dong Zhuo's eyes were filled with a murderous aura. Cao Cao raised his head, and there was actually a murderous aura in his eyes that he couldn't hide either. Dong Zhuo's acting is superb, but it's a shame Cao Cao didn't do a good job. And Cao Cao dares to show off his murderous aura? He's looking for death, isn't he? Dong Zhuo is a good actor. Where did Lin Xian find such a good acting vegetarian? At this time, Dong Zhuo saw the murderous aura in Cao Cao's eyes, and instead of moving to kill, he was puzzled in the first place. Cao Cao, dare you be so reckless? What gives him that kind of backbone? Da. A military general stepped into the palace, actually holding a square halberd in his hand. An introduction also appeared on the screen. Lu Bu, who lived on the border in his early years. The power of one man deterred hundreds of thousands of foreigners, and after joining Ding Yuan's forces, he was lured by Dong Zhuo and killed Ding Yuan to surrender to Dong. Remarks, one of the candidates for the 3 points. Lin Xian spoke. Lu Bu, in history, the most pugnacious battle achievement was when he was not yet an official of any kind. He shook the foreigners with the courage of one man, and in the romance of the 3 kingdoms, he was established as the first fierce general of the 3 kingdoms, unrivaled in the world. The historical Lu Bu didn't have much of a record of decapitating enemy generals of that sort, but there are 2 records that are quite horrifying. One is the young Lu Bu, who shocked the Xianbei, who were then living in a mixed area of Han and Xianbei. The first is that Lu Bu's Regulus Gate archery is specifically mentioned in the 1,000-character essay, and was praised as the first divine archer in history. Lu Bu glanced at Cao Cao when he arrived, and then at the sword in Cao Cao's hand, not noticing anything strange about the scene. Righteous father. Dong Zhuo smiled. Fengxian, my son. Wait a bit, I will talk to Mengde first. Lu Bu arched his hand. Brother Mengde. In the early years, Lu Bu, Cao Cao, and Yuan Shao had once worked together as the 8 captains of the Western Garden. Cao Cao, however, arched his hand and looked at Lu Bu, giving a wink. Brother Fengxian, do you have any plans for the things you said when you parted ways at Wang Situ that day? At these words, Dong Zhuo, who was sitting on the bed, moved a large step back. There were some in the audience who saw it coming. So, Cao Cao heard someone wearing a weapon enter Dong Zhuo's chambers and judged it to be the brave Lu Bu. So he used Lu Bu to make Dong Zhuo throw in the towel. So that's how it is. Dong Zhuo won't dare turn the other cheek now that he's going to suspect that Lu Bu and Cao Cao are in this together. Lu Bu was also puzzled. What was it? Bu doesn't quite remember. Dong Zhuo, you're still hesitating, aren't you? If I force Cao Mengde at this moment, Cao Mengde may convince Lu Bu to join me, and my life will be over. Mengde, I'll take the sword, so you can retire. Cao Cao rose with his head bowed and turned away. In his eyes, a hint of cunning was revealed. Lin Xian was also slightly surprised. History has only a few records for this section. I didn't expect to arrive at the scene and realize that it was such a thrilling contest of rivalry. That's right, if Cao Cao hadn't borrowed some kind of momentum, how could Dong Zhuo's character let Cao Cao go? Next, the images flashed by like a slideshow. As a teenager, Cao Aman, who upholds justice. When he was a lieutenant in the northern part of Luoyang, he set up a 5-colored stick and defied the northern part of Cao Cao, who resigned from his post in despair when he was relegated to the East China Sea on a pretext. Cao Cao, who rose again, was relegated and resigned. To Cao Mengde, who assassinated Dong Zhuo. Cao Cao, who fled and encountered Lu Boshi, had a misunderstanding and killed Lu Boshi's family. On the screen, above the wilderness, Cao Cao lets out a loud laugh, his face grimacing, I'd rather teach me to lose the world. I'd rather not let the people of the world lose me. Countless spectators. At this time, were sweating. A young man who aspired to serve the country and the people, to town far away from the border, to be a great general of Anshi, finally in this wilderness, seems to have completed the personality metamorphosis. The scene was so real that it stunned everyone.
Lin Xian didn't give everyone too much time to lament.
Cao Cao was the only one amongst the lords who made a move against Dong Zhuo, but he assassinated, rather than leading an attack, the other. My guess is that Yuan Shao, with his troops, has fought Dong Zhuo in advance. I'm guessing it's Kong Rong. The old man looks pretty brave. Could it be Gong Sunzan? Gong Sunzan looks like a reckless man.
The characters are framed in the picture.
Seriously? In the picture, it was the fierce tiger of Jiangdong. After the magistrate, Sun Jian, 021. Vote. Who are all the thirds? At this time, above the Great Hall, Dongzhu was furious. The 8 vassals are still outside the Dagu Pass and dare not come to attack. A small descendant of a magistrate actually dared to attack Xingyang. The original location of the Tiger's Nest Pass is fabricated by the romance of the 3 kingdoms, with a mere 2,000 men. Hu Jin, you are the main general. Rate Hua Xiong and Lu Bu, and go forward to crush them. After Hu Jin, Lu Bu, Hua Xiong and the 3 of them walked out of the door, Hu Jin spoke. Zijian, Hua Xiong, you will be the vanguard for this expedition. Feng Xian, this time, as a vice general, you will lead another army and be ready to help Zijian, Hua Xiong. Lu Bu frowned and looked down at the duo, speaking after a direct cold hum. Fine. Lu Bu, this man is so tall. On the screen it says Lu Bu is 9 feet 5 inches tall, and it's also marked that a Zhang in Han dynasty is 2 meters 3.1. Lu Bu must be 2 meters 1.5. Isn't Lu Bu Dongzhuo's righteous son? And this Hu Jin makes him the deputy vanguard, to give Hua Xiong a hand?
Lin Xian had also only read the 3 Kingdoms journal and didn't know the details of this history.
It was fascinating to watch. Hua Xiong's army plus folk totaled more than 20,000
men and rushed to Rongyang, which no Sun Jian brave simply invincible. Directly in the chaos of the army, kill Hua Xiong, retreat. Hua Xiong fled furiously on his horse. Why hasn't Lu Bu's army arrived yet? The scout shivered. The vice general lord said, that marching too fast is easy to be dispersed by the thieves, and it is necessary to stabilize the formation. Lin Xian also came to a sudden realization. No wonder history records that Sun Jian,
with 2,000 men, beat Hua Xiong Lu Bu's 30,000 men holding their heads. Historically, Hua Xiong and Lu Bu were also fierce men. How could they be so miserable? It turns out that Lu Bu is out of work. Sun Jian then killed and Hua Xiong drank his hatred. Only then did Lu Bu kill from the slash. But he didn't want to fight much, covering Hua Xiong's remnants to escape, then ran straight away. Sun Jian was too weary to pursue, and Lu Bu ran so fast that he couldn't catch up directly.
Lin Xian said that Lu Bu was the unrivaled fierce general in the romance of the 3 kingdoms,
but I didn't realize that he was an old coin in history. The era of the 3 kingdoms was the era of the clans, and the clans looked down on the poor, and Lu Bu, who came from the border, wasn't even a poor man. So why would Lu Bu serve his life if others looked down on him? The Blue Star Dragon Kingdom has had its share of Shirite times in its history, so it's not hard for the audience to understand this. The scene returns to the meeting place. At this point in the poll, Cao Cao's and Sun Jian's votes are already skyrocketing. However, the top 3 remain Yuan Shao, Yuan Shu and Kong Rong. Good lord, it's amazing that this is the kind of platoon that was elected without knowing the history.
Lin Xian, historically,
after the lords met in an alliance,
they pulled their punches for a long time and pressed on.
And Cao Cao angrily left the alliance and took his troops back to his hometown.
Sun Jian was injured on his way to kill Hua Xiong and also retired from the alliance to recuperate. The rest of the lords,
each find a reason to leave. This battle wasn't fought? Audience question marks abound.
Lin Xian continued to explain, and the screen flickered.
Situ Wang Yun convinced Lu Bu to kill Dong Zhuo and serve the Han Emperor. After Dong Zhuo's death, the Xiliang army wanted to surrender, but Wang Yun was unwilling to do so and sent Lu Bu to conquer the Xiliang army.
A new character appears in the picture. The man was tall and had calm eyes.
At this time, all the leaders of the Xiliang army in Luoyang were packing up and preparing to run away.
Jia found the crowd.
I hear that the city of Chang'an is deliberating with the intention of decimating the Liangzhou people, and with your excellencies abandoning your belongings to travel alone. A single pavilion chief could capture you. Why don't we lead our troops westward, collect our soldiers along the way, then attack Chang'an to avenge Duke Dong's death? And if we are fortunate enough to succeed, honor the emperor by conquering the world, and if we don't succeed, it won't be too late to flee again. The Liangzhou soldiers did attack Chang'an, and just then, Jia boasted that his mother had died, resigned from her post, and ran away on her own. Lin Xian, poisonous scholar Jiao Diao, a plan to ruin the Han dynasty. In a sense, everyone from the three kingdoms has changed the direction of the history of the Dragon Kingdom. The screen turned into a map. On the map, the location of each vassal was marked. Silhouettes of famous events are also emerging, holding the emperor hostage. Sun Yu was astonished. 10 victories and 10 defeats theory. The Battle of Guandu. Hui Jia made his entrance. Sun Jian was pitted and killed, and little bastard conquered Jiandong. Meanwhile, inside the voting item, Sun Tzu also replaced Sun Jian and continued to be voted. The audience also changed their vote as the map continued to change. First, Yuan Shao's vote skyrocketed. Then the LVB votes skyrocketed. Then Zhang Xiu, Yuan Shu, and Ma Tang. The change in the voting list is the change in the situation at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty. As time progresses, one by one, those who were most favored turned gray. Lin Xian was using this vote to tell all the viewers, the history of the three kingdoms is just so wonderful. Those lords who once had the chance to dominate the country died at the height of their power. After the Battle of Guandu and Cao Cao's victory, the turnout instantly skyrocketed. During this period, Liu Bei gained a little ground every now and then, and his vote count broke 0. But then it was exterminated, and people stopped voting for him. The scene came to a hut. The 40-year-old Liu Bei stood in a thatched hut that leaked on all sides. The clothes on his body weren't flashy, washed in white. In the blink of an eye, the weaver and peddler are all 40 years old. But to be able to mix in Jingzhou to a general position is considered a model for my generation. I have a feeling that this man is a lost cause, and whoever he casts his lot with is doomed. 40 years old and still nothing. A lost dog. In reality, some people may sympathize with the underdog, but when looking at history, no one pays attention to the losers. The screen turned the view to reveal the 8-foot youth. The youth smiled. Yizhou is a dangerous fortress with thousands of miles of fertile land, the land of heaven, for which Gaozu became an emperor. Lu Zhang Dark Week, Zhang Lu in the north, general both imperial family descendants. Sini, world change, then the order of a general will be the Jingzhou army Tuan. Luo, general body rate, sincerity as such. Then the hegemony can be accomplished. The Han family can be carried forward. The youth smiled with confidence. The world is in 3 parts. That map is like a sandbox. There were dozens of others up there a moment earlier. There are only so many 7 left now. Lin Xian, Cao Cao, who was once motivated to be a pillar of the Han family, has now unified the north and is in a position of power. A glance south of the Yangtze River. Lu Biao, the dog that keeps the house, is desperately ill at this time. Sun Jian was killed in battle. Sun Tzu was assassinated, and the Eastern Wu has entered its 3rd generation. At the hands of Sun Quan, the Battle of Red Cliff will determine the course of the 3 kingdoms. Lin Xian smiled. The world is divided into 3. Cao Cao, Sun Quan, and Liu Bei. Is anyone alright? The first 10 people to get it alright will receive a gift. A man laughed out loud at the program. Yin Zhongtian stood up. I didn't realize I voted and made it into the top 10. Lin Xian was surprised. Millions of netizens voted and Yin Zhongtian won? Lin Xian, when did Mr. Yin fill in the right 3 names? Yin Zhongtian, Sun Tzu dies and Sun Quan fills in right when he inherits the position of Marquis of Wu. Zhang Xiaoyun waved his hand. What a wonderful historical reenactment. Just the netizen votes alone can show the complexity of this chaotic world. One by one, the people who flashed across the screen were bound to be formidable in this history. Still, there hasn't been a great battle shown until now. It's a shame that the Battle of Guandu wasn't released. Lin Xian smiled. Don't be in a hurry. The Battle of Red Cliff is here. 022. The 3 kingdoms, landing on the Blue Star. As the great river goes east, the waves are exhausted, and the people of the ancient world, to the west of the old fortress, people say it is the Red Cliff of Zhou Lang of the 3 kingdoms. Stones pierced through the air, waves beat the shore and rolled up 1,000 piles of snow. The rivers and mountains are like pictures. How many great men and women are there at a time? Lin Xian's magnetic voice accompanied the images of the river full of warships. Su Shi, the great Song dynasty writer of our Earth Star Dragon Kingdom, once described this war like this. The entire north of the river in the picture is blocked by Cao Cao's big ships. Cao Cao, with his mighty unification of the north, attacked Nanyang and won many battles, fighting all the way to Red Cliff. 800,000 troops and countless warships. It's the biggest water battle in the history of the Cold War. In the history of the Cold War, the audience couldn't help but shudder at the sight of the unreadable flotilla. I didn't realize that after Cao Cao, a eunuch, he had actually developed the power to unify the world. Other people Cao family is also several generations of 3 princes as well. Then the Yuan family is just a little bit worse. The 10 constant servants have affected the reputation of the eunuchs. And Cao Cao has been scolded for how many times he has flown the coop. People, they love heroes.
Cao Cao has quickly absorbed a huge wave of fans.
In just 5 minutes of map changes,
Cao Cao swept across the north and had already convinced tons of netizens.
The man's charisma has been demonstrated in several unfolding events such as the assassination of Dong Zhuo. In the scene, Zhuge Liang appears at the Eastern Wu court to persuade the alliance. This is the only thing that Zhuge Liang did in this war. According to the official history, perhaps the straw boat with arrows was real, but it didn't matter in the Battle of Red Cliff. Zhuge Liang was indeed eloquent,
and soon convinced a large number of officials of the Eastern Wu,
and the Eastern Wu and Liu Bei groups, allied. The scene changes and Cao Cao sends Zhang Gan to persuade Zhou Yu to surrender.
The image of the song has the wrong Zhou Langu also made Blue Star netizens marvel at Zhou Lang's elegance.
In the scene, Zhang Gan fails to persuade Zhou Yu,
but finds Zhou Yu brutally beating up Huang Gai. Then he persuaded Huang Gai to surrender. Huang Gai secretly meets Cao Cao and offers to surrender, and says that surrendering before the great battle on the day of the duel will deter the allied forces of Eastern Wu.
Cao Cao readily agreed. The images of Cao Cao's army, of people constantly falling ill, and of the iron ropes connecting the boats, are also explained. It's over. If you want someone to perish, first make them crazy. Cao Cao is now bloated. After a lifetime of winning, it's not normal to swell up a bit at this age. Cao Cao should be defeated,
or Liu Bei wouldn't have had a chance at a 3-part world.
Find out what's going on in this war. The Great War broke out on a moonlit night.
Huang Gai rushed towards Chao's army with a large number of boats on the verge before the battle. Cao Cao laughed as he stroked his beard on the main ship.
What do you know?
When approaching Cao Cao's army,
those small boats of Huang Gai, all burned up,
constantly crashing into Cao Cao's chain of large ships.
In an instant, the entire Yangtze River was all lit up by the fire.
The spreading flames even went out for at least 30 miles. Countless Cao troops discarded their armor and jumped directly into the river, and a large number of soldiers on the boats close to the shore directly ran away. More people jumped into the water but had no chance to get up and kept struggling.
The spectacle scared the audience silly. Is this a special effect or a real burn? The sense of reality is too strong.
Whether it's a real burn or special effects,
it's a burn. This is a great scene.
Central Dad's product really is a masterpiece, and this is too big a handful.
Even so, a big director are in the neck posting. Just this one iron rope even boat fire burning Redwall.
At least a 50 million budget to do special effects.
Less 1 point cannot be done. As for the actual scene consumption, the actor's salary combined I do not know how much money. A lens appears on the people at least 40,000. At present the domestic has not seen a movie crew so bold. This is actually a fucking variety show?
Lin Xian smiled as he continued to narrate.
Zhou Yu fighting Huang Gai, the bitter meat trick, the iron rope connecting boats,
and the fire burning Red Cliff. Cao Cao's desire to settle the world in one battle was dashed. Cao Cao returns to the west and is crowned king of Wei and establishes the Cao Wei court.
Liu Bei's group clashed with Sun Quan's group over the division of Jingzhou after the war, and Liu Bei took Yizhou. The world is divided into 3 parts: Wei, Shu and Wu. The image is still of the Battle of Red Cliff. Battles, countless battles. A shot of the scenery and characters and that real battle scene makes you wonder if this thing should not be special effects but real. Honestly, I believe Lin Xian is a traveler now. This is not a movie or TV clip at all.
I also don't think special effects can be done to that extent.
I don't think there's that much to discuss about this war. The Battle of Red Cliff is a full 3 hours of live action. The picture is full of various famous scenes.
Although we didn't know there were 3 kingdoms in the world before.
After the live broadcast, every viewer had, in their hearts, their own 3 kingdoms.
The scene returns to the studio amidst a sky full of flames from the burning Red Cliff.
Lin Xian, Mr. Zhang Xiaoyun, Mr. Yin Zhongtian, have you two found any loopholes in me?
A large number of spectators came back to their senses. The theme of the I'm a Traveler show is supposed to be about finding holes in Lin Xian's claim that he's a traveler.
Instead,
enjoy the picture of magnificent ancient cold warfare and the change of dynasties.
Zhang Xiaoyun frowned and thought, I'll be honest.
The changes in power seen from the sandbox projections don't look like a life made up.
Most militarists, who make up the military, don't have as many changes in power, much less as many exciting stories.
There are only 3 or 5 passages of book that make it to the wonderful level, and the forces change 2 or 3 times at most. But there were as many as 50 changes in power shown on the live broadcast just now. There are at least over 30 wonderful stories.
It's a glimpse, but I can't get enough of it.
It seems like real history to me,
not something people made up. Yin Zhongtian nodded.
Zhang Xiaoyun, also, a lot of ploys have come up in these hours of live broadcasting. The use of disengagement,
the trick of bitterness, the counterplot, and so on. Many of them are so ingenious, so skillfully combined with war, that it's not as if someone could have made them up.
It's very realistic, including the way those soldiers stood during the war, the position of the ships. I usually can't watch costume dramas in movies because there are too many holes, but I can't see any holes in this segment of the broadcast so far.
In Jongtian nodded. That's right. I can't see any loopholes either. There are a lot of details in the picture that you're not paying attention to. For example, in this era, the weapons have all been iron, but many of the household utensils are copper. For example, bamboo slips coexist with very poor quality paper. For example, the breed of warhorse doesn't look quite the same as a modern horse. For example, the wearing of dress, the difference between the clothing of the scholarly officials at each level, the dress of the common people, the armor of the generals, and the armor of the common people. These details are perfect. If one were hard-pressed to make up this history, it would not be possible to do so unless there was a team of at least 100 historians and military writers, plus a props crew of 500 or more, plus tens of thousands of masked actors. Isn't this bullshit? How much would it cost? How is it possible? It's even harder to stay out of everyone's way. I think it's possible that it's all completely computer-generated special effects, except that Lin Xian himself knows a lot about history. Tang Yun, however, was different from Yin Zhongtian and Zhang Xiaoyun.
He had been completely and utterly captivated by the world of the Three Kingdoms.
Lin Xian, I want to know. Liu Bei, Sun Quan, Cao Cao. Who was the one who finally unified the world? Was it Cao Cao?
Lin Xian smiled. I will put a classic Dragon Kingdom book called Romance of the Three Kingdoms on Blue Star to launch a physical and electronic version. The reward for the first 10 netizens to guess the 3 divisions is the earliest access to a physical collector's edition of the complete Romance of the Three Kingdoms.
And the electronic version will also be available on Longpoint.com. If you want to know the end of the Three Kingdoms, you can find out the answer for yourself. In just a few hours of live streaming,
many people have come to love the variety of characters that have appeared. More people are eager to know more about the stories of these characters.
Understand the times better. Live streaming is not going to do the job of introducing a clear picture of an era, but the Three Kingdoms can. Lin Xian, the usual rule. I will interview a historical figure. Who do you want to see? Cao Cao, Lu Bu, Jia, Zhou Gongjin. For a moment, the studio audience shouted. The pop-up screen was, at this point, also occupied by various Three Kingdoms characters. 023. Able ministers in the world of governance. Traitors in the world of chaos. Tang Yun, I want to see Guan Yu. Didn't they say that Guan Yu is the martial saint of the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom? This is definitely interesting. Zhang Xiaoyun, when the video was played, the introductory remarks said that Zhuge Liangji exhausted the demons, and I wanted to see the wisdom of this man.
In Zhongtian, I want to understand Cao Cao as a person. Lin Xian waved his hand. It's impossible for everyone to understand a person from the Three Kingdoms clearly through just 3 hours.
In our planet Earth, the Three Kingdoms, TV series, movies, and games can be said to be globally famous.
But there are still not many people in Earthstar who can lay claim to a single character from the Three Kingdoms. The evaluation of the Three Kingdoms crowd by celebrities throughout the ages continues to evolve.
To understand the Three Kingdoms, we have to understand someone who never lived a day in the Three Kingdoms era to begin with. His entry into the service marked the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty with its strife.
His passing marked the real opening of the Three Kingdoms curtain.
His peak years were the most fascinating times of the late Eastern Han Dynasty.
There have been countless historians who have done biographies of him. There are countless homes that have brought him back to life in the pen. There have been countless poets who have left verses such as Wei Wu waved his whip, and there is a remnant of the stone at East Jieshi.
He was, himself, one of the famous military generals of history, and one of the most famous and greatest poets in through history. Today, we open this interview journey with a song written in his honor by a descendant, along with Lin Xian's voice. The song's intro had long been played. Not a hero, not a reader of the Three Kingdoms. If you're a hero, how can you not understand loneliness?
Walking down Changban slope alone.
The moonlight is too gentle. Cao Cao doesn't nag. Bent on taking Jingzhou. The live feed turned black. A drop of water dripping into ink should not have stirred half a ripple.
But the heavy ink marks of history melted away in vain. A young man stood outside the gates of Luoyang, his eyes determined. Lin Xian's voice rang out. He is Cao Cao.
Cao Mingde. After the Han Prime Minister Cao Shen, his father Cao Song was the adopted son of the eunuch Cao Tang, who served 4 generations of emperors and was quite famous. However, the successive eunuchs of the Eastern Han Dynasty were in constant strife with the foreign relatives, and the eunuch community had a bad reputation. Cao Cao's father, uncle, and grandfather all ranked among the 3 principal officials, but because they were bought officials, they were even more despised by many scholars. At this time, there appeared a pair of brothers who were famous for judging others, the Su Xiao brothers. They only evaluate one person per month on the first day of the month, and it's called the monthly review. The image shows Cao Cao repeatedly visiting the door and requesting an evaluation. The Su Xiao brothers never agreed. After being annoyed too many times, Su Xiao spoke up. Chao Mengda, the capable minister of the ruling world, the traitor of the chaotic world. Lin Xian, sure enough. History has three versions of this quote. A capable ruler of the world, a hero of chaos, traitor of the Qingping, hero of the chaotic world. I didn't realize that this phrase was historically a good ruler of the world and a traitor in a chaotic world. Does Lin Xian also not know exactly which statement was made in history? It's very reasonable. Lin Xian may not have traveled to this scene before, so how could he know about it? What is Cao Cao's agonizing monthly review for? Lin Xian, everyone curious about what this is all about. We can go ask Cao Cao himself. Everything froze at the Moonacre review site. Only Cao Cao was puzzled as he looked at the framed Su Xiao brothers. In the next moment, Cao Cao saw a strangely costumed youth step through the ripples of space and walk up to him. Cao Cao's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared closely at Lin Xian. Lin Xian arched his hand. Chao Mengda? Cao Cao drew his sword in vain. The cold light flashing. The blade a finger away from Lin Xian. Who are you? Lin Xian's face didn't change as he smiled. Posterity Lin Xian. Coming from the afterlife. Afterlife. Cao Cao grinned. Do you think I'll believe it? Lin Xian's finger flicked the blade of the sword. A huge force dislodged Cao Cao's hand, and the blade plunged straight into the ground, more than 4 inches deep. Cao Cao was alarmed. Cao Cao is a man of strong emotions, and even in his later years, he doesn't bother to hide his mind much of the time. But it made it harder for him to guess. Lin Xian, do you want to know what you did in the future? Cao Cao laughed out loud and put his hands behind his back. Let me guess. Cao is 25 years old and has already been ranked as a miscellaneous general. Don't doubt it. Cao has the ability. 35 years old, and Chao's poetry is known all over the world. At the age of 45, Cao Ma was in that place where the Marquis of Wanli once ruled the western regions, leading the army in conquest, opening up the borders and settling them. At 55 years old, Cao is a hero, so he can die in a big way. I think it's not uncommon for the future emperor, who remembers Mr. Chao's contribution to the Han family, to make Mr. Chao a marquis or a public official. Lin Xian waved his head. History can't be wrong. In the year you were 25 years old, you had already suffered a second time when you were framed by traitors to be removed from office. Cao Cao listened and frowned. Lin Xian spoke again. When you were 35 years old, there was a great change in the dynasty, and you, Chao Mengda, returned to your hometown with anger to rise up as a rebel soldier. At the age of 45, you were in a bloody battle with your childhood friend Yuan Shao. At this point, you're holding the emperor hostage, and you're only one step away from unifying the north. Hearing this, Cao Cao heard that something was wrong. Lin Xian continued. When you were 54 years old, you unified the north and became the prime minister. With a large army, you went south and wanted to unify the world. Hearing this, Cao Cao's face changed. It had been a long time since Han had abolished the office of prime minister, and resuming the position of prime minister was almost tantamount to competing with the emperor for power. In the year you turned 61, the Han court had to crown you king because of your merits. Cao Cao was furious when he heard this. Duan is not a good thing. No one with a different surname may be crowned king. The pop-ups are silly. Prime Minister Cao, you are spraying yourself. A person grows and changes a lot. Does the young Cao Cao really look at the old Cao Cao? Lin Xian, I'll address you by the title most commonly used for you in later times. Prime Minister Cao, you are cursing yourself. Cao Cao's face clouded over. Then he waved his hand. I think that the Chao Mengda of his time has already gone astray. But at this very moment, Chao Mengda vows to support the Han dynasty and to subdue the faraway borders. As soon as I have the chance, I will go to that far north of Liangzhou and garrison the borders for the Han. Lin Xian, sure? Cao Cao laughed out loud and tilted his face. Don't fool someone, Cao. That Su Xiao said that Cao someone is a capable minister in the world of governance and a traitor in the world of chaos. You come back to claim that someone Cao will worship and be crowned king in the future? Are you still trying to say that my family, the Cao family, ended up being the emperor on behalf of the Han family? Cao Cao said while looking at Lin Xian's expression to judge. Then he judged the result to be an unmitigated one. The Cao family, is it really replacing the Lu family in the future? Mr. Cao, usurped the Han dynasty? Cao Cao stared at Lin Xian. Word by word, the youth's insistence, like a substantial oppression of faith, came to the surface. I, Cao, set my mind to public service and will never seek personal gain. If it's not owned by me, Cao, I won't take a penny. Not the position that I, Cao, should be in. Not an inch. You're messing with my mind. But it's a joke. Ha 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 ha. In the midst of his laughter, Cao Cao pulled out his sword from the floor and turned to walk out of the Su Xiao mansion. How could I, Cao, be a traitor? Lin Xian sighed. Young Cao Cao, completely different from the deeply centered Cao Cao I imagined. with a big hand. The picture flows. Here in the Rongyang wilderness, on the grass, Cao Cao was covered in blood, his longsword in his hand. There was also a Qin Gong standing next to him. It's the time after killing Lu Baxi and shouting, "I'd rather teach me to lose the world." Lin Xian stepped out of the wilderness. Cao Cao, subconsciously horrified to find Qin Gong fixed and recalling the strange events of many years ago, turned around. Lin Xian, Prime Minister Cao. Hello again. Cao Cao's expression was cloudy. Lin Xian, is it possible to petition for the people if you are impartial? Cao Cao's fingers pinching his longsword were white with knuckles from the tight grip. Then he sighed and waved his head. Someone Cao is right. What's wrong is this world. This time, Cao Cao arched his hand, a series to the ground. Teach me, sir. Lin Xian was puzzled. Teach the Prime Minister what? Teach Cao how to purify and pacify the world, and teach Cao how to turn this chaotic world around. 024. Spanning the life of the Lord Cao Cao. Lin Xian waved his head. Prime Minister Cao is a first-rate man in history. So what could anyone teach you? Cao Cao turned around and looked at the endless wilderness. The whole man was trembling. Someone Cao made a big mistake today. Killing LV Boizhou's family? Lin Xian asked rhetorically. Cao Cao was pained. It was not the killing of LV Bashi's family that made him an evil man for the first time. If Lu Bax's family is treacherous and evil, what's the point of killing them? It is the suspicious nature of Cao Cao's first kill of a good man that is the source of his pain. This head start is like opening Pandora's box. After roaring out the phrase, "I'd rather teach the world to lose the people in the world than to teach the people in the world to lose me," and then seeing Lin Xian appear in front of him, Cao Cao had already noticed a change in himself. 10 years as an official. Relegated. Resigned in disappointment. Resumed, and then framed by traitors. All the anger has built up to this point. Why, God has to play with and tease me? Cao Manga? This world, there is a mistake. The stupidity of the scholars is wrong. The prejudice of the clergy, too, is wrong. The pride of the scholar is even more wrong. Cao Manga was covered in blood. His aura was horrifying, since being an official can't change the world. I, Cao, shall go back to my hometown to recruit my countrymen to fight and change the world. Lin Xian sighed. Are we able to change the world? Or will the world change us? Cao Cao froze. Lin Xian, Prime Minister Cao. See you in 10 years. Cao Cao's darkening is not complete. Cao Cao, at this point, still carries the persistence of his youth, only with a different mindset. Since it's useless to be an official, let's be a martial artist and kill a Lang Lang Qingtian. Lin Xian traveled through the river of time. He came out from the Black Curtain and stood at the Shudu City Tower. The time was half a year before the Battle of Guandu between Cao Cao and Yuan Shao, and on the eve of the outbreak of the case of Dongcheng's clothesline edict. A short, stout man, hunched over, sighed as he propped his hands on the wall. Lin Xian walked up. When Cao saw pedestrians stopping and standing still on the street, he knew that Mr. had come. Lin Xian, seeing the Prime Minister for the third time. How does the Prime Minister, now, feel about the world? Cao Cao turned his head, his face full of grief. I, Cao Cao, the only loyal official in the world who will support the Han dynasty. Why is it that those old, decrepit dregs above the court want to lure Yuan Shao into Xuchang in place of a certain person? Why does that foolish emperor's old man, that foolish Dong Guifei, that foolish Dong Chang, that Ma Tang, that Liu Bei, want to oppose Cao? Liu Bei came to Shudu, and Cao promised him the post of left general. Have you ever wronged him? Cao Mao governs the land of the two states. The people work hard to cultivate it, and Cao Mao even scores a share for that stupid emperor to squander. Has he ever wronged him? That damn Chen Gong. Cao Mao promised him a high official position to show his ambition. Have you ever wronged him? That Zhang Miao, that Bai Chen, that Wei Seed. How has Cao ever wronged them? These people, why did they betray Cao? Cao Cao can be said to be very angry. In the era of the Three Kingdoms, calling him by his first name is no different from pointing at someone and cursing them. Cao Cao, who once vowed not to let anyone in the world harm me, was eventually betrayed by one of his inner circle and close comrades. Lin Xian looked at the palace in the distance. How will the Prime Minister deal with the clothesline party? At this time, it was the eve of the Battle of Guandu, and the clothesline had broken out. Historically, in the spring of the flip year, Cao Cao killed an unknown number of people because of Dongcheng's rebellion. Kill. Cao Cao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Kill them all. Lin Xian, kill them, and in the coming year when you go to war with Yuan Shao, there will be even more people who betray you. Cao Cao laughed out loud. Old Yuan Shao holds a grudge against me because of Yuan Shu's death. This battle is definitely going to happen. In the beginning, Mr. Cao was also afraid. Now, someone, Cao, wants to fight Yuan Shao. It was only after Lin Xian heard this that it dawned on him that Cao Cao didn't dare to fight Yuan Shao before the clothesline edict. After the clothesline edict, Chow Chow figured it out instead. How can such tricks of a 3-year-old child fool me? Chow Chow. Yuan Shao's use of such tactics is far less terrifying than that Yuan Benshu in Chow's heart. Lin Xian spoke. Chow Sikong. In the future, will you be willing to worship the minister? Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, Chow Chow made sure with a single bite. Years ago, the young Chow Chow felt that worshipping a minister was a traitorous act. The Chow Chow of today has changed. Lin Xian, years ago you swore to support the Han dynasty. And now, you want to take action against the Han Emperor's noble consort? Chow Chow's face calmed and he opened his arms, then made a bow. Sir, Chow has figured it out. Foolish loyalty is pointless. If the time is ripe, someone Chow will have to choose another emperor. Back then, Guang supported the Han dynasty and also practiced abrogation. That wimpy emperor, let him die of old age and solitude. Lin Xian smiled. Chow Sikong, there's one last question. If in the future, that Chow Pai, Chow Ji, or any other Chow son is more suitable to sit on the throne of the 9 and 5 than the son of the Lu family, how do you choose? This time, Chow Chow froze. With that, he waved his head. The Han dynasty cannot be shaken. Lin Xian smiled. Chow Sikong, the next time we meet, I shall address you as the King of Wei. Time passes. After becoming King of Wei, Chow Chow has been waiting for a mysterious man to arrive. The days are cool and hot, and the cold comes and goes. Spring and fall are reversed, and the river of stars remains the same. Chow Wei started to rebuild Luoyang. Back then, Luoyang was the imperial city of the Han dynasty, now Emperor Xian of Han, abandoned by Chow Chow and Xiudu, and the rule of Wei came to Luoyang. On the general worship stage, Lin Xian stepped forward. For the first time, Chow Chow displayed the aura a lord should have. Widow, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Xian smiled. My junior has met King Wei. Chow Chow looked into the distance. In the hands of the Han family, Luoyang has 9 out of 10 chambers and is in mourning. In the widow's hands, Luoyang is revived, and the whole north is revived. There is only a little obstacle before the widow now. It's the common man who has a good time when the world is united. Liu Bei, Sun Quan, the widow hates that I didn't kill him painfully back then. False benevolence and false righteousness, spoiling the great plan of the widow's kingdom. Lin Xian, Liu Bei and Sun Quan think the same way. Chow Chow was silent. Out of 100 founding fathers, at most 5 were kingpins. The remaining 90 or so, those are all male lords, with their hearts set on the world. Their enemies, why not? To unify the world, to purify and pacify the world, and to bring peace to the people is the ambition of every male lord. But, the difference is who reached it all. Lin Xian smiled. Chow Pai is more suitable to sit in this world than Lu Jiazi, right? Chow Chow laughed. Sir, back then, Chow said that if it wasn't my position, I would never touch it. As things stand, the widow still has no thoughts of replacing the Han. The widow just put everything in the hands of the descendants. What does what the descendants do have to do with the widow? Ha 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 ha. Chow Chow, who was over 60 years old, started to be a hooligan. Many years ago, Liu Bang built the Han dynasty by going rogue. Today's Chow Chow has learned quite well. King Wei, in the words of the latter, you are lying to yourself. Do you suppose Chow Pai will posthumously honor you as an emperor? Chow Chow looked smug. None of my business. Little by little, the audience sees a young man who is upright and has a heart for the world. He became this kingpin who schemed to take over the world and liked to play tricks on people. Perhaps Chow Chow will only bear all in front of the future person who runs his life? As long as I don't admit it, I'm invincible. Lin Xian carried his hands behind his back. King Wei, we've known each other for many years. Chow Chow turned his head. But after all these years, it's as if Mr. hasn't aged a day. Lin Xian nodded. Actually, I traveled through time. One moment I met you 10 years ago, and the next I was 10 years later. The many meetings combined are only 2/4 of an hour. Chow Chow turned around and took one step out of the room, turning back as he asked, there won't be a next time, will there? Lin Xian nodded. No. Chow Chow was beaming with joy. Great. I have nothing to do now. I just want to die a day sooner. This Han room. That's it. Once that young man with the world in his heart, personally said that's it 4 words. How desperate. Lost. I didn't realize that. At the last minute, Chow Chow's despair over the Han dynasty had reached such a level. He was counting on his early death and Chow Pai's early reign as emperor. Lin Xian spoke. King Wei, do you want to know how you will be evaluated in later generations? Chow Chow stopped walking and turned back with a puzzled expression. How do you rate it? Lin Xian was positive. No one can see through you. No one can accurately evaluate you. But one thing is certain. In these troubled times, if we were to say who is the greatest hero, it would be Chow Chow. Chow Chow nodded. That hero is Chow Chow and not the King of Wei, right? Lin Xian was non-committal. Cao Cao's leather robe swings behind him, and the bitter cold remains in Luoyang before spring. Cao Cao took one step farther away, his footprints landing on top of the snow. I, Cao, have apologized to so many people in my life, but I have not apologized for my promises. Lin Xian shouted behind him, King of Wei, the most correct assessment of you by future generations is, Cao Cao loves young women. Cao Cao stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Ha ha ha, sir, after knowing you for so many years, it turns out that you are also a wonderful person. Interesting, interesting. I, Cao, will let posterity say whatever they want. A generation of lords, this is the end. 025. Triple Play All Network debut. When the screen resumes again, Lin Xian appeared at an internet cafe, and the computer is already on. This was the first time in his life that Lin Xian had felt that ID was so dear. The audience looks at the computer screen. 3 Kingdoms? 3 Kingdoms Warriors? It's fun to watch. Can you release these 3 Kingdoms games on Blue Star? Retrieve the 3 Kingdoms. So many kingdoms. Lin Xian retrieved the Mao Jie version of Romance of the 3 Kingdoms and downloaded the electronic version directly. In history, a large number of 3 Kingdoms talking books appeared in the Yuan dynasty, and in the Ming dynasty, compiled by Luo Guanzhong is the first Ming version of the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, and then Mao Jie, father and son, in the Qing dynasty, filled out the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms with a great deal of poetic filler and textual optimization. It culminated in this version of the world's top-rated book, The Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, which I am downloading. The download completed. Lin Xian pulled out the flash drive, and the screen went black. When the screen lit up, Lin Xian was already standing in the studio. In the studio, Zhang Xiaoyun is sighing, Cao Cao's life. Just like Lin Xian's words. I don't know if Cao Cao changed the history of the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom, or if that world changed Cao Cao. Cao Cao at the time of the monthly review had an aura about him that I see all the time. Every year, many new recruits join the military with the vision of defending our country. The combination of their heart of gold, and that spirited youthfulness, and their love for their country, creates a special youthful vigor that simply cannot be performed by actors. Zhang Xiaoyun paused. At the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the Dark Court failed Cao Cao, and turned him from a hot-blooded young man into a lord known throughout history. Fortunately, the Dragon Kingdom today will not fail our sons. Perhaps, more or less, the same problem exists, but it will never be like the time of Cao Cao, who was persecuted and resigned from his post because of his impartiality in enforcing the law. You should know that Cao Cao's family lineage is not as good as Yuan Shao's, but it is still first class. I can't believe I was forced to resign twice. The chaos at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty is brought out in Cao Cao. In Zhongtian, to be honest, I kind of like Cao Cao. It's a lovely man. Although I don't have any knowledge of this history, my guess is that Cao Cao has done a lot of things that have angered the heavens and made people angry. But he's certainly an unconventional man as well. I'm guessing he's rehired a lot of chilly kids. Lin Xian nodded. Both teachers' speculations are correct. In Zhongtian, sorry to disappoint you netizens. The netizens chose me to come to the show because they want me to poke holes in Lin Xian's traveler. But it seems to me that this history is simply not something that people can make up. It has flesh and blood. It's very rich. It's set in an extremely complex time period. And it's an unfolding of human nature in every way that definitely can't be made up by writing a story. At the very least, I've come to believe in Lin Xian's identity as a traveler. Zhang Xiaoyun rubbed his hands at this time. That, well, he. Lin Xian was puzzled. Teacher Zhang, what are you trying to say? Zhang Xiaoyun scratched his head. Ha ha, everyone knows that this old man of mine has retired and is now idle at home. So there's more time. I'd like to see the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. Is that okay? Lin Xian, that won't work. The first batch of printed copies of Romance of the 3 Kingdoms will need a few days to be sold in major bookstores across the country, in addition to being distributed to the 10 winning netizens. But the e-version will start serializing today, with a slightly longer serial. Lin Xian had contacted the publisher a long time ago. However, it was not known whether the netizens would buy it or not, so the first batch would only print 200,000 copies. If he sold it at a loss, Lin Xian would not mention this in the future. Anyway, one show will come to tens of millions of dollars. There's no shortage of money to spend. Lin Xian now had a problem, and that was that he earned a lot of money from each episode of the program, but didn't have anywhere to spend it. Perhaps the programmer Central Dad didn't know if these videos of Lin Xian were pre-produced or real-time special effects, but the bank and the state know very well that Lin Xian has never used a single penny to spend on video production. But there's no use thinking about that now. The ship will be straightened out at the end of the bridge. So Lin Xian wasn't lacking money at all right now. Lin Xian looked at Tang Yun. Teacher Tang, do you have any questions? Tang Yun laughed. I just want to know what the theme of the third installment is now. In the first issue, it became a water topic because Mr. Wei Jianjun, a professor of water resources, was there. In the second period, two teachers, Yin Zhongtian and Zhang Xiaoyun, came over and turned it into a history topic. What's the theme of the third installment? Lin Xian, this, I still have to think about. What industry leaders, industry giants on the network want to talk to me about might define the topic. Or, the show will come as an invitation to certain industry bigwigs to come to the show. It's not going to be announced now. Tang Yun nodded. Okay. Or netizens can go to the program's official bib and vote underneath it to see what theme and what industry has the most votes. Lin Xian tried to be as calm as possible on the stage, but there were black lines all over his brain. Let the netizens vote. The netizens shall not vote unanimously to know about the Love Domswa film industry of the Earth Star? That's it for today's program. Lin Xian smiled blandly. I still hope that someone will come and expose me. At the end of the live broadcast, Mr. Yin Zhongtian came up. How about giving me my copy of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms first? Yin Zhongtian was one of the first 10 people on the network to guess correctly on the 3-point pick, so there's a bonus for that too. Lin Xian raised the flash drive in his hand. Teacher Yin, I've only just gotten the electronic version. I haven't gone to print yet, but don't worry, the typesetting and stuff, it's been done for a long time. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms in the previous life did not know how many versions had been produced, and there was no shortage of various fine typesetting, so there was no need to bother with this aspect at all. I'm guessing we'll be able to send out the rewards in a couple of days, and the Three Kingdoms will be on general sale in major bookstores by the time the next program starts. Zhang Xiaoyun laughed and joked. Good guy, really stingy, can't even spare a copy. Chief Director Han Yan rushed forward. Send. The program team paid out of their pockets to send Mr. Zhang a copy. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Xiaoyun let out a bright laugh. Just kidding, I can't accept gifts in my capacity. I'd better go buy them myself. Zhao Dexiong finished reading the second installment of I Am a Traveler, The Three Kingdoms, and immediately went to Dragon Point and started retrieving The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It's just a shame that no one has released the book. Then Zhao Dexiong realized that someone in the group said they found the connection. Click on it and see that it's The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, but the synopsis is off the charts. The distant continent of magical beasts, the three empires of White Jade, Aoun, and Heavenly Star stand atop each other. And Vol was born in the territory of chaos at the junction of the three empires. What the fuck? Is this a bookmarking of Romance of the Three Kingdoms? It's so shameless. Reported. Not to mention the netizens reporting it. Dragon Point had long since received a notice from the I'm a Traveler program team, and was ready to promote the newly shelved Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Now that the book's title has been snatched, the editor is being disliked and scolded by the editor-in-chief. The editor in charge of the review didn't escape a bad rap. Soon this snatch of a book disappeared. And then, the real Three Kingdoms came along. At the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the world was in turmoil and the Yellow Turbans, the author of this book, Luo Guanzhong, drew on Chen Shou's historical book, The Three Kingdoms, Pei Songji's commentary, and folk tales of the Three Kingdoms to process it. Note, this book was released by Lin Xian. Lin Xian referred to this book as a famous book of the Earth Star, but all copyrights are owned by Lin Xian, and reproduction is refused. The book was sent out in less than 3 minutes, and the various data, such as recommendation votes, collections, monthly votes, and bounties, soared by leaps and bounds. 3 minutes later, the new book list was refreshed, and Romance of the Three Kingdoms was airborne at the top. This entire issue of more than 7 million viewers, only less than 5% came over to take a look at it. And the data of the Three Kingdoms has exploded 6 times the data of the second The Day I Fell in Love with Crosswalker Lin Xian. 10 minutes later, the Dragon Point Big Seal pushes the Three Kingdoms, and the comments are skyrocketing. 026. Mad. And the Three Kingdoms also breaks off the chapter? Why isn't the main character Chao Mengda? The main character is Lu Xianda, Lu Bei? Ancient white text. It's a bit of a chore to chew on and requires a threshold. Honestly, ancient white text is not a good distraction to read, so go ahead and read it quietly and come back to the comments section when you're done. This comment speaks for most people. Ancient vernacular is indeed much more cumbersome to chew on than modern vernacular. It's easy to get dizzy looking at it if you're not paying attention a little bit. Once the Three Kingdoms went live, it was updated with 10 full chapters. The ancient vernacular is a bit more laborious to navigate than the modern vernacular, and these 10 chapters are enough to keep the reader going for a long time. But none of that is wonderful. It's wonderful, but it's not the same as the video we saw. It's fun. In the end, this is a section that will be portrayed with emphasis in either any triple play game. Any Three Kingdoms TV show would throw money at this segment like crazy.
A lot of people who watched it exclaimed that they were enjoying it. But there are some readers who are speechless.
Can't read it at all. It's too much to bear. Can't we have an all-vernacular version? After the three heroes battle Lu Bu, Sun Jian, the fierce tiger of Jiangdong in the book, also makes an appearance. Countless readers exploded when Sable came out. Why didn't Lin Xian show us the part about the sable cicada? I'd like to know what Sable-chan looks like. I want to know what Sable looks like. Is it really as beautiful as described? What level of beauty does this woman have to be to make Lu Bu and Dong Zhuo turn against each other? Is she a beauty or a scourge? The first 10 chapters, it was a blast. After Dong Zhuo was killed by Lu Bu took the lead in ascending to the position of vassal. Marquis when Lu Bu, Kai Fui Tong San Si. Compared to Lu Bu, Liu Bei looks even worse. Obviously Guan Yu is not much worse than Lu Bu, but Liu Bei's official rank is simply 100,000 miles worse than Lu Bu's. True to the age of heroes. The whole thing is P-free. Next, Jia Deng comes out with a plan to spoil the Han dynasty. When the Great War broke out, Shuzhou was in danger. Then, was gone. That's all the updates. Readers who read fast and are more comfortable with the old white genre went crazy. How to break the chapter. Do ancient people break chapters too? This dog's style. With a knife in hand, kill all the chapter-breaking dogs in the world. Cough cough. People Luo Guanzhong died for I don't know how many years. Surely not afraid of your blade threat. I guess you have to go and threaten Lin Xian to make him update quickly. Each chapter of Romance of the Three Kingdoms is only 5,000 words, and those who read it quickly will soon finish it, and then read it again from the beginning. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms though is the worst written, weakest storytelling, and least descriptive of the four masterpieces, but that's within the big four then. Compared to ordinary books, these aspects of the Three Kingdoms are already too strong. It's worth savoring, and the slow watchers gradually saw it through to the end. The day I fell in love with Lin Xian, the Traveler Book Review section. Did you all notice that Lin Xian in Liu Yao's book had already taken out the Romance of the Three Kingdoms before I'm a Traveler had finished airing? And Liu Yao knew about the Romance of the Three Kingdoms in advance? She knows Lin Xian in reality? I thought this was, like, a diary, you know? Big Beauty and Lin Xian are in love, the real hammer. And Liu Yao exchanged messages with Lin Xian during the intermission of her program, and then probably guessed that Lin Xian was going to release a book. It's supposed to be about the Three Kingdoms, but I don't know the exact title of the book. And Liu Yao wrote the new chapter in advance and waited for Lin Xian to announce the title of the book on the live broadcast. When the title of the book Romance of the Three Kingdoms was first announced, and Liu Yao wasn't sure that this was the book Lin Xian was going to release. But the second time Lin Xian mentioned the Romance of the Three Kingdoms again, and Liu Yao didn't hesitate to write down the words Romance of the Three Kingdoms in her own. That way, when it's updated, you can see the time difference. It takes time to code and write a book. Lin Xian hadn't even officially announced the Three Kingdoms, and when this installment of the I'm a Traveler show hadn't even ended yet, it had been updated in the day I fell in love with Traveler Lin Xian and mentioned the Three Kingdoms. Readers, too, have their own circles. The news quickly went viral. On Lin Xian's way home, Liu Yao called, and Lin Xian was assigning tasks to Arlene. I'm short of assistants right now, so you can pick 2 people for me inside the station, a driver and an assistant. For the time being, we'll look for the missing ones in the back. Arlene handed out her cell phone. Boss, phone. Now Arlene is completely on board. Who told Lin Xian to offer an extra salary? Who can top that? Lin Xian took the phone, glanced at it, and picked it up. Liu Yao, how's it going? I haven't had a chance to see how it's going yet, but I think it's already at number 1 on the new books list, right? And Liu Yao was speechless. Nonsense. A full 7 million viewers strong push for the show is dozens of times more powerful than Longpoint's Big Seal push. A few percent of random readers could blow away Dragon Point's current number 1 overall list, let alone the number 1 new book list. Lin Xian smiled after hearing that. Dragon Point, it seems, is much worse than a certain point in the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom. Some point in the number 1 spot. Hundreds of thousands of readers certainly can't pop it in a day's time. After all, a few 100 million hits. The highest recommended book recommendation must have more than 40 million votes. Ha ha ha, the Three Kingdoms is strong. And Liu Yao, slightly. Do you flatter yourself that much? Lin Xian laughed out loud. To teach you a phrase, it's called, the king's wife sells her own melon and boasts about herself. And Liu Yao, are you serious? You really traveled here? You really didn't write this book yourself? Lin Xian paused for a moment. Have you read The Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Although she was answering the phone, and Liu Yao subconsciously nodded her head. I've read it. The level of this Gubai is no worse than the historical masterpiece, Biography of Ho Yen. As for who was better, I'm not worthy of commenting. The most fascinating era in the history of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom was the era of the Front and Back Yen and the West Yen. with the period of the establishment of the Baekjen being the most famous for its dynastic rivalry. There is also a famous book related to it in history. It's called The Biography of Hoyen, and its status is similar to that of Romance of the Three Kingdoms in the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom. Lin Xian, that's right. Do you feel that if I, Lin Xian, write it myself, it'll be as good as the Hoyen biography? It's not the level, it's the times. How many literati were there in the country in the late Yuan and early Ming? Less than 50,000. By definition, the best writing among 50,000 literati is not even in the same league as the best writing among a billion modern readers. But the issue of the times is like a chasm. At the end of the Yuan and the beginning of the Ming dynasty, anyone who was a literati could memorize the 4 books and the 5 classics, the entire collection of Tang poems and song lyrics, and many dabbled in Buddhist and Taoist classics. Some people have even read through the entire historical canon more than 3 times. What about modern times? Can you find 300 people in the country who have read the whole of official history, let alone read it more than 3 times? Not to mention these, even if the ancients learned the 3-character classic and 1,000-character classic in kindergarten. In modern times there are only 1 or 2 out of 1,000 people who can recite the whole text. So, the ancients' mastery of ancient texts and ancient whites was a matter of great circumstance. In modern times, it is almost impossible for anyone to write a work of this caliber. And Lu Yao, if you really cross the line. I heard that the program group gives you a budget of tens of millions of dollars per issue and you don't spend a single cent? Lin Xian was helpless. This isn't even a big secret. I don't even know what to do with the money now. I don't have many friends, so you'll help me with references? And Lu Yao didn't avoid suspicion either. Okay, tell me what you're missing. What's missing is made up for. And the money isn't spent. 027. The Great Wall Blue Star First Smell, Third Theme, and Lu Yao and Lin Xian fought for 3 whole days. Many people on the internet brag about giving themselves $1 billion and spending it all in half a month. But a really big chunk of money came to hand. You're just looking over your shoulder and looking ahead. Lin Xian hadn't thought clearly about how the money would be spent. And Lu Yao also had a lot of ideas. For example, buying a house, buying a car. But Lin Xian also wanted to see if there was any place that needed money more. So, this discussion went on for 3 days. In these 3 days, in the book The Day I Fell in Love with Traveler Lin Xian, the heroine, and Xiao Xiao, and the hero, Lin Xian, also had a long discussion about what to do with the large sum of money they earned from the 3 kingdoms. And Lu Yao's Li, however, gave the answer in advance, using it on the house. And Lu Yao's obsession with houses, indelible. She's been annoyed by her crazy fans and moved 6 times. And now her only wish is to have a villa to live in with extremely tight security and no way for ordinary people to get in. And after discussing for 3 days, Lin Xian didn't think of any place where he needed to use money more. Buying a house? Lin Xian looked at the home of his predecessor. Everything here didn't fit Lin Xian's usage habits. A real change of residence would be a good thing. However, Lin Xian thought of the theme of the 3rd installment. That's architectural design. Lin Xian quickly found director Han Yang and asked him to find someone to see if he could find a piece of land in Yanjing that allowed villa construction. The use is that world-renowned designers are invited to come and conduct an episode of Earthstar architecture. Of course, not for nothing, by the way, to find the best and design your own villa. Mezzo. After doing so, and Lu Yao called again. Lin Xian picked up the phone. I've decided to just spend the money on the house. And Lu Yao's tone was to express 3 words you've realized. Although $60 million for a quadrangle is a close call, it's more than enough for a modern villa. No, Lin Xian, I'm not buying it. I'm going to gather the most famous designers in the world and have them design my villa. And Lu Yao was puzzled. Are you sure they can come? Lin Xian smiled. I took the drawings of a few representative buildings of the Earthstar to the program team, and the team has already gone to look for people. I'm sure they'll come to the program when they see the drawings. With that, Lin Xian glanced at the computer. Chief Director Han Yang sent a message. After reading the message, Lin Xian's face looked odd. And Lu Yao, the use of that $60 million is finally figured out. Wasted a lot of my brain cells. I recommended you use it to get the house done in the first place. And after thinking about it for 3 days, I ended up using it on the house. Lin Xian, $60 million. And Lu Yao was in her own little nest, hugging her furry bear. $60 million to build a villa. And a world-renowned architect to design it. So cool. It's not $60 million anymore. Lin Xian, after the theme of the 3rd installment was determined, the funding for the 3rd installment, $60 million, has also arrived. Right now on my card, there's $120 million. Lin Xian signed a contract with Han Yang, or rather with Yang Dad, perform program subcontracting, for $60 million. It picked up the video and special effects production for each episode of the show. The money. How much or how little of that money is used, is legally Lin Xian's business.
Lin Xian has the ability to reach 100% profit and is legally okay with it.
Sure, there's a problem with the logic.
Lin Xian knew that this matter would eventually be exposed.
And even then, at the higher levels, someone had already noticed this matter. However, Lin Xian chose to fish in troubled waters now. Spend the money on the program indeed, but not on making videos. Rather, this time building a house on. Anyway, the theme is architecture, and it's normal to draw a budget of tens of millions of dollars. But now, another 60 million. And Lu Yao, fix another one. Lin Xian was puzzled. Fix another building? Give it to you to live in? I'm living in 2 villas by myself? Give it to me to live? Then I definitely won't refuse.
And Lu Yao grunted. But what I mean is to have the designer who's coming this time
design one more building.
Used for what? Lin Xian still hadn't figured this out.
And Lu Yao leered. It's simple. The program I'm a Traveler will go on until someone solidly hammers holes in you, right?
Right. After getting an affirmative answer and Lu Yao came up with an idea. Did you obtain a pre-Qin Ho from Taiguan Li Bing in the first period? It's called the pre-Qin era.
Right? Yes. It was pre-Christian times. There was a Ho. And now it's in my house. And Lu Yao, Phase 2. You downloaded the Romance of the Three Kingdoms from the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom. I suggest you bring one item from your world to Blue Star for each episode.
You could build a traveler's museum and put these things,
as well as some of the items used on the show and so on, in the museum. The program is ultimately imaginary. A large number of people can only see through the screen. But maybe if there was a museum, people interested in the other world would clamor for it?
Lin Xian's eyes lit up as he listened.
This is indeed a good idea. There will be more funding in the future. What about money that never goes anywhere? It's perfectly fine to invest in a museum, constantly expanding the museum galleries.
The splendid terrestrial civilizations that have been shown are put on display in physical form. Includes a design plan for the Gangtok, including the original 3 kingdoms, the 24 histories, and so on. They can be put on display in museums.
The length of the program is, after all, limited, and the existence of a museum makes more sense.
Lin Xian was having a good time when he heard a long-lost voice.
System upgrade. Activate new function.
The host can now take a small number of people on the program to travel to the Terran world. Please note that they don't travel in their own body.
They can only follow the host's perspective and see the hologram. Lin Xian rubbed his feet. Watching a video and seeing a holographic image are 2 completely different levels of shock. Can you take a small number of people across to a terrestrial world?
What would be the scene if the ancient architects of this world
traveled back in time to see the Great Wall and the pyramids? What is the scene when the designers of this world see the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge and the Shuxi Expressway? What was it like to see the Qinghai-Tibet Railway? Would seeing the capital airport shock you beyond words? Perhaps the audience doesn't appreciate it, but at the very least, the people at the show will be absolutely doubly blown away. Even shock squared, shock cube.
Countless netizens are waiting for the release of the physical version of the 3 kingdoms.
After all, it looks too bad that the electronic version is slowly being updated. And writings of this caliber are definitely worth collecting. At this time, on the extranet, a message hit the hot seat.
Architecture's Gold Medal Puke Architecture Prize winner,
Murphy Iront, tweeted, I recently saw a great architectural design and learned that it may have been an otherworldly architectural design brought to me by a traveler. And I'd like to go to the Dragon Kingdom and talk to him. This guy has a bullish identity but not many followers, so not many people paid attention at first. However, his friends,
many of whom are big mainstream names,
retweeted and interacted with him, and the tweets following began to explode. Traveler? From the Dragon Kingdom? Claptrap? Parallel worlds? It's so fake, isn't it?
Plenty of out-of-town internet eaters are skeptical on the occasion.
Sakura Country's master architect, Naraban Saburo, also tweeted, coincidentally,
I've also seen the drawings of a great design and heard the story of the travelers,
and I've already confirmed that I'm going to the Dragon Kingdom to take part in this program. Then, Dragon architect Guo Kai released a scarf. 2 friends on the extranet received an invitation to I Am a Traveler, and I received it too. To be honest,
I was dumbfounded when I saw the information about the Great Wall.
The wall? What's that? The netizens of the Blue Star Dragon Nation froze. Is that the name of a city called the Wall? 028. Surprise! The first ancient building in the Dragon Kingdom is actually it. Several architects, on social networks, are not really well known, but their friends can be well-known people. For the first half hour after Guakai posted his bib, there were only a few comments.
Only the more prominent practitioners within the construction industry knew who Guakai was. Ordinary architectural practitioners may have learned about Guakai's design cases in textbooks, but have not paid much attention to Guakai. By the time it was past 7 in the evening, Guakai's good friend, Wang Shuanghe, the chairman of the Wansheng Group, saw the scarf.
Wang Xuanhe pointed the scarf to his son. Wang Shimingjiang, now this world is more and more difficult for me to understand. Look, there are still people claiming to be travelers. But what kind of buildings blueprints could have shocked Guo Kai? Ha! Wan Obedience Jiang is a little king on the network. The scarf fans tens of millions of. For the hype of this set of too much understanding. Hype. Wang Xuanhe waved his head, even if the hype. That also has to be a little something real to hype. I heard that this is the Central Dad's program? With a twinkle in his eye, Wang obediently Jiang picked up his cell phone and forwarded the scarf. Inquiring, Master Guo, what kind of building can make you the titan of the architectural design world? Surprised? As soon as Wang Obedient Jiang's scarf was posted, it quickly attracted many netizens to watch. The number of likes broke 1,000 in almost seconds. Less than half an hour afterward, the number of comments had passed 1,000 as well. Travelers? What's the story? Obedient Wang Jiang called Master Guo Kaigua. This man is very famous? The fact that Wang Xiongjiang has a lot of fans himself is one reason, but the whole traveler thing is a big blowout in itself. Although the show I'm a Traveler already has a large fan base, but fans are only a small number of internet users. Any hot event has to be out of the ring before it's a big deal. Now, out of the circle. Subsequently, netizens raked Guo Kai over the coals. Yanjing in the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom had repaired the Great Wei Palace once in 93. In the Dragon Kingdom of the Blue Star, the Great Wei was the last dynasty in history. So the Great Wei Palace wasn't too far off from the Daming Palace in the Dragon Kingdom of the Earth Star. Small 30 years ago, presided over the restoration of the Wei Palace figures, not to mention the architectural world is the Tarzan Beidou, said the only remaining fruit, that are no problem. Even though Guo Kai was now less than 65 years old. Soon, the media characterized the story. Shocked, the building that shocked the number one architect in the Dragon Kingdom is actually it. Who is he? There are actually travelers in the world. The world's top 3 architects are invited to participate in a program on the Central Father. A cultural collision across time and space is about to take place. By 9 o'clock, Guo Kai, Lin Xian, travelers, and many other words, had already been on the bib hot search respectively. This is also the first time the show has been out of the ring. Keep in mind that this is a spontaneous hit, not a bought one, and represents real heat of discussion. Nearly 400,000 people participated in a few bib likes. In all, there were more than 80,000 responses. Look at these bibs over 14 million times. It's only been one night, and with this kind of heat, tomorrow's news is bound to hit the headlines. Long point, the new book list is now capped. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms was ranked first with 870,000 indexes. The Day I Fell in Love with Lin Xian, The Traveler, came in second with 60,000 indexes. The third book with an index of only 30,000 or so. But the female fans who read romance are still strong in battle, and in terms of paid prop gift rewards, they are only 60% short of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. And the Three Kingdoms has been updated over the last few days too. Surnamed Song. First day subscriptions topped 30,000 average subscriptions. High definition 40,000 out. And with the last few days down, the high definition of the Three Kingdoms has reached the critical point of breaking the 100,000 mark. There are no readers of artifacts in Dragon Point right now who don't know about the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. However, it will take time for subscriptions to go even higher. Many readers have not even read the classical masterpiece of this world, Hou Yan Zhuan, and they certainly will not read Romance of the Three Kingdoms. And for the past few days, viewers of the book-loving I'm a Traveler show have basically caught up with the latest chapter. To be precise, the viewers who love electronics have seen the latest chapter. More people that are waiting for the physical book to go on sale. On Thursday morning, Lu Yao put on a mask, a big brimmed hat, and a scarf and came to the door of the Hadian store of the Yinjing White Heron bookstore. There was already a small line at the bookstore early in the morning. And Lu Yao, are you guys lining up to buy a book? Yeah, The Three Stooges. Pretty girl, you buy the Three Kingdoms too? Right. And Lu Yao, I buy books too. When the line reached Lu Yao, the shopkeeper said, the ones at the back can disperse. No more. Sold out. And Lu Yao, huh? I waited in line all morning and now you're telling me it's gone? Store owner, I say the back can be dispersed. You have another set. But this one is a hardcover and costs 306. Want it? The store owner offered a set from the back. Behind Lu Yao, a middle-aged man probed. Hardcover edition? I'll take it even if it's expensive. And Lu Yao, I didn't say I didn't want it. I'll take this set. The back of the room exploded. No more? No. The store owner warned. Go see if there are any more in other bookstores. If you're late, you really won't find any. The crowd dispersed, and Lu Yao hugged a set of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. That's expensive.
The price for a shortened version of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms is 68 a copy. The paper is thin and the words are small. The pages are a little yellowed. As for the hardcover edition, the paper is thick. The font is large. The ink is full. And it takes a total of 3 volumes, top, middle, and bottom, to contain the entire contents. It's thick when combined, over 10 centimeters. So high prices are inevitable. The bookstore owner watched the crowd disperse. I should have known to order 1,000 more sets. Make a quick call to order another batch. Buy them all on opening sale. Sales are sure to explode. Now there are also celebrities who publish books that a lot of people buy on the first day and no one buys on the back. But it was all picture book diaries and stuff. This is a solid one. And the store owner knows from years of experience that this book is bound to be a bestseller. Lin Xian woke up and opened his computer to take a look at the data of the Three Kingdoms. Han Yang called. Lin Xian picked up the phone. Good morning, Director Han. Han Yang, don't bullshit me. Last night until this morning. Continuous bombardment. You hurry up and build a scarf yourself. Lin Xian? Yesterday Master Guikai sent out a scarf. And the third installment of the preview is already on the hot search. Han Yang, early this morning the Three Kingdoms was sold out. And a large number of viewers ran under the official blog to line up with us. Get yourself a scarf and talk to your fans yourself. Lin Xian opened his scarf and took a look. The official blog of I Am a Traveler. Under the second phase of the editing video, there were originally more than 6,000 messages from viewers, but now there are already more than 70,000 messages. Very uniform. All of them. Mamai Pai. You dare to advertise. Have the ability to take the goods out and sell them. You're out of stock this early in the morning? If you print 20 copies, are you looking down on us or the Earth Star's masterpieces? Lin Xian smiled. Director Han, then I'll build a scarf. And you have the official blog forward my first scarf, so that the audience can recognize it. Lin Xian established a scarf and left his first scarf. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms is being printed urgently. The second batch has been printed in 300,000 copies, so let's all go back in the morning and buy them again. The scarf soon blew up as the show's official blog retweeted it. 029. Dreaming of Ancient Rome. Bloody Colosseum. 300,000 copies? Bump, F*King Petri dish F*King. It's not like we'll be able to buy them in line in the morning. Just look at how many people can't buy it in this comment section. 300,000 copies to fool the ghosts. Is hunger marketing required to sell books these days? A traveler who doesn't look like a good silver. Exactly as Netflix predicted. The next day, again, the bookstore opened and immediately sold out. Can't buy it at all. Lin Xian was speechless and could only have the printer print a third batch of 600,000 additional copies. Because it was an additional printing, the profit of nearly 20 per book became $12, and Lin Xian's heart was dripping blood. In 3 days, 970,000 sets of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms were sold, a full 1,230,000 copies. This sales, by the way, broke the record of the last 10 years of the first 3 days of sales of best-selling books in the Dragon Kingdom. A fourth reprint had to be made, but this one came out and it's unlikely to continue to be as crazy. Saturday's arrival also marks the third installment of I'm a Traveler, Architecture, which is about to go live. Lin Xian easily stood in front of the camera and smiled. I'm a traveler, so who's going to refute me? I brought a world's worth of culture with me to the blue planet. If you don't believe me, find the loophole. If you believe that, please enjoy this magnificent terrestrial civilization. I'm Lin Xian. Are you ready? The third installment. As promised, main judge Tang Yun, are you ready for a new challenge today? Lin Xian the Traveler? Lin Xian, on stage, maintained the same aloofness that he always had in front of the camera. Tang Yun, for the second installment we invited history expert Professor Yin Zhongtian and military commentator Professor Zhang Xiaoyun. In the second installment we also gained some insight into the ancient history of the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom. After the program ended, the famous book Romance of the Three Kingdoms derived from the history of the Three Kingdoms of the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom was sold all over the internet, setting a new bestseller sales record. Lin Xian, have you thought about this situation? Lin Xian waved his head. Unexpected and unreasonable, I guess. To be honest, no one in Blue Star understands the history of the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom, and it's almost impossible for the Romance of the Three Kingdoms to sell out. But a good book is a good book, and detached from its roots as the history of the Three Kingdoms, Romance of the Three Kingdoms can still be called a masterpiece, so it's normal and expected to sell out. On the scene, many of the live audience who had found many connections to get in shouted, Lin Xian, don't you dare print more. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms is simply out of stock. Lin Xian awkwardly pinched his nose. Hey, and printed. Off stage, General Director Han Yang, block all pop-ups with the words can't buy. As long as I can't see it,
I'll pretend it's not happening. Tang Yun smiled. Today, 3 world-class architectural design masters have arrived on the scene, and are the guests of the 3rd installment. So let's get acquainted. Mr. Murphy Iront, a 3-time winner of the Pucca Architecture Award, the gold medal in architecture. In the world of Western architecture, Mr. Iront can claim to be the first modern architect. Many of his works are iconic in the history of architecture. The guests in this installment are pretty dope. Don't say hang when a foreigner comes, okay? This is a real dick. But that Dragon Nation guy inside the 3 great architects is the one who's really hung, with a status half a notch higher than Irontez. Murphy Iront, 50 years old, slightly chubby, and with no expression on his face, rose and greeted him in English. Hello, everyone. After that, he sat down. Tang Yun held out his hand card. The second judge is the architectural design master from the Sakura country, Naraban Saburo. Mr. Saburo Narahira has participated in the overall design of the modernization of Yokohama, as well as a number of award-winning Japanese-style buildings. It's one of the 3 most powerful designers in the Sakura country. Narahina Saburo is slightly bald, wears glasses, and is very dry and thin, bowing to a very deep place. Hi, carry on, mean na-san, broad you hurry wow. Everyone yells, I'm Sung Ping Sanjuro. It's no surprise that Naraban Saburo knows Rokoku. Naraban Saburo had the same experience as many of the Sakurakuni masters. That is, he visited the Dragon Kingdom in his early years before deciding to pursue his current career. Whether it was the Blue Planet or the Earth Planet, the Sakura Nation had engaged in organized cultural plagiarism against the Dragon Nation in the 1970s and 1980s. It took decades to digest and complete and then mocked the stick country for plagiarizing. Narahina Saburo lived in Chang'an for 3 years in his early years, studying ancient architecture. Tang Yun shook hands with Naraban Saburo. Hello there. This next one is our country's master builder. Once presided over a project to restore the Great Wei Palace in 93. A few years ago, in the official cooperation of Sioux City, the Inkyard Garden is still considered to be the purest modern antique building in the ancient style. He's Professor Guo Kai from Yenjing Tsinghua University. Hello, Mr. Guo. Guo Kai smiled. Hello, Mr. Tang Yun. Tang Yun, what did the 3 of you think at the time when you received the invitation? Tang Yun paused in his speech. Give the simultaneous interpreter time, as well as Narahina Saburo and Irontez time to understand the problem. Irontez got up. I think travelers are a bullshit thing. It's a complete and utter hype. The plans for that building did wow me. Though, Tang Yun, can you tell us a little bit about what kind of architectural design you saw? Murphy Iront, Notre Dame. To be honest, at first I saw Notre Dame and thought it was possible that it was indeed an otherworldly architectural design brought about by the travelers. But after checking so many historical sources, I found that the design of this Notre Dame is very similar to the St. Mary's Courtyard in the present Gallic Chicken Country. Perhaps Mr. Lin Xian, who is well versed in the style of sacred architectural design, modified the St. Mary's home in Bali to a certain extent and then made this design plan. Lin Xian smiled. It seems that Mr. Irontez is trying to use the similarity between the two to prove that my identity as a traveler is a fabrication? Iront nodded. Indeed. Lin Xian smiled. Let's have an accompanying segment before the program officially begins. I'm going to show you the construction of one of the more famous buildings in the history of the Terran West. Irontez was dismissive. Videos can be made with special effects. I was also surprised after reading the first 2 installments, but I asked a friend in Hollywood in the City of Angels to do some research, and the full animated special effects for 2 episodes could be done for about $60 million. Han Yang was shocked to hear it instead. Just gave Lin Xian a budget of $60 million and Lin Xian came up with a $60 million video? I think it's caused by the special effects being more expensive on the right side of the country. Some of the prices are high. On stage, Lin Xian, this time I can bring 5 people to the scene. The only way for viewers to see it is through video. 5 of them? The 6 judges stood up. Awkward. The 6 judges also found problems. Irontez raised an eyebrow. Going to the site? As a Western architect, going to see the construction site of an old Western building? I don't think there's anyone more qualified than me. Is there? Naraban Saburo, I'm not exactly well versed in ancient Western architecture, but I know a little bit about it. Guo Kai, I think I'm qualified. Tang Yun hurried. As a historian, I know a lot about Western history. I'll see with my own eyes if I can find a loophole. 4 of the 5 positions were quickly taken. There are 2 judges left. One is embroidery master Liu, and the other is Lucas, a humanities professor at Apple City University in Rice. Lucas rushed. As a Westerner, it makes sense for me to be there to judge the ancient architecture of the West, right? Embroidery master Liu was speechless and pointed at his nose. So I'm redundant? The pop-ups have cracked up with laughter. Ha 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 ha.
Lin Xian must have done it on purpose, letting the judges implode first at the beginning.
Laughing me to death. What an aggrieved expression. I didn't realize Master Li had such a side. Lucas, in that case, Mr. Li Yu, if this issue is looking at Western architecture, I'll go. And if it's looking at Eastern architecture, you'll go. Li Yu, deal. 5 people walked up to Lin Xian. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth turned up. Let's go. Go see the ancient Roman Colosseum.
Lin Xian said as he handed out VR glasses to the 5 people.
The Colosseum? What's that? There was ancient Rome in this world too. But what was the ancient Roman Colosseum?
A few of the judges were a bit puzzled.
In the next moment,
the live broadcast screen had switched, the darkness dispersed, and Lin Xian appeared on the barren yellow sandy ground with the 5 judges.
030. The Colosseum is barely top 200. Yellow sand blows through. The hot and dry climate here is completely different from Yanjing.
Speaking only of physical senses,
Iron Tez felt keenly that he was no longer in Yanjing.
In front of his eyes was an image similar to what he saw with the Blue Star VR glasses.
But the glasses you bring yourself are much clearer than the Blue Star VR glasses, which are much clearer. This aspect of Terra has developed to such a degree?
Of course, it feels a bit far from seeing it with your own eyes.
And that's when the viewer sees 6 people appear on the screen. The picture keeps changing too, as if speeding up. The moon rises and sets, the stars turn, and the sky travels day and night. Countless boulders were pulled in. Countless people are involved in making concrete.
A couple of architects were keen, a simple version of ancient concrete.
Concrete made from a mixture of volcanic ash and quicklime, in which a certain proportion of gravel is mixed.
Modern concrete has long since been made without volcanic ash.
In ancient Rome,
there was an ancient city called Pompeii that was flooded by a volcanic eruption.
But volcanic eruptions also bring with them huge quantities of ash.
So clever humans soon invented something like concrete. A small number of boulders were used as foundations.
Then fill upwards. A behemoth that is taking root. From the outside,
it is squarely circular. When viewed from the top,
it is oval. This Colosseum covers an area of about
20,000 square meters,
with a long axis of about 188 meters,
a short axis of about 156 meters,
a circumference of about 527 meters, and an enclosure of about 57 meters high. It's actually the bleachers. Narabin Saburo was surprised.
The Colosseum stands were built with 3 tiers of concrete-made barrel arches on top of each tier of 80 arches, forming 3 rings of circular coupons of varying heights, with the uppermost tier being a 50-meter-high solid wall.
This building was made in ancient times?
The bleachers are set back level by level,
creating a stepped slope.
The 80 arches on each level form 80 openings,
and the top 2 levels have 80 window openings.
Spectators enter by following the number of their seat,
first finding which bottom arch they should enter through,
then finding their section along the stairs,
and finally finding their seat. Guo Kai was also shocked. This kind of design, even modern stadiums,
are diverted in this way.
How many years ago was this building?
Lin Xian smiled.
During the ancient Roman period,
the ancient Romans liked to build semicircular colosseums based on mountains, but the number of spectator seats in the semicircular colosseum is hugely limited.
Around 330 B.C.,
the architects among them realized that if they put together 2 semicircular colosseums, they could accommodate more spectators.
And so the ancient Roman Colosseum was born.
With his designer's math skills, Iron Tez quickly calculated the building in front of him.
The entire Colosseum can hold up to 90,000 people. Even today,
there are only 3 stadiums in the world that can hold more than 90,000 people.
Lin Xian, in Earth Star,
there are only 16 stadiums that can accommodate more than 90,000 people.
There are also only 4 stadiums over
90,000 people in size if you only count the number of seats not counting standing.
This is a 300-year-old building. Iron Tez, this is the most massive man-made ancient structure in Terra's history, isn't it, Max?
Lin Xian found it amusing.
Barely into the top 200 no problem. Max, overthink it. What pyramid is not bigger than that? There are over 100 ancient Egyptian pyramids alone around the globe. And the Mayan pyramids, the Taj Mahal, the Garden in the Sky, the legendary pyramids under the sea.
There are also the 5 major architectural complexes in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, as well as the wildly cool and dazzling Great Wall of the Ages. The Great Wall's a fraction of the size of this.
Iron Tez was dumbfounded. See the video in person. And it's holographic. Iron Tez knew that this thing was real. If modeling did special effects to this extent, it would cost an unknown amount of money. Ancient buildings of this size, in the Earth Star, can only barely make it into the top 200? Guo Kai exclaimed. Incredible. Incredible.
Lin Xian, everyone find a seat.
The crowd looked back and realized that the Colosseum had already been built.
Ancient Roman aristocrats in white robes, ancient Roman military nobles in red cloaks and bronze armor, and whoever else was a first-class citizen of ancient Rome in sackcloth,
entered in a procession. In the middle of this view,
a door opens in the center of the Colosseum with his own eyes.
the lion,
Who had been hungry for 3 days,
walked up to the center of the Colosseum. On the other side,
a man holding a short thatch and a shield struck his shield heavily.
ho! The
90,000 people's frantic cheers and chants made the entire Colosseum tremble. It was the kind of spectacle that the Bluesterians had only ever spied at soccer games.
Lin Xian, himself, had only ever felt this kind of clamor at a soccer game.
But what happened on the field was far more horrific than soccer.
It's a fight between man and beast. Lucas, professor of social sciences and humanities, the ancient west of the blue planet had such a tradition, only on a far lesser scale.
Iron Tez was ready to grab the Colosseum and praise it like crazy. I didn't realize that the Colosseum was used to abuse slaves to garner joy for the nobles and shut my mouth.
Guokai, it's a shame that such a great building is a bloody shura.
Pop. Just a second before the lion was about to kill that warrior, the crowd returned to the live room.
Lin Xian, it's kind of an appetizer before the show starts.
Several of the judges had been shocked.
Is this an appetizer? This horrific scene,
this scale of ancient architecture,
is only an appetizer for today's theme? How horrible is that entree?
Lin Xian smiled.
Actually, I brought the 3 judges here today with a selfish motive.
Guokai smiled.
Tell me about it. Relying on simultaneous translation, half a beat late. Iron Tez, something to do with architectural design?
Lin Xian nodded. Are the 3 of you interested in participating in the design of the world's only traveler's family home, as well as the architectural design of the world's only traveler's museum? The 3 men looked at each other.
Lin Xian, of course. I could have threatened the 3 of you and told you that if you don't want to, you won't have any part in the next program. Still, I cordially invite all 3 of you to participate. By the way, there are only 2 chances, but there are 3 of them, so one will lose that chance. Before we start the next session again, I'm going to launch a quiz. The main building for the final session. The length of the thing it's going to be. What do you think it's going to be? What country will it be in?
The 2 questions closest to the correct answer will qualify for the design.
Iron Tez listened and gave his answer.
Although you are a traveler,
from what I know,
most of the dragons have a strong national mindset. I guess that great building that can appear as the main building should be the building of the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom.
As for the length, I once saw the ancient wall of Chang'an. I guess it's longer than it.
So I'll guess the length of the thing is 7 kilometers. Guokai, in the history of our Blue Star Dragon Kingdom there was a Hoyan defense line that was 160 kilometers long. It was a great construction.
Iron Tez and Changping Sanlang should not know about the Hoyan defense line.
I think the biggest building in the Earthstar Dragon Kingdom might be a bit bigger than that one. Or you wouldn't have chosen it as the main link.
My answer is the Earthstar Dragon Kingdom, 200 kilometers in length from east to west. Narabin Saburo laughed, that humble innuendo disappearing in an instant. I think this building was constructed by the Sakura Kingdom of the Earth Star. I'm guessing 100 kilometers. Our architecture in Sakura Nation is far ahead of Dragon Nation internationally.
Ancient architecture, although the Sakura country is learned from the Dragon country.
But the blue is stronger and more powerful than the blue. Star novels. Come.
This ghost looks quite humble, but in his bones he still thinks like a little kid.
Even if you change 10,000 parallel universes,
that cherry blossom country is also a small country.
Right. Construction of this kind of need to support the industry. And the ghost can be related to what? Don't dream of it.
Sakura's architecture is in 2 words.
Stingy. 3 words. Cheap. Words can't be said that way. Sakura country copied the divine capital Luoyang to establish the ancient Kyoto. There are still some great ancient buildings,
but this narrow Hira Saburo is cerebral palsy.
Right. Actually saying that the ancient architecture Sakura country can be better than the Dragon country? In the Earthstar Dragon Kingdom,
the Sakura Kingdom's ancient parody is most often Chang'an.
In the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, Sakura Nation imitates Luoyang the most.
Lin Xian smiled after listening to the 3 judges' answers.
Next, take everyone to a tower. 031. Pyramid. It was really built by aliens. The road is packed with tourists. 6 people appear in the picture.
Lucas looked up at the statue made of stone like a lion but with a human face.
Is this the pyramid you were going to talk about? Is it the wrong name?
The statue is 20 meters high and 57 meters long, or 72 meters if you count the 2 front claws. What a tall sculpture. And with these weathering marks,
it should have been around for a long time. Narabin Saburo topped his glasses. But it's not considered peculiar. Irent nodded.
If this was built within 2,000 years, then it can be described as somewhat exotic at best, and not exactly an ancient architectural marvel.
Lin Xian, it was built in 600 BC. Iron Tez, built 2,600 years ago? That does seem a bit magical. More than 2,000 years ago. The productivity of that era to build such a big guy. Awesome. Lin Xian, I'm talking about 2,600 BC. Not 2,600 years ago. 2600 B.C. is 4600 years from today. Irontez had misheard because the simultaneous translation was a machine. So he thought the Sphinx had been built 2600 years ago. That would have surprised him greatly. After hearing that it was established 600 years ago, his mouth grew so big he could fit an egg in it. This, Guokai, built 600 years ago. Awesome. Such a big piece should have been built from a whole boulder. To move this kind of boulder here. Guokai turned his head to look around. This is a desert. There are no rivers, and it would be difficult to humanly transport such boulders here. It may be that the manner in which the stones were transported is more worthy of exploration than the stylized art of the statues themselves. Several people looked at the Sphinx and observed it. Lin Xian smiled calmly. Sorry everyone. It's not the building we're looking at today. It's just a little thing carved out of the secondary use of the sides of the building we're going to look at. Irontez blurted out. Sidekick? Naraban Saburo was surprised. Secondary utilization? Guokai was not calm. Little thing? Is that any way to describe such a giant stone statue? Lin Xian has failed to pretend this time. This forced pretense is the most deadly. Excessive modesty is rampant. And we blue stars are not fools. Honestly, the Sphinx does seem exaggerated as a sacred type of structure. But it's on its back and nowhere near as impactful as the great Buddha of Lotus and the Makoyan Buddha. There's nothing wrong with calling it small. Lin Xian walked 5 meters to the side. The real thing to see is here. The 5 judges walked over to Lin Xian's position and searched the ground. It's just an ordinary sandy area. What's so special about it? Are there buildings underground? Irontez carefully surveyed the ground. People come and go in this place, and there's absolutely no sign of protection in the sand here, so it shouldn't be possible for there to be any huge buildings down there. Naraban Saburo posited the hypothesis. Could it be that there is actually a large platform underneath this lion-like sculpture? 2-3 times the size of a lion. That is just buried under the yellow sand? Not to say that the cherry blossom country people petty pickpocket it. Assumption are not dare to assume a big. First assumed a double, then assumed a triple. Lin Xian smiled and raised his arm, pointing in the direction behind the Sphinx. The building I'm talking about. It's there. The 5 men looked up. A social science humanities expert, a professor in the Big Apple, and a man who had seen it all. Lucas stared in wide-eyed horror. Oh by karma, oh by Jessens, oh shatter, oh, Irontez, oh fuck you, shut up. What the fuck is this? The audience was all dumbfounded as well. At least a kilometer away from the Sphinx, a massive gold form building sits. From this angle, the pyramid is taller than the Sphinx in front of you. Each of those present was an architect or knowledgeable in history. Iron briefly held up his thumb and estimated. This is at least 1400 meters from the pyramid. That is over 130 meters. This building is at least 130 meters tall or more. Lin Xian nodded. The Huff Pyramid, 136 meters high, was supposed to be more than 140 meters high, but it's as if the ancient building had a magic spell that it couldn't exceed the height of 136 meters, so the 10 meters at the top of it was gone. The Sphinx now before us was carved from a piece of material left and used and wasted after completing the Pyramid of Khufu. In the distance, that's what we're going to see today. The Pyramid of Khufu, one of the tallest ancient structures on Terra. The tallest ancient structure, the Pyramid of Khufu. Guess how it was built, gentlemen? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Lin Xian waved his hand, and in the next moment, the 6 of them shuttled together in front of the pyramid. Here, a large number of tourists are taking photos. No one had noticed Lin Xian's arrival. Lucas looked up and tilted his hat off. Lin Xian, in a normal ordinary pyramid, the angle of the bottom corner is 51.5 degrees. The Pyramid of Khufu is the tallest of the pyramids and is also more unusual, with a base angle of 60 degrees. Each floor here is as tall as an adult woman's shoulder or more. Steps stacked one on top of the other form the exterior of the pyramid. Endless years of weathering have decayed the pyramid's exterior, shrinking by a hair. But the shrinkage, in contrast to such a large volume, is almost insignificant. Lin Xian, I forgot to mention that the maker of the Colosseum that I saw before was ancient Rome. Ancient Rome was one of the great empires of Terra's history after the complete explosion of human civilization. It's not ancient at all, and it's not particularly good. This is ancient Egypt, one of the 4 major ancient civilizations in Terra's history. Every ancient civilization has its own representative civilization, culture, architecture, language and writing. The ancient Egyptian pyramids, that's the iconic architecture of the land. Of course, a lot of people say that the pyramid doesn't look like it could have been built by a human being. That it's a structure left by aliens on the planet Earth that could be used for interstellar connectivity. Iron nonsense. Though the size of this pyramid challenges my inertia of thought and cognitive understanding, but analyzing it from a modern perspective, it's not really completely impossible. The aliens say it can't be trusted. Bouncer. Ha 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 ha. Isn't this built by aliens? And aren't terrestrials aliens? Upstairs you still don't understand the difference between alien and parallel worlds. The terrestrials are the blue stars. Only they parted ways at a certain demarcation point in history and went in the other direction from the timeline. If you insist, it wasn't built by aliens, it was built by extraterrestrials. Lin Xian stuck his hands in his pockets. Gentlemen, can you figure out how these pyramids were built? Imagine where these boulders were mined from? Imagine what ancient man used to transport the boulders here and up to 100 meters in the air for. 600 years ago? The 5 judges looked at each other. Iron is there a reward for guessing correctly? Lin Xian cheerfully said. Reward a copy of the internal structure diagram. Iron was shocked. What? This building isn't solid? It has internal chambers? This time it was Lin Xian's turn to be dumbfounded. How refreshing. We Earth-star ancients aren't stupid enough to build a mountain to deliberately get in the way of our own right. It certainly has its uses. It's the catacombs all right. This statement made the audience even more imaginative about the pyramids. Mysterious. Spooky. Magnificent. Huge. The structure is subtle. Building is a puzzle. Wait a minute. Something as behemoth as this isn't the main building for the theme of this issue? What building is still above it in size? 032. The riddle of pyramid building. Island looked at Lin Xian. Judging from the geological structure, there are no boulders around here. And if I had to make a hard guess, I'd guess that there's no place to fetch raw materials within 100 kilometers. I'm guessing there's a big river nearby. And the boulder mining site? It should be 100 kilometers away. Guo Kai nodded. Well, I think that guess is correct. Narabin Saburo, that's all a minor issue. The point is, how many people do we need to accomplish it? There's a river in that direction. Lin Xian smiled and waved his hand widely. This is the topographical map. The mining site is here. And this is the distance scale from the Nile. The 3 men looked at each other and all began to do the math. Halfway through his calculations, Narahina Saburo came up with the vague figure that it would take 1,600,000 people 30 years to construct the building. Narabin Saburo's eyes turned. No, we Sakura country people are short. Small strength. This Guakai and Iron count out certainly not so much. Well, I'll change it and multiply the average male strength of our Sakura nation people by 1.2 to calculate it. Narahina Saburo did the math and rounded up. Then smiled. It will take 1,300,000 people 30 years to complete. Iron was surprised. I figured it was going to take 1,100,000 people 30 years to complete. Narabin Saburo was as bad as if he had eaten a dead rat. The whole thing was bad. Guakai calculated it out and spoke. I figured out that it should take 1,000,000 people 30 years. Iron was puzzled. You miscalculated, didn't you? Guakai, I projected the labor force of one person based on the number of people in our country's ancient times for the construction of several water conservancy and ancient buildings, and then projected the total labor demand for this construction, and calculated that it was 1,000,000 people right. Iron thought for a moment and opened his mouth. Ancient Dragon Kingdom has a more stable climate and produces more food than ancient Europeans. Ancient Europeans are on the short side. And Dragon Kingdom has 1,000,000 ancient people. About the same. The average height in ancient Europe was just over 1 meter 4. The average height of men in the Earth-star Dragon Kingdom has been over 1 meter 6'7" since the Han Dynasty. And in some dynasties the average height once reached 1 meter 76. The history of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom isn't too far off. After the 3 of them finished their math, Narabin Saburo's entire body was bad. Guakai, it's absolutely unreliable for 1,000,000 people to spend 30 years building it. Even in the age of slavery, it's impossible for a huge empire to spend millions of slaves to do such a thing. You said this is a tomb, and if I'm not mistaken, every generation of kings in ancient Egypt would have had their own pyramid, right? Lin Xian nodded. Egyptian pharaohs to be exact. Guakai, that's right. Every few years, a dozen years, at most a few decades. To repeat the project, surely it is impossible to consume so much manpower. So the ancient Egyptians must have mastered a simpler form of transportation. Guakai and Island looked at each other. Come on. Go back to the studio. Let's do a little test. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian led the 5 people back to the studio. Iron I need bricks, chopsticks, thin rope, bring me more. Kokai, well, I need those too. Narabin Saburo cradled his hands in his arms and pondered. I think, it's just a hard pull of human power. Lin Xian, since Mr. Sengping Saburo doesn't need to do the experiments, let's leave this session to the 2 masters, Iron and Guakai. I wonder what kind of solutions Murphy Ironton Guakai can come up with. It's easy to figure out how to do it in modern times. The key is, can the ancients accomplish it? How much material does this take? Iron Tez was already doing the math. I've observed that the stones of the pyramid are about 1.5 to 3 tons each. If it's a human lift, it's tough. It takes too many people. I guess they used that. With that, Iron Tez placed 10 chopsticks on the ground and then placed a brick on top of them. By utilizing wheels, it is possible to reduce rolling friction resistance. Before the invention of the wheel, man would have observed that the rounded shape of trees could be rolled easily. The wheel should have been invented in ancient civilizations 5,000 years ago. So, Iron Tez dragged the brick with a thin rope. That's probably how it's going to go forward. Island smiled. Dr. Guakai. If we take this line of thought, how do you think the ancient Egyptians overcame the height difference challenge and transported the boulders up one level at a time? Guakai smiled. Simple. Guakai placed 3 bricks in the shape of a ladder, then placed chopsticks on the lower step and dragged the bricks in the same way. Then, in the position between the 2 steps, hitch it diagonally with 2 chopsticks, then continued dragging. Although dragging this level upwards is slightly heavier, it is a significant labor cost savings if you only consume a lot of manpower here. Or, the ancient Egyptians invented the pulley block over 4,000 years ago. If so, the Earth Star ancients were awesome. Satisfied, Iron Tez began to calculate. So, 200,000 men are needed now, and in 20 years, the construction will be complete. That's a full 7.5 times less manpower than 1 million people for 30 years. Lin Xian smiled. This is also the stupid way. Lin Xian took out the molds that were made in advance. The ancient Egyptians built the river between the mouth of the river and the location of the pyramids, then tie inflatable sheepskin to the boulders. Don't doubt that people from the 4 ancient civilizations invented things like sheepskin rafts a long time ago, and canoes have been around for at least a few tens of thousands of years in the history of Terra. The ancients of Terra Nova, however, had landed in Australia and the Pacific Islands by crossing the ocean in their canoes. Sheepskin rafts, also known as inflatable to bring buoyancy to this point, have been around for a long time. Lin Xian used one small inflatable leather bag to tie it to the boulder. Then, with just 2 people, you can drag 1 or even 10 boulders forward. Iron Tez and Guakai looked at each other in disbelief. Holy shit, no. Is that theoretically possible? How it's not feasible? It's so easy. All you need is buoyancy of 1.7 times the weight of the boulder. And dragging the boulder is no different than dragging a box. Didn't we in the ancient times of the Blue Star have slender men dragging large ships along? Isn't that the reason? Lin Xian smiled. This one piece will save 100,000 people a full 19 years of labor. And transporting it to the steps, it would take 100,000 people 20 years of labor to use your methods. If it's a pulley block that requires 50,000 people for 10 years of labor, it's barely feasible already, right? The ancient Egyptians could afford to use manpower on this scale. Island heard Lin Xian's extrapolated voice and hurried. Could it be that the ancient Egyptians had a way to further conserve manpower? Lin Xian took out a cup and put it in the sink, the cup catching the water, then inverted in the water and slowly raised the cup to the surface. And the water in the cup didn't fall just because it was above the surface. Because of the atmospheric pressure, it deadens the water in the cup. As long as the mouth of the cup is not completely exposed above the surface of the water, the level of the water in the cup is higher than the horizontal. Lin Xian, the ancient Egyptians could have built a waterway that went right up to the heights of the pyramids, then seal the top with a gate. Then push the boulder to which the parchment raft is tethered into the waterway. Then open the valves on each level step by step. By the time the last valve opened, the parchment raft had carried the boulder to the height it needed to reach. Narabin Saburo exclaimed. Impossible. The great pressure strong is terrifying. Building something like this, under atmospheric pressure, internal seepage would be so bad that leakage toward the interior of the pyramid would be inevitable. It's just something you, a layman, made up. You sure aren't much of a traveler. Lin Xian looked at Naruto screen Saburo and turned his head to look at the screen behind him. A schematic appeared on the screen. On one side of the pyramid there is a waterway going up. In the middle of the waterway is a culvert that leads to the floor of the pyramid. The dark waterway under the pyramid floor has a door that opens and closes. And before opening and closing the valves another waterway leads high up on the opposite side of the pyramid. Same height difference on both sides. Lin Xian, as an architect, are you telling me that this method can counteract water seepage? Narabin Saburo was dumbfounded. In front of the computer, the water experts watching the live broadcast laughed. This little brat smashed actually went to discuss water conservancy with Lin Xian. He simply doesn't know the heights of heaven. 033, a section of the wall at the mysterious samsara. If it was Narabin Saburo's skeptical tone was slightly more relaxed, Lin Xian wouldn't even dislike him. But Narabin Saburo was going to retort vehemently, and Lin Xian only disliked him vehemently. Iron Tez, this method is perfect for counteracting water seepage problems. The reason is simple. The so-called atmospheric pressure is caused by the fact that there is a difference in elevation of the water surface. It's like a pipe filled with water. One end is pulled down to table height and the other end is on the floor. The atmospheric pressure would have pressed the water to spray out of that end of the ground. But what if this tube was pulled up to table height at both ends? Except that the tube was V-shaped. Will it take a lot of atmospheric pressure? It will. But it's the bottom of the V that endures everything. But there are valves at the bottom of the V. High water pressure will automatically lock up. After locking up, groundwater pressure builds up and slowly jacks the valve open. The pressure is then offset by the gushing groundwater. This goes back and forth. And the atmospheric pressure, then, is held up by the groundwater. While the building proper won't be under much pressure. It's like taking a hose with two empty ends and water in the middle and connecting the shorter end to a faucet. It's just a matter of not opening the faucet valves. When you turn it on, the water pressure is instead upward and the water will never back up into the faucet. Lin Xian smiled. Of course, that's just a guess from the modern scientists of my Earthstar world. Ancient Egypt had all the technology at its disposal at the time to accomplish this project. But whether they have discovered the secret of atmospheric pressure is not easy to say. Hua Kai hurriedly, let's go to the ancient Egyptian construction of the pyramids to see which method of construction was used in ancient Egypt. Is it a stupid way to manually lift it? Or transport it on wheels? Or a pulley block? Or buoyancy? This mysterious land has piqued my interest. After hearing this, Lin Xian swung his head. Mr. Hua Kai, there is one thing I need to tell you. Ancient Egypt as a civilization has died out in the history of terrestrial civilization. Ancient Egypt brings to the terrestrials a sense of mystery and magnificence, exuberance and ambiguity. Do you really want the Blue Stars to know their history better than the Terrans? This is a philosophical question now, not a scientific one. Hua Kai doesn't care about that. I want to see it. I want to see the truth. It's none of my business who knows more or less. Another foreigner among several judges, Lucas, spoke up. Dr. Hua Kai, I think it's best not to see it. Hua Kai stomped on Lucas with a look that said, if you don't tell me why, I'm going to punch you for being such a nosy person. Lucas, Dr. Hua Kai, the main thrust of our program is to determine whether Lin Xian is a true traveler or not. It won't do us any good to find out what the Terrans don't even know. This will only add to the mystery of Lin Xian's mysterious identity. Perhaps as an architect, you'd like to know the truth. But, Lin Xian's claim that the method is feasible is the answer. And it doesn't really matter if that's really how it's done. This is like the marking teacher of the college entrance examination. Only need to see that the student's answer is full marks. At most go to exclaim that this student is very powerful. There is no need to understand his learning process. Lucas, as a social science humanist, has a far more impressive grasp of such things than the architectural expert Hua Kai. Lucas has some more philosophical reasons left unsaid. An ancient civilization, and a lost one at that, is definitely more interesting to keep exploring than cheating to find out. To observe the behavior of a good student and to speculate about his learning experiences is something a social scientist would love to do. But installing a camera to film his learning process to spy on it without someone else's permission, what does it count as? It is neither ethical, scientific nor informative. Is it really any good to solve the ultimate mystery of an ancient civilization just to satisfy curiosity? It's far better to leave those who come after you with a little bit of mystery and anticipation of rushing to the pinnacle of cognition, rather than to pry. Lin Xian nodded. Sorry. The Earth Star Civilization is my mother's civilization. Our Earth Star Civilization is a civilization similar to the Blue Star Civilization, at the same height, not exactly an ant nest. I refuse to allow anyone to peer into it with a higher dimensional perspective. I will inform everyone of everything if necessary. If I don't think it's necessary and doesn't make sense for our program, I'll turn it down. Hua Kai knew that he had been reckless and rude, and sighed. I'm sorry, I was in a hurry. In fact, it's not necessary to find out exactly what's going on as long as you know it's there. The difference is also just whether 20,000 or 60,000 people were involved in building the pyramids. Iron Tez rounded off. Ha ha, instead of taking the bull by the horns and trying to understand the pyramids, why don't we look forward to the mysterious building that will be shown in the last segment? Lin Xian smiled. I should say it's the last part of the first half. Today's live broadcast, seeing these old buildings, didn't actually take too long. It's still early in the live hour. At the end of the ancient architecture, Lin Xian also wanted to discuss modern architecture with them. Ancient architecture was more about height, size, solidity, and a sense of the sacred. And in the modern era, the standard of living of human beings continues to pull up, and differentiated personalization has begun to lift its seal. There are actually more details that can be explored in modern architecture. The old buildings, on the other hand, are better suited to be marveled at and viewed from afar. Going to praise the last Dragon Kingdom building, I guess, will be very exaggerated. Did Prof. Wakai mention the word Great Wall before? Could the Great Wall be the last representative of ancient architecture? I think the Great Wall will be very exaggerated. After all, the Pyramid of Khufu has exceeded the limits of my imagination of the ancients. And since the ancients could do something so exaggerated, they can do something even more exaggerated. Kind of looking forward to it. Lin Xian, before we proceed to the last ancient building to explore, I'll reconfirm the answers of the three of you. What do you think? This building, what would be its east-west length? What would be the age of its building? Of course, this building is an Earth-Star Dragon Kingdom building, so there's no need to speculate on this one. Murphy Irantes, 7 kilometers. I'm guessing it was established over 2,000 years ago. Huakai, 200 kilometers. I'm guessing between 1800 and 1400 years ago. Naraban Saburo, 100 kilometers. I'm guessing 300 to 400 years ago. Naraban Saburo said at first that he thought the building was a Sakura Nation building, but now that he knew the answer was a Rokkoku building, he made it shorter. Lin Xian smiled slightly after hearing this. I have a feeling, Professor Irant, that you're looking down on our Earth-Star Dragon Kingdom civilization a bit. 7 kilometers, 2,000 years ago. We, the Earth-Star Dragon Kingdom, have the remains of an ancient civilization, with a strong era 3,000 years ago. It has a different and very magnificent bronze civilization. The ruins of this ancient civilization built the city when it was established 4,800 years ago. Its walls, which are at least 3 kilometers wide from east to west and a little over 7 kilometers wide from north to south, should have an overall circumference calculated to be between 12 and 17 kilometers. The width of its walls is 40 meters at the base and 20 meters at the top. It has a residual height of 3 to 6 meters. Unknown. You think it took the Dragon Kingdom 2,000 years ago to make this kind of building? Murphy Irant was dumbfounded. No way. Now the street outside our studio door is only 22 meters wide. The widest road in the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom is only about 30 meters wide. How is it possible that an ancient city wall from 4,800 years ago was 40 meters wide and several kilometers long? Even in modern times, many countries can't build walls like this. Lin Xian laughed. Dr. Island. There once existed a 140-meter wide huge ancient road in my Earth-Star Dragon Kingdom, so I won't show it to you today. Let's go see the Samsungdui ancient city from 4,800 years ago. Samsungdui, named after 3 small hills of sealed earth. It was later discovered by scientists that those 3 seals were 3 remnants of a section of the wall. It, at 40 meters wide and 20 meters wide at the top, is the widest wall of sealed earth ever built in human civilization in the B.C. era. To be precise, the Sanxingwi civilization was not afraid of the enemy at all. They were afraid of water. 034. Sanxingwi Archaeological Site. A wall from 4,800 years ago? Several experts, including historian Tang Yun, were very much looking forward to it. Lucas had rubbed his hands together and was ready to go. Liu, Professor Lucas. Lucas looked back at Liu. Liu smiled slightly. Lucas held his head. The two had previously agreed that in this episode, if they came across Western architecture, Lucas would go see it. If you come across an Oriental building, go see it with Liu. Lin Shen looked at the several people gathered around. Now where is undergoing intense archaeological work? I will not show up in the past, and you guys are only fixed to follow me with a spectator perspective. You can't just walk all at will anymore. A few people nodded. Naraban Saburo was puzzled. Why can't we just walk around and watch? Why not go back in history and go straight to the era in which it was built? Would Lin Xian say something like he's afraid you'll copy? Lin Xian, there's not much time. Simply take a look at the archaeological site. All of you are experts. You should be able to read it. Actually, Lin Xian had more considerations. Lin Xian had discovered one thing, and that was that his crossing over might change history. For example, young Jiro was determined at the time to die for the cure of the water. The Sanxingwi was a secret that had yet to be uncovered, and Lin Xian did not want to make himself a part of that history. If that's the case, maybe not long after that, terrestrial archaeologists suddenly dig up something that proves that the Sanxingwi might have been caused by a future person traveling back in time. Then it's over and barbecue. Lin Xian now vaguely felt that history seemed to have the ability to correct itself, such as when he met Cao Cao and told the young Cao Cao about his later experiences. But history hasn't changed a bit. But the man himself is embedded in history. Therefore, Lin Xian was now going to start trying to avoid showing up in history where the historical facts were unknown. The scene shifted and the crowd stood on 8 archaeological pits at the Sanxingwi. A group of specialists in protective suits are excavating around several pits. One of the pits has a lot of people. A large chain, holding an artifact, was being moved out of the pit. Li Yu exclaimed. What's that? It was a huge bronze mask over 1 meter 3. Samsungdui is special, different from all the ancient civilizations of the Earth Star, and naturally even more different from the ancient civilizations of the Blue Star.
No one had ever seen a bronze civilization that was so strangely shaped,
artistic, and huge. Shocking.
With just this glimpse, Lin Xian immediately took several people's perspectives away from the excavation site and appeared under a mound of dirt.
Holy shit, what did I just see? It seems to be a bronze mask bigger than a table? No. Are the Earth Star people really the same people as our Blue Star people? Could it be that the ancient people of the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom were giants, with faces that big?
The mere glimpse of it has led to a frenzy of discussion among netizens. In front of the mound of dirt, Lin Xian, all of you are experts.
Take a look. Guo Kai instantly judged. Rammed earth.
The 3 mounds at Samsungdui looked like 3 small hills with vegetation and trees growing on them before they were cleared out.
However, when the scientists determined that this was the city wall, they did a preliminary treatment to clear away the soil that later covered it.
Exposed layers of rammed earth.
Iron Tez, it is indeed rammed earth with oriental characteristics, and it is surprising that the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom mastered rammed earth almost 5,000 years ago.
Lin Xian smiled.
Actually, it was even earlier.
6,000 years ago we also discovered a relic, but it's not the focus of today. Lin Xian waved his hand and a map appeared in front of him.
The mound we're looking at is this one, and the mound next to it is this one. 27 rammed earth remains were found on this ruin. Anyone could see that the 27 rammed earth ruins put together were the 4-sided city wall.
Iron Tez was surprised. A city of this size 5,000 years ago?
These walls are too wide. After all, it was a wall with a 40-meter foundation.
But it is not particularly high.
Guo Kai pondered for a moment. It looks like an embankment. Tang Yun nodded. That's right. It seems that the Earth Star Ancient Dragon Kingdom's water conservancy aspect is indeed formidable. Very formidable. It's a waterproof dike around the whole city. At Earthstar,
a large number of archaeologists have been more subtle in judging the ruins of Sangsingui because they have not found written proof. It all says suspected likely to be supposed to be inferred to be, but in Blue Star, it wasn't a matter of concern anyway, and there was no need to be too conservative. So Tang Yun balked at the idea that it was a dike.
Lin Xian, the ancient city of Sangsingui, is the capital city of the second ruler of the ancient Shu kingdom, the king of Shu, King Fish Eater. As I mentioned before, although King Fish Eater ruled the water, in the end the Sangsingui may have been destroyed in the flood. It's just a quick look, so we can get back to the show.
This is just to look at,
but it's pretty mind-blowing. In the history of the Blue Star, it was not until the last 2 unified dynasties, the era of the 2 dynasties of Dide and Dichu, that there was a 20-meter wide city wall,
and the building structure was not rammed earth,
but masonry.
Earlier rammed earth cities were at most 10 meters wide.
This is more similar to the Earth Star Song dynasty. The 40-meter wide ancient city wall from 400-800 years ago was a great surprise to the experts. Netflix didn't understand what a couple of experts were surprised about at first, but the pop-ups kept on getting people to science, posting comparative data, and the netizens came to realize it. This is too awesome, isn't it? More than 3,000 years ahead of its time?
It is accurate to say that the ancient Dragon Kingdom people of Sangsingui should have been forced to do so. Productivity was lower in that era, and meaningless things they would not have done.
Well, the ancient Shu at that time, the climate was even worse than our Shu province now,
and there were many floods, so it was normal to have such a country under the pool, similar to the Netherlands in Western Europe.
But it's still a little scary. This civilization is a little strong. Lin Xian was on stage. In fact,
the Samsungdui civilization is just a civilization slightly ahead of the dozen or so contemporaneous civilizations of the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom.
Of course, it's special in that even in the Earth Star, it's extremely mysterious. But we're not talking about archaeology today. We're talking about architecture. Mr. Murphy Iront, you lost the bet, didn't you? Iron Tez was helpless. I admit that the Earth Star civilization is very bright, at least much more powerful than Blue Star in the ancient times. Still, I'd like to know what the Great Wall, which was left for last,
and is called the King of Ancient Buildings, and is even more horrible in size than that horrible pyramid we saw,
really looks like. Live Lin Xian is also ready, cueing Director Han to prepare to cut the signal. Han Yang's voice, the General Director, came from the headset. Lin Xian, get ready. I have something to say to you in a moment during the intermission.
Lin Xian was a bit puzzled.
What kind of thing is worth Han Yang disturbing himself while the program is in progress? Guess it's a message from above.
Lin Xian easily stood in front of the camera and smiled.
I'm a traveler, so who's going to refute me? I brought a world's worth of culture with me to the Blue Planet. If you don't believe me, find the loophole. If you believe that,
Please enjoy this magnificent terrestrial civilization.
I'm Lin Xian. Are you ready? Let us, through the tunnel of time and space, ascend the Great Wall. 035, 20, 000 kilometers of time tunnel. The scenery was pleasant as the curtains were drawn back. The ocean waves are whistling. Between the majestic mountains and the monstrous oceans, a lofty city wall stretched and coiled, with no end in sight. De Ming, 1566. This year was a very famous knot in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. This year, Jiajing died. Zhang Zhuzheng evil fight Yensong. And another thing that not many people remember about this year is that the Great Wall of Ming was officially completed in this year. Standing on the beach, looking at the customs buildings and walls in front of him that went directly into the sea, Guo Kai's heart felt as if it was being held by large invisible hands. Guo Kai's line of sight followed the city walls and also the stretching mountains to the west. You can't see it, even to the end of the horizon. There is still the Great Wall. The Great Wall. The Great Wall. It's really the Great Wall. No wonder it's called the Great Wall. My God, how long must it be? At least 100 kilometers or more? Narabin Saburo had been dumbfounded, looking at the Great Wall, wide-eyed. Tang Yun was excited. This is the Great Wall? This is the beginning of the Great Wall.
Lin Xian, this is the territory of the Northern Rod Kingdom.
Neither in the modern Blue Star Dragon Kingdom nor the modern Earth Star Dragon Kingdom does it belong to our territory. But in the Daming Dynasty, this is Daming territory.
And south of the city is the ancient Rod country,
a vassal state of Daming.
Lin Xian walked up the Great Wall from the Guanlo steps,
and the 5 people followed along. In our Earth Star Dragon Kingdom,
there is a saying that it is not a good man until he reaches the Great Wall.
Congratulations, everyone, on reaching the good guy achievement. Scratch that, I want to reach this achievement too. What a magnificent building.
Lin Xian, now we're going to set off from here to the beginning of the Great Wall in the west, so you guys discuss what kind of speed to use.
Iron Tez appreciated the view. Such a beautiful view. Such great architecture. Must take my time to see it.
It's too slow to see over 100 kilometers on foot.
Let's go at bike speed. Lin Xian smiled. And the 5 people followed Lin Xian, moving at bicycle speed over the Great Wall. What an awesome construction.
Guo Kai carefully observed the structure of the Great Wall. The masonry structure is no worse than modern times.
If I'm not mistaken, the binder of these bricks should be glutinous rice, right? Lin Xian smiled. That's right. 5 minutes into the bike's pace, the front was still out of reach. After advancing for 5 minutes, the new horizon that could be seen was still the Great Wall. Narabin Saburo, otherwise, switched to motorcycle speed? The speed boomed. The scenery kept flying backward. Gradually you can no longer see the sea behind you, but there is still no end ahead. Countless netizens watched while enjoying the view and didn't think anything was wrong. Until 5 minutes later,
the new horizon ends with the wall still in place.
Iron spoke up suspiciously. It's so long. I guess it's more than 100 kilometers. Is it really 200 kilometers? Go at the speed of a small car on the freeway. It's fine.
Lin Xian's speed increased again after he spoke.
This time, not only the trees in the near scenery flew back,
but the speed at which the mountain scenery changed in the distance became much faster.
Another 5 minutes in the distant sky,
and still no end to the wall at all.
Guo Kai, go straight ahead at the speed of a moving train. Boom! The speed boomed.
The nearer view was blurred.
The Great Wall of Infinity, as if a railroad track to an unknown space, continues forever.
The Great Wall still towered over the highest of the newly emerging mountaintops on that ever newly emerging horizon.
How long does this have to be? It's too much, isn't it? Eek, I see the end. Iron Tez, see the end? The edge of that big river. It stopped. Lin Xian smiled. Then let's go straight to the end. The 6 disappeared in an instant and were at the end of the line when they appeared. Same off the building.
Liu pulled the person next to him and pointed to the other side of the wide river.
It's still the Great Wall. Lin Xian, congratulations everyone. You finished the first small section of the Great Wall. We're still abroad.
But of course, this was still the territory in the days when it was built. The extraterritorial section of the Great Wall does not exist in modern times because the Qing dynasty refused to recognize that the Great Ming had ruled Liaodong in order to ensure the legitimacy of their rule. So this section of the Great Wall was dismantled and the Han Chinese were forbidden to leave the pass. Also revisionist history. Erase all traces that would reflect this period of history.
However, in 09,
Longguo reconfirmed that the Tiger Mountain section of the Great Wall was included in the scope of the Ming Great Wall. Lin Xian appeared on the other side of the river with 5 people.
Ready, or is it moving speed? There are mountains on the other side of the river,
but this side of the river is flat. The wall is boundless across the vast plains.
Guo Kai swallowed. This is better for us to move at the speed of an airplane.
The group's altitude drew up to where the clouds were.
The speed soared. The winding wall continued westward. showing no signs of stopping at all. Another 5 minutes had passed, and the group was still over the Liaodong Plain, and the Great Wall. It's still there, on the mountains on the west side of the Liaodong Plain. Iron Tez, fighter speed I think. We've gone a little over 200 kilometers. We can see 400 kilometers by sight, right? The speed was again drawn up. Here's an aerial shot of the Dragon Kingdom, and the view of the Great Wall over the land is simply stunning. Above the lush earth, between the mountains and the wilderness, a golden dragon, in the midst of the sunlight, snaked its way to the unseen wonders. The length of the wall is now over 400 kilometers as far as the eye can see, but the crowd had only just traveled 200 kilometers. Lin Xian smiled. Congratulations everyone, you've seen 1% of the Great Wall. Ha? What? What did you say? Ask for the sack and die in Marseille? Nanny Oyite? Wait. I'm sorry, what did you say? Lin Xian confirmed again. Congratulations everyone, you've seen 1% of the Great Wall, but we're cruising at the speed of sound, at 1200 kilometers per hour, so hang in there, everyone, and by tomorrow morning, we'll have seen the wall. Crap, the Great Wall has tens of thousands of kilometers? 20,000, should be 20,000 kilometers. You're telling me this is an old building? What is the Earthstar Dragon Kingdom doing building 20,000 kilometers of walls? Wrap the whole country in walls? It can't be that there are monsters outside the Great Wall. Master Chang would be happy if he knew someone thought like him. Lin Xian smiled. Do you still need to accelerate? If we go at the satellite speed, we'll be able to watch it in less than an hour. Iron Tez was dumbfounded, having earlier suggested himself not to look too fast, but to see the entire wall at bicycle speed. What's it gonna be? 5 fucking years from now? Goddamn, less than an hour. Tang Yun exploded. Take us on a tour of the Great Wall as fast as we can take it. Boom! The 6 men were fast as they could be. Too much speed caused the scenery around them to be morphing, as if there was a black hole behind them, and all the light of the scenery converged into a cylinder, as if they were now traveling through a kaleidoscope. The magnificent scenery, and the everlasting Great Wall, is like a railroad track through a time tunnel. From the coast, to the snowy mountains, from virgin forests, to fields of wheat, from the northern ice fields, to the plains, to the hills, to the forests, to the meadows, to the lakes, to the Zephyr rivers, to the lush high slopes, from warm, moist air, to hot, dry air. Lin Xian was suddenly reminded of the Earthstar's song, Look up to the height of Mount Tai, through the tunnel of time and space. I'm in the bosom of the sky. Young heartbeats, synchronized in pride, the smile of the sage in the clouds. The meandering waters of the Yellow River meet eastward into the sea. Lit. The dragon emerges from the tip of the wave and the tail of the wave. This heart and sea event, the auspiciousness of the 9 states, the intention is to move God. The east wind blows quietly, so that's what a time warp feels like. Lin Xian spoke. This is the Ming Great Wall. The length of the viewing seems to be lost in the frantic time travel. When they reached Yujiagwan, the 5 judges had awe in their eyes. The Ming Great Wall. The length of the artificial wall is 6,259.6 kilometers. The length of the trench is 359.7 kilometers. The length of the natural hazard is 2,232.4 kilometers. Lin Xian smiled. Is everyone ready to see the Great Wall of Han? The crowd turned their heads in unison to stomp on Lin Xian. Lin Xian broke his fingers. There is also the Great Wall of Qin, the Great Wall of Zhao, the Great Wall of Jin. Many great walls. It's crazy. Everyone watching the live stream is going crazy. Earthstar Dragon Kingdom. Infrastructure frenzy, right? And it's been repaired throughout the ages? At the scene, Naraban Saburo convulsed and fell to the ground. Lin Xian looked down. Ha! Tang Yun held Lin Xian's shoulders. His right hand pinched VR eyes. The whole person is taking a deep breath. Count. Forget it. Really not blessed to enjoy. Older. Dizzy 3D. 036. The Great Wall. The soul of the Dragon Kingdom. Tang Yun focused on a different point than the architects. He didn't care if this superbly immense project could have been accomplished in ancient times. He didn't care what methods the ancient dragon nation had used to build this horrible and great miracle building. Nor did he care for the building's civil engineering, its architectural superiority, or the construction design that embodied the pinnacle of ancient architecture. His concerns go straight to the source. Lin Xian, can you tell me why the Earthstar Dragon Kingdom built such a great wall in ancient times? Could it be because the Northern Empire is moving south? But this city, it seems that it can't stop the army from going south. As a historian, even if the Great Wall hadn't existed in Blue Star's history, Tang Yun could tell at a glance that the Great Wall's purpose wasn't to stop an attacking army. It's nothing like the walls of the city. Elenti, I once learned something about the architecture of the ancient dragon kingdoms. Those raised sections of buildings between the walls would have evolved from beacons, right? Lin Xian nodded. That's right. More than 3,000 years ago, the ancient dragons were skilled in the use of beacons. The Zhou royal family used the beacon to notify the lords and achieve the function of mobilizing troops. During the Western Zhou dynasty, someone in the vassal state of Jin was the first to build a wall between two beacon towers. And that was the earliest Great Wall. Tang Yun nodded. I took that into consideration. Beacons can send news of enemy attacks thousands of miles away for a short time. But even with the function of mobilizing the army, the Great Wall still can't stop the army from moving south. Lin Xian smiled. The Great Wall's role is not to defend against the northern nomadic northern imperial hordes moving south. Everyone in the room, including Netflix, froze. Wasn't the Great Wall meant to defend against the southward march of the Northern Empire's hordes, but was it really meant to keep the monsters at bay? That's bullshit. Lin Xian, the Great Wall, is the soul of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. The Great Wall, the embodiment of the quality of the will of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. In the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom, there are four great beings that are imprinted deep into the souls of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. The Yangtze River, the Great Wall, the Yellow Shan, the Yellow River, the Yangtze River, representing the pioneering spirit of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. The Yellow River, representing the filial piety of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Huang Shan, named after the Yellow Emperor, the human ancestor of the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom, represents the culture and connotation of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. The Great Wall represents the bottom line of the Dragon Kingdom people. Tang Yun was puzzled. A building, why does it represent the bottom line of the people of the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom? Lin Xian, because the purpose of the Great Wall is not to keep the northern nomadic hordes from moving south. The Great Wall serves to block the Northern Empire's small-scale southward attacks on the border people of the ancient Dragon Kingdom. Protect the frontiersmen. The north is bitterly cold, and once there is a heavy snowfall in the winter and the cattle and sheep freeze to death, the Northern Empire that lacks food will go south on a small scale to rob the border people of the Dragon Kingdom. Attack on the border of the Dragon Kingdom. Burning and looting. The Dragon Kingdom's border army is powerless to take these small teams. 3 or 5 men. 7 or 8 riders. 20 or 30 men and 100 or so riders. These people, they come and go like the wind. And by the time the army comes to the rescue of the borderers, they will have long since fled. A few people looked at each other in disbelief as they listened. The Great Wall, just to keep 3 or 2 men from traveling south to rob the borderers? How much manpower and resources and how much time would it take to build such a magnificent structure? Just to prevent small-scale robberies of the border people? Is this a good deal? This kind of math problem, the emperors of the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom can't do the math? Didn't they take math? No way. This is a rocket hitting ants. What's the point? To prevent a few dozens and dozens of frontiersmen from being burned and looted every year, build this horrible structure to block the national border? This is also too fake to make up. I don't believe that Lin Xian is a Terran traveler anymore. I don't believe that such a country exists in the world. Tang Yun was stunned. Is it cost-effective? Scratch that? Lin Xian was confused by the question. What's cost-effective and not cost-effective? How is it possible to think like a scratch? Lin Xian thought for a moment before speaking. Since ancient times, the sages have said, love the people like a sun, and as the sky moves, the gentleman is unceasing in his self-improvement. And as the earth moves, the gentleman is generous in his virtues. Liu Bei, Emperor Zhaolai of the Three Kingdoms Han Dynasty, once said, don't do good things because they are small, and don't do evil things because they are small. Sage Confucius said, the top is the table of the people. Lin Xian's voice gradually amplified, becoming more serious and thick. Jia Yi once said, for a human minister, it is a merit to be rich and happy for the people, and a sin to be poor and miserable for the people. The Taoist ancestor Lao Tzu once said, a sage has no constant heart, but takes the hearts of the people as his heart. Throughout the ages, no matter whether it is a ruler or a minister, a thinker or an educator, or an ordinary man of letters or an ordinary official, they all have to bear one thing in mind, that any human life is a matter of national importance. There was once the Ming Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, but all the human life case files must be personally over. Every day to deal with hundreds of Zhangzhang files. More than 70 years old still get up every day 3 more to deal with political affairs. There was once the Prime Minister of Shu Han Zhuge Liang, but where more than 20 sticks of chastisement cases must be personally sentenced, the liver and brain to die, and finally the heart and soul of the last exhaustion, the real Bao and exhaustion. There was once a cautionary tale spoken by Song Si, the great Song trial attorney. Human life, greater than heaven. Lin Xian, every border dweller is a compatriot of my Dragon Kingdom. Each and every one of the people is a fundamental part of the state that the emperor must take into account. While there are certainly many dim kings in history, there are also many bright kings.
These monarchs have engraved love for the people deep in their brains, building the Great Wall to protect the border people.
A problem?
Several people in the room were dumbfounded.
History, is that what it is?
Isn't history supposed to be dark,
powerful, messy, and painful? Yes, these are the most fascinating things in history. But truly, among history, diligence and love for the people are the core qualities of a ruler.
Lin Xian, if you can't do anything to make the people live in peace and happiness,
even if you unify the globe, you're not a bright ruler.
Even if there is more learning than a library can hold, as long as one doesn't understand the need to establish a life for the people, then he is not considered a saint. Why is it that for the same three immortal achievements of establishing merit,
virtue and speech,
Confucius and Wang Yangming are saints,
while Zhang Shave can be counted as half? Because Zhang, the man,
has no idea what it means to love the people.
So much so,
that the number of latter-day people who treat this mighty man like a son of a bitch is too many to count. Lin Xian, since the founding of the Ming dynasty, the Great Wall was built one after another, and it finally took 100 years of concentrated construction to completely build the greatest structure in the world.
During the Han dynasty, opening up the frontier to the west,
the most important thing that the Middle Kingdom thought of was to build the Great Wall of Han to Lop Nor,
10,000 miles away.
Throughout the ages, rulers have built the Great Wall in any era except the one in which they were able to crush the forces of the north, for the border people to enjoy the same stability as the people in the center of the country.
This idea, too,
has been passed on from ancient times to modern times.
In order to transport a patient,
all the owners of 100 kilometers of highway gave up their life lanes.
In the moment of fire danger,
one firefighter rushed into the fire and gave his breathing apparatus to the victims without complaint.
In the midst of the floods, how many more sons and daughters have sacrificed themselves under the mud to save the people?
In the face of invasion,
how many people have fallen asleep forever on monuments to protect compatriots they didn't know? There are countless things like this,
from small to large.
Why would anyone doubt that the wall shouldn't be built for a few, a dozen, 100 or so frontiersmen?
Or maybe 100 or so people sound insignificant compared to a country.
Then how many dozens or hundreds die in a year? And how many in a century? How many will die in 1,000 years? In the long run, how will the outcast frontiersmen be firm in their belief that they are from the Dragon Kingdom?
The soul of my Dragon Kingdom is lost.
The wall, that's what it does.
It sounds as if the role is pretty worthless.
But, human life is not something whose value can be estimated.
Perhaps, when the Great Wall was built in various dynasties, there were also reasons to organize work for exiles, slaves, and descended troops. But more than that, it was all about preventing small raids to burn and loot.
What did Qin Shi Huang, who beat the Huns to a pulp, build the Qin Great Wall for if not for this?
Why did Zhu Di, who knocked the heads off the Tartars,
go and build the Ming Great Wall if not for this?
So, the Great Wall is the bottom line for the Dragon Nation.
The phrase to remember at all times is human life is greater than God.
Those who lose that bottom line don't deserve to see the wall.
Lin Xian took a deep breath.
This is the Great Wall, the greatest ancient structure in the history of my Earthstar Dragon Kingdom and in the history of Earthstar.
On the scene,
the applause was thunderous.
The pop-ups, in unison, were, human life is greater than heaven.
Chief Director Han Yang was all touched by the significance of seeing the big and the small and was overwhelmed with emotion.
But he still didn't forget his duty. Lin Xian, don't rush to end the first half of the live broadcast yet.
Let's have a couple of judges comment on the ancient architecture of Terra Nova and we'll chat for a bit.
Hearing the voice in his headset, Lin Xian, below,
Judge Tang Yun and a few of the judges can give their opinions on what they saw today.
Or if they can find any loopholes in me. What I have said, what I have shown, is that it is the Terran civilization,
and if in doubt it can be raised.
Leaving from the camera,
Lin Xian came down from the stage and walked over to Han Yang.
What did you just call me about in the headset? Han Yang whispered. There's a mission up there. General Director Han Yang was enigmatic, to be precise. I feel this is a test. 037, Sakura Nation.
Which enjoys cultural plagiarism.
A test? On the stage at this time, Naraban Saburo was talking. The buildings, in my personal judgment, could not have existed. If the Pyramid of Khufu has some possibility,
then the so-called Great Wall of the Terrestrial Dragon Kingdom is simply a fool's errand.
The scene was in an uproar, which also interrupted Han Yang. Lin Shen, don't mind him. Continue. Han Yang continued.
Above, it wants you to find a way to push the number of monthly sale sets of Romance of the Three Kingdoms to over 5 million, and the number of books to over 7 million.
Lin Xian frowned. What's the point? The above want to see just how much influence travelers can have on society? Han Yang, actually, you don't have to think about it much.
It's none of your business if you're a traveler or something now.
Lin Xian froze after hearing this. Director Han, you said. Han Yang smiled. Actually, Your current status is that of a public figure, or to be more specific, a TV media figure. The only test of your ability is how big and hot your call is. After listening, Lin Xian muttered, "It feels right. Han Yang, tell me honestly, how much money was spent to make these 2 videos?" Lin Xian didn't open his mouth. "Forget it, it's your secret. Han Yang, how much money you can make? That's your business. The program piece is kind of wrapped up for you. I don't care. But the talent you've shown in your first few installments has surpassed that of most ordinary people, even surpassing experts in some areas. There's no letting up from above when it comes to talent. So, this request should actually be a test for you from above." Han Yang saying this had awakened Lin Xian. Han Yang wasn't aware that Lin Xian was a true traveler, but the people up there, they must know something about this. Just the account balance on Lin Xian's card, and all of his current money coming and going, put Lin Xian's identity 100% in front of the eyes of the people above. What do the people up there think about such an unknown presence, trying to find a way to get to the planet Earth? The people at the top would never have chosen it that way, because from the looks of it, there's basically very little difference between the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom and the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom. But compared to the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom is a strong culture. If the 2 sides fused, it would definitely be the Earth Star, not the Blue Star. That would be the dominant one. Therefore, the people above should be wanting to utilize Lin Xian in this event, or to put it simply, to promote the development of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. Utilizing may not be too accurate. The exact word would be mutual fulfillment. At the national level, it doesn't care about one person. So, the top should be considering using superior resources to promote the traveler event, and how much Lin Xian could personally profit from it. The top didn't care. Even more so, the more Lin Xian harvested, the more it proved the immensity of the treasure that was the traveler was incomparable. Having figured this out, Lin Xian understood. The top wants to signal itself. The more vocal you are capable of making, the more resources you can get. Lin Xian nodded. Understood. At this point, Narahina Saburo was still making a big deal out of it. It is impossible to have this kind of building with the architectural capabilities of the ancients. Even in modern times, it's hard to realize. It is a famous saying of your Dragon Kingdom that all the world is for profit. You should know very well that for such a small amount of usefulness, there is no way that the successive Chinese dynasties would choose to build the Great Wall. The world, too, is bustling? Narabin Saburo, what's more, how could the ancient Rokoku people have such strong civil engineering design capabilities? Guo Kai spoke up. I disagree with you. Throughout our history, whether it was the Great Yen Tianqing Palace or the later Great Chu Imperial Palace, civil engineering design capabilities have been developed to the top of the world. Until now, the Skywalker Palace remains the largest ancient building complex that has ever existed in history, and the Great Chu Palace is also the largest surviving ancient building complex to date. As early as 2,000 years ago, the ancient people of China invented mortise and tenon construction. Your Sakura country's use in this area is just a little bit of what you stole hundreds of years ago, and some of what you've stolen in the last 30 or 40 years. As a Sakura nation designer, you should be well aware of the subtleties of mortise and tenon construction, and well aware of the architectural capabilities of the ancient dragon nation. What you're saying now is a slap in the face. Guo Kai took a deep breath. Although very few people on the internet have mentioned Sakura country's large-scale plagiarism of Dragon country's civilization achievements 40 years ago, but as people in the industry, you and I know it all too well. Iron Taz listened with rapt attention from the sidelines. People in the Dragon Kingdom don't usually take the initiative to provoke others, but the Sakura countrymen are really easy to tease. It was something that Iron Tez had seen too many times. On the spot, the 2 architects bickered on the spot, with Narahina Saburo pointing out that the Gurung Kingdom didn't have the power, and Guo Kai outright said that Sakura Nation likes to plagiarize. The audience was in an uproar, both online and live. Narabin Saburo's face reddened. Nonsense. Our cherry blossom country has progressed far beyond the Dragon country in the last 150 years of the history of modern civilization, and all those technologies were accumulated by ourselves. So where is there any talk of plagiarism? Guo Kai despised. It's not like I've never been to Sakura country. I've been there many times. Let's just say that last year, I stayed at a hotel in Kyoto that provided kimchi lunchboxes. The lacquerware lunchbox was placed on the table with some kimchi, and the manager introduced it as a Sakura Nation customary breakfast. A lot of unsuspecting dragon tourists even took pictures. Unfortunately, those who know history should know that the Sakura country doesn't have a tradition of lacquered dinner plates. Whereas my Dragon country has been using metal dinner boxes since 2,500 years ago, and lacquered dinner boxes since 2,000 years ago. Even your cherry blossom country lunchboxes are copied from the shape of the 9-colored save box in Shu. And your anime, the first 100 chapters, always like to borrow the names of people and places from my Dragon country's classical masterpieces.
And then after getting through the early part of the book into the big long story, it turns around and denies the so-called homage.
If you deny paying homage, you're plagiarizing. The audience laughed out loud. The pop-ups also exploded. Well said. It does happen. Under the stage,
Lin Xian was also looking up.
No matter what parallel world, the Sakura Nation was always like this.
On the surface he appears to be humble and public-spirited, but in reality he is easily stimulated to insanity and is extremely egoistic, and has a particular fondness for turning black and white upside down.
Earthstar did the same thing,
naming the character something like Monkey King,
and later had fans deny that he was named Monkey King by saying something about Kakarot. If you're capable of not rubbing it in, why don't you just not call yourself the Monkey King in the first place? Various comics. What banana fan gossip furnace. Many anime also directly copy the martial arts moves of Bagua Palm and Baji Quan as fights,
which is obvious to insiders at a glance.
Cerebral palsy fans still keep washing their hands of it. There's nothing wrong with liking anime. There's nothing wrong with borrowing, but to borrow it and deny it, to refuse to even pay verbal homage, doesn't that make it 100% true that it was stolen and plagiarized? On the stage, Narabin Saburo's face was very unpleasant.
His neck held red,
and finally shouted angrily,
"Baka!"
The faces of all the spectators at the scene went cold.
Guakai, who was already in his 60s and had an otherwise peaceful mindset,
revealed a disdainful expression. Annoyed? Poked a sore spot? At this moment,
Lin Xian walked onto the stage and looked at Chungping Sanlang with a bland smile.
"Mr. Narahina Saburo, we respect your achievements in the field of architectural design,
but what the program needs you to do is to examine what I'm saying and what you're seeing from your professional perspective to see if it's illogical and if it's false.
Instead,
it is for you to gauge the heart of a gentleman with a small man's heart, and use your own extremely poor moral standards to question whether the successive monarchs of my Dragon Kingdom would build the Great Wall of China for unequal benefits. You're not a psychologist or a humanities scientist, and people don't have the time to listen to you engage in nonsense in that regard. If you don't manage to find a loophole in the field of architecture,
there are only two possibilities. One is that you are not talented and the so-called masters are nothing more than a reputation. The other is that the wallet is real, and my traveler status is real. Only one of the two is valid. Which one do you think it is?" The more Chungping Sanlang heard, the angrier he became.
His face clouded over as he stared fiercely at Lin Xian. He hadn't expected that Lin Xian would be so unsympathetic as to ask questions from such a tricky angle.
038. Triple warfare and triple ending. The two answers to this question are not what they appear to be. In fact, the second level of meaning of this question, when translated, should be, do you choose to admit that the ancient architecture of the Dragon Kingdom is the most awesome? Or do you choose to admit that you are a rookie? Logic. It locks up from here. Narabin Saburo was a master builder after all, and his intellect wasn't low,
so he found the breaking point in an instant.
Why does not being able to see the holes mean that the level is not a master builder? Do you make the rules? Guakai laughed. I'm a recognized master builder. Don't doubt it. The royal family of your Sakura country even gave me a medal. I don't see a hole in it. I think it's real. I recognize Lin Xian as a true traveler. I recognize that the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom's ancient architectural ability exceeds that of the Blue Star Ancient Dragon Kingdom. And of course, even farther exceeds that of the Sakura Kingdom. There's no doubt about that.
Iron smiled. As a winner of the Pucca Architecture Award, having taken 7 of the world's top 10 architectural design awards, and having accumulated 26 awards, I should be a master architect, right? I also admit to not being able to see the holes. Iron Tez is taking advantage of the situation because Iron Tez really can't find a loophole. Just go with the flow and admit you can't see it and be done with it. Since Guakai has admitted it, what's wrong with me? Murphy Island, admitting it? The point is that you, Narabin Saburo, just said that the ancient architecture of the Dragon Kingdom was inferior to that of the Sakura Kingdom. And now you're going to say that the ancient Dragon Kingdom is far superior to the ancient Sakura Kingdom. So you shouldn't be able to say that, right? Though it is something that everyone knows. But just like the internet kumbaya, the World Wide Web comment section, there are those few people from shameless countries who like to turn black and white upside down. It just so happens that Sakura Nation is one of them. Are you ready to dishonor Sakura Nation or yourself by becoming Ping Sanlang? To be precise, Sakura Nation wouldn't have the face to be compared to Rikoku in this field. Just the usual Sakura Nation dead duck. Narabin Saburo froze, and the camera stayed on him, next to Lin Xian. Wokai secretly raised his thumb and whispered, "Good question. I guess he'll choose to admit that the ancient Dragon Kingdom's architectural capabilities far exceed those of the ancient Cherry Blossom Kingdom. After all, that's a fact known to all." Lin Xian waved his head. "You underestimate the Sakura Nation. Master Guakai, why do you think the Sakura Nation has never admitted to the crime after the end of the Second Great War?" Guakai froze. After the Second Great War?
Germany was quick to recognize the crime. But the Sakura nation has always denied it,
and clamored for arguments such as nuclear explosion wrong regardless, constantly erasing history and not even mentioning in the history books this great war that has affected the world.
The words mentioned are also lies told without shame. What's this for? Why do they worship the sacred toilet every year? It's really quite simple. Because the bonobos are struggling with a very painful problem.
Option 1. Recognize the mistakes of the ancestors. Recognize the mistakes of the nation, and henceforth lose the ferocious and combative nature of the nation and be trapped forever on an island in the Pacific Ocean.
Option 2.
Refusing to recognize the mistakes of our ancestors, being called shameless and being hostile to countries in Southeast and East Asia.
What's the choice between these two options?
The Germans chose the former.
Sakura nation chose the latter. Compared to the cherry blossom countrymen, the Germans, as enemies, can only be considered cowards.
The cherry blossom countrymen are different, and you may call them shamelessly contemptuous,
but they are nationalistic and far stronger than the Germans. As opponents, the Sakura nation was far more terrifying than the Germans. There is a saying that explains this phenomenon quite clearly. When the water is clear, there are no fish, and when people are cheap, there are no enemies. If you're shameless enough, nothing can beat you. Now,
give Narabin Saburo the choice of being shameless himself,
or admitting to being inferior to Rokoku.
Knowing that the so-called Sakura country is stronger than the dragon country is just a lie.
Narabin Saburo will not admit it, because, for a long time, the people of the Sakura country have fabricated countless lies in various fields, in order not to lie to others, in order to lie to themselves.
These lies were told in order for the citizens of Sakura Nation to grow up in an environment where they are better than the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation people are at fault and they are not wrong.
Only those who have seen the world of Sakura Nation know the truth. If Narahina Saburo admits today that Sakura country is inferior to Dragon country,
then his status as a master builder is preserved.
But in the future, he would not be able to move an inch in the Sakura kingdom. Going back will definitely kill you. So the question is, in addition to the second meaning of admitting that you're a rookie and admitting that Sakura Nation is inferior to Rokoku, there was a third layer of meaning to this question posed by Lin Xian. Are you going to continue to live on in Sakura Nation? Or are you going to die a strange death? On stage, Narabin Saburo giggled and bowed 90 degrees.
I'm sorry, I'm a poor student of the art of Naruhira Saburo. I may not be worthy of the title of master. A true master of the Sakura country would be able to see the loopholes in this so-called Great Wall. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out.
Viewers who didn't know the Sakura country that well would never have expected Narabin Saburo to give such a response. Huakai was also dumbfounded. Huakai also didn't expect Shengping Sanlang to make this choice.
Only Lin Xian and a small number of people who knew about the Sakura country knew that Narabin Saburo had chosen to live between death and living. Lin Xian's ploy was called stealing the beams and pulling out the firewood from the bottom of the cauldron.
Narabin Saburo chose to go for broke and lie down. This little brat has some guts.
In the face of death, those who have the courage to follow the gecko's example of breaking its tail to survive are only a minority. Not bad for a master builder who came out of a hostile environment like Sakura country.
Viewed as an enemy, he is despicable. Taken as an individual, this man is very driven. Narabin Saburo spoke sorrowfully, but there are too many master builders in the world.
Whether the so-called masters are truly worthy,
I'm not sure. All I know is that I must be no worse than the two masters present.
Lin Xian thought correctly. This little kid really wanted to pull the back. The kid's way of breaking the game was simple, to bring Huakai and Murphy Iron down.
Lin Xian smiled.
The public has its own inferences about the ability of each designer.
Not something that can be changed by one person talking. That's it for the first half of the third installment of I'm a Traveler, Architecture. And for the second half, I'm going to take a look at modern architecture on the planet Earth. And of course, I'm now considering showing you the architecture of the Earth Star Sakura country. The Blue Star Cherry Blossom country is far worse than the Blue Star Dragon country. This matter is clear to everyone. But,
Lin Xian smiled.
The Blue Star Cherry Blossom country is also far worse than the Earth Star Cherry Blossom country. This matter is not clear to everyone. Don't you think the Sakura Nation is powerful? I can even use the Earth Star Sakura Nation to strike you Blue Star Sakura Nation. The audience laughed out loud.
Lin Xian snapped his fingers.
By the way, there's an advertisement attached. If the number of sets sold of Romance of the Three Kingdoms exceeds 5 million, I will publish one of Earthstar's Three Kingdoms games on the internet. If the number of copies of Romance of the Three Kingdoms sold exceeds 7 million,
I will take the Earthstar Dragon Kingdom 94 version of Romance of the Three Kingdoms out for webcasting.
What a literary copycat.
What copying a script to become a director to make a big name. Give the audience the original version straight away.
Doesn't it smell good? Make a lot of money as usual. Otherworldly games? Holy shit, that's kind of interesting.
I wasn't going to buy the Romance of the Three Kingdoms,
so I'm going to go buy a copy here. remember to buy the expensive kind. The cheap one is a single book, and the expensive kind has 3 books, so you can see what the stars of the alien planets look like when the time comes. Ahem. Explaining once more, that's not an alien planet, that's a parallel world. Lin Xian on the stage smiled. Speaking of games, I'm reminded of what Master Guaikai said about Sakura Nation. Indeed, the Sakura country even likes to chuck in private work when they make Three Kingdoms games. And what with the Kusanagi sword and all that crap, referring to the Japanese version of Three Kingdoms. The game I'm going to announce is Warlords of the Three Kingdoms, made by the Dragon Kingdom. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xian's mouth is so poisonous. This is actually considered Lin Xian's support of Mr. Guaikai. And afterwards, Mr. Guaikai and Lin Xian were considered real friends, not just strangers who had done one episode of the show. By the Three Kingdoms to go, how much is still missing to the number that Lin Xian said? By the way, Cao Cao, Sun Quan, Liu Bei, who actually unified the Three Kingdoms? Viewers who have watched the Three Kingdoms reply to this pop-up. Sima Yi. What the hell? Sun, Cao, and Liu fought, and it was Sima Yi who unified them in the end? Who is Sima Yi? Holy shit. Seriously? It was Sima Yi who unified the Three Kingdoms? A large number of netizens went to the internet for confirmation. Soon, hashtag Sima Yi unified the Three Kingdoms hashtag words quickly airborne the top of the Scarf hot search list. 039. The Three Kingdoms are crazy on the hot seat. Hashtag Sima Yi united the Three Kingdoms hashtag? The vast majority of people are confused when they see this phrase. The show Anime Crossing probably has about 3 million true fans who've seen all 3 episodes. It's the rest of the viewers of each installment that are the roadies. But these viewers who have seen I Am a Traveler combined, compared to the number of netizens in the Dragon Kingdom, are still a small minority. Now that it's on the hot seat, a lot of people don't even know what the Three Kingdoms are. Although Romance of the Three Kingdoms has only been on the market for less than a week, it has become the hottest selling book of the month, and has basically been confirmed that it will be the best-selling book of the year. But ask a passerby what last year's bestseller was. Ask 100 people and 99 won't know the answer. A lot of people thought Three Kingdoms was a TV show or something and clicked in to watch it. There are so many drama drought people out there. When you see the #1 trending TV show, you definitely have to find out more about it. When we clicked in, everyone was confused. Romance of the Three Kingdoms is a book? No. One on the hot search? Bought the hot search, right? Wait a minute. An ancient dynasty of the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom? What's the storyline? Travelers? There's such a thing? A large number of netizens saw the various messages and were confused. Some say that there is a man who says he is a traveler and has such a variety show that no one has been able to debunk his lies yet. Some people said that this Lin Xian was really a traveler. Others say what the hell with the crossover. It's a great looking show. Others say that Romance of the Three Kingdoms is not inferior to the classical masterpiece, Hou Yin Zhuan. A lot of people don't believe it. And those who didn't watch the 3rd installment and read the 2nd were hooked again. Is I'm a Traveler up to something again? Originally, the Colosseum, the pyramids, and the Great Wall were shown before, leaving the audience stunned. A large number of web users are now coming forward to learn about the 3rd installment, and the 2 streams of traffic are stacking up. It instantly generated an explosive amount of buzz. Hashtag the longest building in the world. Hashtag the Great Wall of China. Hashtag ancient limits of architectural height. Hashtag the Pyramid of Khufu. Hashtag bloody old buildings. Hashtag ancient Roman Colosseum. These phrases have shot into the top 50 of the Hot 100 one after the other. And it's climbing rapidly. After only a few minutes, the words for the Great Wall of China had shot up to the top 5. At this point in time, if the fans get their act together, Miles' Ascent could be considered airborne #1, but it still went awry. The reason for this is that a book reviewer, NPC, combed through the story structure of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms and posted it. Instantly, countless netizens exploded. Defeated? The Marshal Saint Guan Yu is dead? The news rushed like the wind to the Hot 100. Unsuspecting passersby were dumbfounded when they went into the hot word to learn the details. A character from a book dies and is on the hot seat? What the hell? Buying hot searches is so crazy. Can you get your money back? However, fans of the book who heard the news sullenly didn't even bother to pay them any attention. A lot of degree readers who only caught up with the artifacts in Dragonpoint and didn't buy a physical copy went nuts. My second master has been invincible all his life. How could he lose? How could I die? The audience simply had a hard time with it. Defeat is perennially used to describe the end of a hero in Terran history. It's the same thing as Waterloo, which the internet likes to use when we get to modern times. Many people, however, are familiar with Napoleon, but are no longer familiar with this part of the history of the Three Kingdoms. At Blue Star, it's the other way around, and defeat is the latest information. The 4 words will definitely become Bluestar's new internet vocabulary as a result of the sensation created by the defeat on the internet. To add to the headache, after Guan's defeat, the bad news struck again. Third Master Zhang Fei was beheaded in his dream. This news destroys the psychological defenses of Triple Triad fans. What? The Third Master is gone too? What is this author thinking? Holy shit, is it that sadistic? The Second Master just died, and the Third Master died? Many people simply can't take the blow. This is completely different from the people of the Earth-Star Dragon Kingdom watching the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It's like a foreigner on the planet Earth reading the translated version of Romance of the Three Kingdoms and seeing since the death of Lu Bu, Guan Ershi's sword, which is so lonely, looks at anyone who inserts a label and sells his head. How can you suddenly lose one day? The Romance of the Three Kingdoms portrayed Guan Yu as a superhero who was supreme and invincible. How did you lose all of a sudden? Red faces age easily. Heroes are late. The Third Master is slightly different in that the cause of the Third Master's death is laid out early. The Third Master, who was not exactly kind to his subordinates, died in a dream, at the hands of a close friend, as many had long guessed. But the fact that the Third and Second Masters are gone together still irritates a lot of fans of the book. The do-gooders taunted wildly. Ha 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 ha, Guan Yunchang Zhanyeda is gone. What else can Lu Xian to fight with me? Chao Mengda. Ha 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 ha, the Prime Minister is mighty. The Prime Minister is mighty. Upstairs, don't be so crazy. Before the Third Master died, the Chao thieves died and Chao Pai became the Emperor. Wei fans, blow up. Ha 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 ha, no way, absolutely impossible. Are you saying that the author of this book first wrote 2 of the main group of protagonists to death, and then wrote the big villain to death? What's written after that? The physical version you guys are reading must be fake. I'll wait to read the electronic version. Whoa, my Prime Minister Chao will not die. And Wei fans who had seen the physical version were poked and prodded and the whole thing went bad, creating a buzz directly under the new bib. Shu fans are crazy. Nima, the king of Wei is dead, and the big-eared thief is also hanging. Shu powder heartbroken all over the place, cannot even hold up. Cheating. The thief Mata Chao dares to make up about my royal uncle. Once the Chao thieves are dead, the day has come for me, Shu Han, to unify the world. Kongming Xianda's officials and ministers will work together to hang Wei. The extremely scarce number of Wu fans saw Wei fans Shu fans go to war and came out to speak justice. Lord Xiande, in order to help Guan Air Master revenge, was provoked to go to war with the Eastern Wu. Was loosen fire burned 700 miles even camp. Shu fan, grass, bullshit, impossible, absolutely impossible. Does Sun 100,000 have this ability? Wu fan's mind is broken. Muddy big-eared thief, die a horrible death. Ha 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 ha. Fans of the Three Kingdoms of Wei, Shu and Wu, using the hot search as a battlefield, continue the battle of the Three Kingdoms. Maybe Chao, Lu and Sun did not expect that more than 1,000 years later, in the other world, a group of people for them in another magical virtual space, let off 300 rounds of mouth. The hot search turned into a 3-country battlefield, watching the Roadrunner fans in a daze. This book seems kind of interesting. The author is a bit crazy. He wrote the protagonist and the villain to death halfway through. So what's next? It took the big V book reviewer Nan Huayon, who started the war in the first place, to come out and continue posting, after reading The Three Kingdoms, for which the author, with the crazy power of the pen, shaped an era of heroes, wrote countless legends, and then buried this era with his own hands, making the romance of the Three Kingdoms extremely sublimated. After a big battle, tons of fans of the book finally realized why it was Sima Yi who finally unified the Three Kingdoms. Even the most powerful characters can't beat time. No wonder the opening paragraph says, the rolling Yangtze River passes through the east, and the waves have exhausted the heroes. You're on your side. Finally, one by one, they eclipsed each other. It's all life. There's a war going on in the bib and it's too much. The I'm a Traveler crew, who were making second half of the broadcast adjustments, hadn't yet realized that war was coming. Lin Xian fixes his makeup. Arlene, boss, are you planning to dislike that Sakura Nation guy? Lin Xian nodded. There is this idea. Arlene laughed. Then, be sure to hit him as hard as you can. Making him stumble is best. This little kid Smash is so annoying. Talking out of sight. The more humble he seems in his behavioral habits, the stronger he makes the irony of his words. Even though I knew he was talking nonsense, I just couldn't help but be angry when I heard it. Lin Xian smiled. It's simple to educate this kind of character. What masters? How many classics can a master architect produce in a lifetime? 1 is enough to seal a god. 3 is enough to sit on the altar. But how many classics have been left behind by generations of architects and even architectural masters on the earth in previous generations? 040. What is the beauty of the art of architecture? Lin Xian easily stood in front of the camera and smiled. I'm a traveler. so who's going to refute me? I brought a world's worth of culture with me to the blue planet. If you don't believe me, find the loophole. If you believe that, please enjoy this magnificent terrestrial civilization. I'm Lin Xian. Are you ready? The second half of the third installment is live and resuming. Lin Xian on the stage smiled. There are 3 accomplished figures in architecture present. 2 masters and a self-proclaimed unworthy master. I'd like to ask a couple questions. What is architecture? Wu Kai smiled. From the perspective of the dragon language, architecture is divided into building and construction. A constructed object is an artifact that is used for human habitation, study, production, business, recreation, and storage of objects. Structures, that is, man-made objects other than houses that are more oriented to public use such as highway bridges, water towers, dams, wells, chimneys, and the like. Iron Tez smiled. By architecture, I mean man-made artifacts that have use, are permanent, and have beauty. Take, for example, a sculpture. It's solid, it has beauty, but it has no use, so it's not architecture. A tent, it has use and beauty, but it's not fixed forever, so it's not a building. An audience member raised his hand on the spot, and Lin Xian nodded one. Go ahead. The audience member who took the microphone asked, Prof. Murphy Urant, may I ask if a sculpture, which can have a use value, for example, if it is a shelf in itself, does it belong in architecture? Iron Tez, solid, not just hard, but solid, immovable, the shelves you mentioned, can he move them? Audience member, no. Iron Tez smiled. Then, it is architecture. There is no mistake that beds belong to furniture, but the northeastern Kong belongs to architecture. Suspended sink vanity is in furniture. Brick sink vanity is in construction. There were still many audience members raising their hands. Lin Xian smiled. We don't have much time. I know what you want to ask. I'll ask. Prof. Irent, if a practical perpetual object is not aesthetically pleasing, does it belong in architecture? Iron Tez, its builders may think it's architecture, but as the public and aesthetes, we must be firm in our belief that it's shit. The pop-ups became instantly more numerous. So, flying kisses are shit that doesn't belong in a building? When you put it that way, I think there's a big pile of shit right across the street from our house. Great. I live in shit now. Lin Xian, what is beauty? Iron spoke eloquently. Beauty, there's no way to quantify it, but there are some standards. For example, something that is regular in shape must be aesthetically pleasing, and this falls under the category of mathematical beauty. And clutter is also aesthetically pleasing if it is uniform or regular in material, which is physical beauty. There is no law of the above, but if it stimulates the mind, then there is also beauty, and it belongs to artistic beauty. More often than not, the more types of beauty it has, the more beautiful it is in itself. Lin Xian found it interesting to hear. It's kind of a learning experience. No wonder sunflower is so famous. It is colorful, straight from the heart, mathematically beautiful in its shape, and physically beautiful in its own material. Triple beauty in one. There is certainly more to beauty than just these 3, but they are the more basic ones. There is definitely beauty in being able to do all 3. It's like a book. That wouldn't be aesthetics. That would be called feeding the reader shit. But if 100 stories, 99 have endings, and only one has no ending, that's white space. That's art. That's aesthetically strong and straight from the heart. A book, as long as a story is written, as long as it's finished, even if the story is retarded, it has a certain beauty to it. But if you have a story that's divided into 100 chapters written in 100 languages, that's called neurosis. Lin Xian nodded. Mr. Naraban Saburo, do you have any different views or additions to the architecture? Naraban Saburo smiled. Sense of space, space utilization, optics, vision. If a man-made object, which is solid, and the surface cannot be utilized, it is not a building. For example, if a mud tanker dump breaks down and the cement in it solidifies, it's not considered a building. There are exceptions though. If you move it to an architecture school and give students the opportunity to go and see it and give it educational value, it's considered architecture again. Lin Xian summarized. Space, light, meaning, right? Naraban Saburo smugly said. That's right. Waiting for that point of view from you. Lin Xian knew that in a bulletproof place like Cherry Blossom Country, the designer would definitely care a lot about the 3 items of space utilization, light expression, and meaning giving. Lin Xian, the next thing I'm going to show you is the building of the Earth Star Sakura Kingdom, the Water Mikado. It is both built and constructed. It has the mathematical beauty of regular forms, the physical beauty of materials, and the artistic beauty that goes straight to the heart. It pioneered a new type of architecture with its use of space. Its use of light is the pinnacle of the terrestrial world. It is meant to elevate the soul. This building, basically, fulfills all the requirements and imaginations that everyone has for architecture. So, it may not be a super high scoring building, but it's certainly an absolutely passable building that flawlessly exemplifies architectural design. Irontez frowned. Things like architecture are just different styles. The definition of architecture varies from country to country. It's as if the music of the Dragon Kingdom uses the 5 tones gong gui shang jiaoyu, and modern music uses the 7 tones. If it crosses the line, it's not so much. How does a building, with its great unity, become absolutely passable? That said, the building may not feel like top-of-the-line design, but no designer can find any flaws in it? That's a little wild. Lin Shan looked at Narabin Saburo. In the Earth Star, the Sakura country isn't known for its architecture and is considered relatively weak in this area. But then the Earth Star Sakura Nation can easily hang on to the Blue Star Sakura Nation. Narabin Saburo was dismissive. I don't believe you're a traveler at all. So what we're about to see is also a hoax prepared in advance by you or your team. You can shock me with all sorts of oversized, super long old buildings, and yet it's impossible to convince me of the perfection of your design with the architectural style of our Sakura country. Narabin Saburo was laughing maniacally inside. It's too easy to try to egg on the people. Your building is too close to the sky for my liking. Your building is too far from the sky for my liking. Your building is too warmly colored for my liking. Your building is too cool toned for my liking. Pick and choose your problems as you go along. Just like being a human being, it's easy to make some people think you're perfect, while at the same time another part of the population may think you're worthless. But make everyone think that you, as a person, are not a saint, but a good person. That would be too hard. Lin Xian did have absolute confidence. This building is one of the few representative buildings in the architectural world of the Earth Star Sakura country. Guys, get it together. Lucas raised his hand high. Wait. This goes to Sakura country to see architecture. Is it considered Western architecture or? Earlier Lucas and Liu made an appointment for him to see the Western architecture and her to see the Dragon Kingdom architecture. How do you count the Cherry Blossom Country building now? Lin Xian smiled. This building is one of the symbols of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom learning from the Dragon Kingdom. So, Li you go, right? Learning like Rokoku? Narabin Saburo felt that there was a pitfall here. Definitely a bad rebuttal kind of pit. The 6 stood on the stage and entered the new space together. In the sky, the sun is not small. Here is a meadow. A lotus pond that looked like an inferior fish pond stood above the ground on a small hill, perched on top of a mountain. Lin Xian pointed at the lotus pond. That is, the absolute passable building without any flaws, the Water Imperial Hall. A couple of architects were confused, and so was the audience. This shitty fish pond is everywhere in the world, and any ordinary person who doesn't know how to build can pour it out of cement and plywood themselves. What kind of absolutely passable building is this? 041. Tangled and screwed up Sakura Nation. What kind of building is this? Narabin Saburo laughed. If this thing is considered a flawless building, there are too many master builders in the world. Lin Xian was bland. What if there's another cave in the lotus pond? Narabin Saburo bent over in laughter. Another cave? There are no large plants on top of this hill. Even if there were any buildings in the area covered by the lotus pond, it would be a huge failure for the art of Oriental architecture. Wouldn't it? Hey, Narabin Saburo is right. For the greater Rokoku cultural circle where the Rokoku-stick country Sakura country is located, a building is a failure without the presence of a tree. This bare hilltop, whatever was built, could not be aesthetically pleasing to the art of Oriental architecture. Lin Xian smiled. There's no such drawback. Water Imperial Hall, surrounded by greenery. Narabin Saburo laughed. Then again, let's say that Oriental architecture that has a bar building built on top of a mountain, unless it's a temple. Otherwise any building is constructed on top of a mountain, and that's considered a failure. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. What an accurate guess. It is a temple. Narabin Saburo didn't see where Swagoto was, but found a direction of attack after getting the answer that it was a temple. The temple was built on top of a mountain, and it must match the solemn and clean grounds to match the qualities of the temple. If it is built on flat land or halfway up a mountain in order to have a design style surrounded by greenery. Do you know anything about temple architecture? Temple buildings, church buildings, mosques, Taoist temples, are all special, sacred buildings, religious buildings. These buildings are built to very strict standards. For example, the Amei Golden Dome, such as the Taishan Grand Hall, all have clean features. Lin Xian laughed. There's absolutely no problem with plants obscuring the line of sight on its ground. Narabin Saburo was interested. I'd like to see how you're going to weasel your way out of this. First, it says it's surrounded by greenery, and then it says there's absolutely no vegetation on the ground to obscure the view. Could this temple have been built on a lawn? What's the beauty of having to go in so many circles when a random big tree could have solved the problem? A big tree? The big tree is a pit. Who would plant a big tree on top of a mountain? Looking for lightning? To practice for the apocalypse? Hua Kai hesitated. Bonsai can solve these problems. Wasn't the reason bonsai existed born to solve these problems?
Lin Xian waved his head.
Bonsai isn't the focus here.
But it has a huge bonsai.
Iron Tez spares a thought.
Why don't we not rush to walk up and discuss it first?
If I'm not mistaken, it's built with industrial-style cement,
which is why it possesses the physical beauty of material science.
Right? Lin Xian nodded. Right. A concrete industrial-style Buddhist temple? The audience just wants to ask, what the hell?
Iron, so where does he get his graphic regularity?
His mathematical beauty?
Lin Xian, the sky is round,
and the ancient Oriental architecture is mathematically beautiful. Irent nodded.
I do like the idea of the circle of the sky being able to convince me. So where does he get the beauty of his art?
How does it stimulate the mind?
Lin Xian, the requirements for a Buddha hall are grand and bright.
It is in darkness, with a narrow layout, and the strong contrasts make any visitor mind-blowing. Narabin Saburo disdained.
A Buddhist temple has to have a sense of sanctity.
How can it be built to have a sense of sanctity since it is in the dark and has a small layout?
Lin Xian,
wouldn't it be fine for the building to be in darkness and the statue of Buddha to be in the light?
Hua Kai saw that Lin Xian was able to answer perfectly to both Changping Sanlang's and Island's questions, so he opened his mouth to ask,
since you say this is a Buddha hall, at the top of a mountain, how does it ensure the quiet seclusion required for a Buddha hall?
Lin Xian was happy. If people think it's not quiet and claustrophobic enough after watching it,
they can come to the show and beat me up. The pop-ups exploded. That's what you said.
Ha 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 ha.
That's crazy, but I like it. Interesting. These things are clearly in conflict.
All sides are in conflict.
Darkness and light are just in conflict. Claustrophobia and conspicuousness are also in conflict. Since you want to be surrounded by greenery, the ground should not be obscured from view by plants. Since it has to be narrow and sacred. Cement industrial style Buddha hall? Cement industrial style in a skyround pattern? It's not next to anywhere.
Indeed. It would be a fool's errand to deal with all these issues and achieve 100% in each,
but to do these things in unison is still passable.
That can indeed be said to be a flawless building.
Absolutely passable. The question is, how is that possible?
Lin Xian headed upwards,
and a few people followed. As the crowd ascended, the sightlines flattened out.
From looking up at the lotus pond to looking down at it.
What about Buddhist temples? What about architecture?
There are only bare lotus ponds and ugly concrete ponds.
What about those other things? Narabin Saburo looked around. Mizagoto, where is it? Snubbing us? Narabin Saburo thought of a point and got excited. You did it on purpose. After 3 installments,
you and your team are ripe for the picking. You purposely say a bunch of crap before admitting at this very moment that you're not a traveler.
You're trying to trick us.
Right.
You liar. Lin Xian looked at Narabin Saburo, his face expressionless. Who says that the building has to be above the surface?
As soon as these words came out, Hua Kai then figured it out and rushed towards the lotus pond before looking under the water.
Under the water is the Buddha hall. This water Mikado. He was at the top of the hill,
but below the surface of the earth. No wonder it says it's surrounded by greenery, but there are absolutely no plants on the ground to obscure the view.
Who stipulated that the surface is the ground? The ground can be a roof. 2. Under the oval-shaped lotus pond is the Buddha hall.
The building of the Buddha hall was constructed in strict regularity,
with absolutely square architecture. The sky is round. Under the lotus pond, the Buddha hall, the lotus and the Buddha are, by nature, inseparable. The Buddhas all sat on lotus platforms. Who would have thought that the statue of Buddha, here, is under the lotus rhizome?
Lin Xian walked towards the downward staircase.
Let's go,
as the building's hut is revealed.
Sure enough, it's an industrial-style building. Those styling details are minimalist, but they don't give off a very modern feel. On the contrary, when combined, there is an aura that is uniquely Buddhist. This is below the surface and at the top of the mountain. It's dark here, even though it's the top of a mountain. Walking into the long corridor,
the vermilion-grated wooden walls are a perfect reflection of the windows in the architecture of the ancient Dragon Kingdom. Wooden floors give a warm feeling, and the wooden grill carries sunlight into the interior,
and, coloring the space red. It was just an illusion of human vision, but it just gave off an inexplicable aura. The further down you go, the stranger it gets. The darkness is dense and various Buddhist temple features are reflected in the architecture. But every divided space is not dark, for overhead was a lotus pond. Its transparent bottom allowing the sun's rays to enter the ground. But all this sunlight isn't blinding. Filtered through the pool water, they give an ethereal glow. Quiet, secluded. There's no hustle. How can a Buddhist temple be underground? How can a Buddha statue be underground?
The first sight of the statue of Buddha with this thought in mind strikes everyone's mind. 4. The natural light drops down from the pool and falls on the Buddha.
In the darkness, only the statue of Buddha was bathed in light. If I don't go to hell, who will? This famous Buddhist saying instantly appeared in everyone's mind. It's certainly not hell. It's beautiful. However,
the tearing sensation of darkness and light gives an instantaneous sense of the so-called Buddhist truth.
The designer of this building, who doesn't necessarily know much about art, is a master at manipulating people. Even if a non-believer walks in here and sees the statue of Buddha, he or she will feel the breath of Buddha come to life in the midst of this flawless light of light and shadow. The lotus pond, the light of day, the darkness, the fragrance of the Buddha. Isn't this the most authentic ancient Buddhist temple building? But it's so modernized. From the outside, it's all industrial style.
But entering the overall appearance of the ground floor patio narthex, the pure white overall architecture gives a sense of abstraction.
And what about getting indoors?
The antique colors are not weak at all.
From the very outside world, all the way to deeper into the Buddha's niche.
It's like going from the earthly world to the land of the Buddha.
Naraban Saburo's mind was ruffled and provoked.
He couldn't help but fold his hands and worship.
Indeed,
the Buddhist culture is not the cherry blossom country from the dragon country to learn it, and 1,000 years of exchanges. The Buddhist culture has been at the forefront of exchanges.
Whereas in the Dragon Kingdom,
the Buddhist culture is not so much liked and believed in.
In the Sakura Kingdom, the percentage is much larger. At this time, Sungping Sanline did not dare to open his mouth to say anything in the middle of this holy moo. Irant exclaims,
a combination of the modern and the ancient,
of Eastern and Western art, light, color, space, form, line, material. I can't say how wonderful each one is, but together,
there really is no downside. The architects of the Earth Star.
So scary. Lin Xian smiled. Like I said, even the Sakura country with poorer architecture on the Earth Star can still hang on to beat the Blue Star Sakura country. The rest of the tour of modern architecture will be seen and heard. Absolutely no one can say anything bad about the fusion. But, what's the point of fusing these contraptions together? The tangled and screwed up Sakura Nation character is unreadable. 042.
The place where Rice's dreams were shattered.
The Golden Gate Bridge.
Naraban Saburo's mind is racing at super speed.
If you cracked an egg on his bald head, it would fry in less than 20 seconds. The Water Mikado, in every way, isn't really doing much of anything,
but there really is no downside.
People who don't know anything about architecture, when they arrive at the Water Mikado, at best they will marvel at the great idea. Walking around carefully, I realized there wasn't much to see,
and a cursory glance by someone who knows architecture would suggest it's claptrap.
But when you look at it,
you have to admire that it is indeed a good combination of all aspects.
And while it's not absolutely superb, there's nothing missing either. Why do you say it has no highlights? For example, when you go to Heung-yi-kook,
you can think that this is Heung-yi-kook when you see pigeon lofts and pigsties.
For example, in TV and movies, those futuristic cities have a futuristic feel at first glance. Like cyberpunk, like steampunk. Architectural style, that's the way to go.
There's no way to completely blow the human mind without a thoroughly stylized building.
Naraban Saburo finally said without any acidity or pain.
It's like copying a textbook to write the answers to a test without much human emotion. Lin Xian didn't let the topic continue but opened his mouth and smiled.
Let's go to the second modern landmark. Earthstar Rice, also known as Rice Dream. Iron Taz came to life. Get to see the building with the most spirit of the Rice Dream?
Lin Xian swung his head. I'll show you the holy land of the shattered dreams of rice.
The land of broken rice dreams? The Rice Dream. A concept put forward by the rice people.
Of course, it's nothing more than the same thing the Mizos are doing. What with the zizi and the petri dish and all that.
In a narrower sense, however,
the Rice Dream refers to the belief that a better life can be achieved through hard work and perseverance in rice.
That is, people must prosper through their own hard work, courage, creativity, and determination, rather than relying on a particular social class and the assistance of others. Most of the time,
it's a serious daydream,
but as long as there are a lot of people, there's always someone who just happens to fit it.
So, this is something that rice constantly propagates as part of its universal values.
The land of broken rice dreams?
The word alone conveys everything to the viewer.
Iron Tez waved his head.
I'm also curious to know what it's like in the land of shattered rice dreams.
Tattered, broken, lifeless? Lin Xian, the exact opposite. Magnificent and vibrant. With a single step, the five of them followed Lin Xian and arrived at the old Golden Mountain in the country of me. This is old downtown Kingsford, and this is, the Golden Gate Bridge. The sea, rising with smoke, amidst the mist of pregnant water. A cross-sea bridge stretches across the sea.
The red support beam is so striking that it catches everyone's eye at first glance.
Standardized drawstrings with modern beauty. Iron Tez looked at the bridge. This bridge, in this scene, is so beautiful. the beauty of architecture, the beauty of the scenery. The two are combined in the best possible way. How can such a dreamy place be the land of broken rice dreams? Lin Xian didn't reply, but instead looked at the bridge. Because the time Lin Xian chose to cross was 1 minute before the first jumper from the Golden Gate Bridge jumped into the sea. It was also when the Golden Gate Bridge was exactly 3 months old in construction. A middle-aged man stood on the edge of the bridge, then climbed the fence. On the scene, everyone was staring intently at the man. Amidst the clouds, the middle-aged man stepping on the steel cable leapt down like a big free bird. He was the first person to jump into the sea at the Golden Gate Bridge. A Rice veteran from World War I. Rice promised him that by fighting only one war, his children would be spared from war raids, the world would be stabilized, and he would live in abundance. Everyone's mind was still reeling from the figure with open arms. He wore tattered clothes, his hair was disheveled, and his beard covered his face. Iron Tez spoke up after a moment of silence. He's not well off? Lin Xian, the time he jumped off the bridge was on the eve of the outbreak of World War II, and when the terrestrial Cherry Blossom Kingdom officially invaded the Dragon Kingdom. Rice is supplying war materials to Sakura Nation in large quantities. Rice clearly failed this veteran. Rice always likes to say, as a famous admiral once said, that veterans don't die, they just wither away. Then he personally suppressed a parade of Great War veterans demanding grants, killing and wounding hundreds. This veteran, living in despair, living with the deception of Rice. Veterans don't die. It's just that the generals didn't do it. That's the state of Rice. The veteran died, jumping off the bridge and falling into the sea, and the wave looked like a small, unobtrusive white flower on the bridge. Time passes like a shuttle, and the sun and moon rotate. The scene in front of the Golden Gate Bridge changes over the years in a frenzy. During the gap, Lin Xian spoke. This Golden Gate Bridge, on one side, is the old downtown of Jinshan, and on the other side is Jinshan. Gold diggers dream of rice and come here to pan for gold. For almost 200 years, people have been coming here non-stop to pan for gold and traveled this road. As they walked across the path, the second jumper was right beside them. A young father, holding a baby girl, walks across the bridge. Without warning, the baby girl was thrown down, followed by the man leaping into the sea with such determination. Lin Xian turned his head to look at the dumbfounded Narabin Saburo. This building, does it lack human emotions? This is the most famous landmark in Rice, which has appeared hundreds of times in Rice Hollywood movies, and its destruction in the movies represents what Rice people consider to be the shattering of civilization. It's not the longest bridge in Rice, but it's the most iconic structure in Rice. 6 men, with an audience, look out from here onto the bridge. Time is still flowing and moving forward in large strides. Third, fourth, 320, 810, 1460, 1999, the 2000th sea jumper. They are old, young, children and middle-aged. They are women, men, transsexuals, and heterosexuals. They were teachers, soldiers, policemen, hoodlums, robbers, clerks, firemen. Some of them had previously wandered the streets all day as if they had lost their souls. Some of them had come from the far north, and their faces were expressionless. Some of them were in so much pain that nothing in this world could stop this will to die. The mind was dead before any of them got here. The walking dead. They are the ones who have been abandoned by the rice dream. And they are the most desperate and ritualistic 2000 people out of those hundreds of millions of people whose rice dream has been shattered. If one saw 1,000 rats jumping from here in line, one would look numb. But with 2,000 people taking one vertical leap here, one by one, no one is immune to the chaos of thought and the twitching of the heart. People of all shapes and sizes are fundamentally different and not at all simple numbers. Some people cried out in pain, while others suddenly crossed the bar of the boundary between life and death in a fit of laughter. While some shivered, others jumped off with determination and decisiveness. Someone waved their clothes in the wind, slammed them down hard on the ground, and leapt forward. Someone calmly organized their coat, folding it neatly on the floor, preserving the last vestiges of decency. Someone with a pistol in his hand, aimed at his throat, finally didn't have the courage to face the blood drenching him, and finally rushed out into the blue sea with a frenzied roar. Someone wrote the last words of their life in a notebook on the edge of a bridge and then fell. Cars come and go. Nobody cares about them. Only the newspaper press was excited to send out the news XXXTH bridge faller. The people on the road are still chasing the dream of not knowing where the meter is. The sea under the road still flows regularly from the distant past. Lin Xian spoke up. In 37, the Golden Gate Bridge opened. This represents the greatest bridge building technology of 80 years ago. Here, the Golden Gate Bridge represents the road of dreams to the Golden Mountain, connecting the two sides of poverty and the other side of a Rice Krispies style windfall. But life in Rice tells them, sorry, daydreams have you. Rice dreams don't. The
The building is so architecturally beautiful in its natural beauty, but it's not famous because of how beautifully it was built, how sturdy it is, what architectural wonder records it broke. One by one, the people who jumped off the bridge gave the Golden Gate Bridge its temperature. Cold to the bone, the temperature that seals the soul. It is the only building in the Terran world known globally as a sanctuary for self-cannibalization, a place where painful rice dreams are shattered. Grass. Why did he put up this kind of building for us to see? Intentionally denigrating rice. Denigrating the rice dream? What do you care what the people are happy to show? You look like a walking 500,000 to me. On the pop-ups, a handful of people who had been poked and prodded in their rice dreams jumped up to retort. It's just a shame that it's just history attached to the theme of the building and no one really pays attention to their beauty-licking behavior. Irant, the architect from Rice, a building from 80 years ago, with its structure and function and artistry, I give it a 95. Excuse me, let's leave this place quickly. I feel like hell here. There's only deep despair, not half as much interest in enjoying the scenery, laughing but not saying anything about the announcement. So many people can't stand it after a little mention or two of the crap that the Mizos do. Ha, point to the report. Second release. This chapter is too short on words. Other sites may still be updating and will be automatically fixed later. 043, the place where the dream of the Dragon Kingdom began. The Bird's Nest, plus more. The Golden Gate Bridge. It's so depressing. Maybe the average person who actually sees the Golden Gate Bridge doesn't feel that way. Instead they'll hear a lot of legends. For example, across the bridge is Gold Mountain, where a little bit of gold can make you $1 million man. What a wonderful view of this bridge. For example. Or think of a certain movie, like I, Robot in that dream of the broken bridge. However, Lin Shen took all the viewers and only spent hastily less than an hour watching the deaths of 2,000 people. This suffocating depression was too much. It wasn't just Iron Tez who couldn't stand it, it was everyone else. The pop-ups are much less. But, that doesn't mean there are fewer people watching. By the time of the Golden Gate Bridge segment, the real number of people watching the live stream had broken through to 8 million. Lin Xian, then show everyone the last building of the day. Guo Kai, the last one. Is it from the Dragon Kingdom? The first two modern buildings just correspond to the nationalities of the participating jurors. Naraban Saburo corresponds to Mizugoto. Irandiquat corresponds to the Golden Gate Bridge. Then the third one. Yes, Dragon Kingdom architecture. Lin Xian, show everyone the initial place of the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom dream. Look at a hotbed of hope. A group of people appeared in the sky above Yanjing. Lin Xian rotated his viewpoint. A glimpse of an ancient complex with a golden roof is so conspicuous. It was particularly eye-catching in the sunrise. What's that? That should be the Imperial Palace of Daming that Lin Xian was talking about, right? What an awesome complex. The style isn't quite the same as the Great Chu Palace. It would be a hell of a thing to be exactly the same. Hey, don't you want to give me 2 more shots? The viewpoint turned away to a modern arena densely populated. A modern stadium with a steel frame exterior structure sits atop the landmark. It, the Bird's Nest, is full of hope. It is also the Dragon National Stadium, named the Bird's Nest because of its shape. The shape of the stadium is like a nest and a cradle that nurtures life and holds the hope of mankind for the future. The designers did not do anything extra with this venue, leaving the structure exposed and thus naturally forming the appearance of the building. Hope, Guo Kai looked toward the Bird's Nest. What a classic design. The shape of a bird's nest. A bird's nest is a place where the next generation is nurtured, and it can indeed be said to represent hope. When he said this, Lin Xian rarely showed his true feelings. The Dragon Kingdom before the Bird's Nest was built, and the Dragon Kingdom that soared afterward, gives this building its epical significance. Why did the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom take off after this building was built? Lin Xian looked at the building and was filled with emotion. In 86, a dragon student was studying in Germany. The landlord made a point of showing him the family's refrigerator and told him that this was for freezing food. In 94, a dragon student was studying in the stick country. The lady next door brought in a tube of toothpaste and told her that all modern people brush their teeth. Back in 2000, a dragon entrepreneur had a closed door at a supplier company in the U.S. Back in 2007, a visitor to the Dragon Nation was asked if all Dragon Nation people flew from the eaves and wore dreadlocks. The Dragon Kingdom at that time was not particularly bad compared to the countries in the world, while the total economy was being in the top 5 in the world. But people all over the world think the dragons still live in thatched huts, still have braids, and still eat chaff. More than 100 years ago, imperialist powers came to this land and plundered it wantonly. In the midst of a century of shame, the people of the Dragon Nation are united as one. Unlike the rice dream, the Dragon Dream is more specific. The waves of the times are such that the people of the Dragon Nation are also eager to be recognized and known. Dragon's business card for the world.
The reputation of the Dragon Kingdom in the world. The Dragon Kingdom shows the world how good it is. The turning point in the dragon's charge to the world's no. 1 economy. The Dragon Nation is confident in the world's peoples. Where it all started. It all started in this building, the bird's nest. Naraban Saburo, this bird's nest. It doesn't look too grand. Before Lin Xian could say anything, Guo Kai spoke up. The largest stadium in Sakura country can only hold 55,000 people. There are 80 stadiums of that level in our Dragon Kingdom if not 100. In the field of stadium construction, Mr. Narahira Saburo doesn't need to speak up. Iron Tez bursts out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, I thought of something happy. Ha 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 ha. Iron Tez looked at the bird's nest. I wonder what the standard of this bird's nest is from the level of construction on the planet Earth. But in terms of the field of stadiums in the blue planet, this bird's nest would be in the top 5 when put in the blue planet. It's very artistic in terms of its appearance. It's almost perfect in terms of the allegory and the launching point of the building. This bird's nest carries the rising hopes of a nation of people. As it is, the bird's nest is one of the most suitable themes. Pick a theme and build it well to make it work. By design, the steel keel architecture is directly exposed, which at first glance is a bit different from the norm. Upon closer examination, the superiority of these structures is self-evident. The crowd kept moving forward. Gradually, it came up to a water. The lights of the bird's nest, all lit up in the night ahead. Reflections on the water. Stadiums erected on the ground. It creates a stunning picture. In the direction of the bird's nest, there was a deafening shout. Tang Yun was surprised. There's a sporting event going on inside? Lin Xian nodded. To be precise, this year, the Dragon Kingdom hosted the most important sporting event in the history of Earthstar, the Olympic Games, which was held every 4 years. Inside, at this time, is the opening ceremony of the greatest, most magnificent, most culturally rich Olympic Games in the history of mankind. Over 90,000 spectators, tens of thousands of athletes from 204 national and regional Olympic teams, tens of thousands of cultural performers are building wonders in history here. Lin Xian didn't think he would one day be at the Olympic opening ceremony. Boom! Crazy and beautiful fireworks bloom above the bird's nest. Nearby, a variety of fireworks and lights flew and erupted. One big step towards the nest. From this day let the world know that the Dragon Kingdom has come. The Dragon Kingdom in full bloom. Here it comes. Before that, the Dragon Kingdom represented exoticism and mystery to people around the world. At this very moment, 4 billion people around the world are watching this opening ceremony live. It was also the most watched opening ceremony in the history of Terran humanity, creating the largest number of viewers. Inside the arena, the cheers endured. The shocking sound shook the earth. But with so many people at such a high decibel level, the bird's nest was breezy and unmoving. It can withstand earthquakes of magnitude 8 or higher without the slightest damage. It can withstand more than 90,000 people cheering in the stands without being shaken. It is the bird's nest. In fact, it was politely named. It should have been called Phoenix Nest. A tear flowed from the corner of Guokai's eye. The unease of the Dragon Kingdom and the other world seems to have reached my inner heart through this scene. The foundation of this pomp and circumstance, forged by the unity of 4 billion people, is this bird's nest. Every detail of this bird's nest was on display for the Blue Star Dragon Nation audience in the world's most ambitious fireworks show. We have had such a journey in the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. Empathy. I wish so much to see this event. I wish so much to sing and cheer together with my fellow dragon countrymen in the other world. Lin Xian smiled. There are so many countries in the world, and each country has its own representative architecture, representative culture. And there's more than one important building in each country. The Earthstar Dragon Kingdom, with 146, 300 kilometers of railroads and 37, 900 kilometers of high-speed railroads in operation. The country of Earthstar Dragon, with 846, 500 kilometers of roads and 140,000 kilometers of highways. The Earthstar Dragon Kingdom, with 800,000 highway bridges and 10,000 kilometers of high-speed rail bridges accumulated. Of all the miraculous buildings, I chose the bird's nest for everyone to see. Hope is birthed right here. The clamor receded and everyone returned to the studio. Lin Xian, the third installment. Construction ends here. What? Don't. Shit. Haven't seen enough. The architecture of the planet Earth seems to have an extraordinarily different charm. That's because the Earth star has an extraordinarily different story, so it gives the building an extraordinarily different charm. That said, the bird's nest design is so suitable for the main venue of the Winter World Games in our Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. 044. Hello, my name is Chen Guangxiao. The netizens' frantic discussions were not going to stay Lin Xian, but there is one thing that can. The aesthetics of architecture? in modern architecture, are meant to be unilaterally superb and extreme. There is no doubt that the bird's nest is perfect for the ultimate in at least 3 ways. The biggest fireworks display in the history of the planet, you bird's nest in the night combined with the scene, but also do not know the architecture of the audience, but also think it is beautiful. Guokai and Iron Tez were also engrossed in their appreciation of the bird's nest. Almost forgot. Lin Xian smiled. Grandmaster Guokai, Grandmaster Murphy Ironed. The two looked back. Ha! Lin Xian smiled. I said at the beginning of the program that the two whose answers were closest to being correct would get 2 chances. One is the chance to design the world's only traveler's home. One is the chance to design the world's only traveler's museum. Would you two like to? Naraban Saburo grunted coldly and went straight off the stage. Iron Tez smiled. Of course I would if I had that opportunity. Guokai, okay, residential, I'll design it. The museum opportunity goes to Iron Tez. It stands to reason that there is a chain of contempt in the architectural profession as well. Workplace decorating looks down on home decorating, and architects look down on interior designers. Public architects look down on home designers. Such a chain of contempt continues that Guokai actively chose residential design? Guokai smiled. In my heart, I'm already sure you're a traveler. I think that perhaps designing a modern villa that covers the ancient and modern architectural features of the Dragon Kingdom to give you, the traveler, a taste of the charm of the blue planet might be something I'd prefer to do. Murphy ironed. Okay, then the museum design. I'll take it. We discussed the size of what's needed, as well as detailed requirements such as building address. Lin Shan looked at the camera. Then, viewers, we'll really see you again. The theme of the next program will remain the same. Look at the online dynamics. By the way, remember the sales of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, War of the Three Kingdoms, and the 94th edition of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. I'll see you in the 4th installment. And Luya drove the car while speaking. Aren't you worried that after the 2 design masters design the building, it turns out that you can't buy the land and can't build it? Lin Xian, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, looked out the window. I'm not worried about this at all. Why worry about that? The test from above has come. It shows that the concept of travelers is taken seriously up there. Whatever it is that the above is trying to do, one thing is very certain. They're not going to be so stingy that they're going to build a traveler's museum and make it impossible for me to find a place. Are they? Lin Xian turned his head to look at Lu Yao. How are the results of your new book? And Lu Yao spat out. What else can it be? Recommendation votes, monthly votes, subscriptions, and bounties. In every aspect it was crushed by the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. However, except for the subscription, everything else is at the level of the second in the whole station. After the shelves, I estimate that the subscription of the top 30 in the whole station is no problem. After all, The Day I Fell in Love with Crosser Lin Xian written by An Luyo belongs to female romance, though derivative rights and launching comics and TV shows are more advantageous than male franchises. But there's no way the subscription aspect is going to catch up with the dominant players in the men's genre. And The Romance of the Three Kingdoms is the male frequency of the two major king of the subject, upgrading the text, the hegemony of the two subjects and the hegemony of the text, combined with excellent writing, and the appeal of an otherworldly story, and the support of the fans of the show I'm a Traveler. It's now forming a site-wide domination of the charts, sweeping the entire Longpoint list in just 1 week. Airborne #1 on various lists. Even Longpoint hasn't had a chance to put a recommendation on it yet. And Luyo waved her fist. Why did you ask me to drive for you? Because you drive well. Lin Xian smiled. Being connoted to, and Luyo spat. You still say that? I already know what that Love Dongzhua movie means. The comments section is all about me driving. My reputation as a 3-have youth, an outstanding young writer, is all ruined. Lin Xian was serious. It's true that it's not because you drive well, because gas is too expensive. And Luyo looked sideways. Ha! Lin Xian, if you're driving, drive properly and don't look around. Ha! And Lu Yao, and you talk about driving. Lin Xian laughed out loud. Forget it and stop messing around. I don't have an assigned car. And I don't have a driver. And the point is I don't have a license. Although I'm an old driver in Earthstar, I can't get on the road in Blue Star. Lin Xian had already asked Arlene to communicate with the program to go, and it was a matter of time before a driver and car were assigned. With the guiding principle of absolutely picking up the slack if you can do it without spending any money. This was left in the hands of the program and Central Dad. Passing by the 3rd ring road of Yinjing, Lin Xian looked at a piece of land. This is a good location. And Lu Yao, don't overthink it. Traffic is always jammed here. I suggest picking outside the 4th ring road. Outside the 4th ring? Lin Xian pondered. And Lu Yao, I would suggest that the places you need to frequent in Yinjing all be chosen in the same zoning district. That includes the studio, the corporate address if you run a company, and the museum, and your home, preferably all in the same area. Driving is too much traffic. Did you see the dust on the front of my car? I haven't driven it in 3 weeks. Lin Xian, 3 weeks? Don't you work as an old driver in a book every day?
And Lu Yao smiled innocently.
Now I'm driving.
So be careful of 2 lives in 1 car.
Women drivers are old and scary. Don't ever irritate me.
Lin Xian quickly pulled his seatbelt tighter and raised his hand to grab the handle on the upper side of the window.
Drive properly. The car circled around Yinjing City.
And eventually Lin Xian saw a location that was perfect for a museum.
The location is right in Fengtai.
The studio location is Haidian.
And Fontana is just below Haidian.
And further southwest is Fansha. This area of Fansha is great for building villas.
The villas in Yinjing are all in the northeast or southwest. This is because the northwest side is not well located,
while the southeast side is downwind.
The villa area to the northeast is close to the airport,
so it's more of a place where big names in finance and other fast-paced industries choose to make their homes.
Lin Xian didn't want to go over there to join in the fun. Therefore, if a villa was built, Lin Xian wanted to choose to build it in Fangshan or Fengtai. That museum was built over here,
and it is indeed closer.
Let's go. Get back.
And Lu Yao stared sideways.
Not.
For you to drive for so long,
just go back? You're not buying me dinner? Lin Xian, then I'll treat you to a meal. And Lu Yao, 1 meal and you're done? Lin Xian, you're relying on me aren't you?
And Lu Yao grunted.
I want more milk tea. Be careful of getting fat as a ball.
Lin Xian, okay. After eating with An Lu Yao at the restaurant, it was already past 9 in the evening, and Lu Yao drove Lin Xian back to his neighborhood before driving home. Lin Xian bought a pack of the more famous Aing brand cigarettes from the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom,
and when he exited the elevator, he touched one.
When he reached the door, Lin Xian looked at the man at the door and became alert.
Who are you? The man in the doorway,
with short hair and a scar on his card cheek,
seemed to be a forceful and powerful man, not particularly tall,
but explosive at first glance. The man stood straight in his duffel coat.
Seeing Lin Xian, the man spoke. My name is Chen Guangxiao, 045. 3 states for a bit and Amway for a bit. Sitting on the sofa,
Lin Xian held a cigarette in his mouth while following up the phone call.
On the other end of the line, Arlene, boss, did you see that iron lump?
Lin Xian turned his head to look at Chen Guangxiao.
People don't have iron surnames either. Arlene spat. He's the chauffeur assigned to you by Central Dad. And by the way boss, you've been assigned a Von car from above. Von car is a Germanic brand of automobile in this world.
It is a brand whose status in this world is comparable to that of Mercedes-Benz on the planet Earth.
Mainly, both brands liked to leak oil, so they were easily linked together by Lin Xian. Lin Xian, okay, I know. Hanging up the phone,
Lin Xian looked at Chen Guangxiao,
shaking the cigarette case, shaking a cigarette out ahead, handing out the cigarette case. Smoke one?
Chen Guangxiu was not polite and pulled out that one and lit it smoothly.
Hello boss.
Lin Xian looked around at Chen Guangxiao.
Just retired from the army?
The man looked kinda small handsome,
giving off a very tough feeling.
While looking at the thickness of the calves and small arms, it was clear that the man had a lot of strength.
Other aspects to see more information. If a little white, I guess it is still very popular with the girls' kind of face looks.
Chen Guangxiao nodded.
Right.
Lin Xian inclined his head to look at the length of Chen Guangxiao's hair.
Retired this week? Chen Guangxiao continued to nod his head. Lin Xian, can't you say the number?
Chen Guangxiao nodded for the 3rd time.
Lin Xian nodded. I see. You came over because the top asked you to protect me?
Chen Guangxiao, being a driver is to make it easier to protect.
To be exact, I've been discharged from the army now and am now a Yin-Yun special police officer.
The Dragon Kingdom in this world is different from the previous world.
There is no such thing as a Zhongnanhai bodyguard, but rather there is an organization called the Yin-Yun Special Police. Since someone was sent from above, it meant that one's safety was now in question. What's the situation?
Chen Guangxiao, a few days ago, we detected a kidnapping bounty on the darknet.
Lin Xian thought he had a decent IQ,
and was able to analyze something from these conditions.
Things are definitely not as simple as Chen Guangxiao said.
First of all, Chen Guangxiu was now affiliated with the Yin-Yun Special Police and was licensed to carry a gun, indicating that there was more than just a kidnap bounty on the table, and that there should have been a lot of action already.
Secondly, Chen Guangxiu himself did not belong to the Yin-Yun Special Police,
but was a Special Forces soldier. Receiving the mission was only a few days from the time he was discharged from the army to becoming a Yin-Yun Special Police officer to being assigned here. It suggests that the people who are going to take the shot are also skewed toward a foreign military background.
It shouldn't be that easy to kidnap someone in the Dragon Kingdom.
Lin Xian looked at the dried-out backpack Chen Guangxiu was carrying.
Then you're going to live with me? Chen Guangxiao took a drag on his cigarette and enjoyed it a bit. Boss,
you're moving out of here now. The personnel situation here is complicated and not conducive to protection. A villa has been temporarily assigned to you from above for temporary residence.
Say you have plans to build your own villa? Stay in the allocated place for the time being until the construction of your villa is completed. Lin Xian, don't you? I'm only 22. Chen Guangxiao grinned, revealing large white teeth. 1 year younger than me.
As soon as Lin Xian stood on the stage and uttered the phrase, "I am a traveler,"
he knew that today's situation was inevitable.
As long as Lin Xian released something that had some impact on this world out,
he was bound to be targeted. I just didn't expect it to come so soon. Lin Xian smiled. In our Earth star,
special forces generally don't smoke.
Smoking leaves a smell that can be easily detected. Chen Guangxiao nodded. It's the same in Blue Star. However, instead of being a special forces soldier, I am now a bodyguard.
Lin Xian pondered for a moment.
Then we're moving now? That's not necessary. Move tomorrow. Chen Guangxiao, boss, you don't have too much pressure. We're not vegetarians. Us? Lin Xian didn't ask much. Over the weekend,
Lin Xian's luggage was moved inside the villa area in Fengtai district. Lin Xian really didn't have much to take with him in this house.
Chen Guangxiao cleared out all the objects here that would reveal Lin Xian's personal information. Lin Xian then moved to the Lingyi villa area in Fengtai.
While Lin Xian was moving,
a super tap action was going on the internet. My friend, do you know the Romance of the Three Kingdoms?
If you buy the Three Kingdoms,
we're good friends. Have you read Romance of the Three Kingdoms? No? If you haven't, hurry up and buy it. If you're late, you won't be able to buy it. Triple Triad fans are going crazy recommending Triple Triad in various comment sections. The 2 words Three Kingdoms are even trending towards the 2 words Earthstar, Amway.
The words highly recommended were directly replaced by 3 countries for a bit.
Three Kingdoms fans are clueless. 5 million sets. Launch Three Kingdoms Warriors arcade game. 7 million copies to launch the 94th edition of the TV series Romance of the Three Kingdoms.
This was all Lin Xian's promise.
The Three Kingdoms is now breaking the single-month sales record for bestsellers in the last 4 years. It only took a week, but there is still a gap from 5 million sets. If Lin Xian was allowed to choose, Lin Xian actually didn't want to sell so fiercely. If you keep 300,000 books a week for 3 months, that's a lot of money. Now that it's selling more a week, you need to get the publisher to reprint it. Ramping up and reprinting tasks leads to higher costs.
Publishers have to charge more for higher costs,
and the price of the book is constant. So for every copy sold, the revenue becomes less. Previously an additional 300,000
copies were printed and profits plummeted from $20 to $12.
Then an additional 500,000 copies were printed, and the $12 profit fell to 10. In order to fulfill the above test,
Lin Xian asked the publisher's side to fire up the extra printing.
The previously chosen publisher was only able to print 300,000
additional copies a day at full capacity.
To print so many additional copies, the only way to do this was to split the task, and profits fell further. It's down to the point where you can only make $8 a book. Publishers are recommending that Lin Xian use poorer paper now. However,
Lin Xian wasn't short of money right now and wasn't prepared to make money here.
Now,
all the big printing houses in the country that cry out for attention are doing the work of the Three Kingdoms.
Both on the internet and in life, the Three Kingdoms are penetrating silently.
The words, chicken ribs, crouching dragon phoenix, like a fish out of water, are spreading among the crowd at a rapid pace. Unlike most internet buzzwords that are not nutritious, these words have a meaning at first listen,
but have deep meanings behind them.
So they spread fast and have the effect of spreading the romance of the Three Kingdoms again.
Like what I'm too hard to popularize and Snapper didn't make a profit off of it. What with YYDS catching on? It's just a collective traffic bonanza for the internet, and no one profits.
But the circulation of the phrases, defeat, wu xia meng, brought a great deal of popularity to the romance of the Three Kingdoms.
The sales level of triple play is also climbing higher. After the past 4 full days,
the cumulative brick-and-mortar sales of Romance of the Three Kingdoms came to 2,799,000 copies.
In one fell swoop,
it broke a 6-year bestseller monthly sales record in the land of the Blue Star Dragon. It also broke Blue Star's global bestseller monthly sales record for the last 2 years.
It only took 2 weeks. Subsequently, online early presale data was synthesized. Because the Romance of the Three Kingdoms is so hot,
it often causes bookstores to run out of stock. A large number of people didn't get their hands on a copy of the Three Kingdoms after standing in line multiple times.
So the online sales channel began to explode. By the end of the day on Wednesday, many I'm a Traveler fans were still discussing online what the theme of the 4th installment would be. Just found out that the official I'm a Traveler show sends out bibs. According to statistics, physical store sales and online sales of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms exceeded 5 million sets of Lin Xian. Finally got to 5 million sets? Lin Xian, come out soon to launch the War of the Three Kingdoms. As if to see what other worldly games are really like. It's coming. It's coming. It's finally coming.
Lin Shen received the notification and linked up with the official website of Central Dad to release War of the Three Kingdoms.
Then send a scarf.
I'm borrowing the official I'm a Traveler webpage announcing Warlords of the Three Kingdoms.
Download it and play it.
It's a shame there's no joystick arcade in the Blue Star world.
But computers can play it too. Joystick arcade? What's that? Whatever it is,
the War of the Three Kingdoms is finally here.
Download it now. 046. What is a joystick game? Arcade games. 3 minutes after the announcement of the Three Kingdoms game, it broke 10,000 downloads. 5 minutes after it was announced, it broke 50,000 downloads. 6 minutes after publication the page crashed. It was the 11th minute after the recovery. By half an hour, the downloads had broken 170,000.
A large number of players called their friends and went to download War of the Three Kingdoms.
Soon, the downloads of this arcade masterpiece, which had once taken all game halls by storm in Earthstar, surpassed 500,000. And after downloading the game,
tons of players took a beating in the first level of Interceptor River to save Ado. The expert gamers of this world can barely get by on maneuvers in the first 2 levels, but starting on the 3rd level,
it's simply unbeatable. Something's not right.
These characters seem to have some skills,
but they don't know how to use them.
Pressing both keystrokes at the same time allows you to use the Blood Drain skill,
which is ranged damage. This shows the streak, but it keeps failing to continue, and the most I've done is 4 hits. Have you noticed that the further back the streak goes,
the more the increased score skyrockets? Lin Xian also downloaded the War of the Three Kingdoms on his computer at this time, and was about to start playing when the phone rang. Lin Xian picked up the phone.
Hey, Lu Yao, what's the weirdest question to ask again?
When Lu Yao was writing her books, she often encountered questions related to the male lead setting and would ask Lin Xian about it, then use Lin Xian's habits as the standard answer.
And Lu Yao on the other end of the line. Aren't you home today? I'm at all. You're in a hell of a place. You bad old man bad. I'm in front of your house, knocking on the door with a broken hand, and you're so stingy. You moved and took the doorbell batteries with you?
Lin Xian froze for a moment.
Ahem. I am moving. Ha, you really moved?
And Lu Yao on the other end of the phone exclaimed.
Moving without telling me? Humph.
Lin Xian crossed his arms and laughed.
Ha 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 ha. Moved in a hurry. I'll send you the address. After less than 20 minutes, and Lu Yao drove over,
and after the security guard called to make sure it was a visitor,
he let her into the Lingyi Villa neighborhood. After a while, Chen Guangxiao came in with an Lu Yao. Boss.
Lin Xian, old Chen, you go rest first. Only after watching Chen Guangxiao leave did Lu Yao whisper.
Moving and hitting again. What's the situation? Cough cough cough.
Lin Xian was speechless.
That's called a bodyguard, not a fighter. I'm not a dude. What fighter? And Lu Yao spat out her tongue. You're playing Battle of the Three Kingdoms? Lin Xian, yeah, you come in 2 P's and I'll come in 1. And Lu Yao, that doesn't sound like a good word. Is the meaning of character 1 character 2?
Lin Xian pointed to the keyboard.
Arrow keys are still arrow keys. 789456 is punch heavy punch. Select magic weapon. Use magic weapon. Shortcut bind 12.
Lin Xian naturally chose Zhao Yun,
and Lu Yao chose Zhang Fei. Yo,
Lin Xian, little pink slugger.
Ha, and Lu Yao, which characters do more damage?
Lin Xian pondered for a moment.
The most powerful first choice is Zhao Yun. Right. And the second choice is Ma Chao.
And Lu Yao looked at the screen where the game started and inquired. It's so strange. Why did you Earth Planet produce this kind of game called arcade?
We don't have it in Blue Planet.
It has something to do with the origin of the game. Lin Xian, the point in time when your game was invented is different from the point in time when our game was invented. And Lu Yao cocked her head and looked at Lin Xian.
What's the difference? Lin Xian, in our Earthstar world,
the earliest game invented was invented on television. And the earliest game invented in your Blue Star was invented on a computer.
The first game on terraforming was back in the 60s and 70s when an engineer discovered that a different signal source would cause snowflakes to twitch and distort on the TV.
It occurred to him acutely that if he could use the signal source to control the position of the snowflake distortion, he could achieve the effect of controlling the TV and making a simple picture. After 3 years, the first game in the history of terraforming, Ping Pong, was released. This is a game where there is a white line in the middle of the TV to represent a ping pong net, and a white dot on the screen moving left and right to represent a ping pong ball. 2 players each have a short string to represent the racket. Catch the white ping pong ball with a short piece of string and the white dot will bounce back. It was because of this serendipitous discovery that video games were made very early in Terra's history.
And what about the history of Blue Star?
No one in the history of Blue Star has ever thought to use the fact that the signal source affects the snowflake appearing on the TV to make a game.
Rather, the first computer game, Solitaire Flying Dragon,
was invented along the way when computer systems were developed to a level on par with the Terran 90s.
In other words, Blue Star historically skipped the video game phase and went straight to the computer game phase. That's why Blue Star has evolved until the last few years, when professional gaming machines appeared. They missed the whole arcade boom, even missed Contra, tank battle plug-in card games. It even misses out on classic games like Snake and Woolly Bear Country Cube. After hearing Lin Xian's explanation, and Lu Yao was excited, gluttony? It's fun to look at. Do you have one? I want to play. And what game is Tank Battle? Contra is such a weird name. Is it fun? Lin Xian, there's no rush. I'll release these games after I register a game company. At this stage, Lin Xian couldn't start the program yet. The point is, what's going on with the attitude of the people at the top? Lin Xian's statement that he was a traveler was like a big gamble. The people up there, are they willing to let Lin Xian on the gambling table? As long as he went up, Lin Xian would definitely sweep the four directions, but it was crucial to be able to go up. As the two of them played, and Lu Yao felt strange. Hey, how come you Zhao Yun can receive 14 consecutive strikes, but I can receive 4? It was then that Lin Xian remembered that he hadn't published the operating method of this game, as well as the move list. Pressing the pause button, Lin Xian picked up his cell phone and sent a scarf with only 3 words. Move sheet. Here's a picture. This half an hour, playing War of the Three Kingdoms to play a lot of players' head is bald. Having never played an arcade, they had no idea how it was used. How does someone who only plays computer games think that moves have to be used in conjunction with the arrow keys? Isn't that bullshit? So far, no one has summarized the key point that various skills require the arrow keys to work together, except for some people who have run into it by blindly pressing and taking their chances. So no one so far has been able to pass the 3rd level without an additional virtual coin toss. Not even the gaming geniuses of this world, holding various records, those various gods. Shit, Lin Xian has announced the move list for War of the Three Kingdoms. Where? Scarf. For a moment, the bib was squeezed and blown up. The number of likes and retweets is rapidly moving towards horrific numbers. There's no way to play the game Triple Warrior without a move list. A lot of people are retweeting bibs, not for others, but for their own backup. In this case, the scarf, which had only appeared for 10 minutes, went straight to the hot search list. And, straight to the top of the list, Airborne Hot 100. Passerby fans are looking at the hot search phrase. Hashtag trick list? What is this? War of the Three Kingdoms? What is this again? And the comments continue to explode. It's been a long half hour. And there's a list of moves? Half an hour of blindness. Lin Xian is good at everything, but his memory is too bad. Keeps claws, doesn't say much, goes straight to play. Getting the move list, the average player still has to fumble around a bit to play. But those who are great at the game, quickly adapt to the new mode of operation. I can't believe you have to use skills in conjunction with the arrow keys. Interesting. There's no announcement of how each character's combo works, but it's enough. Half an hour must be spent figuring out how to play Zhuge Liang. Hey, I found a hidden level. Interesting. Haha, so it can be played like this. I've found that for the ironclads to connect, they have to wound the first hit with a rice bean. Otherwise they can't connect. A large number of players are invested in it, and having it playable makes it more appealing. The charm of arcade games quickly addicted a large number of players. Tink, the villa doorbell rang. Chen Guangxiao opened the door, and outside the door stood a middle-aged man with a Confucian air. The middle-aged man flashed a document, and Chen Guangxiao immediately saluted. Take me to Lin Xian, and in addition, you prepare to disconnect all wires and turn on the anti-bug. Chen Guangxiao, yes. Chen Guangxiao walked ahead. Boss, someone's coming. Lin Xian turned around. Who's here? While wondering if he knew anyone either. Lin Xian saw Chen Guangxiao's serious expression and instantly understood. They're sending someone from above. And Lu Yao, just stay here and play the game. Don't come out. And Lu Yao nodded her head dully. Aha! Then turning her head, and Lu Yao realized that the power was out. Power dash. And Lu Yao wasn't stupid and knew what was going on, so she didn't walk out. Instead, he looked around the bedroom. Although Lin Xian lived in a villa, it could be said that he was a family man. The bedrooms are not displayed except for hard and soft furnishing essentials. There is no display with a personal touch, as if a passerby. Thinking of this, and Lu Yao had a deep sense of unease, as if Lin Xian would disappear from this world without a trace at any moment. Observing around the room, and Lu Yao stopped in front of a small table, seeing the small dark table leaning against the gray wall, and Lu Yao felt that this place was suitable for a pair of industrial or metal-style craft paintings, and Lu Yao cocked her head and thought, what would be appropriate? Suddenly it occurred to me, a process photo frame made from disassembled components of electronic equipment in columns would be perfect for placement. And Lu Yao also didn't realize that she was making an effort to keep Lin Xian. 047, Earthstar Business Empire Program. In the living room,
Lin Xian walked towards the middle-aged man who was watching him walk down the stairs and extended his hand.
Hello, I'm Lin Xian.
The middle-aged man stretched out his hand and shook Lin Xian's hand with a smile.
Hello, my name is Excellence.
I was previously a member of the Dragon Nation's think tank and economic commissioner,
and this time I'm here to negotiate with you. Mr. Lin Xian, the traveler. There is a lot of hidden information in the words of Excellence. First of all, he explicitly does not represent any party, which means that in practice he now no longer holds an official position. Secondly,
he made it clear that he was talking to the traveler,
not Lin Xian.
Thirdly, he expressed that it was now a negotiation, which meant that the officials still had questions about whether or not Lin Xian was one of their own.
With the 3 points combined, Lin Xian easily analyzed the current situation.
First of all, the highest level didn't want to directly contact Lin Xian. I don't know if it's out of a need to avoid being discussed in public or for other reasons.
Secondly,
although premier status is not an official person, the importance of the work he himself once undertook is a tier higher than the official person that ordinary people can see, and his behavior is assigned from above. As for the third point, Lin Xian started the first installment of the show by deliberately releasing the Jiangduyan Water Conservancy project and then letting the officials pick up the slack, so there's not really much doubt. What the officials still needed now was a fact that Lin Xian himself had admitted. Lin Xian shook hands with Excellence before nodding.
The Dragon Kingdom in both worlds is the same in many ways.
Our flag also has 5 stars. It goes without saying what the 5-star red flag represents. There was little doubt about Lin Xian's identity as a traveler. The above had long since established this.
Lin Xian's thoughts on the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom's views were what the top was concerned about.
Hearing the 3 words 5 stars, Excellence then smiled as a smile climbed onto his face and shook his hand with a little more strength.
Hello. I didn't expect to actually meet a like-minded person from another universe. We call this a comrade. After letting go, Lin Xian took his seat. I want to know now. The attitude of the top. Excellence sat down and got serious. That's what we want to know now. What are your thoughts now?
Lin Xian, I wish to move all the strong cultures as well as representative products from the Earth planet to the Blue planet, help the Dragon Kingdom's economy grow, and at the same time may be able to help the Dragon Kingdom control the lifeblood of certain aspects of some kingdoms.
That's all I can merely do. Excellence pondered for a moment, inquiring. You don't have access to your world's high-tech classified organizations? You can enter, but it's useless to go in. You should be clear about that.
Lin Xian replied,
and I definitely won't go. Hearing the answer, Excellence nodded. We expected that.
It's unlikely that the traveler just happens to be a researcher from another world.
Moreover,
it only took the Dragon Kingdom think tank a minute to analyze that Lin Xian's crossing must have had restrictive conditions.
And what the exact limitations were,
they weren't interested in knowing. But there are certainly a lot of limitations involved.
They currently, quite realistically,
only wanted to know what Lin Xian could bring. Now Lin Xian had made it clear. That's a strong Terran culture.
And a great product. These things belong to various countries on Terra, but when it came to Blue Star,
sorry, it belonged to the Dragon Kingdom.
In this regard, there's no way to get the drawings, but the direction of weapons research is something I can provide to the country. As for business, Lin Xian spoke. I have a proposal. I don't know if the top is willing.
I start all types of companies and officially control absolute equity through cross-holdings in different companies.
I only make money. And let's not beat around the bush. Mr. Chua, what is the official view on this? Excellence nodded. That aspect has been discussed above as well. And your intentions are actually quite easy to see. If you want,
every cycle of your broadcast, the parties involved will cooperate fully so that you can reach the maximum scale of impact.
And there will be funding for you. And of course, we'll financially support you through the program. We only need 51 of the equity, and you can distribute the remaining 49. In our country,
state-owned or state-owned up to 50%.
That is, a state-owned enterprise, not to mention the absolute holding of 67%.
The author's brain hemorrhaged.
In terms of interest, we only need 20, and the remaining 80% is yours to distribute. Profit-wise, the state is less of a quest because it still has to pay taxes, so the state takes a steady chunk of the pie anyway. In terms of actual power, if the officials did not hold absolute controlling power,
it was impossible for an existence like Lin Xian to make waves in the Dragon Kingdom.
It's like the first 3 live installments. What's the viewer count?
From a sudden burst to 3 million in the first installment to 5 million by the time it ended,
to more than 5,600,000 in the second installment. By the third installment 7 million people.
The heat would have exploded long ago if the officials weren't holding down the heat in every way possible.
Lin Xian's intellect could easily analyze these problems.
Now that the official attitude had been made clear, it was much more lenient than Lin Xian had imagined.
Lin Xian actually didn't want so much profit. Letting out so much? I don't have time to run a company. Excellence smiled. Don't worry. From now on, the Dragon Nation judges that you participate in each of your live themes will be people we handpicked. All of them will have targets we have selected to work with that can take care of the operations of the new themed new companies. But nominally, all the companies are under your name. And officially any of the more visible targets and companies will not be directly involved in your terraforming program. Participate in each live theme, are bound to be this area of the expert master candidate in the country to select the ability to manage and did not have second thoughts of the specialists. In fact, is not difficult. Understood. Lin Xian, then those needed to establish the company. Excellence, that's my second task. As of today I've resigned from my former position as commissioner and entered the company you're going to set up, taking full responsibility for interfacing with the official side of things, as well as things on the economic structure. Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled in satisfaction. What was Excellence and what were his abilities? Lin Xian wasn't sure. However, this person can become a member of the Dragon Kingdom's think tank, and his intellect and knowledge are decidedly the best in the world. And being officially selected to participate in this program means that he is trusted in all aspects, including his identity, which belongs to a 100% hard bottom. This kind of person could be one of those urban legends, the perverted geniuses who scored 160 or more on the 169 total Mensa IQ test. Excellence, now that everything is agreed upon, let's get right to the details of the plan. Lin Xian was a bit puzzled. You won't tell the results of the negotiations and the process to the top? Don't they have to analyze it up there? Excellence laughed. We still have this much ability. Although we judge Earthstar to be slightly stronger than Blue Star, we are at least a state apparatus. Lin Xian nodded. Understood. Feelings have just been talking and the top has been listening and the think tank has been analyzing it. Lin Xian, it's actually too easy to transplant a strong culture. Like architecture. I'm going to pull Guakai and Iron Tez into the fold and establish the Earthstar Architecture Design Institute. Not doing anything else. Specializing in iconic landmark architectural designs for major cities around the world. There's no profit in that one piece alone. Excellence nodded. It's indeed very simple. Guakai is one of his own. There's no problem. But Island can only participate in the design part of the management, not in the management of the Design Institute. Although this person's background is fine. But in the future, if any foreigners are to join the company, none of them will be allowed to participate in the top management sessions of the main company. Understood. Lin Xian, but you don't need to tell me this, because I'm not prepared to do it myself at all. You still have to do this. When Excellence heard Lin Xian say this, he felt the trust and couldn't stop smiling. Mr. Lin, at your command. Mr. Lin, the group you want to establish. Let's call it Earthstar Holding Group, and the company will all be named after the Earthstar XX culture. Lin Xian extended his hand. Welcome to Earthstar Holding Group, Mr. Shua. Excellence laughed loudly to reshake Lin Xian's hand. Happy cooperation, Mr. Lin. The conversation between the two could be said to have been very hot and heavy in terms of reaching a consensus, because the bottom line that each side reserves for the other is far from being touched. Then there's nothing to talk about. Just reach it. At this point on the web, many players were scratching their heads in madness. This magic fire sword. How on earth can I pick it up? War of the Three Kingdoms. There are so many details that people are constantly discovering new things, resulting in having to go back and retackle the game. All the expert players were frantically rushing through the levels. They all knew clearly that whoever could come up with the first pass guide would be famous this time out. 048. So hungry? I know the theme for the next installment. The interest is driven by the fact that many great players are tapping into it. Eventually the famous gaming god Human King Zhao Juelin released the video. I've found all the ways to pick up all the fire swords. The first being to use Zhuge Liang and a cloak of invisibility to pick them up one at a time until the protection mechanism is broken. There are also Ma Chao and Huang Zhong who can be picked up in the same way, but not as efficiently as Zhuge Liang. If you don't have enough time, or if your cloak of invisibility is gone, you can use a drop of blood to pick it up hard. To prevent wasting unnecessary time by dropping blood and falling to the ground, you can crouch down to pick it up. Soon, the video went viral in large numbers on gaming forums and short video sites. Suddenly, countless people have discovered that there is a hot new game that opens up a new category. After the flow restriction disappears, a large number of people have heard The Three Kingdoms, seen War of the Three Kingdoms, and seen taped videos of I'm a Traveler. Unlike the previous video which had more clicks and less, this time, the video of I'm a Traveler madly topped the charts of all major video platforms, and a large number of videos had a tendency to dominate the charts. Then the bib hits were taken one at a time. A game with a way to break a level or a way to activate a hidden level can actually take over the bib buzz? What level of heat is this? Soon after, the game god Human King Zhao Juelin released a full clearance video, already cleared. Friendly reminder that there's no way to pick up all the props unless you've chosen Zhuge Liang. After testing, Zhao Yun's streak is as follows. You can hit the 13th streak. The way to more streaks has not been found for the time being. A large number of netizens are exclaiming below. Holy shit, games can still be designed this way. Differentiated. And props actually have to be divided into roles? This game doesn't feel like a one-person game. It doesn't even feel like a two-person game to be exact. It feels like a four-person game. Nima is your father's. I'm at the Chow Chow level and I'm getting spiked by that awesome full-screen atmospheric bomb. I realized that if I killed Diaochan, Lubu would run out early. A large number of netizens are announcing the eggs they've found.
So many of the game's greats will have to replay the game again to hit higher scores.
Soon enough,
someone discovered a new combo catch and scores skyrocketed. A group of game gods use side of the stage,
frantically wrestling on the three warring states. It's a hot feeling that hasn't been seen in the gaming market in years. Yes, that's the beauty of the arcade. The arcade, that's what young blood represents. Gradually, many players rushed under Lin Xian's scarf. 2 more games announced. Big deal. You set a selling price. Can't we just buy it? There must be so many more fun games on Earthstar. I want to play them so badly.
If one of the Terran netizens had also traveled over, they would have been told in the comments section, as it were, exactly what games had left a glorious mark on Terra. Lin Xian brought his sister and made Luyao throw in 28 coins before he managed to pass. Playing quite happy and Luyao joyful, originally thought that the Earthstars game you were very good at it. You see other people those game god pass a few times. We only played once, but also coins so many times. Lin Xian was speechless. This keyboard isn't smooth. If there was a joystick, I could drag you through the level with 1 coin, and I'd still have an extra life after I pass. Although Lin Xian cannot be counted as a master of the Three Kingdoms period of war, but at least it is also a child in the game hall game machine on the name to stay in the top 20 of the good. Gudu. And Luyao's face reddened for a moment. The sound was indeed a bit embarrassing. Lin Xian cheerfully said, "Hungry? Do you cook?" And Luyao waved her head. "I can cook instant noodles. And some side dishes and stuff." "Can you cook? Can you cook dishes unique to Terra?" Lin Xian cheerfully. "How fresh. I'm a terrestrial, at least know how to order scrambled eggs with tomatoes." Speaking here, Lin Xian paused. "And Luyao, what's wrong? Thinking about work?" "Right." Lin Xian laughed out loud. "I know what theme I should do for the 4th installment. As the saying goes, the people are what they eat. And the 4th installment, the first to take place after the liberalization of traffic restrictions. It would also be the beginning of a complete firestorm for the show I'm a Traveler. For this installment, go with the popular theme." What Lin Xian wanted to choose was Earthstar cuisine. Ha ha ha, we'll announce the theme when the night is over. The current Lin Xian wasn't fighting alone anymore, pulling one to start the whole body. Lin Xian also had to ventilate with the whole team. "And Luyao, so, can you do the dishes to go now? One of us will make a dish." After the two went downstairs, Chen Guangxiu heard that the two were going to cook and opened the refrigerator. The ingredients were delivered and not purchased at the food market. Lin Xian decided to make a dish that was very common on Earthstar, shredded meat with green peppers, and Luyao chose to make a lotus root soup. And he didn't know if there was any difference between it and the Earthstar lotus root soup. While cooking, Lin Xian told Chen Guangxiu about things, and after listening, Chen Guangxiu summarized it and informed Excellence, who had just left. Excellence then did as Lin Xian asked and went to make the arrangements. Soon, on the scarf, Huang Gang, a well-known network a special chef with a combined total of more than 10 million followers on short-form video platforms, sent out a scarf. "I've received an interesting recipe, a recipe from the planet Earth. Because of the liberalization of traffic, topics related to I am a Traveler would now not only not be restricted in traffic, but would also be maintained." And Huang Gang's scarf quickly rushed to the top of the hot searches. Then, a netizen posted a screenshot of a tweet from a bib, and Gallic Chicken chef Jean-Andre tweeted, "I heard there's a world traveler who can take blue star people to another world to experience another world's cuisine. Am I going?" Francis A. Anthea Redondo, the renowned head royal chef of West Whitetooth, also tweeted, "Saw a menu of otherworldly cuisine. I'm going to the Dragon Kingdom to meet the parallel world of West Whitetooth cuisine." All of these movements, deliberately fueled by unknown forces, have set the internet on fire. Right now, not only in the Dragon Kingdom, but even in foreign countries, there were tons of people discussing the matter of travelers. And the program I'm a Traveler was notified and immediately did a translated cut version to prepare for the extranet online. In the evening, before the dinner table, Lin Xian and Luyao looked at each other. The two made a dish each and lost together. Chen Guangxiu, this thick-browed hard iron block, actually knows how to cook? A dish of beef stewed with radish, dangling over Lin Xian and Luyao. Good thing the cook was saved. Chen Guangxiu's handsome face smiled nervously.
I was chosen because I'm a good cook. Lest you be poisoned.
Chen Guangxiu pointed at the lotus root soup.
This dish is a bit poisonous that way. And Lu Yao was enraged. Ah, what did you say?
Lin Shen laughed loudly and wrapped his arms around Lu Yao's hand.
Forget it, forget it, forget it, ha ha ha, forget it.
After Lu Yao's heartfelt outburst ended,
she weakly questioned, am I really that much of a rookie? Lin Xian nodded. I'm already a vegetable enough. You're even more of a vegetable than me. After eating,
Lin Xian personally sent a scarf.
For announcements, the first, the Traveler's Museum has been designed, and when it is completed,
there will be a hall dedicated to the Terran Arcade.
The second thing,
I'm looking for someone to specialize in setting up a gaming platform, so those who want to play games can keep an eye on it.
Third thing,
I founded the Earthstar Architecture Design Institute with Master Guo Kai,
Master Iron Tez,
and anyone who wants to move an iconic Earthstar building to the Blue Planet can contact us.
Fourth order of business,
announcing the theme of the fourth installment.
Earthstar Cuisine, 049, Sydney Opera House vs. Blue Pearl Opera House.
Temperatures were still almost just below zero,
with sleet falling in Yanjing. Entering the top of downtown, snowflakes melted into raindrops and fell, rhythmically hitting the glass of the sunroom. By the window at night,
and Lu Yao listened to the sound of rain and fumed.
It's nice to live in a villa. It's good.
Lin Shen, at least I don't have to listen to the quarrel downstairs.
And Lu Yao sat on the carpet, her hands hugging her knees. By the way,
Blue Star Dragon Kingdom has 6 major cuisines.
What about your Earth Star Dragon Kingdom?
The 4 major or 8 major sayings,
I guess.
Lin Xian, because of the difference in history.
The difference is actually not particularly big. And Lu Yao nodded. You'd definitely pick the most differentiated one to take out for comparison, right?
Lin Xian smiled after hearing this.
Definitely. At least in the pre-show period. I'll come up with something with a particularly huge differentiation for comparison. For example, I have some considerations for the theme of this one. What kind of consideration? And Lu Yao turned around and sat on the cushion, looking at Lin Xian.
Lin Xian played with the poker in his hand.
What do you think of the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom? What would be the strong cultures in each province? And Lu Yao broke her fingers. UFU? Lin Xian nodded. Yanjing Magic City?
Lin Xian continued to nod his head.
Megacities, definitely, would be strong cultures. And Lu Yao thought carefully. If the similarity between the two worlds is really that high, there should still be a northeast. Yes, there is.
Then Lu Yao fell into a deep thought.
According to the reason, the culture of the minority is not strong. Other than these, what other cultures can be strong? Lin Xian, Sichuan and Chongqing, the culture of Shu province. In this world, Chuanyu has a small population due to the effects of constant flooding and its geographic location in a densely swampy area.
It also resulted in behavioral habits that were different from those of the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom's Shu province and Qingchong City. The combination of the two results in a world where the Chuanyu culture is the weaker one.
And in the previous life,
Sichuan and Chongqing culture in the comprehensive influence is not as good as the North, but certain aspects of the particularly strong and even a lot of single first performance.
For example, animal culture. The Shu province panda of the Blue Planet is extinct, while the bastard tigers still survive. So in this world, the representative animal of Shu province and the national treasure of the Dragon Kingdom is the bully, Shao, also known by its terrestrial name. The bully tiger, also known as the hemp tiger, is black and is defined in this world as a giant tiger subspecies animal of the genus tiger in the subfamily Panthera. It is similar in size to the northeastern tiger, and because it lives in Shu province, where more food is available than in the cold zone, it has higher strength and size and agility across the board than the northeastern tiger, and, of course, became the absolute dominant feline in the world. But the thing is, an animal like the bully is extremely scary and dominant, and it's not going to be a cultural symbol like the giant panda. This world you intimidate instead of the previous life of the northeast you piao not piao, you tiger not tiger. The lack of pandas alone can discount the penetration of Blue Star's Sichuan and Chongqing culture. Then there's the food. Because of the thousands of miles of zephyr in the Shuda Plain, the production of food and vegetables in all areas was much lower than in the former Shu province. On the contrary, the Earthstar Shu province aquatic production occupies the 5th among the provinces in the Dragon Kingdom, while the Blue Star Shu province aquatic production occupies the 2nd in the Dragon Kingdom, and also far exceeds many coastal provinces. The Blue Star Shu province loves fish, and for food promotion, it's a huge problem. The province of Shu is inland and eats freshwater fish, which is available everywhere. And there's no way to look up scale, neither the pro nor the high-end route works. To promote the Blue Star Shu province cuisine into the country is tantamount to a fool's errand. As for the former Shu province, the main food was pork, which was paired with a variety of spices that were produced in huge and abundant quantities, resulting in a unique line of spicy cuisine. Culinary-wise, Blue Star's Sichuan and Chongqing culture is again discounted. Then there's the accent aspect. In the Earth Star, the mountainous areas around Sichuan and Chongqing have different accents, but Sichuan and Chongqing are in the Shida Plain, and the difference in accents between the various places is very small. In Blue Star, the accents are further polarized because the swampy river gorges are so dense that communication is cut off from everywhere. In his previous life, Yin Guichuan was a family, and the Chuan accent was very strong on the internet, and the Chuan language gives it a fun feel because of all the playful usage. Blue Star's Sichuan and Chongqing, because of the extremely poor material conditions, so the exchange of language is slightly impatient. People do not have so much effort to make up nonsense, so the accent is no longer a fiery can be described. One could say it's a bit of a miscommunication. These conditions combined, language-wise, Blue Star Chuanyu culture is again discounted. These three areas are discounted, and other minor areas are discounted again. The base point deduction is gone. If you want to reflect the gap between the Earth Star and the Blue Star in a small way, and the main topic is food, then the one to take out is definitely to choose Sichuan food, because the contrast is greatest. As for the subtopic, it was a bit more complicated, and Lin Xian was still thinking about it. It was only at 11 o'clock that Lu Yao snapped to attention. I didn't update today? Lin Xian, did you code? No, and Lu Yao opened her cell phone and opened Dragon Point, and the comments section was full of trolls. Ah, you're not going to make it today? Ah, this book is too eunuch? If this were a male author, would have lost both parents by this point. And Lu Yao, I have to get back to coding. Looking at the table, Lin Xian, now 11 o'clock. You drive back, and then all kinds of things delayed, and then code. That are how many points? You directly use my computer to code. And Lu Yao glanced at the computer that was still open to the Three Kingdoms warriors. Okay. And Lu Yao continuously chased the update until after 1 o'clock, then slept in the guest room for the night. Friday, Hadian District. Under a building, Lin Xian looked up at the high building. Finding tall buildings in Yanjing is not really easy. Yanjing is all an air control zone. Moreover, the geology of Yanjing is prone to forming subsidence, so very strong foundations are needed to build tall buildings, resulting in very few tall buildings. The building is in a really good location. Lin Xian walked into the building, and Shen Guangxiao looked around in front of Lin Xian. From the elevator, he went up to the 24th floor, where Excellence was working in the space he had vacated first, next to a middle-aged man in a suit who was directing the movers to place office supplies. Mr. Shua. Excellence looked up and saw Lin Xian. Mr. Lin. Just in time. Iron Tez told me to come to work, Excellence said as he pulled Lin Xian inside. By now an office had been packed out, and Iron and Guo Kai were exchanging words inside. After Excellence and Lin Xian entered, Island smiled. Mr. Lin, from now on you can be my boss. How Excellence had convinced Murphy Iron to join, Lin Xian wasn't interested in knowing, but Iron Tez was a master at least. Lin Xian still gave face and smiled. Ha ha, Iron Tez, good cooperation. I heard there's a proposal? Iron's smirk immediately disappeared and he got serious. We've got a job now. Sent from TUO. Their first major city now requires a landmark opera house on the waterfront, and it had been finalized to go with architect Wolf's Blue Pearl Opera House proposal. They contacted me quickly after hearing that travelers existed in the world. Lin Xian nodded. Lin Xian wasn't interested in knowing whether or not the country of Toa really believed in travelers, whether or not they had come with a mission to test the waters. Lin Xian was even less interested in knowing. Lin Xian only knew that they had come over with real money. Toho, the first big city, the seaside landmark, the opera house? Lin Xian smiled. The so-called landmark building is nothing more than two requirements. One is going to be gimmicky and one is going to be design-oriented. Iconic buildings should of course be unique and one of a kind. Why do people go after landmarks? It's nothing more than a gimmick. What with the Twin Towers? What with the Timbuktu? What with the Empire State Building? It's all just a gimmick. What gimmick is bigger than the otherworldly building gimmick? Lin Xian cheerfully said. Luckily, I downloaded the World Architecture casebook back. This one case, we must do it beautifully. A good start, and the money will roll in later. Guo Kai, is there a design? Guo Kai was already convinced of the fact that Lin Xian was a traveler. Lin Xian, I'll give it to you this afternoon. You have a program tomorrow. Be sure to give it to us this afternoon, so we can both at least evaluate the design. No problem. Lin Xian smiled. What could go wrong? 050. The hate of winning gold. Wolf's provocation. The mission came in the morning. Party A arrived at noon. The program is out in the afternoon. The contract was signed at night. The specific process, Lin Xian was not involved at all. But with the first collaborative process, Iron Tez was convinced, Kwok Kai was convinced, and Excellence was convinced. They were so excited to see the design with the first party, but without jet lag they went back to the foreign guest hotel to rest after the dinner. And the remarkable trio continued at the wine table. Excellence was not that familiar with this business and was curious. Master Gua, do you think you could make such a subtle design if it was you? Gua Kai waved his head. It's not that a building designed by a master architect is necessarily masterful. It is accurate to say that those of us who have had indisputably masterful architectural designs have become internationally recognized masters of architectural design. With each of our designs, the fewer the binding conditions and the larger the project, the easier it is to perform at near the highest level. But if that's the design requirement, I can't do it at that level. Firstly, it's restricted to the beach. Secondly, it's an oversized combined building but each hall is required to be small. And thirdly, it has to reflect the coastal flavor, which is difficult. Iron Tez, crap. It's an iconic building from Terra. Surely a landmark of some kingdom or at least a city famous for Terra. The design must have been chosen as the best out of a large group of master designers. This kind of design that has been completed for construction and has a huge reputation should all be of master level. By this point, Iron Tez was already convinced about the matter of Lin Xian being a traveler. Excellence didn't understand. Then why is the Turkish-Australian side so enamored with the design of the Sydney Opera House when it's the same tender and the same winning bid? Just give up the Blue Pearl Opera House proposal and choose the one given by Lin Xian? Guo Kai smiled and took a sip of wine. Actually, the answer to this question is very simple. Earth Star is as big as Blue Star. So many cities around the globe. Too many to count. Does every city have a famous iconic landmark? Not really. Maybe 5,000 cities have tried to build their own landmarks. And in the end, only 100 buildings are known around the world. And what Lin Xian took out was the work after the big wave. Can that not be a classic among classics? A masterpiece among masterpieces? Iron laughed out loud. That's exactly what it is. And that's why I joined Earthstar Architecture and Design in the first place. This is the only place where you can see the most concentrated and impressive master designs. Excellence nodded. It looks like the Earthstar Architecture Design Institute is on the right track more easily than I thought. In that case, I'll leave the matter of the design office to you, Master Gua. I've got to go and take care of the build of the terraforming game platform. It's a no man's land over there right now. Guo Kai nodded. I'm a bit older, but I'm only 60, so I'll just burn it last. Listening to Guo Kai's Chinese English, Iron Tez was puzzled. Burning? Guo Kai changed his word. Devotion? Iron Tez understood then felt out of place, but couldn't put his finger on exactly what was wrong. The drunken Iron didn't think clearly. Guo Kai joining the Earthstar Architecture Design Institute was a kind of dedication. So what did he himself count as if he joined the Earthstar Architecture Design Institute? This problem, however, was quickly put behind him in his drunken state. And at this point, on the extranet Twitter, a message was retweeted by several design gurus. Along with it, thrusts from nowhere came in unison. The message was on the Twitter hot list and quickly moved up. In the bidding for the Turkish-Australian Sydney Opera House, my Blue Pearl was the undisputed best, and several designers who were also involved recognized it. But now the Sydney side of the country of Australia has torn up the agreement and chosen the design of the claptrap traveler Lin Xian. This kind of backroom maneuvering is unacceptable to me. I, Wolf, am not a sore loser. I just want to know the other side's design. What level it is. The tweet quickly skyrocketed, fueled by well-meaning people. What traveler? What traveler? Don't you know? Recently there was a person over in the Dragon Kingdom who claimed to be a traveler. And so far he hasn't been unmasked. Go watch the show, I'm a Traveler. It just came out in English translation. I heard that Tube is still negotiating with them for the rights, especially on Nishet. That Traveler has established a Terran Architectural Design Institute. And 2 international architectural designers have joined that design institute. And I heard that they are going to carry iconic Terran buildings to the Blue Planet. I think it's just a gimmick, and I'm crazy to be famous. It must have been a gimmick by the so-called Traveler himself, whose design is certainly inferior to Wolf's Blue Pearl Opera House design. Hey, Wolf's tweeting again. Wolf's tweeting again. And this time he's gone straight to the design and renderings of the Blue Pearl Opera House. Huddle huddle. Go with me. Wolf did send out designs and renderings. His design featured a combined building of 7 blue pearls that made up the Blue Pearl Opera House at the head of the Sydney Bridge in Sydney Harbour. The largest of these rows is on the head of this promontory that juts out into the sea. 3 blue pearls in decreasing order on each side. There are also marking instructions attached. The large blue pearl is the concert hall, and the second 2 largest are the secondary concert hall and the restaurant. The third largest 2 are the memorial hall and the observation deck. The 2 smallest are stores and government. All 7 blue pearls have silver bases and form a string of pearls looking down from the sky. What a beautiful design. It's indeed beautiful, but something doesn't feel right. Which is not right.
Beautiful. This time the Sheeny official and that beckoning Lin Xian play a bad game. I did not expect Master Wolf actually came out to hard, right? Soon. The comment received the highest number of likes. Countless replies below. It stands to reason that something like this wouldn't stir up a storm in Twitter in an age where entertainment is paramount. However, the tweet grew in heat and impact. Even so many public figures spoke out. Especially Turkish-Australian-born Hollywood stars happened, consoling Wolf and rebuking Sydney. Even the opposition party in TNT has run out to bash the official. Under heavy pressure, the negotiating team coming over from Sydney, who were sleeping, were woken up by a phone call. As a result of the exchanges, the negotiating team sent back the drawings and actual photographs of the Sydney Opera House that it had obtained. Soon after, Sydney City Hall in the country of Tucson posted a tweet from the Sydney Opera House and attached a message. "I'm sorry, Wolf, but your design is brilliant. But, from the planet Earth it can mesmerize anyone." The Turkish-Australian side of the country is not very polite in the first place, and the dislike is even less martial, and it is directly hard on Wolf's hard-on. The popularity and attention of this tweet has also skyrocketed against the wind. A large number of users flocked to this tweet. Unlike the highly favorable watered-down comments of unknown origin under Wolf's tweet, the tweet was followed by many compliments from ordinary people and some of the biggest names in the industry. "My God, what do I see? Classic design. When viewed from the sea, it looks like a sailboat. And each individual piece is actually shaped like a seashell, right in line with the essence of Sydney's maritime culture. The Blue Pearl Opera House can only be seen from the sky, but the Sydney Opera House is designed so that it can be seen from both the sea and the land. And the Sydney Opera House is far superior." Still, a water boy showed up. "I don't see what's so great about this oddity, or Wolf's design." "Yes, I'm in favor of Wolf's Blue Pearl design." Immediately, a professional hit him in the face, with Lukos, a professor of architecture at Oxford College from Interland, posting back-to-back comments. Jokingly, the Blue Pearl design has a huge disadvantage in that it is a blue glass building. The sea is blue. Sydney has no rain all year round. And the sky is blue. The Blue Pearl is simply worthless in the face of the natural beauty of the sea and the sky, and would be perfectly overpowered by the background. And the Opera House needs a fully enclosed environment to control the lighting. The glass building will need to build a second floor of internal walls. In order to ensure the internal space, it leads to the whole building is bloated. In the cape above the huge orb is very incongruous. The design of the Blue Pearl requires the pearl necklace shape to be visible from the sky, and the Sydney bridges over the pearl necklace as if it were a pearl necklace in a closed collection, which does not express the theme of the pearl necklace at all. Also, Wolf's design had the tallest main building placed at the top of the cape with the best view, and the observation deck was much less effective with the theme concert hall blocking most of the view. Admittedly, with so many flaws, the Blue Pearl Opera House is still beautiful, but it is definitely not considered a high level of master level. It can only be considered a quasi-master level, and in my opinion, the Sydney Opera House, that is, this draft designed by Crosswalker Lin Xian's Earthstar Architecture Design Institute, can definitely go down in history. But, on the planet Earth, the Sydney Opera House, designed by the architects of Monomac, was selected as a modern building for the United Nations World Heritage List, but it is recognized as one of the most beautiful modern buildings. To launch the first salvo of the Earthstar's architectural design, Lin Xian would not begrudge taking out something good to start off with. 051. Worldwide Web Simulcast. A lot of people are watching the war in the comments section. More people started reading the introduction after looking at the photos of the Sydney Opera House. The Opera House covers an area of 184 hectares and is 183 meters long, 118 meters wide and 67 meters high, equivalent to the height of a 20-story building. The entire Opera House is divided into 3 sections: the Opera Hall, the Concert Hall and the restaurant. The Opera, Concert and Lounge Halls stand side by side, built on giant granite plinths, each consisting of 4 large shell tops. The main Concert Hall, the secondary Concert Hall, of this huge building only seats a couple thousand people, but the introduction made it clear that any opera singer above the second rank could make the singing clear to the audience sitting in the last row. That's a very elaborate interior design. Blue Star. The research in this area may be slightly worse. After all, it's not a major tech that drives anything. In Terra Nova, the Yenqing Temple of Heaven was designed for the first time with a wraparound stereo echo. It was later copied by modern architects in many countries. This design is widely used on the opera stage theater stage. This has led to the fact that, in Terra Nova, many of the world's most famous opera houses are directly named the Grand Dragon State Opera House, or the Dragon State Opera House. For example, the Grand Dragon State Opera House in Angel City, me, and the Dragon State Opera House in the Big Apple, me. In Blue Star, the research in this area was not thorough, so this one piece of data was enough to make the onlookers shocked by it.
no speakers, no sound, and second-level or higher opera singers to take care of the ears of over 2,000 people? This interior design is absolutely stunning. They didn't realize that on Terra, the Sydney Opera House's internal ecosystem was considered poor, and at this point, the storm is just beginning. Architects from all countries, jumping to take sides. Curiously, normally, most of the time on the internet, the majority of people are on the side of Rice when it comes to public opinion disputes, and for once, most people were on the side of the Dragon Kingdom. It's obvious that the top child is firing. I would call this design the originator of the world's opera houses. The exterior of this design is so exquisite that it completely embodies the beauty of design. And the interior is such a revolution in architectural history that anyone who has not studied the design of Sydney's opera house in the future is not qualified to design an opera house. You all are blowing up the appearance and ecosystem, but I see the intermingling of this opera house and the natural environment. In the middle of the sea, the sailboats come and go, and the king of sailboats stands above the cape, which is not out of place but the brightest existence, which may be the unity of heaven and man, as it is often talked about in the philosophy of the Dragon Kingdom. A large number of well-known designers had come out to take sides, clearly in favor of Lin Xian, in favor of Earthstar Architects. This massive blowout went on for more than an hour, and Chen Guangxiao took his cell phone and found Lin Xian, who was eating a late-night snack of pickled noodles. Boss. Lin Xian turned out his cell phone. Twitter. Lin Xian took a closer look. It seems like the top is making a push to help us clear the way. It's all too obvious, both in the beginning of the brouhaha against Sydney's Opera House, or the massive designers who jumped in behind them with force. Absolutely all of them have interests intertwined in them. It seems I'm worth more than I thought. Otherwise, Longwa wouldn't have spent so much money or even owed so many favors to get so many designers who don't even lack money to send out their voices. These people can be upwardly mobile around the globe. And it's the figure who never runs out of money. Who has people coming to him whenever he runs out of money? Who represents the pinnacle of the design industry? These groups of people blowing drums would be damned if they didn't have huge forces behind them. Chen Guangxiao, boss, do you want to respond? Lin Xian smiled. The Sydney Opera House and the Blue Pearl Opera House, in terms of design grade, are not even on the same level. One is of quasi-master level, one is a master of master designs. A casual passerby can look at it and know which design is superior. But surely the official entrance push is not simply to make my company world famous, but to make me, the traveler, world famous. Chen Guangxiao felt that it made sense and nodded his head. The fork stirred up the foamy noodles, and Lin Xian sucked up a mouthful before lapping it up. It's not time for me to come out. Keeping it mysterious is the most important part of this hype. Chen Guangxiao, this is something that Mr. Shua should be aware of, right? Now that Excellence is part of Lin Xian's larger team, Chen Guangxiao and Excellence butt heads a lot. Lin Xian nodded. This kind of thing, Excellence is skilled. Rather we don't understand. Just let him handle it. Indeed, it is in the court of public opinion that Excellence kills its opponents. The Dragon Kingdom didn't care who exactly was trying to test Lin Xian and step on him. Just force protect it and then hold it up to the sky. The opponent's assessment of Lin Xian's importance level was insufficient. And Excellence went ahead and made the story of the travelers already preemptively world famous. It was too late to suppress it again. Travelers, time travelers, lizard people, magical monsters, ghosts, these are urban legends that the vast majority of people have heard of for a long time. Now, a traveler has appeared and indeed ignited the burning gossip souls of the world's netizens. Previously, time travelers, at best, predicted a so-and-so event, and Lizardman Discoverer, at best, will post a saga or some kind of interview fact sheet. And now, the traveler comes and he brings a world of culture, and little by little it is announced. Are you looking forward to it? Can you refute that? Those who want a rebuttal will have to watch his show on a network. The people who are looking forward to it are even more guarded to watch his show on the internet. The moment the words traveler appeared on the internet, it was a naked public opinion yank site, true or false. It naturally sparks a huge debate. And that discussion started with Wolf. Wolf was the first cannon fodder. No way. This video was really made by a traveler? The special effects are too real. FK, that Colosseum fight you saw was nothing. Go watch the video of the Great Wall. It scared the hell out of me. If this is done with special effects, each video costs $10 million. If it's a hype, the purpose of the hype is too big to imagine. Isn't this already starting to pay for itself? And isn't the Sydney Opera House the first step in their profitability? From the perspective of the average Westerner, they can't even think of what it means to compete strategically, what it means to be in a cyber culture war. They can only wonder if the hype man is trying to make a lot of money and that's why he created this huge hype. And Sydney's local media, too, quickly launched an online poll. Sydney residents, Which design do you prefer? A Sydney Opera House, B. Blue Pearl Opera House. 3 hours into the polling,
the number of voters had exceeded
7.6 million. Not to mention Sydney, the entire southern coast of TNT doesn't have that many people in total. Obviously, it's a large number of eaters who are voting. Of these, A was chosen by a whopping 96-point-something%. The remaining option, B, is obviously a deliberate vote scrubbing by some people. After all, even if you put a ton of gold and a ton of driving rain for people to choose from, the world can't help but prefer driving rain. To have 96.0% or so of the vote is a win within a win within a win. Sydney Daily News tweeted again, it seems that both Sydney local citizens and Turkish Australian nationals as well as netizens on the internet are more in favor of the Sydney Opera House. And I hope that after the completion of the Sydney Opera House, everyone will come to visit this classic building copied from another world. Listen, construction hasn't even begun. The program has just been finalized, and it's already a classic building. What a drive this is. It hasn't even been built yet and tens of millions and hundreds of millions of internet users already know about it. In the future, even if only 0.1% considers coming to see it while traveling, that's a super astronomical amount of revenue. The effect was nothing short of immediate. Hype is all about wowing others. The Sydney Daily News tweeted for the third time, Sydney City Hall has decided that a monument will be erected outside the Sydney Opera House to commemorate this, the world's first otherworldly building, and to tell the story of its bringer, Lin Xian, and its accomplishments in the terrestrial world. Crop after crop, the Geostar Architectural Design Institute can be said to be world famous in this wave of hype. Following this opportunity, the I'm a Traveler program team officially partnered with Oilpipe to create the Oilpipe Traveler channel, and declared that the next program will be simulcast in the world. 052. If he is a liar, his talent is unrivaled in the world. It was still late at night in Dragonland when Tube announced a new board, The Travelers. A section of the Tube is dedicated to a program's video broadcast and live streaming. This has only been possible before with the Rice election. This board has just been set up, and the netizens who have been going on about the topic of travelers for hours on the internet are coming as they should. The first of the videos on the subject of the Tubes is a very long video of an interview. Millions and millions of people have flocked to this board quickly. Voiceover, the travelers first appeared on a program in the Dragon Kingdom, and their sphere of influence remains only in the Dragon Kingdom. But this program is not some low-grade soap opera or talk show. The program judges are 5 experts. Then the screen labeled, Li Yu, the world's most renowned embroidery master whose works were once auctioned for millions of US dollars. Li Yu has only one thing to say, the world that the travelers speak of, for which they aspire. Then a new introduction appeared on the screen. Tang Yun, an expert in the study of dragon and world history, and an expert on the World Heritage Panel of UNESCO. At home, no one even bothered to mention this, but since it's out in the world, this status is rather more of a gimmick than a historian. Tang Yun, he's a traveler alright. It only took him 10 minutes to convince me. Introducing a new identity, Lucas, a professor of social sciences and humanities at the world-renowned Big Apple University. Then followed below in small print, all the names of his famous students. Lucas shrugged. Honestly, I thought I knew enough about the world until this day when I learned there was another world. One by one, the judges, followed by the judges of the second installment and the third, were interviewed. Of course, Nariban Saburo didn't show up. He's currently gripping his hair at his home in Kyoto, Sakura country. I thought it was just a program that spread in the Dragon Kingdom. How come it suddenly exploded all over the world? One by one, the judges are top experts in their respective industries. So many names alone have bluffed the internet. This crossover program team invited so many experts to poke at this man? Play the show. Play the official version. I've watched a lot of short videos and I haven't seen the whole show yet. The Tube's Travelers section. Updated with the first installment of the show. Water conservation. At the beginning, the content of the chat about the poet Li Bai and so on, the foreigners do not understand at all. But Lucas, the narrator, keeps describing how the poems Lin Xian brings are world-class literary treasures. Until you enter the crossing. Disappearing from the program site, Lin Xian appeared in another part of the world. The special effect alone bluffed the viewer. A lot of people didn't watch this as a show. It was totally a blockbuster. The exotic and mysterious Dragon Kingdom Ancient. And it's an alternate world Dragon Kingdom Ancient happenings that quickly immerses those who come to see the play. Commentary first came to a head when Li Bing took a large number of folk to build the Jiangdu Wer project, and Erlang died forever in the river. I told you that those media descriptions of the Dragon Kingdom are all lies. And this is what the Dragon Kingdom really looks like. Last year, there was a hurricane disaster in my hometown, and the army slowly and leisurely arrived at the scene, and then started rescuing the so-called important targets with guns, and no one paid any attention to us at all. And look at how other people's dragon countries do it. Do people like this, who are not selfish, really exist in the world? The show went on until the end, with an extra segment than it did live. After our experts from the Blue Star Dragon Country's Water Conservancy Institute evaluated the situation, they decided it would be good to follow the Earth Star Dragon Country's method of water management and remodel Shu Province. Prior to governance, it was densely populated with small creeks and ditches and various swampy ponds. Now Shudu has been transformed into an endless Great Plain. There's only one thing that we're confused about right now, regarding the effects caused by mimicking another world. And that's what should we be planting with so much euphoric land? After the first installment, the reaction wasn't particularly impressive. After all, a lot of the content they can't even read, but just watching it as a blockbuster movie makes many feel like they've earned it. Once the second issue comes in, the history of the Three Kingdoms, something that is so full of epicness, is the favorite thing of these out-of-network folks. As for the romance of the Three Kingdoms, not many people pay attention to it. After all, they can't read it. I've heard that there's a game called Triple Warrior that represents a game mode that doesn't exist on Blue Star. Using a quality game called the Arcade Run mode is catching fire in the Dragon Kingdom, and a lot of people just can't sit still. A large number of players commented to play this one. It's too easy. The original game would have had an English translation. A download module was quickly opened under the board. Games, especially single-player games, can only be said to be niche in the Dragon Kingdom, but in Europe and the United States, it is mass entertainment. After only half an hour, the number of downloads exceeded the number of downloads for 3 days in the Dragon Kingdom. Getting started, and even many of the super game gods have already started live tapping into War of the Three Kingdoms. Wow, this is a new way to play, and you have to use the arrow keys to use skills? How did this pick up? Faced with this brand new game, many superstars don't know how to play it, and although they seem to play it cool, they are actually stuck in the first few levels. Then there were so many reminders that there were already many game gods over in Dragonland who had posted clearance videos. These gods were not polite and watched the video directly on the live stream. The more I look at it, the more I marvel at the particulars of the arcade as a different and general mode of play. After all, it's something that hasn't existed in Blue Star before, so of course it's super novel. Even if the picture quality of War of the Three Kingdoms is obviously very dated and the character models have jagged edges, but the novelty of the mode made everyone ignore the picture quality. While a large number of gaming fans stayed on the War of the Three Kingdoms board, the rest of the netizens can't wait to start watching the third installment of the show. The third installment, Architecture. That's it. That's it. I've only seen footage of the Colosseum. No way. Speeding up the time, from the start of construction to the completion of the Colosseum in ancient Rome? How much did the special effects cost? The Dragon Kingdom people are too rich, aren't they? Scary. Is this really an ancient building from over 2,000 years ago? It's fucking bigger than the Red Sox home field. Grass. The Sphinx is just made of trimmings? Holy shit. Is this pyramid something a fucking human being could build? It's true that Blue Star humans didn't build this. It doesn't say that. Terrans built it. It's an alien building. Shit. Y'all check out the Great Wall bit. Oh by Ka. Oh by Jessens. Oh Riche. Oh. F***K. One ring of shock after another hit like crazy. There's no way around it. Whoever told them they were watching the taping? 3 whole weeks of the best in one place. Ring after ring of impact. Wave after wave. It's just mind-blowing. If this is true, that means there really are travelers in the world. If this is fake, how much money was spent on special effects to make these videos? $300 million? $500 million? I say, if this man is a liar and this is a scam, then he is himself the most talented man in the world. Simply horrible. Right? If all of this is fake, then it means that he made it up himself raw. Then wouldn't he be proficient in water conservancy, history, architecture, and also in ancient dragon country poetry and songs, ancient armor and weapons in ancient wars? And he would even have to be a world-class director and a world-class actor in order to do all of this. I'm a little bit convinced that he is indeed a traveler. No, I don't think he's a crossover. I think it's a hoax created by the Dragon Kingdom. A total hype. And it's not that hard to do all this as long as the Dragon Kingdom is involved. These out-of-network waterboys watched 3 installments from day to night. Across the internet, the magic of the show is being discussed in multiple places on tubes and Twitter. By the time the evening rolled around and it was time for them to go to bed, they saw a cue from the tube's travelers board. The 4th live installment of I'm a Traveler, the food episode, is about to begin. My friend, I urge you to be kind. I've been fighting in this channel for 10 hours straight. The live broadcast is coming? I'm going to keep up with the Dragon Nation viewers? It's the middle of the night here. Watching the live broadcast. I heard a Dragon Nation say that this is called liver. Today with it liver. Yenjing Studio, cameras are on full blast.
Lin Xian stood on the stage as the camera turned to Tang Yun.
Tang Yun smiled. Today, we've once again made some changes to our judges lineup. 053. Dragon Country Cuisine begins at the 8 Immortals table. Tang Yun, then I'll start the introduction from the left. To my left, the celebrity chef of Italian cuisine, Francis A. Anthea Redondo. From West Whitetooth, Mr. Redondo, I'm glad you're here. Redondo is now almost in his mid-50s, just about peak prime age for the business of being a chef. You won't be physically unable to cook, but at the same time you have years of experience in the field. Redondo has gotten stronger than when he was famous. Redondo waved. Hello everyone, I'm Francis Redondo, said with a chest-rubbing salute and smile. Lin Xian looked at the stage for a moment. It is important to realize that the habits of the Western white teeth and the Europeans on the planet Earth are not the same. The Western white teeth was once conquered by the Arab Empire, so it has a long history of separation from Europe and is culturally quite different. Of course, the steppe peoples of the blue planet were still strong, and there were still forces that had once reached Europe, so the steppe people's breast-fondling salute was still used by Europeans all the time. But Lei Dong duo a West White Tooth using a chest-rubbing salute. Lin Xian still found it strange. But, after all, it's on the blue planet, and conversely they should find it strange after seeing the Earth star West White Teeth. Tang Yun continues. This one judge with the shiny head is Jean Andre from the land of Gallic Chicken. Andre, I'm glad you came to Dragonland. Andre smiled and gave a gentleman's salute. Bouncing pig. The audience didn't spare any applause. Tang Yun turned around. This one on my left. Proficient in both Lu and Guangdong cuisines. State banquet chef extraordinaire. Teacher Huang Gang who has millions of fans on various platforms on the internet. Huang Gang is exactly 60 years old this year. But because of the years as a chef as well as teaching students, so greasy, very energetic, hair are not very white. Huang Gang smiled and waved his hand. Hello everyone, I'm Huang Gang. I'm here today with the task of poking Lin Xian. Tang Yun smiled. Take a look at the fourth place. It's our country's famous social science professor, the 70-year-old Mr. Wang Yushi. Tang Yun looked at the handcard. Mr. Wang Yushi is also the author of the famous cookbook, The Complete Book of Lu Cuisine, as well as the 3 books, A Survey of Cuisine in the Civil Period, and Meals of the Dragon Kingdom. Wang Yushi mortared his cane and cheerfully said, Hello everyone. The pop-up screen was questioning at this point. This boss's name sounds like it's familiar. Wang Yushi? What's the relationship with the richest man? Wang Shuanghe, and the richest man's son, Wang Shuangjiang? The name sounds like a recursive relationship. This is the richest man's father, right? In addition to the 4 newcomers to the judging panel, there's Professor Lucas from the Big Apple, Embroidery Master MS, Li Yu, and myself, Tang Yun. Tang Yun smiled. Lin Xian, just yesterday someone on the extranet questioned the building you brought from the Earth Star, and that design master called Wolf questioned you for engaging in insider trading with the Shini officials. Do you have anything to say? Lin Xian looked at the camera and lamented. It's indeed technologically advanced now. All the viewers were confused. What does this have to do with the question? Lin Xian continued. Nowadays, technology is indeed so advanced that you can be exasperated by strangers thousands of miles away without leaving your home. And your brain hurts. Ha 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 ha. I'm so happy. Do travelers like to tell jokes so much? Tang Yun, today we put together 8 people with the judges and him according to Lin Xian's request. What exactly we're going to do? I don't know. Lin Xian, anything to say? The camera went to Lin Xian, and the pop-ups instantly increased. He's the traveler Lin Xian? It's kind of cool. Finally coming to the point. First time I've watched a traveler live yet. Lin Xian on the stage smiled and spoke. Why do we need to round up 8 people? Because in the history of the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom, there was a very famous dining table called the 8 Immortal Table, which had 8 places. So make it 8 today. Lin Xian, today, we are also not broadcasting live from Studio 1, switching to Studio 2, which has just been renovated. So please move over. The camera is given to the side, where there are many tables, Chinese and Western. There are round tables, octagonal tables, long tables, and dining tables, bars. In the center, there is a huge kitchen, big enough for several teams to cook at the same time. The crowd made its way to the second hall. Lin Xian entered the main table and invited Tang Yun to sit on the left side of the main table, according to the position of the 8-cent table. As the host family, the 2 of us sit here. Across the way is where Lucas and MS, Li Yu are, and the 4 guests were seated on either side. Tang Yun looked at the layout of the 8th century table and nodded. What if it's within the family? If it's within the family, it's the one facing the door that's the top seat, and it's reserved for the oldest, most senior person. And then the host family has to mix and mingle with relatives paired up to sit. Of course, You don't have to talk about mixed seating if there are kids at the table. Several people were seated, and a large number of audience members took their respective seats, guided by the show's groundskeepers. Only then did Lin Xian get up and walk over to the second type of table. This type of table, which is what the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom Tang used to do, requires kneeling, one for each person, with a split meal system. The live audience smiles at the camera. Not too far off from our Blue Star Ancient, but sitting on your knees is too tiring. Lin Xian smiled and handed out the small plastic stool in his hand, because it doesn't fit modern people's habits. I prepared a small bench for you. Lin Xian continued on with the camera. This kind of table is the most commonly used round table in modern times in the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom, because in modern times, food is plentiful and the table is too small to set so many dishes anymore. So it came down to the need to design the table as a double-decker, with the top glass being rotatable, so that people could sit around it and be able to eat dishes that were further away without having to get up. This one technology, which Blue Star is now using, is just the same. Lin Xian led the camera to the dining table. This kind is more suitable for commercial catering use. If the dining environment is too small and there are a lot of guests, you can use a dining table where everyone sits on high stools to eat. Lin Xian turned around. The long table over here is a table commonly used for Western food. The square tables are for brunch, tables for two. The short and long table is a dinner table for two people. A long table is a party table for feasting. The extra long ones are popular tables for prom reception buffets that hold only food and offer no seating. After the introduction, Lin Xian returned to the 8 immortal tables. In the Earth Star, the main countries probably use these tables, while a small number of different countries have some other types of tables. Jean-Andre, it's roughly the same as Blue Star, with some subtle differences. So what about cutlery? Lin Xian, the use of cutlery does not vary much. It's basically the same. But there may be certain specialty foods that have some specialized utensils that aren't available at Blue Star. Huang Gang raised an eyebrow. Such as, for example, the crab 8 pieces. Lin Xian, in Earth Star, the consumption of hairy crabs has developed to the extreme, producing the exclusive crab demolition tool crab 8 pieces, and Blue Star seems to have only one. Lin Xian stood in front of his seat. According to the etiquette of our Earth Star Dragon Kingdom, before we begin to dine, we need to share a drink. Juice for those who can't drink. Everyone raise a glass. Enjoy your meal. And let's officially move on to today's topic, the food. The audience also applauded after sharing a drink. Lin Xian smiled. But there's bad news to tell you all. And that's that I myself am an extremely poor cook and basically can't cook. Ha! A lot of the live audience went numb. What's the point of having so many tables and so much cutlery? For fun? Lin Xian pressed his hand. But there are 3 chefs here today. A French chef, a chef of Royal Italian cuisine from West Whitetooth, and a chef of the Dragon's National Banquet. It's easy for the 3 bits to replicate the cuisine on the planet Earth, as long as there's a way to do it. Shit, there's something to eat in this issue. Mad absolutely. Haven't had a chance to eat lunch. Order a takeaway first. Make a noodle first, before you starve to death next. Lin Xian, as the old Earth Star saying goes, food is the most important part of a culture. A lot of short-term countries that have been developing for a relatively short period of time don't have any decent cuisine. Speaking of which, Redondo's entire body was bad. How did Redondo, a royal chef from West Whitetooth, end up learning Italian food? West Whitetooth, on the blue planet, is as much a fish and chip country as Interland? On the Earth planet, of course, Blue Star's Interland is still the land of fish and chips. Lin Xian looked at Redondo. West Whitetooth cuisine on Earthstar can be ranked in the top 5 globally. Redondo listened and stared. Ha! Gourmet Desert West Whitetooth, on the planet Earth, ranked in the top 5 globally? 054. The envy and jealousy of the West Whites. Tang Yun held down the agitated Redondo. Lin Xian, there's always some reason why a country's food culture changes, right? Can you start by saying why? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, it is well known on the blue planet that West Whitetooth, like Interland, Gallic Chicken, and Germany, has a long history of mixed minor principalities. It was not until the eve of the Great Voyage in the 15th and 16th centuries that it was united. Redondo nodded. That's right. Earthstar West Whitetooth is different? Lin Xian, West Whiteteeth on the planet Earth, first ruled by Celtic entry. Then came the Carthaginians, the Moors, the Phoenicians, and finally into the great unification of ancient Rome. After ancient Rome, Arabia entered the Iberian Peninsula and ruled for centuries. During such a long reign, the Arab cultural imprint was deeply etched into the culture of West Whitehall. This includes the architecture, which favors the Arabic style of using small white round heads. Like diet, there are a total of 5 types of dishes in West Whitetooth, the first of which is characterized by freshness and colorfulness, mostly using olive oil and garlic. Adhering to Arab cooking techniques,
It is cooked in deep-fried form and is characterized by a fresh and edible taste and a crispy and fluffy texture. There's also the mountains and the seashore, each blending two different styles of cuisine, as well as the most important rice-producing areas of West Whitethorn, forming the category of West Whitethorn paella. Redondo calmed down quickly. It turns out that the rich food culture of the Western white teeth on the planet Earth is due to having been ruled by the Arabs in exchange. At this point, the extranet pop-ups were not calm. I was envious. But now I'm not. Nonsense. I'm still envious. Anyway, we've been ruled by several powers in our history, just a handful of Arabs, and as a result, we now eat fish and chips every day, and I'd rather have been ruled by the Arabs, and then have a big fish and a big meal every day. A lot of people spend a lot of time in the country and eat fish and chips every day and think that stuff is good, and they don't realize how good the food and drink is in each country until they've been out there. Then I wouldn't be willing to trade the history of being ruled by the Arabs for it. Two gangs of West Whitetooth netizens bickered. One side feels that it has been ruled by many outsiders anyway, not so bad as Arabia. Those on the other side of the fence feel that even if they had fish and chips every day, they wouldn't be willing to trade in their humiliating history. How do they know that West Whitetooth under Arab notice was the high point in the history of the entire kingdom of West Whitetooth, and that West Whitetooth's subsequent lead in the great voyage of the terrestrial planet was based on it? In the Blue Star, West Whitetooth had always been a second-rate country, and there hadn't been a voyaging West Whitetooth Great Empire era. Let the Dragon Country to choose. The Dragon Country people certainly do not want to. We are not short of anything. Why should we choose this? Unlike the West Whites, fish and chips, it's really awful. It's not that fish and chips are the original food culture of West Whitehall. Aren't fish and chips a treasure handed down from the days of the Anglo-Saxons and the Celts? In the end, the people of the Western White Hague regard themselves as superior and look down on the present-day Arabs. Unlike in Terra, where West Whitetooth has long not been treated as a European country, in Blue Star West Whitetooth has always been an important part of Europa. Redondo got up. Actually, don't have to be ruled by the Arabs. We can have a West Whitetooth specialty dining, because, now that you're here, with the travelers, we can learn the culture of the Earth Star's West Whitetooth dining culture right off the bat. Lin Xian lets it go. Free learning is impossible. By the time this issue is over, I'll lose if my Earth Star restaurant chain, West Whitetooth, doesn't open West Whitetooth everywhere. West Whitetooth itself is so rich in produce that they don't make it themselves and export a lot of these catering materials, and neither French nor Italian food and drink is a 100% match for their local output. So while it's doing well, it's not doing particularly well. The emergence of a truly appropriate, locally adapted West Whitehall food culture is bound to rock the entire Iberian Peninsula as quickly as a nuclear weapon. Lin Xian, so, let's enter the Earth Star now and take a look at West Whitetooth's dining culture. This time, everyone can follow along. With that, Lin Xian handed down 7 VR glasses. The 7 judges quickly put on their glasses, and the live audience can only see it through the big screen. The screen went dark, and when it lit up again, the figures of Lin Xian and the 7 judges had already appeared in a place with a special flavor. This is the Mediterranean Sea, a small town. Lin Xian, sorry guys, you definitely won't be able to eat it. I just brought your perspectives over and I'm the only one who ate it. Lin Xian sat down in his seat. Waiter, order your food. Redondo turned red. Jean-Andre? Huang Gang, this son is not an appropriate person.
Tang Yun, Mr. Huang Gang is right. Lucas, M.
Lin Xian ordered a few of the famous Western white teeth meals.
I'll have this. Iberian ham,
Catalan cheese blood sausage,
garlic barnacles, seafood risotto, and West Whitetooth paella. The waiter gave a thumbs up. Dragon Nation?
Lin Xian froze for a moment.
How did you know that I'm from Longwa? I have an accent? The waiter smiled.
The only people who come to visit us and can order the most expensive dishes one by one are the people from the Dragon Kingdom who are so rich. The people from the Rice Kingdom are also rich.
But the people from the Rice Kingdom will only eat hamburgers for dinner. I recommend a Calais wine. You ordered too much seafood and the wine will take the edge off. Okay.
Lin Xian smiled.
Help me serve all the dishes at the same time, can you do that? The waiter compared it to an okay. So, the so-called food chapter is actually an eating podcast? Ha 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 ha. I'm balanced at once. It's not just us watching Lin Xian eat.
The judges are only watching here Lin Xian eating a solitary meal too.
If I'm not mistaken, Lucas is gulping like crazy and is probably starving and panicking.
A few judges were right next to each other, saying that Lin Xian was inappropriate. Lin Xian cheerfully,
I'll take the time to go down the menu, as well as shoot an instructional video. Let's just fast forward through this part.
Lin Xian wasn't going to wait for the back kitchen to cook for an hour. Just fast forward straight through to an hour later. In the viewer's perspective, the scene is picking up speed by leaps and bounds. By the time came down slowly and normally, a sumptuous table of food had already been placed in front of Lin Xian.
A couple of the judges are going crazy. Gourmet food from other worlds that you can't actually eat. Heartbreaking. I can't. Don't stop me. I want to hit him. At this moment,
Lin Xian was feasting.
to be honest,
Lin Xian himself hadn't even run over to West Whitetooth to eat when he was on the Earth Star.
first dry rice, for respect. Seafood preparation in West Whitehall is different from the domestic Cantonese province of Dongshan,
as well as from other countries around the world. They are the representative type of heavy oil, preferring deep frying and the use of mixed oils, lard plus vegetable oils. And the characteristics of oil use are more similar to those of Sichuan cuisine. This means that the flavors are particularly intense and aromatic.
You can see it, but you can't eat it. A few of the judges have already had a heart attack.
Lin Xian broke a large crab leg.
It's useless for you guys to look at me. You have to hope that Mr. Redondo will copy the recipes and the instructional videos after he reads them.
Several of the judges simultaneously snapped out of it and turned their heads to Redondo.
Redondo was instantly Alexandrian, replicating the flavors of otherworldly cuisine I've never seen before, and without ever having eaten it.
Lin Xian cheerfully, why else would the show invite you?
After all, Mr. Redondo, you are a top celebrity chef. If it's a simple recovery, just find a chef is not on the line? Jean-Andre, my friend,
it would be a shame for the adults if they couldn't reproduce it.
Andre wants to eat it too, deliberately provoking.
Redondo looks serious. I will definitely replicate these dishes in order to find a dietary system that suits West Whitetooth.
Isn't there an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that everything is difficult at the beginning? I'll be the one to make that beginning. What about Lin Xian?
Lin Xian is of course the cultural bridgehead that connects the two worlds of West Whitetooth.
At this moment,
Lin Xian was inwardly ecstatic while eating.
Copy it, make it and eat it and you'll marvel at it. And then that devil-like attraction will make you crazy enough to ask me to work with you to get the recipe. How else am I going to raise the price tag and get my Earthstar Gourmet West Whitetooth restaurant to actually open in West Whitetooth? 055.
The famous dish that made the nation of West Whitehall boil.
You can't live without knowing how to eat.
Lin Xian served the Iberian ham and spoke.
This is a proverb from Earthstar West Whiteteeth. Blue Star. A large audience of Western Whiteteeth were angry as hell.
One very huge problem with West Whitecoast is that West Whitecoast people are very tasty. Unlike people in the UK and the US who don't like to eat, West Whites are very lazy and like to enjoy life.
Which of course includes liking to eat. But the West Whites won't do it. This is actually quite understandable. In the history of the Blue Planet, West Whitetooth was long ruled by the Yangtzes until the 15th century. After the 15th century, the Great Age of Sail opened. So the English style became sailor style. And by sailor style, I mean a lot of dry food that would keep for a long time. Like canned goods. Like jerky. Once the Great Age of Sail was over, West Whitetooth rapidly declined and was trampled into the dust. Much like the history of Terran Europe, the Blue Planet also saw a Gallic chicken emperor in the 18th century. During those years of constant war, ordinary people didn't even have anything to eat, let alone develop any kind of excellent food culture. At the end of the 18th century, amidst liberal thinking throughout the world, communal activity began in West Whitetooth. Then there was the time shortly after one of the Great Wars when the Germanic mindset reached West Whitetooth, bringing with it a reign of terror. This continued until the 1970s. Therefore, there have been no stabilizing conditions for the formation of a culinary culture in the hotland of West Beach, which is rich in produce. The West Whites cried with gluttony when they saw what was on the table. Those, however, are the most common and abundant specialties in their daily lives, including Chef Redondo looking at the Iberian ham in front of Lin Xian with great certainty. Iberian black pig. Lin Xian picked up a slice of Iberian ham that had been peeled as thin as a cicada's wing with his fingers and sniffed it in front of his nose. Iberian ham, which requires some spices unique to West Whitetooth, cured for 3 years, and to have a unique flavor. It must be a black Iberian pig of 75% or more blood purity, if it is made from a white pig. Even if the method is exactly the same, it is not an Iberian ham, but a Serrano ham. As far as I know, Iberian ham is raw ham and it doesn't have cholesterol. It has HDL. These proteins help the body move excess cholesterol from the internal organs. Of course, it's not a diet pill commercial. If you eat too much Iberian ham, you get fat as usual. Lin Xian held a slice of ham in his fingers and put it in his mouth. A look of enjoyment was revealed on his face. Who, again, is not a glutton? I did not expect to cross into a different world, but instead had the opportunity to eat Iberian ham, put aside in the previous life. Lin Xian will not be so willing. Shell out money to eat Iberian ham. Now it presses no need to pay for yourself. The system, although the existence of the system is not high, but the money consumption, the system solves. Thinly slice the ham and arrange it inside a warm serving dish. Allow the ham slices to come into full contact with the air. The flavors are overflowing and the grease in the meat is slowly oozing out. The marble-like, Sweet fat slowly dissolves into the lean, deep red color of the meat at room temperature. Ham slices were gently chewed in Lin Xian's mouth, permeated not only by the salty sweet aroma, but also the natural aroma of acorns. This little bit of acorn aroma is really rare. Redondo hastily inquired. What was the curing technique that gave it the acorn aroma? Pickling techniques? Lin Xian waved his head. No, it's not the curing technique, but the black pigs must be fed with acorns, and after a long time, the pork will naturally have the aroma of acorns. It's as if a baby only drinks milk every day and it tastes milky for the same reason. Redondo was dumbfounded. This practice. Feel this ham. Lin Xian, it's just plain curing. In the Mediterranean climate of West Whitetooth, to have adequate conditions for the aging of the ham, the time is 1 to 10 years, and the longer the time the stronger the flavor. 3 years is the best time to eat it raw. So, Lin Xian apologized. It will take at least 4 years for our West Whitetooth friends on the blue planet to try their hand at making Iberian ham if they want to. Start pigging out today and keep it going until you make a good Iberian ham 3 years from now, so you all can have a wait. Redondo rolled his eyes. Can you taste what you can eat right away? Does that blood sausage take long to make? Lin Xian waved his head. What are you thinking? How can every kind of food be marinated for so long? Won't food that doesn't have a large enough volume be marinated for too long and just go bad? Lin Xian chucked up a slice of blood sausage. This blood sausage is actually just to go with it. The key is not the blood sausage, but the cheese, also known as cheese in Chinese and cheese in English. It's a cheese that can only be made in the Catalan region and has a unique flavor. Blood sausage is very simple pig's blood filled inside pig sausage, congealed and steamed and sliced. Redondo was excited to hear that this was something he could at least barely attempt to make. The Catalan cheese wasn't there, but when asked about the flavor, it was barely seasoned, no problem. Instead, the online West Whitetooth audience was not happy. What's that blood sausage? Can I eat it? It's so weird. My god. How do you eat blood? I'm not a vampire. The words of the West Whitetooth netizens quickly drew the ire of Gallic and Italian netizens. Shut up if you don't know. All countries with high food culture eat offal, such as Gallic chicken, Italians, Dragon country, and Turducken country. Only the stupid anxes and the regions they radiate from don't eat offal and blood. Not to mention the good food countries. Even the food desert Germany eats blood sausage. Only countries such as Interland and Rice, which rank at the bottom of the world in terms of foodie nations, don't eat them. Redondo simply sat down in another seat to watch. Garlic barnacles. Seems like a simple thing to do? Lin Xian tried. There's no need for me to say more about the fact that barnacles are the freshest of seafood, right? Redondo and Andre both nodded. They understand that very well. Garlic paste is a practice that's really only used a lot in Longguo and West Albion cuisines in Earthstar, so it's kind of a common denominator. Lin Xian tried a bite and nodded his head to express his affirmation, completely displaying the freshness and avoiding the small amount of fishy flavor that barnacles come with, while at the same time enriching the taste levels. Along with the flavor of rosemary, it can be said to be a classic and famous dish that is simple to make. Redondo immediately took note. Next up was the main event, the seafood risotto and paella. The paella has been squeaking ever since it was served, and the steaming heat has been telling the audience, I'm fucking delicious. The fact that hot food tastes better than cold food is a memory ingrained in human DNA. Paella, which is made with seafood with various spices unique to West White tea and some of the Dragon Kingdom spices, and then covered with rice. And of course, in recent years there has been a rise in the use of curry as well. Redondo was puzzled. Why does the West Whitetooth dish need to use dragon spice? Lin Xian smiled. Because the Arabian Empire crossed Central Asia back then and bought the Dragon Kingdom spices to the continent at sky-high prices. And isn't it normal for West Whitetooth, as a kingdom under their rule, to eat the Dragon Kingdom's spices? Of course, later on, Interlane specifically brought down the 3 kingdoms of A.S. just to plant Dragon Kingdom spices in tea, which Lin Xian did not say much about. If you want to buy spices, come to the Dragon Kingdom and buy them at a high price. Lin Xian had tried a crab leg before, and now he scooped up the rice with a spoon and couldn't help but nod his head as he ate it. The rice from all over the world gives people a different feeling. I've eaten all kinds of rice in the country, and the rice from the Western White Teeth is another different flavor. I have to say, it's a perfect match for seafood. There are also rice and seafood cross-producing regions in the country. So why hasn't Cantonese cuisine developed a way of eating paella? Because seafood has a fishy odor, and the Ufu region is relatively dry. Fresh water carries a muddy odor, and rice naturally has some of that as well. Isn't there something wrong with 2 fishy things together? It's true. Things like food just vary from place to place. This reinforces Lin Xian's idea of promoting Earthstar West Whitetooth cuisine in Blue Star West Whitetooth, which will surely beat Blue Star West Whitetooth's French-Italian food to death. Because even if French-Italian food is a drop better than Western White Teeth food, they're not for Western White Teeth. The crowd looked to the last course, the seafood chowder. Chowder, in Chinese, has a very understandable meaning. It's just an ancient practice, probably similar to deep frying, but less oil than deep frying. To put it simply, stir frying is more vegetables than oil. Deep frying is just less vegetables than oil. And risotto is when the oil is almost the same as the vegetables when you fry them. Lin Xian picked up a piece of squid whisker ring that was fried to a golden crisp. Oh, comfortable. 056. Can't eat, still can't eat. Seafood chowder is, to put it more bluntly, cooked in 3 ways. Seafood that needs to keep its meaty texture is processed by deep frying in a coating of flour. If you want to keep the original flavor, boil it in water. Then it was used in a stir fry, into a dish. In fact, paella and seafood risotto are similar, but the seafood risotto is more pure, while the paella is more fusion. Seafood risotto is closer to the style of Arabic cuisine, inheriting the practice of using a lot of garlic. For flavor, a mixture of lard and vegetable oil was used for cooking. The aroma is even more top-notch. The seafood risotto, on the other hand, uses a mixture of oils, an excellent oil that is not used in Arabia. So, another flavor. It looks similar, but it's really 2 different cuisines. Internationally, however, the West Whitetooth seafood risotto and the spaghetti falafel marinated Western baked escargot are known as the 3 most famous dishes in Western cuisine. After trying each one, Lin Xian smiled. It's not fun just to watch. Let's go back to Studio 2 and let Mr. Redondo, the chef from West Whitetooth, try his hand at making it. Wang Yushi, who hadn't said anything. Good, Mr. Redondo, I'm watching you. Yo, not to mention, if this old gentleman were a bit younger and had his hair dyed black, he would look quite like Constable Shing. Back in the studio, Redondo got right up and pulled out his chef's uniform and hat. Luckily I came with my crew. In Western cuisine, it is very difficult for the chef to do everything by himself, and the chef usually has to do the quality control and come up with the key dishes. There are a lot of people who play underhanded. The audience was abuzz. Redondo looked frozen. I don't think the show's live broadcast is that long. There's no way to get a live audience to eat it. The lamentations went up in all directions. Lin Xian, don't worry, everyone, the program team has covered the dinner today, and we'll make sure everyone is satisfied. Lin Xian is awesome. Lin Xian forever drops God. I'm going to give you monkeys, ha ha ha. The pop-ups exploded. Grass. I had a chance to get tickets. If I had known there was food in this issue, I would have been there. I hate myself for not getting a ticket. I hate that I didn't get a ticket. I didn't go there. Oh, don't worry. As long as you can get good food, soon there will surely be a lot of restaurants to learn how to do it, and then just go out to eat. On the scene, the Redondo team has moved on. Because Redondo was speaking in Western Whitetooth and the audience didn't have a simultaneous translator, they couldn't understand their dialogue. But the feverish scenes and the frequent use of fast-paced phrases still make it very clear to the audience that Redondo is very serious right now, and that the entire team of chefs is very attentive and in a hurry. While the food was being prepared, Lin Xian handed Redondo a tablet that played the video footage that had been taken. Comparing the recipes, Redondo, as an Italian chef, quickly learned how to make these dishes. I've never done this before, but I'm a quick learner. It's like a Cantonese master and an ordinary person going to learn the same Lu cuisine together. Surely the Cantonese master will learn it faster. And 1 pass through 100 passes is not just a quick learning curve. It's basically not going to make much of a difference when you do it. It's just certain details that need guidance. Lin Xian also wanted to know how far Le Don Duo could go without guidance. A somewhat pungent smell of chili spread through the studio as Redondo moved the open fire to start cooking. Soon, unnoticed by the audience, many of the show's staff ran away from the direction of the backstage directly behind them. Redondo, keenly smelling the chili, looked around and said in Spanish, "Who's frying the chili? We haven't gotten to that yet." "Ha?" A group of assistants looked at each other, and no one answered. "Never mind. I was probably too nervous and smelled it wrong. Keep going on. And hold on tight. Bring out the best quality. The judges present are professionals in the industry. Don't disgrace our team of royal chefs from West Whitetooth." In the audience were Jean Andre, a master of French cuisine, Wang Gang, a master of the Dragon Kingdom, Wang Yushi, a food writer, and most importantly, Lin Xian, who had just eaten the original Western Whitetooth dish. Redondo didn't dare to slack off at all. At this point, Chen Guangxiu in the background is coughing while turning the spatula as big as a spatula. In the pot, the butter, spices, and broth are colored bright red by the chili peppers. The only group of filmmakers still present, Mr. Chen. Cough cough cough. Chen, how much longer do you have to fry this? Cough cough cough. Chen Guangxiu, Mr. Lin said to fry for 6 hours. This has only started for an hour. The filmmakers looked at each other when they heard that. Cameraman, we'll put 3 sets of GoPro cameras here for you. Let us know on the radio if they don't move. After that, it's a straight shot. The teacher from the props team cursed, then darted out his GoPro and planted it, followed closely by a run. Inside the field, the aroma is overflowing. West Whitetooth cuisine is divided into 6 areas with different styles. They weren't enough to develop 6 cuisines, though, but rather 3 classifications overall. Coastal cuisine with a focus on seafood, heavy on the cheese and smoke. A light style of food featuring breads, jams, etc. All 3 have a very strong flavor when processed. The smell of smoke is the odor that most stirs in human DNA, the craving for meat from primitive life 10,000 years ago. And the creamy flavor of the light meal reminds humans of the good old days when they were young children. The aromatic seafood, on the other hand, goes for the king and queen route. You don't think about anything, you don't remember anything, the old man just tastes good. The master does not engage in falsehoods, just top, just hard. That's what the domestic conception of a hard dish says. Lin Xian had also been wandering around the field, pointing out mistakes from time to time. Redondo didn't see the production process, just the supporting instructional videos and menus. But Lin Xian was relying on the system's ability to control time and space, and he had secretly watched the entire process of the chef's production by himself. So pointing out what's wrong with them is still done. The camera, in turn, has been following these ingredients as they go from vibrant to fresh, from fresh to flavorful. The West Whites on the pop-up couldn't believe it. The mussels look too good to be true. Is this serious? At Blue Star West White Teeth, there are 2 possibilities for the mussels once they have been landed. One is to be flown directly to the top French restaurants in the major cities of the continent. One is being air-dried and saved for winter stews. There's no other way to eat it. But now the West Whites see the possibility of making their own mussels. Like them are bread crabs, prawns, all kinds of sea fish. The things on the dining room table are things that are very common in the lives of people from West Whitehall, but a lot of things they won't eat. On the contrary, in the Gallic chicken country of Yiddish country, although you can airlift those gourmet raw materials over there, but there is no unique specialty spices and all kinds of matching vegetables and staple foods in West Whitehall itself. It's hard to make these flavors. This is, quite literally, a customized food plan for West Whitetooth. Hey, I've learned. When I get through tonight, I'll come straight to the seafood chowder tomorrow and show my mom what we're made of. I figure if I learn 20%, I'll be better than my dad at cooking. I don't want to eat fried fish anymore. What the hell are fish and chips compared to this? Is that something humans should eat every day? If you say fish and chips are cheap and you can't live without them, forget it. The problem is fish and chips, it's expensive too. The point is that many people can't even cook fish and chips well enough to go to a restaurant. And the phenomenon is widespread. Actually, when you think about it, you realize that fish and chips are so simple, and it can be much harder to make something simple taste good than it is to make a dish that is inherently complex taste bad. Follow the tutorial and the average person can't do much worse than making open water cabbage. And it's hard for the average person to make fried shredded potatoes as good as a mountain of flavor. The lack of food culture is like a canopy that seals in the flavor of West Whitetooth. Today, the canopy opens up. Ding 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 ding. Redondo rang the bell with satisfaction. Serve. The team of chefs made just enough for 8 people at the main table of the octagon. The audience was lucky to have come for lunch. Or they could have lifted the table by now. Redondo removed his hat. Gentlemen, please savor. Jean-Andre, well, I'll be damned. A fried crab leg enters. So, that's what this tastes like. Nice. Awesome. It's so good for a beginner. I think the original, inevitably, is even better. This seafood chowder is clearly not a dish found in the food culture of any of the nations of the Blue Planet. At this point Andre was convinced that this was definitely otherworldly cuisine. Lin Xian smiled blandly. 6 points. Passing. We'll exchange after the program. Andre's eyes widened in shock. That's a pass? Hurry up with the food, guys. I'm so excited to see the Earth Star French food now. If this can be done to Western Whitetooths, how wonderful can French food, which is already known for its gastronomy, be? It's unimaginable. 057. 13 courses of the French meal and 3 great courses. Wang Yushi, it's too much to ask. I just thought the dish was okay. The so-called human civilization is common in some ways. Food and music are representative of that. When traveling to any place, the first thing that everyone is going to do is definitely to go for the representative local cuisine. If you go to Chang'an and don't get a lamb burger, you go to Sioux City and don't get a Sioux breakfast, then even if you have seen the Terracotta Warriors and the Gardens, what's the difference between that and not having been there? Wang Yushi sighed. I remember in the 80s, our Dragon Kingdom promoted Dragon Kingdom cuisine to the world. In those days, chefs from the 6 major cuisines went to major cities around the world to participate in promotions on an official basis. And I've been to West Whitetooth.
The Cantonese chef of that time appeared in West Whitecoast and sparked a citywide sensation in West Whitecoast, Madrid with his rich approach to seafood. It is a blessing that it is now possible for West Whitehall to develop or inherit a culinary system that suits them. Maybe in my lifetime I'll update a Europa Gourmet book, maybe record these dishes on it. Lin Xian listened to it to the point of emotion. The Dragon Kingdom in this world has had events like this. The Earth Star Dragon Kingdom, too, had once had the same experience. One is to earn foreign exchange, and the other is to promote the culture of the Dragon Kingdom and let the world know the Dragon Kingdom. However, in the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom, Cantonese cuisine has long been popular all over the world, and Sichuan cuisine exploded around the world with that promotion. In the world takeaway industry statistics for 18 years, the number of single-dish takeaway orders in the world's top 10, Kung Pao chicken and shredded pork with fish and flavored meat ranked first and second. There's a chance that Sichuan food will make a comeback in Blue Star, too. Lin Xian glanced at the live audience. That goes into the second segment. This time, we're going to the Gallic Chicken Kingdom of Earth Star. A group of people reappeared in the video feed from the viewer's perspective. Under Lin Xian's leadership, a group of people appeared on the Champs-Élysées. To be honest, entering the Earth Star Gallic country, the first to speak up. Actually, the Blue Star's food culture is very good, and the Earth Star Gallic Chicken Country and the Blue Star Gallic Chicken Country basically present a 50-50 situation. Hearing this, Jean-Andre smiled with satisfaction. I'm still very confident about French food. On the pop-ups, the Farahawks are out, too. I'm sorry, in this field. What the rice country? Inland. Germany. Step aside. In this regard, the Gallic chicken is deservedly the leader of Europe, the world's top 3 dietary systems. Are you kidding me? We also have this level in Sakura Nation, which is also in the top 3 in the world. Bullshit, pull back and fuck off. The world's top 3 cuisines are Gallic chicken, Earth Turkey, and Dragon Kingdom's top 3 cuisines. This selection was probably in the 70s and 80s and recognized worldwide. Starting in the late 1980s and 1990s, the Cherry Blossom Nation was making things happen in the world, frantically promoting the concept of what were the world's top 3 foodie nations: Dragon Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and Gallic Chicken Nation. But the concept doesn't work internationally. It was only in the 21st century, when the dragons began to appear on the internet, that they realized that the international cuisine itself was on a par with Gallic chicken and turkey. The Dragon Nation is certainly reluctant. Gallic chicken and ground turkey are, to put it bluntly, a dish. At best, it's on par with Sichuan or Cantonese cuisine. After all, there is no such thing as dragon cuisine in the international arena, and the so-called dragon cuisine is a variant of the dragon cuisine that was improved upon when it arrived in the United States. But we can all live with the 3 main cuisines. There's no way around it. The short ones are the tallest. Within the superpowers, the only one who is good at food is the Dragon Kingdom. It would have been unlikely for Gallic and ground turkey to match the size of the dragon. Lin Xian nodded. Although the food culture of the Blue Star Gallic Chicken Country is also very impressive, the Blue Star Gallic Chicken Country lacks a few dishes that can be called world famous. Upon hearing this, Jean-Andre was not satisfied. We can't call our pan-seared veal chops, beef stew and red wine, or Wellington steak a world famous dish? Lin Xian nodded. These dishes are also found in Earthstar, but they can't be called world-class famous dishes. Wellington steak, for example, is categorized as a home-cooked meal on Terra, a home dish. Jean-Andre was speechless. However, it is true that Wellington steak is a home favorite in Terra Nova. Jean-Andre, so, what are all the dishes on Terra Nova that qualify as world-class masterpieces of French cuisine? Lin Xian smiled. There is nothing more famous than French foie gras, but while this dish has the greatest reputation, it's not quite among the world's top dishes. The most famous world-class dish would have to be baked escargot. There's also pan-seared lobster and French saddle steak of lamb, for world-class dishes in all. I think there are home-cooked versions of these dishes as well. For example, the home-cooked version of pan-seared lobster is pan-seared cod. A home-cooked version of the French lamb saddle steak is the French lamb chop. Jean-Andre listened and frowned and thought. French foie gras? How to eat foie gras? Foie gras is a food that was once popular in Blue Star Gallic chicken, but it didn't develop into a super tasty dish. The reason for this is that foie gras has so much fat in it that it is difficult to ensure a uniform taste at the same time. Sautéed lobster? After hearing that, Andre knew what to do, but exactly what spices he needed, Andre wasn't sure. French lamb saddle steak, which sounds like a specific part of lamb chops, specially made to be able to make the delicacy. Baked snails? How do you make this dish? What do these dishes taste like? Andre had been drawn up 100%. So, we're ordering from the one on this street? Andre looked up at the Champs-Élysées. This street? It's beautiful. Lin Xian nodded. The Gallic Chicken Country is most famous, or also one of the few most famous streets on the Earthstar world.
I've never been here before. Rubbing it in that I'm traveling through now and came here to check it out.
This street is dotted with antique and luxury stores.
And it's full of art galleries and theaters and museums.
But none of that matters. Lin Xian arrived at a store that had a sign with 3 stars and 5 forks. And it was a gold knife and fork with a red knife and fork.
On Terra,
Gallic Chicken has a system of food criticism that survives widely in the Western food world.
The Michelin system. 1 star means you can eat it on the way. 2 stars means you can make a detour to eat it when you pass by. And 3 stars means it's highly recommended to definitely make a special trip.
Forks,
on the other hand, the more service the better, with 5 forks representing the top. The gold fork represents the very luxurious service at this establishment.
The red knives and forks represent the fact that this restaurant is very much its own style of service. This restaurant has 3 stars and 5 forks, as well as red and gold knife and fork markings.
Probably the top store in the Michelin system. Lin Xian entered it.
The manager with the mustache turned upward and the gold-rimmed glasses smiled.
How may I help you?
Lin Xian, I want to eat 13 dishes. The manager was stunned when he heard this,
and then immediately bowed. Please wait a moment. Is there any dish you would like to specialize in?
Lin Xian nonchalantly began to dictate.
Baked escargot, French foie gras, French saddle steak of lamb, sautéed lobster. Essential. If you don't have it you can let me know and I can go to another store.
The manager paused for about 3 seconds after hearing this.
Yes, Lin Xian, very good.
And French sink potatoes.
Onion soup, strawberry cucumber necessary. 3 desserts I need. Macaroons, Napoleons, and puffs. The manager took note of each one. Any other requests, please?
I don't like salads.
Red wine you guys watch and match. The manager nodded. Understood. After the manager left,
the waiter came up to set multiple sets of tableware that hadn't been prepared on the table.
Andre questioned. Why is this manager listening to your request as if he were an enemy?
Lin Xian smiled.
It's simple. Gallic Chicken is divided into 3 time slots even though there is only 1 dish. 3 eras of classical French, home-style French, and modern neo-French. In moving into the modern era,
it's usually a 4 to 5 course meal, and classical French cuisine is 13 courses. When he heard I was going to have 13 courses, number 1 he understood that I knew what I was doing, and number 2 he suspected that I was a food organization coming in for a rating or a peer challenge, and that's why he was so cautious.
13 courses? 13 courses of Chinese food is not uncommon. But what is the concept of eating 13 courses of Western food? You should know that Western food is a split meal system.
Many Blue Star Westerners were confused when they heard about the 13 courses.
Is terraforming French food so elaborate? Lin Xian is also very satisfied.
The biggest characteristic of Westerners is arrogance.
Facing Westerners cannot maintain the so-called modesty. He thinks you are really modest. When confronted with a Westerner, you must be knocked out with a stick. Make them feel awesome. The dining etiquette of the 13-course French meal is a downer for Jean-Andre, the Blue Star French food judge who came to the program.
058.
Unique headboards and the length of a French meal.
Soon the first appetizer came up.
Of course, it's not really fast,
because the subtitles on the video hit the time,
and the time is now the 30th minute. A 13-course French meal usually takes 4 hours or more.
Or 6 hours or more if there are complex dishes.
In other words,
it's what the rich and aristocrats ate when they had nothing better to do in the days when Gallic Chicken was at its peak. A meal that goes from hungry to hungrier. Because the manager had personally come over to introduce himself,
Lin Xian didn't fast forward, but listened.
The manager smiled.
Do you need to introduce the cutlery,
sir? Lin Xian nodded as he thought he was going to introduce the usage of the cutlery.
The manager smiled. This pair of headboard knives and forks,
made of sterling silver and made to 18th century royal standards, are also the standard headboard knives and forks for a 13-course French meal.
Lin Xian was speechless, so it was highlighting the splendor of this restaurant to come. 3 stars and 5 forks, gold color knife and fork. Lin Xian smiled.
I heard that aluminum was more expensive than gold in the 18th century, and the knives and forks used by the royal family were made of aluminum.
The manager froze instantly. On the European side, modern times are not so much about so-called old money anymore. On the contrary, in the public opinion environment under the control of the nouveau riche, old money is the object of ridicule. So, just about anyone who wears an Armani and carries a watch, someone says you're a gentleman.
Very few people really understand aristocratic etiquette.
Of course, the top tycoons are trained in etiquette.
The manager smiled sarcastically. Only a few of the richer members of the royal family use aluminum knives and forks.
Most of them are silver. Tell me about the cutlery. Lin Xian, German Meissen, started supplying the European royal family 200 years ago, right? I'm a dragon country man. These things in dragon country, at best, belong to second-rate goods. In JDZ, they are not even qualified to ship. This grade of residual goods on the spot CEI. Manager. Don't look at continental royalty as if they're rich, but in reality it's not like that at all. In the 18th century, the Dragon Kingdom was the world's top GDP even at its worst. It didn't fall until the 19th century, but it was at least in the top 5. By the time of the new Dragon Kingdom, it couldn't be counted because of a different GDP algorithm, but it was still perennially in the top 7 in the world. And what about the French Halcyon West, top 6 GDP in the world in its toughest era? And the royal family of the 18th century is not talking about the Louis family. It's talking about Napoleon and his family. Napoleon was great at everything, but as a martial artist, he wasn't very particular about it. To put it bluntly, golden-looking French cookware, which is entitled to bragging rights in front of people from all countries, really isn't much to talk about in front of the dragon. You might as well give an introduction to how each set of cutlery is used. The manager could only start the introduction with an awkward smile. In his own thoughts, he assumed that Lin Xian knew a lot about food, but not a lot about the history of tableware, so he wanted to pull a little bit of impression points up from that aspect. I didn't expect to kick the can down the road when it came to cutlery, so when it comes to the use of cutlery, it's just straight from the book, and without being condescending, we'll start introducing them in order. After the introductions, it was just about time for the first course to be served. The manager then got in the spirit. This is a cherry frozen foie gras prepared for you by our French 3 Michelin star chef, Jean-André. Lin Xian, who had read the information, knew, the first course is frozen foie gras, so I'm looking forward to the second hot first course. The first 3 courses are frozen headboard, soup, and hot headboard. The manager was confident in that regard. Taste, please. Lin Xian memorized what the manager said to do, picked up a spoon, and scooped down some on the frozen foie gras. Jean-André looked out at the dish. Secondary molding of foie gras into the shape of a cherry? This is nothing peculiar to the ears of the dragons. Meatballs, dumplings, lion's head, buns, chopped stuffing. Isn't this homemade stuff? However, in the world, only a few countries have mastered this method. In the Blue Star world, French meals are not available in this technique. Lin Xian tried a mouthful and nodded. It is very full, there is no greasiness, and there is a little taste of raw milk. Hearing this, the manager raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, it was a Michelin judge. It's very accurate. Usually cherry foie gras is made into a dessert, but frozen cherry foie gras is a dish that Mr. André himself is promoting these last few years. While normal cherry foie gras has to use cooked milk to soak the foie gras for 8 hours, frozen cherry foie gras uses raw milk directly in order to avoid the icing scum of the cold water powder, which needs to be filtered more than 8 times in order to avoid the raw flavor of raw milk. Lin Xian was still a bit regretful. It's not the traditional cherry foie gras, but it's not bad. The manager was shocked to hear that Lin Xian wasn't too satisfied. Enjoy your meal, sir. The manager smiled and left calmly before immediately trotting into the kitchen. André, he gave the chef a rundown of the exchange. Jean-André contemplated for a moment. No more superfluous movements. I trust my standards. Big deal losing the red fork. At the table, Jean-André, what is the caliber of the chef who shares my last name? Lin Xian, to explain to you the 3 Michelin star chef. It's about the top of the 3 different chef certifications in Earth Star. Earth Star chefs, either Michelin starred, Le Cordon Bleu, or Dragon Chef Examiner. The hardest is also the double buff of Dragon Kingdom Extra plus State Banquet plus. 3 Michelin stars are the next best thing. In the world of Western food, Michelin 3 stars on the top. This level of standard are similar. The main point is who keep longer. Jean-André, that is to say, at about the same level as me. I really want to try this otherworldly delicacy. Not just about the same level. This Jean-André and Jean-André also look 77 times probably similar. Parallel worlds are like that. Meeting similar people, sitting in similar things, having similar caliber. This was the case with Yin Zhongtian and teacher Earthstarry before. You can do it yourself. Jean-André nodded. That's right. I'll try to make these dishes when we get back to the studio. The second soup, after only a 20-minute wait, came up. Onion soup. Lin Xian took a gentle bite and realized. Western-style clear soup. It's a departure from Chinese clear soup. In layman's terms, it's similar to the boiling water inside boiling cabbage. A bit of beefy. And watermelon. Why onion soup? Kind of interesting. Westerners and dragons have completely different palates when it comes to evaluating food. The dragon's comments about the food can scare a Western chef out of a cold sweat, because the dragon can give you all the ingredients. And Westerners commenting on the food can startle a dragon who has eaten the dish, because they'll use metaphors to make you understand what that flavor is. And it's very accurate. The manager nods. The watermelon's refreshingness keeps down the onion flavor a bit, and the beef enhances the concentration of the onion flavor. and the combination elevates it to a level of sophistication. Together with the premium broth, the flavor is very rich. Lin Xian, interesting. This is actually the difference between French and Chinese food. Chinese food, it's all about a feeling. Most of the time it's a pinch of salt and a pinch of pepper. How much is a pinch is up to you. But when it comes to the chef's stage, it's all about precision. And perfectly replicating a certain flavor is what they relish the most. Whereas in the Western dining system, they would be very precise about the proportion of seasoning in each dish. And it's only at the chef stage that one seeks to harmonize the mood. You could say that the two culinary arts are moving face to face from opposite directions, intersecting at a certain point, and then backtracking again. Jean-Andre heard Lin Xian's description of the raw materials and was interested in the dish. Mr. Lin, please be sure to write down the entire recipe. Lin Xian cheerfully said. I have plenty of recipes. I'll give you the recipes for these dishes later. French food goes on for a long time, so it's ceremonial and artistic. On the air, it will give a very premium look. The audience all over the world just watched as Lin Xian quietly and slowly and gracefully ate his meal. There's no way it's not elegant. It's a half-hour wait for a dish. And if you're too hungry to be horrified, it's gone in 2 shakes. The third course was served, and in addition to the dish, there was a glass of wine. Lin Xian smiled. I'm sorry, wine is the theme of the future. You won't see it this time. In the viewer's perspective, there is a stack of mosaics on the plate in addition to a serving of mussel caviar. No. Cough cough. What are the black dots in this golden box? Is this food? Lin Xian looked at the caviar. Caviar. Before the West white teeth meal appeared. Just no one paid attention to it. Now in a separate gold box. You guys found it? 059. Caviar. Cheap of course. Leave it to Rukoku. Jean-Andre was particularly curious. What is it? Caviar. Lin Xian took the small box and looked at it. Caviar. Also known as fish roe sauce. A pickled product of sturgeon eggs, salmon eggs, etc. Caviar produced in the Caspian Sea bordering Iran and Russia is generally considered to be of the best quality, with a fishy, salty taste and an ebony color. However, in the Earth Star, the Dragon Kingdom has succeeded in artificially breeding sturgeon with its unique agricultural conditions, and the Dragon Kingdom's sturgeon caviar accounts for 60% of the world's production, and the flavor is equally top-notch. How can you tell what caviar tastes like by just describing it? These little black dots piled on top of each other look like smaller six-packs. Lin Xian first picked up the mussels and used a spoon to remove their meat to taste, then pick up the mussel shells to scoop up the caviar. Those in attendance were confused. Why would you use a mussel shell to scoop caviar? Lin Xian, caviar is one of the top 3 ingredients in the world. The 3 top ingredients in the world are caviar, truffles and foie gras. But in the course of terrestrial development, truffles and foie gras were replaced by matsutake mushrooms and eels. Of course, the main reason for this is that the number of eels being eaten in groups and the size of individuals is decreasing year by year, and humans have not discovered how eels reproduce to be able to breed them artificially. Lin Xian explained in detail, caviar is a very fragile delicacy, and once it is touched by a metal object, it will quickly become tainted with the flavor of the metal. The box is also metal, but it was manufactured to exacting standards and then attached with a film. For spoons, only spoons made of pearls can be used for caviar. Of course, 99% of the time no one is that extravagant, so they usually just use shells instead. In a 13-course French meal, mussels of caviar are generally dittoed for ease of practical caviar. This is the stuff that used to change the history of Western food. It was supposed to be fun for everyone. All were shocked to hear that caviar had once changed the history of Western cuisine. Lin Xian explained. In the olden days, or in any era, European countries hated the woolly bear country very much. But the 2 things that have taken Europe by storm and the woolly bear country. Europeans are willing and addicted. One kind of literature is that of the woolly bear country, which occupies half of European literature. One is caviar from the woolly bear country, which dominates half of the high-end Western food market. If we're going to talk about Western food, surely caviar should be introduced. Unfortunately, this world doesn't. The invention of caviar was originally a coincidence. It's like another superfood in East Asia, udon roe. Uchiko is another way of eating roe, which is the roe of the ichthyoplankton, one of the sea fish. It is eaten whole dried in the sun and then roasted and eaten straight from the oven with a high level of alcohol. The 2 types of roe are eaten in completely different ways, and the birth is coincidental in nature. So it's normal that there's no caviar to eat on this side of the blue planet. Lin Xian, Andre. Jean-Andre was puzzled. What? If I say so. Lin Xian, Western food. The seasoning aspect is a weak point. It's hard to achieve rich flavor levels. Do you admit that? Andre could only nod his head as he listened. If it's a celebrity chef, it's not hard. If you're an average cook or you're making your own Western food at home, it's very tough to achieve a rich level of flavor. Lin Xian nodded. Caviar itself exists in place of saltiness, and it can give seafood a very rich layer of flavor. Most seafood only has a fresh flavor and it's hard to cook to taste, so I'd say caviar has changed the history of Western cuisine.
Jean-Andre came to a realization.
Things like sauces are supposed to be used to enrich the layers of flavor. Whether it's northeastern dashi, Dongshan province soybean paste, or Shu province bean paste, it's the same in Europe. Ketchup, peanut butter, all kinds of sauces. Caviar, of all sauces, is the top product of fresh flavor, so it's widely used in high-end Western cuisine. And to put it bluntly, if you want your restaurant to be profitable, you need to put caviar in your dishes. Jean-Andre figured it all out quickly, with an excited look on his face. The caviar, will it be published? Will. Lin Xian, it will be announced. It's something that, with published practices, most countries don't get to do. While wild fish produce caviar in small quantities, it is also difficult to make and hard to quality control. Because it's difficult to do, it's not reliable to make on a small scale. The smaller the scale, the higher the cost. Bulk production prices are all the same as gold. The cost of any small-scale production has to be sky-high. That's why most countries can't use it even after the practice is published. At best, the woolly bear country can make some foreign exchange off of it, and most of the profits will still have to fall on the dragon country. Unfortunately, it's not realistic for you to try to eat the caviar live, but you will be able to soon. Via I'm a Traveler live on Tube. Countless foreign netizens already know about things like caviar. In time, the profits in this will be very high.
Lin Xian ate the caviar and fast-forwarded through time again. One by one the dishes were served.
It's a torturous feeling that only live webcasters know.
Because a dish was served. A mouth-watering dish was placed on the table.
But, only Lin Xian can eat. These dishes, unheard of and unseen in this world, look very tempting.
Although no one has ever heard of or eaten them. But hearing Lin Xian introduce the methods and main ingredients. But anyone who had eaten these things was imagining what these main ingredients and toppings tasted like. Only the best 7 lamb chops are taken and roasted at a low temperature. Then over a hot open flame to make the outer skin crispy and flaky. What kind of texture is this? Even if you don't try to imagine it, just seeing the wisp of moisture when the plate is uncovered seems to carry a strong scent to every viewer's nose.
Simply exciting.
Completely spine-free lobster. Sautéed in olive oil at a low oil temperature with extremely fragrant rosemary and white pepper. What's the texture of a perfectly preserved moisture while leaving the skin elastic? Then sprinkled with crumbled fish skin that's been fried to a crispy, tender consistency? The audience's mind is broken. 2. The only one who went numb with laughter was Han Yang. Han Yang just received a large hamburger fast food chain hamburger yellow cooperation advertisement. Immediately connected. An advertisement of $20 million. Asked to take it or not. Han Yang picked it up smoothly. One little pop-up. $20 million. It's comparable to the advertising rates for primetime TV programs. It's cozy, one by one. Fine dishes that were obviously authentic French food, but did not exist in this world of French food, were placed on the table. The portion was small, and Lin Xian hadn't eaten enough until now, but instead was getting hungrier and hungrier. Although time and space are fast-forwarding, this is nowhere near enough to eat. Each dish is only a small portion. It wasn't until the 3 desserts came up that Lin Xian let his mouth be truly satisfied. 3 desserts. Sweet, savory and sweet. In order. Macaroons, Napoleons, and puffs. The pastry, just freshly made, is still a bit of fun. It doesn't have to be particularly flavorful, but the grease gives that satisfaction that's better than any meat. The fusion of sweetness and grease is genetically engineered to hit the human satisfaction button. It's cool just to hear it, and it looks even better. It was Lin Xian who had the best time, eating comfortably. Macarons, they look so delicate. Jean-Andre, it's harder to make this dessert right. Napoleon was a little harder. It's easy to be successful at puffs. It's just as hard to be perfect. The 3 French desserts alone, which Blue Star did not have, were very profitable to Andre. At this point in time the Gallic Chicken Nation on the pop-up screen is going crazy with pop-ups. Ha 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 ha. These are sure to catch on right away. No need to learn how to make them. Try baking it tomorrow. Very good. My daughter woke up in the middle of the night to see the screen. Eyes cannot move. And now noisy to eat. My mind exploded. So noisy. That puff looks delicious. Live angle. Lin Xian had returned to the studio with everyone. Jean-Andre. I filmed the production tutorial and also the recipe. Can you copy it? Jean-Andre, no problem. I can. Except for the dishes that the raw materials don't have. 40 minutes. Lin Xian smiled. The old rules. The live broadcast is paused. After tasting Andre's dishes in 40 minutes, I will take you all to witness a complete Dragon Kingdom cuisine that is not found in the Blue Star world.
It's known for its fire. Hundreds of dishes. One dish. One pattern. It's good with seasonings.
And the composite flavor profile crowns the world.
It's on the planet Earth. It's a newcomer and one of the most widely spread cuisines on Earth.
4 of the 10 most bought dishes in the world in Earthstar's 18-year statistics belong to this cuisine.
And 2 are in the top 3 in the world.
It makes adept use of cayenne pepper and peppers to stimulate the taste buds and leave you wanting more.
Don't go far. Everyone, in 40 minutes, the broadcast continues. 060 will not come to this world in vain. The live broadcast was just paused, and Huang Gang rushed forward. Lin Xian, it's finally time for our Dragon Country cuisine board, isn't it? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, the second half is. Huang Gang took a deep breath. A cuisine that never existed. That recipe you sent me. It's a dish within this kind of cuisine?
But I don't think that dish is spicy either.
How come the introduction says that this cuisine is good at using peppers and chili?
Lin Xian, you'll know when the second half comes around.
Master Huang. Grandmaster Huang nodded. Alright, then go rest first.
Lin Xian had been live streaming for so long that he would have needed time to rest. The audience in attendance was seated at tables and many opened their bags to rummage through the drinks and food now.
Oops, forgot to bring food.
The more I watch today's broadcast,
the hungrier I get. The live stream has lasted until 4 p.m. This is when the live stream ends.
Presumably at the exact time of the meal. When the second half starts, that's torture.
Many people got right up and were ready to walk out of the studio to get food.
The Burger Yellow crew came in with the burgers.
With that little pop-up just now, sales of Burger Yellow offline and online spiked for a short period of time.
Burger Yellow decided to seize the opportunity to have a little implantation on the scene. Han Yang knew what was going to happen in the second half and tried his best to discourage Hamburger Huang from being impulsive.
Burger Yellow Nan is not listening and has to be sponsored.
Han Yang tearfully accepted the $50 million.
In the lounge, Chen Guangxiao plays a hand game with his cell phone. Chen Guangxiao's cell phone had several terraforming games installed by Lin Xian.
Who was hooked on games these days?
Have fun with it. Arlene inquired while applying Lin Xian's makeup. Boss, you don't need an assistant now? The assistant is still needed.
Lin Xian, take your time to find one.
Don't want the unsuitable and abusive ones. Recently,
Central Dad had recommended several people to Lin Xian, but Lin Xian hadn't accepted any of them.
Come in.
Lin Xian looked at himself in the mirror and opened his mouth.
Han Yang pushed open the door. Lin Xian, Director Han.
Lin Xian was puzzled. There's so much going on in the recording studio.
What's the point of coming over to find me? Han Yang was serious. There's a matter.
Lin Xian looked sideways at Director Han.
Ha?
There's someone from the official level over in Shu province who wants to pay you a visit. Lin Xian pondered for a moment.
What are the official people looking for me for? How would I know?
Han Yang, I saw his poor quality suit at first and thought it was a jokey impersonation, but it turned out to really be an official person. From the Cultural and Tourism Department over in Shu province. Lin Xian pondered for a moment.
Then I'll go over there?
No, a voice came from the door and a dark,
short, fat man walked in. Good lord,
what's this world without comedy?
How come this Mr. Gua has become a member of the Shu Provincial Culture and Tourism Bureau? The visitor spoke. Hello Mr. Lin Xian. My name is Gua Dagang.
I'm the head of the Cultural and Tourism Department of Shu Province. Gua Dagang went forward and extended his hand to shake Lin Xian's hand.
Lin Xian, hello there. Gua Bureaus. Gua Dagang looked embarrassed. Teacher Lin. I don't have anything good over here this time. Only some specialties from Shu Province.
Lin Xian looked sideways to see it was yak meat and some dried mushrooms. Looking at the outer packaging is also not particularly upscale.
More rustic. If it was something more expensive,
Lin Xian would have refused. These things were obviously not worth much, so Lin Xian took them.
Gua Dagang, Mr. Lin.
This time I was supposed to come to Yinjing for a meeting. My friend said that a recent program was very hot, gave me tickets.
I came to take a look. I didn't realize it was your show.
I heard from a friend that this show is very hot all over the world.
Lin Xian smiled. Fallacious. It's not that hot. Gua Dagang, we would like to invite the program team to do a program in our Shu province.
Lin Xian hesitated.
Doing a program in Shu province? I'm sorry. We do all our programs in the studio. Gua Dagang gritted his teeth and once again furtively said,
we'll try to do the best we can in every aspect.
I first saw the I'm a Traveler program 2 weeks ago.
At that time, I saw a glimpse of the Earth Star Shu province and yearned for it.
Our province of Shu, in the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, is having a very tough time economically. The entire southwest is only a little bit better than South Cloud province and Guizhou province. The population is small, the terrain is bad,
and the mountainous areas are very poor, but we have good tourism resources in Shu province.
So many aspects of Shu province are pointing to our cultural and tourism sector for strength. Guo Dagang said with tears in his eyes. We have no choice. Lin Xian pulled Guo Dagang's hand. Don't get excited first. Sit down and talk. Listening to Guo Dagang speak gave Lin Xian the feeling that it was like listening to a comedy, and did not believe that what he said was true. But this was an illusion after all. Guo Dagang was indeed the head of the Cultural and Tourism Department of Shu Province in this world. With the situation in the Blue Star Shu Province, Guo Dagang days must be really difficult. Guo Dagang was pulled to sit down by Lin Xian before he stabilized his emotions and reopened his mouth. Compared to the coast, our Shu Province has a wide land area, many tourism resources, and pure natural ingredients. But there are no well-known tourist attractions, so the tourism promotion has not been very good. Every time I see a promotional opportunity like this, I get excited. Sorry for losing my cool. Lin Xian nodded. It's fine. You continue. Guo Dagang, we can set up a studio in Shu Province's Shidu, and bring a little bit of the attractions of Shu Province in the program. Or just let the local specialties show up. It's kind of a big investment. Officially, to go out and produce a first-class studio just begging to record a face. It seems that Guo Dagang is a person who understands and knows that the I Am a Traveler program will be very hot next. But it's true that I'm a Traveler can't be aired anywhere else. Lin Xian, I understand your difficulties, but we also have difficulties. On this side of Yanjing, there are a lot of resources, and it's convenient to set up the studio after deciding on the live broadcast theme. This issue, for example, was just decided on Thursday, and we're going to get Studio 2 on Friday. And if it's a guest from abroad, it's not exactly convenient to get to Shu Province. This was not Earthstar Shudu, which had a population of more than 20 million, while there were only 15 cities in the world with a population of more than 20 million. And the Earthstar Shudu culture is strong and a tourist destination, as well as a variety of resources. Blue Star Shudu, not much international flights. If some guests from abroad cannot catch up with the schedule, Guo Dagang sighed as he listened. Lin Xian smiled. However, the Blue Star and the Earth Star are essentially the same. Guo Dagang didn't understand at all after hearing this headless sentence. Lin Xian explained. Those tourist attractions on Earthstar that are blessed with natural beauty and are famous for their scenic spots all over the world are the same on Blue Star. But there are so many bars that aren't developed. Most of the scenic areas of the two worlds overlap. There is a slight cultural difference though. Smaller parts are different. Finding the difference is the easiest thing to do. Lin Xian, so, I can help you publicize it. But the publicity plan, I still have to decide. Lin Xian opened his cell phone and checked the directory of tourist attractions in Blue Star Shu Province. Looking at it for a moment, have you ever heard of Juzhai? Guo Dagang scratched his head. Juzhai? What place? Lin Xian, in the world can be ranked in the top 3 of the beauty of the world freshwater landscape. There is no place in the world can exceed it. Juzhai is the first. The development and discovery of Juzhai is a legend in Terra Nova. Almost a jewel in the rough. So it's normal that the nine-walled city wasn't discovered on the blue planet. The hell with being found out. With the financial strength and environment and development of the Blue Star Shu Province, it is simply impossible to develop Juzhai at the same time as the Earth Star. Guo Dagang stared wide-eyed. Are you sure we have a place called Juzhai in Shu Province that is a world-class tourist landscape? I'm sure. There's more than one Juzhai, okay. Shu Province is famous for its scenery, and only when it comes to the amount of natural scenery, only the great American frontier province can arm wrestle with Shu Province. After all, the eastern and northern provinces are much too small to have many natural landscapes at the same time. On the Shu Province side, there are quite a few world-class classics alone. The world's second hiking destination, Aina Chang, the world's largest altitude difference in the snowy mountain Shushan Kingonga, that are also countless people around the globe want to go to the place. Too bad Blue Star doesn't have any more pandas and is missing a Wulong. Otherwise the 4 heavenly kings of Kawanishi would be called bulls. Now there's only the 3 musketeers of Kawanishi. Guo Dagang, that. Lin Xian, wait for the news. I should be opening a small solo program soon. I'll publicize it then. However, what Lin Xian wanted to do more than anything else wasn't to publicize anything, but to feel the difference between this world of the Blue Star and the Earth Star. Wouldn't it be a waste of time to come to this world just to introduce the planet Earth without getting to know the planet Blue? The original Juzhai, getting to see a perfect view in its original form. The development of Juzhai is quite legendary. In ancient times, Nanping, where Juzhai is located, has always been barren land. There are only a few small Tibetan cottages in a few outlying areas. Not much has been written about this place in history. It wasn't until they entered the era of the New Dragon Kingdom that large-scale people entered the dense forest where the nine-walled city was located for the first time. And their job was logging. 061. I cast the Jianghu with spicy. The world is invincible. It took many years for the logging crews to get into the heart of the Juzhai.
But the logging team discovered some of the prettier places in Juzhai and went there often. Luckily, the logging team did not advance into the interior of the 9 villages, or the 9 villages would have been lost. In the late 70s there was a huge geologic disaster in Nanping, Dijon. A large number of officers and rescue teams entered the area. After the relief was completed, Nanping, a poor place, had no way to entertain and thank these people, so the officials made the decision to take everyone to the scenic Juzhai for a tour. It was this tour that completely changed the fate of Juzhai. None of the officers and soldiers and rescue teams, expert teams who entered here for tourism, were shocked by the beauty and majesty of Juzhai's natural landscape, dreamy water system. It didn't matter that they were shocked. One of the foresters on the accompanying team was a key player in the process. This forester has seen a great deal and has at one time visited almost all the countries of Europe and America. He asserted, "I once toured all of Europe, and there is not a single view that can compare to Juzhai." Soon, he wrote his report to the Shu province officials. The officials of Shu province attached great importance to this matter and continuously proposed development to Yanjing. 2 years later, in the early 1980s, development began. It only took 3 years for Juzhai to become known throughout the country. 10 years later, the Dragon Kingdom declared the Natural Cultural Heritage List to the United Nations, and Juzhai was undisputedly elected. By this time, Juzhai was famous all over the world. So seeing that there were no Juzhai in this world, there were only 2 things that Lin Xian could think of. The first thing is that the team that accompanied the Dijon in this world did not have a knowledgeable forester. The second thing is that the local logging campaign of the Roaring 70s must not spoil Juzhai. The wonderful, memorable scene in Journey to the West where the 4 masters and disciples walk over the waterfall, which every dragon nation remembers, was filmed in Juzhai. The stunning scene of Lu Tianxian's descent down the river in the Divine Eagle was also filmed in Juzhai. If Blue Star lost the 9 villages, even Lin Xian would feel heartbroken. After Guo de Gang left, Lin Xian picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Lu Yao, "Take you to heaven or not?" And Lu Yao replied in a second, "Huh? You're inviting me to your indoor charcoal barbecue? You want to smother me?" Lin Xian cheerfully said, "Fuck off. It's not that paradise. It's paradise on earth. One of the most scenic places in the world." And Lu Yao, "You're going on a trip? Great. Lin Xian, it's not really a tour. Hiking. Expedition. Traveling on the side." And Lu Yao, "Going somewhere? West White Teeth? Bali? Overthinking." Lin Xian replied with a contemptuous emoticon. "It's the country. A pure land on earth that hasn't been discovered yet. Think of it as going on a pick-me-up." And Lu Yao immediately returned the wave of calls. Lin Xian picked up the phone. "Hey, going or not?" And Lu Yao, "An undiscovered pure land on earth? You mean a tourist attraction that hasn't been developed yet?" Lin Xian laughed. "Ha ha, pretty smart. It's a tourist destination on Earthstar. It hasn't been discovered on Blue Star." And Lu Yao was anxious. "Those kinds of places are deep forests. There's no signal. How do I update it?" Lin Xian joyfully said, "You do this. In your latest chapter, you write that the male lead has taken the female lead to the earthly paradise that hasn't been discovered in this world to go on a trip. And then you break off and wait until you come back to update it and you're done. Anyway, women's books are not like men's books. You don't need to have a lot of them. Just update them randomly. And then continue to update them when you come back and you're done. Envy. JPG. And Lu Yao, "So do I have to prepare anything?" "No. You can just come with me then." Lin Xian. "I'll hire a local guide and have Chen Guangxiao follow." And Lu Yao probably knew Chen Guangxiao's power. "I mean, do I need to prepare anything to eat?" "Ah, whatever. And is it cold where I'm going?" Lin Xian hemmed and hawed. "Tell me your circumference and I'll help you prepare." A startled scream came from Lu Yao's phone. "LSP. Get out." Lin Xian. "I'm just getting your coat ready." And Lu Yao whispered, "I wear a size S. But if it's not stretchy, the S won't fit. It'll have to be M. And the pants will have to be a size longer. Gee, the body does look good." After saying that, and Lu Yao hung up the phone, presumably to write the latest chapter. Lin Xian rubbed his nose and put away the phone. Arlene looked at Lin Xian, then at Chen Guangxiao. Her eyes were starry. "Boss, can you take me?" Lin Xian, "Forget it. That place is undeveloped and deep in the mountains. The more people there are, the more inconvenient it is." Chen Guangxiao, "Are you serious, boss, about going to the deep forest?" "Yeah, go have fun." Chen Guangxiao pondered for a moment. "Then I'll have to apply." Lin Xian frowned. "I still have to apply to the top to go out and play? Isn't that jail time?" Chen Guangxiao hemmed and hawed. "Boss, you can play wherever you like, but I have to apply to take guys out. Chen Guangxiao has a gun license. With guys in Yanjing activities are not allowed. Only in the home standing. Take it with you if you go out." Lin Xian stretched. "This time when I go out and come back, I guess my new home will be built." The villa was relatively simple to build. And this time Lin Xian had planned a 1-month window period. Chen Guangxiu was puzzled.
Boss, does the live broadcast have to stop for so long? Not stop. Lin Xian, from now on,
the live broadcast will become monthly or semi-monthly. A weekly broadcast is too exhausting to top. It's not that live is too exhausting. It's that building a company and laying out the market is too exhausting. Even if excellence is a genius with a super high IQ, a plan to start a company in common industry in a week would be a stretch. The donkeys at the entrance of the village are not made like this.
Come in.
The door was pushed open, and the little sister of the groundskeeper poked her head in by picking at the doorframe.
Mr. Lin, it's almost time. Lin Xian got up.
Okay, said, handing Arlene her cell phone.
Then get up and go out.
Lin Xian had just left when Arlene saw a message alert on her screen. The abbreviated message box is displayed.
And Lu Yao, if you prepare a sports bra, I'm a 36D,
and I have to go one size smaller than a regular bra to make it work. Arlene pretended not to see it and put her cell phone away,
silently chanting, I didn't see it, I didn't see it, I didn't see it, I didn't see it, and then still sigh. Damn, that's too much. 36D is one size smaller, so she must be an E?
It was only when Lin Xian reached the second hall that he saw a crowd of spectators, all staring at the kitchen in the center.
Some even stretched their necks. You can't eat it, but you can still smell it. Some spectators are venting their anger with burger yellows.
Lin Xian walked onto the stage.
The live broadcast begins once again. The pop-ups have blown up. It's finally time for our Dragon Country cuisine segment. I'm so hungry for this installment. I don't know what this Earth Star has a cuisine that the Blue Star doesn't have. Actually, there's been an answer for a long time, and the answer is in the first issue. There is indeed a part of me that has long thought of the answer. There's also a part of me that saw the answer a long time ago. A large number of live viewers don't know that, though. In the first issue,
it was once told that after Li Bing and his son ruled over the water,
1,000 miles of zephyr was transformed into 1,000 miles of fertile land.
The plains of Shudu were flooded and drought-stricken from people who did not know hunger. The people lived in abundance and developed a great food culture that spread throughout the world. Although Lin Xian had said that Earth Star had 8 major cuisines, 2 more than Blue Star's 6 major cuisines, but most people who have thought about it have guessed that it must be Sichuan food without a doubt. On the stage, Lin Xian looked at the French food placed on the 8 immortal table and smiled. The 8 immortal table is usually a combined meal system, but today we're having a split meal system for once, so we won't change the table.
Lin Xian attempted to bake the snail,
then frowned, then stretched.
Jean Andre is only a step above Redondo.
Andre's baked escargot tasted different from the way Lin Xian told him to make it, because he made a few more personalized improvements.
Of course it's normal in French cuisine,
but to take a direct shot at improving a new dish is a good enough indication of how good this Andre is.
I'll give you an 8 out of 10. Andre raised an eyebrow. That's not bad. Redondo nodded even after eating it.
If we're just talking about the flavor,
this is good enough to be a staple of the Advantage restaurant. My seafood risotto didn't turn out well,
and your baked escargot did a great job.
Lin Xian smiled. Let's start the third session. Everyone will have a surprise when they see the end. The third session.
One of the 4 major cuisines and 8 major cuisines of the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom, Sichuan cuisine.
In the spicy jungle, Sichuan cuisine asks for the best in the world, and no one can beat it. Let's check out the Sichuan cuisine of the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom. Coordinates: Shudu, Crossing, 062, Down and Dirty. The famous secret of 6 famous dishes. Walking down the street. This time it was a real Shudu reveal.
The Shudu that you see in the first installment is nothing more than a part of the Jiangduyan.
This time, Shudu was truly on display for the audience. No way.
This world's Shudu is so much stronger than ours.
Isn't it? Grass. Sports cars run in bunches on the road.
I don't recognize the plates, but this should be much richer overall than our Shudu,
right? The buildings here too not particularly high. Lin Xian smiled. Sichuan cuisine is divided into 3 factions, the Upper River Gang, the Lower River Gang, and the Little River Gang.
In Shudu it's mainly the Upper River Gang, but with the faster pace of life and closer communication in modern society,
the 3 gangs have basically mixed.
Lin Xian saw a random small store on the side of the road and walked in.
The audience was dumbfounded. Why did Lin Xian enter a small store? Lin Xian, is everyone wondering why I entered such a small store? There are 3 reasons. First, there is a fly tavern in Shudu, the Shu province of the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom. It means that small stores tucked away in the downtown area can make authentic flavors. The second reason is because Sichuan home cooking is more standardized and can be done at every restaurant. As for the third, Shudu's city atmosphere is relatively strong, and people here don't particularly like to eat at highbrow places. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Entering the restaurant,
a plain old lady came up to me.
What can I get you? Garlic and pork back in the pot, boiled beef, spicy chicken, mapo tofu, kung pao chicken,
and shredded pork with fish.
Auntie looked at Lin Xian in peppery Mandarin. Can you finish it? It's enough for one person to order 2 dishes. Our Sichuan cuisine gives black solid portions.
Lin Xian cheerfully said.
I have a big appetite. Can't get enough. Can't get enough, pack and go. What do you want to drink? No drink. I'll eat. The pop-ups were puzzled at this point. No way.
French food and Western white teeth are shown in high style.
And now we're shown this?
Even if you want to show the culture of the city, you don't have to find such a small store,
do you? I just looked at the menu.
I don't know how the purchasing power of money is over in the Earthstar Dragon Kingdom. These dishes are so cheap. Many people on the pop-up screen were discussing it, and Lin Xian opened his mouth. The purchasing power of the Earthstar Dragon Nation soft dollar and the Blue Star Dragon Nation soft dollar is 1-to-1.
Exactly the same. The pop-ups instantly exploded. What?
I see on the menu that the shredded pork with fish is only 20.
And the mapo tofu was written at $10.
It's also just the boiled beef that's more expensive at over $30.
What kind of price is this?
The characteristic of Sichuan cuisine is pro-people.
Earthstar Dragon Kingdom. Among the 8 major cuisines, the most opened everywhere is Sichuan cuisine. That's not even fondue. Fondue? What's that?
The Blue Star world has copper pot shabu shabu for eating,
but they don't have fondue. That's why there's no hot pot to call it either. In Terra Nova, the Cloud Peak Province mushroom pot is called mushroom soup hot pot.
Yenjing shabu shabu copper pot is called northern hot pot.
Shantou beef pot is called beef hot pot.
But in this world,
they have other names, and it's not called fondue.
Lin Xian cheerfully said. These dishes are easy to learn.
Show everyone the process of making them, and others show high and different.
Lin Xian did not want to promote the French West white teeth meal.
At best, open a chain of restaurants to make money. But Sichuan food is different. Lin Xian wants to promote Sichuan cuisine. The most important thing about promotion is that it is grounded and hands-on.
That was why Lin Xian had chosen such a small, shabby-looking store. The camera switches and is already focused on the pot. Lin Xian was able to control the flow of time when traveling, as well as letting or not letting others see him. Lin Xian had filmed it before at West Whitetooth cuisine and French cuisine, but did not publicize the making of it, and only showed it privately to Jean Andre and Redondo, and Sichuan cuisine. Lin Xian will make the process of production completely show in the live broadcast.
While broadcasting, Lin Xian was also narrating. I ordered 6 dishes,
representing the 3 gangs and 3 of the most widely circulated and hot Sichuan dishes in the world. Ho Chi Minh has been super solid as the king of Sichuan cuisine.
Sichuan cuisine is all about one-pot dishes, and this one gets its name from the fact that the meat is first cooked, then fished out and sliced, then stir-fried, back to the meat to select the second cut. Onion, ginger, and garlic avoid the less fishy flavor of pork, and cook it through so well that chopsticks can be inserted easily and it's cooked.
Cut into slices that are not too thin and not too thick. Thin slices have no texture,
and thick slices don't get the oil out as easily. Canola oil is added to the pan, and the 4 corners of the sliced pork sautéed in the pan are turned toward the center in the shape of a lamp, a state known as Lampoon Bay. Add the beans, sauté the red oil, add the edamame, and sweet noodle sauce and sauté away.
The garlic cloves are tapped with the back of a knife to loosen the white heads,
then cut with a diagonal knife,
and the garlic cloves are cut off with a straight knife.
Stir-fry to break up the rawness into a dish. Lin Xian's description was simple and basically devoid of nonsense. That white, greasy meat, sautéed in a pan with oil, just gives you a very strong feeling of appetite.
After the beans are sautéed in the red oil to give it a glossy red color, the whole dish gives one feeling.
Rice. The garlic cloves are added to the pan, and you can already imagine the aroma of the garlic cloves seeping into the meat. Extinct. Duban is the soul of Sichuan cuisine, tempeh is the god of Sichuan cuisine, and huehuan pork is the leader of Sichuan cuisine. There are many famous dishes in Sichuan cuisine that have made it to national banquets, as well as many dishes that have taken the world by storm. But the huehuan pork is firmly in the chair of the number 1 dish in Sichuan cuisine. The bright green garlic cloves shine even brighter when coated with grease. The meat, simmered to a golden brown luster, exudes intense heat in the red oil. The camera cuts back.
Lin Xian is already sitting at the table, a big bowl of rice in his hand, a clip of back to the pot of meat on top of the rice, and this rice, all at once into the mouth. This satisfaction was reflected on Lin Xian's face, fatty but not greasy, with a savory taste. The aroma of the garlic cloves combines perfectly with the meat's fragrance, together with the sweetness of the sweet noodle sauce and the saltiness of the edamame beans.
The simple huipian is one of the masterpieces of Sichuan cuisine,
and one of the easiest to learn of all the cuisines represented in the Dragon Kingdom.
The Upper River gangback pork. Excellent. While talking, the boiled beef was already served. The efficiency of this dish is too high. French food is served in half an hour. and Szechuan food is served in 3 minutes. If I'm not mistaken, this is boiled beef. This color, this amount of oil, this pepper, this chili. You call this boiled? Lin Xian smiled as the crowd reappeared in the kitchen shot. Poaching is a representative practice of the Little River Gang. Little River Gang dishes are characterized as fresh, fragrant, numbing, spicy, tender and hot. This dish is the granddaddy of most of the red soup-type dishes that Earthstar has taken the country by storm. The image shows the chef sautéing vegetables for the base, then sautéing open beans in patty pan peppers, fresh chili paste, in oil and adding water to make soup. Brown the corned beef in the slightly boiling broth. Then multiply over the bedding vegetables and sprinkle pepperoni, minced garlic, and knife-edged chili on top. Drizzle with hot oil. For a moment, countless viewers were under the illusion what a rich aroma of peppers, garlic and chili peppers fueled by hot oil. The hot oil met the watery soup and crackled and bloomed, zigzagging. This scene is a top-notch treat for the taste buds and for the eyes. The point is, you can have it for only $30 or so. Creek Gang boiled beef, classic. I'm begging, hurry up and promote Szechuan food. I want to eat this dish so badly. It doesn't matter if it's cheap or not. The main thing is that I want to feel what it's like. Cover your mouth and cry. JPG, it feels delicious. I feel like it's good for dinner. Yes, Szechuan food is meant to be down home. The homemade dishes in Sichuan cuisine have hit the country and the world just because they go perfectly with rice. A plate of red cabbage was served. The mixture of piles of chili pepper segments and meaty fried meat gives a fiery visual impact that is simply beyond words. Spicy chicken makes an appearance. Lin Xian lifted his chopsticks to look for chicken inside the chili. A few chopsticks down, the spicy Lin Xian was sweating profusely. This penetrating spiciness makes the audience empathize. Spicy chicken. Spicy inside to find chicken. Down River Gang representative dish. Bushyo a little spicy drink mouthful of water. Lin Xian drank a mouthful of water. A long sigh of relief. Phew. A couple of the judges watching from the sidelines were no longer able to do so and were very anxious. Wang Yanqi pulled Huang Gang. Master Huang, can you make these dishes? Huang Gang compared it to an okay, it's really simple to do. Not to mention me. Any random cook who has learned to cook can do it just by looking at it. You don't even have to have specialized in being a cook. You should be able to learn it all yourself at home by following the videos. No wonder Lin Xian said it spreads widely. This feature, easy to learn, cheap ingredients, fast practice, leading to affordable dishes. Just anyone can learn. But is it easy to spread? Plus it's down home. So it's sure to be a hit among the general public. At least half of the people in the Dragon Kingdom will not reject chili peppers, which naturally leads to the spread of Szechuan cuisine very widely. Lin Xian had already finished a bowl of rice. Bosser, make another bowl of rice. After the 3 gangs of representative dishes, 3 of the 10 most famous Sichuan dishes in the world are coming. Spicy, fresh, crispy, hot and tender mapo tofu. There is no fish but there is fish flavor in the fish shish kebabs. Little lychee flavorful sweet and sour mouth kung pao chicken. 063, is there any fish in the fish wrap or not? The audience watched as Lin Xian feasted on his food and looked hungry. A few of the judges weren't particularly hungry, but they couldn't stand to watch. The visual impact of Szechuan food tells you one thing. This stuff, it's delicious, oily, glossy, substantial, and richly seasoned. You don't have to try it to know that the flavor levels are incredibly rich. The point is, the cook is really giving it a go. French food, half an hour per course restaurant. Jean-André's team, which specialized in serving 7 people at the table of 8, all took 40 minutes to complete the 11 courses. But what about the Szechuan chefs? On average, a dish comes out every 3 or 2 minutes. Even assuming there are 4 or 5 tables in the store, the serving frequency should be around 1 dish per table every 6 minutes. That's fucking fast, isn't it? During the 4th course, Lin Xian got up. Let's have a voting activity. Is there any fish in the fish and chips? Option A, yes. B, no. We'll take some of the lucky audience members who answer the questions correctly to participate in the next installment of the show as live audience members. Lin Xian had already discovered the problem. And now, there were already a lot of tickets being taken by some people and given away as favors. This situation needs to be avoided. The way to do this is to divide some of the tickets within the program and take out all the rest to distribute to audiences everywhere. Extranet. Many viewers couldn't wait and just quit full screen and looked at the page. What about the voting campaign? Where's the pop-up window? How come there's no pop-up window? Still not out. Oil Pipe official immediately posted a banner. This voting activity is limited to the Dragon Country area. The Oil Pipe will communicate with the program team to bring the audience in other parts of the world for future interactive activities. Shit. Silent full screen. Although the food didn't make it this time, we might catch the wine next time. Hey. Will there be a Miss Earth Star World special or a Super Pretty Star special? Tubing doesn't work. This kind of activity can leave us out to dry. The Central Dad's webcast is being selected by a large number of internet users. Lin Xian, I said before that there's no fish in the fish and meat shred. But what I said isn't necessarily the truth? Yo! The camera has gone to the back kitchen and is focused on the pot. Slide the shredded meat in the frying pan. Then add the red blistered peppers. The whole dish instantly looks delicious. Then comes the sauce into the pot. Fish flavor, a flavor type in Sichuan cuisine, with a 1-to-1 ratio of sugar and vinegar, is the fish flavor type. This flavor profile originated on the river, and legend has it that the fishermen on the river, who were good at catching fish, were also good at cooking fish. And when it came to conservation and they couldn't eat the fish on shore, they cooked the pork the same way they cooked the fish, and that resulted in this fishy pork dish. The old version of fish and meat is plain meat garnished with large shredded scallions. During the evolution of Sichuan cuisine, the dish evolved into the newest version of shredded meat, shredded green bamboo shoots, lettuce, and shredded wood ear fungus in order to be more in line with modern thinking about healthy eating. The pot was so rich with the smell of the fish and shredded pork pots that when everyone thought about the sweet and sour taste, tears were running down the corners of their mouths without a fight. So it's no fish, right? There's no fish in ceviche. It's just fish flavored. It's the same as a wife pie without a wife. Lying, then lying, isn't this a big lie? On the live broadcast, Lin Xian's mouth turned. However, the fact that there is no fish in the fish flavor type doesn't mean that there is no fish in the fish flavored shredded pork. The shot of the stir fry of the shredded fish begins to rewind and then pauses at the place where the chopped pickled peppers were placed at the beginning. The scene follows Pepper as he begins to travel back in time. The oil in the pan returned from red hot to clear, and the chopped peppers flowed backwards and upwards back into the bowl. The bowl of chopped peppers returned to the counter. On the counter, the thinly chopped pickled peppers were restored to whole. The entire strip of pickled peppers flew into one hand and then returned with the hand to the pickled pepper altar. Then, one by one, the kimchi in the altar turned into fresh vegetables, and time went back to a month ago. The picture is fixed. It takes a month to make fish kimchi, so the fish kimchi takes up to a month to make. The chef uses fresh Christian carp whole in the kimchi jar to fully extract the freshness of the fish into the fish kimchi. So, you can't eat fish and not see fish. There's no fish in the ceviche. There's actually fish in the ceviche. Not fish flavored though, but fish kimchi. This is the complex flavor profile for which Sichuan cuisine is best known. And Sichuan cooks who are adept at cooking and using seasonings well give their food rich layers of flavor. And the dish that you see coming together in minutes may have been prepared for a month, or even a year. Years. The answer is that the fish wrap has fish in it. The dish of shredded pork with fish was a delight to watch. Huang Gang exclaimed. With my many years of experience in cooking Chinese food, this shredded pork with fish scent must be exceptionally delicious, and the sweet and sour taste can be adapted to the vast majority of the world's population. So it's no wonder that this dish is a well-known and famous dish all over the world. Lin Xian smiled and returned to his seat, looking at the shredded fish and meat in front of him, trying a bite and nodding his head. So is Kung Pao chicken. Kung Pao chicken also has its own story, and is featured in Earthstar Sichuan and Gui cuisine, as well as Palace cuisine. During the Qing dynasty, an official from your province invented this dish while he was an official in Shu province, and he ended up taking it with him to his appointment in Yanjing. So he left behind a situation where the dish was served in all three places, but the approach is slightly different, and the latter is mostly a Sichuan approach. In the same situation is the series of Dongpa pork Dongpa elbow invented by the great writer Su Shi. Hey, I remember reading a lyric made by Su Shi before. Lin Xian is really dedicated to stringing the story together every now and then. Don't talk without practicing, put out the Dongpa elbow. That said, do you guys think he made all of this up? I think he's the crossover. If the restaurant sells these dishes, I'll try them to determine if the crossing is real. Kung Pao chicken was on the table and the last course of Mapo tofu was soon after. Mapo tofu is the ultimate in Sichuan cuisine experience. Numb, spicy, fresh, flavorful, tender, hot, and crispy. In that red oil, the white, tender tofu was scooped up by the spoon and dun shook. It's sprinkled with peppercorns. For many people in many places, peppers are an amazing experience. It will make you feel poisoned and electrified, but it's unforgettable. In Mapo tofu, the crispy diced beef and the short-cut garlic cloves. What's it like? Everyone is going on fantasies, hoping to saute these things into a dish in their heads instead of in a pan. And then what will it taste like? Ah, the live audience is blessed. In a moment Master Huang Gang will start cooking, and they will probably know what the flavor is after they smell the road. I think the live audience is really miserable, and there is nothing to eat, and as a result, everyone is still sitting at the table waiting for the meal to start like they are actually being made fun of. Ah. Lin Xian had another bowl of rice. So nostalgic. It's been a month since I came over to the blue planet, so it's hard to eat from the Earth planet. Lin Xian wolfed down his food at a rapid pace. Lin Xian's slowness in eating French food had just happened, and everyone remembered it clearly. Eating this now, so wolfed down, chopsticks constantly interspersed in and out of the dish. The amount of food was dwindling as far as the eye could see. This kind of eating is clearly the standard for eating podcasts. Just looking at it makes you feel appetizing. Is it really that good? Jean-Andre was starting to get skeptical. Which dishes you make yourself? That one must start with tens of euros. A little bit of meat would cost hundreds of euros. Prices are 10 or even dozens of times higher for these dishes. Lin Xian had only given it an 8 out of 10 rating only. Andre looked to Redondo. Redondo didn't say anything, just compared it to a 6. Don't fucking look at me. I got a 6. Huanggang, I have a feeling that these dishes are going to be really good because it's so easy to learn how to make them, and they're going to be all the rage in no time. Also, Sichuan home cooking is generally a little spicy, which should be more suitable for the fast-paced city life. Imagine getting off work at noon and having an hour to eat. Who has the time to wait for the chef to cook slowly and leisurely? Who can top that with a little bit of food and immediately have a dish that's hot and rich in flavor stimulation? I wonder what the non-homemade dishes in Sichuan cuisine are like again. Lin Xian rubbed his stomach and put down the chopsticks. Don't be in a hurry. Next we'll go to the restaurant and try out those branded noodles in Sichuan cuisine. Boss lady pack. The big mom walked over and nimbly packed the ones Lin Xian hadn't finished eating. Lin Xian carried the box and led a group of people back to the studio. Back in the studio, the three chefs quickly noticed the bag Lin Xian was carrying in his hand, as well as the packed dishes inside. All three couldn't take their eyes off it. Lin Xian, protect the bag. Why? I eat leftover. Hey, this is. Next we go to the poker face in Sichuan cuisine. There's a saying on the terrestrial network that netizens jokingly call, you can't afford to eat Sichuan food that isn't spicy. Let's go to the top banquet dishes in Sichuan cuisine. Time is limited. So pick A. Open water cabbage. Boiling water. Cabbage? These two things combine to make a banquet? It's not funny, is it? Is cabbage cooked and soaked in boiling water? I've got a kettle and cabbage ready to learn how to make it. And I hope the process isn't put on too fast so I don't have time to learn. 064. You can't eat this amazing dish. If Lin Xian had the time to glance at the pop-ups right now, he would tell the netizens. You guys are overthinking it. Lin Xian didn't appear in the restaurant banquet parlor. Instead, he led the crowd straight to the back kitchen. A 70-something-year-old chef in the back kitchen is teaching his apprentices how to cook. I'm teaching you such good dishes and you're still not willing to learn them. Young people nowadays are in such a hurry that a 6-month chef can take charge, and a 3-year chef is claimed to be a master chef. In our 2 years, those years, which one of us didn't need 7.5 girths, aprons, to qualify for a spoon? Lin Xian watched the old chef speak and paused the screen to explain. This is one of Earthstar's only remaining special-level Sichuan cuisine masters, the director of the Dragon Country Culinary Association. State guest-level culinary master, state banquet-level chef Master Ren. There were 3 masters of his caliber, but one of them lived to a ripe old age. One died regretfully in a car accident, and one no longer has the energy to be a chef. The masterchef who was involved in the accident had been dedicated to the promotion of Sichuan cuisine as the vice president of the Dragon Culinary Association, and after his unfortunate death, Master Ren took over the job. In the Sichuan kitchen, according to the variety of production, divided into red case, white case, according to the operation process, divided into stove, pier, water case and other types of work, known as 7.5 horses around the waist. 6 months for each job, and only after all the jobs are done do you qualify to fry some small dishes. It's only after 3 years like that you're qualified to be a sole proprietor as a helmsman. 3 more years at the helm before you're eligible to go out on your own as a sous chef. Modern society is moving so fast that there is a scarcity of talent everywhere. This strict transmission of the craft is also broken. Senior chef, bring the cauldron over here. Apprentice, stainless steel deep soup pot on stove. 30 pounds of water, boiled with 10 pounds left over. And it's done. Blanch the auxiliaries first. Remember, you guys, there's a secret to making this open water cabbage. The so-called no chicken soup is not fresh, said Master Rin in a calm tone about the essence of deliciousness. Without stopping his hands, a chicken was steadily lowered into the pan and percolated into the water. No duck soup is good. A duck goes in the pot. Soup is not thick without elbows. A pork elbow goes into the pot. The netizen, in front of the screen with a kettle of boiling water and cabbage helpers ready to wait to learn how to make boiling water cabbage, has realized that things are not right. No ham soup is beautiful. Ham goes in the pot. Senior chef, and then put down the soaked scallops, which are the larger selected dried scallops. Remember, ham has a salty flavor, and if you simmer this soup for 8 hours, You don't need to add salt. If you guys want to be lazy and simmer it for 2 hours, remember to add some salt so that people don't eat it without a base flavor and talk about it in shame. The apprentice rushed. 8 hours, 8 hours. Just 8 hours. No slacking. No way. 2 hours of simmering is considered lazy? Simmering these for 8 hours? I can already imagine the aroma. What does this dish have to do with boiling water? And where is the cabbage? Isn't this just super soup? The master took the shallots, stirred the soup around, and dropped them. Remember, shallots. Take them out after half an hour. They stew long and sour. The ham is going to be greasy in the stew. So while you're taking out the shallots, knock the grease out of the ham. The apprentices are also taking notes. The 70-something-year-old chef is here to instruct his students bit by bit. And the soup, which was simmering on the side the whole time. Green smoke came out of the pot, and the fire, creating an inexplicable atmosphere. It's a fragrance. This old man is carrying on a legacy that is about the dignity of a cuisine. The video is fast-forwarding, but the people in the video are not fast-forwarding. After 8 hours, the aging old cook was walking a little straighter, hit all the ingredients, and now the soup is almost done when there are almost 10 pounds left. The teacher pointed to 3 pieces of meat on the board. Lean pork and duck breast and chicken breast, each chopped into velvet, meat paste, then water in turn, mix well, into a meat paddle. The next step is to sweep the soup. The temperature of the soup is lowered to 60 degrees, at which temperature it is slowly simmered to allow the high protein of the meat paste to absorb the impurities within the soup. The loop principle here is that protein coagulation will coagulate, which will bring out the impurities that have settled in the soup. Many other cuisines have a similar approach to premium consommé, but once Kaishuei Baijiu came out, most cuisines adjusted their approach to premium consommé, using the same method as Kaishuei Baijiu. You must also remember that there is no end to learning. Soak up the strengths of others, and when you have learned them, they will be your own. That way, the cooking will grow, the old chef said as he maneuvered. The audience then watched the cloudy broth, step by step, precipitate out the impurities. When the last of the chicken paste high protein curdled and was salvaged, the whole pot of soup became clear and translucent. Are you sure this is cooking and not magic? Are you sure this is cooking and not a chemistry lab class? How the fuck is this? The teacher scooped up a spoonful of soup. Premium clear soup, premium clear soup. It's all about clarity. A single drop of oil splash will affect its quality. Because of the addition of ham, the resulting broth is clear, but with a light tea color, so it is also called boiling water. The finished soup, clear and translucent, is rich in flavor, but gives a light, refreshing visual. Lin Xian explains. In the old Sichuan dialect, boiled water does not mean cool white water, but tea. Sensei raised his hand and steadily picked up the long wood chopper. Next is the cabbage. Remember, the key of the key. The great men of the older generation used to praise boiled water cabbage at state banquets, saying all meat is better than pork, and all vegetables are better than cabbage. For this cabbage, remove the leaves from the outside of the cabbage, leaving only the very tender heart. Then tear off the top fascia so it tastes good. Then, cook it through inside boiling water. Next, put it in ice water so as to get rid of the gross odor of the cabbage. Sensei was sweating profusely as he did it, and the exhaustion was visible to the naked eye. It's so good. I've given up on learning the dish. Nonsense. This how to learn. I believed you're evil. Really thought it was boiling water cabbage. It turns out I am the dish. The teacher continued to explain. Next, you have to tie the cabbage through to make it easier to flavor. We cut it in half into quarters. Pour in the boiling water we have just made, and steam it in a pot for 10 minutes. Allow it to fully absorb the flavor substances and nutrients in the boiling water. After this step, the teacher staggered. Too old to support this marathon cooking, the eldest disciple immediately went forward to support him. Master, the teacher waved his hand. I am old. If you guys make this dish lost, I won't die in peace. Is it a pity? I'll only know to learn those quick dishes. 3 or 2 days good to go to open a hall, restaurant, to make money. This kind of cultural heritage of the dishes can never be lost. Boss, I can't be a chef anymore, so I'll be relying on you to lead my senior brothers from now on. The first disciple solemnly nodded his head and promised. To be had. Teacher, bring it out, bring it out. The apprentice carefully brought out the cabbage. Sensei, after steaming, the cabbage absorbed all the nutrients and flavors from the soup, which is now devoid of nutrients. Remove the soup and pour in a new premium clear broth. Kai Shui, boiled cabbage, made just like that. Easy. Huang Gang was speechless. Wang Yanxi exclaimed. Simple is indeed simple, but difficult is really difficult. The easy part is that the process isn't complicated. The hard part is that it's time-consuming and labor-intensive, and you have to cook with all your heart, stuck at every moment, and with all your mind for a very long time, or else you'll fail.
Sensei, such an open water cabbage can give rise to many advanced clear soup dishes, and you will truly graduate when you learn this soup.
Huang Gang was suddenly dumbfounded. Lin Xian, the ham for the stew is.
The ham practice is pretty much the same.
The Earth-Star Dragon Kingdom also has ham.
Lin Xian, but it'll take a year or two to make it.
Huang Gang was dumbfounded. Then wouldn't it be at least a year before I can attempt to make this open water cabbage? Can this ham be replaced with a bacon leg of pork?
Lin Xian cheerfully said.
What do you think, Master Huang? Hearing the rhetorical question, Huang Gang was a bit regretful.
Forget it, 1 year is 1 year. You must publish the practice of Dragon Kingdom style ham.
I'll announce it.
Lin Xian smiled. This is what everyone says about not being able to afford Sichuan cuisine without spice,
as well as the underpinnings of high-class Dragon Kingdom cuisine. Eat meat and see no meat.
The top strongest flavor,
the lightest veiled color. The surface is light and breezy, and there is a heaven and earth between the chest and the abdomen. This is what Dragon cuisine is about.
And Sichuan cuisine certainly adheres to this concept.
Sichuan cuisine has 100 different flavors in each dish, and Sichuan cuisine is one dish at a time. Each dish has its own character, its own specifications. It's too difficult to introduce Sichuan cuisine with a single program, so we'll be releasing special cooking videos one after another. So remember to tune in. Back to the studio?
Wang Yanxi couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he stared at the bowl of open water cabbage.
Huang Gang couldn't stop thinking about it either. Jean Andreas' mouth kept going. Crazy. Unfortunately, none of it is edible. It's not just that you can't eat it here. You can't go back to the studio and Huang Gang can't replicate it. Lei Dong Duo grinned. I'll definitely come to the Dragon Kingdom once in a year and eat open water cabbage. On the pop-ups, a lot of people are speaking up as well.
Hurry up if you're going to make a Rococo-style ham. I'm waiting to try this divine open water cabbage.
Exasperated,
I threw away the bottle of boiling water to make a dish of vinegared cabbage for dinner.
Seeing that they can't eat it either, I'm instantly balanced. The more you can't eat it, the more invincible you feel. Back in the studio,
Lin Xian, Master Huang Gang,
can you recover those 6 representative dishes of Sichuan cuisine?
Although he couldn't make the open cabbage, Huang Gang was still very happy to be able to replicate the remaining 6 dishes.
Yes, Lin Xian smiled. It's mealtime.
Master Huang Gang can't afford to cook for everyone in the studio, but Sichuan cuisine can.
To be precise, it can.
The staff pushed a large stack of pots and pans onto the stage.
The existence of a Sichuan flavor that truly runs across the country and even the world without a rival. Lin Xian, Sichuan hot pot. In the corner, Chen Guangxiu was sucking oxygen. This damn fried hot pot material. Also 2 spicy eyes. 065. There's nothing a hot pot can't fix. The staff on site, with plates and cutlery delivered to each table. The tablecloths, place settings and decorations that were previously on the tables were all removed. After the staff took up the round board in the center of each table, the audience realized that each table was empty in the middle with a gas cooktop underneath. Bite-sized pots were put up. Early on, these spectators were counted as they entered today. Can I eat spicy food and how spicy can I eat it?
All that can be spicy are medium spicy, and those that can be somewhat spicy are mildly spicy. What you can't have spicy is Mandarin duck hot pot.
On the 8th century table,
a Mandarin duck pot was also placed. The crowd was a little confused as they looked at the Mandarin duck pot.
What is this? This one on the left is called red pot. Spicy flavor.
Lin Xian introduced with a smile.
This one on the right is a clear soup pot, with mushroom soup, tomato, etc.
And this one is mushroom soup.
It's a style of eating that's popular all over the Dragon Kingdom and the world. In the Earth Star, Sichuan-style hot pot.
Lin Xian smiled.
Sichuan-style hot pot first originated in Luzhou,
then flourished in Qingchong City and developed into the old hot pot. Eventually a third generation of Sichuan hot pot was developed again in Shidu.
In the process, several variants evolved, such as risotto in Shidu, spicy hot pot in Kaohsiung City, pot roast chicken in Lidu City,
and a variety of other cuisines such as hot kebabs and cold pot kebabs. The 3 generations of hot pots and various derivatives are extremely popular and delicious. With the staff firing table by table, the smell of fondue wafted over room 2. It's a quintessential red pot with a variety of chili peppers as well as butter or canola oil as the main ingredient.
After a long simmer, it goes into the soup and then you can scald your food. Of course, this is done in your own home, which makes it simpler. And if you're in a restaurant, you need to add injections of different ingredients such as star anise leaves, scallions, ginger and garlic, as well as mash to add layers of flavor. It's characterized by a single pot that can scald everything. 1 table, same pot, but with customized flavors.
Lin Xian picked up the small bowl.
Usually when making dipping sauce, the base is minced garlic plus sesame oil.
The vast majority of people will choose to add chopped cilantro.
Some people also like to add chopped peanuts and chopped origami roots. If you have a strong taste, you can add salt and oyster sauce. If you like it spicy, you can add chili peppers. Lin Xian simply added garlic aioli and chopped cilantro to his bowl. The audience on the floor followed suit. The pop-up exploded at this point. Shit, there's really food on site? I regret not going. Don't worry, if it's good, there will be stores everywhere soon, and if it's not good, you won't want to eat it. Aha, you're lying to yourself. With Lin Xian recommending it like this, and with the whole place sampling it, how could it not be delicious? Next to the 8 immortal table, in front of the camera, Lin Xian picked up the marinated beef cubes, shrimp dumplings and other one by one and put them into the pot. The ones that have been cooked for a long time can be put directly into the pot. Fatty beef, panko, croquettes, etc. can also go down. Let's try. Tripe, the essence of hot pot. It's hard to swallow something like tripe without fondue. It has a particularly fishy odor. Not a lot of tripe everywhere. Lin Xian held a slice of tripe and put it into the red pot. Depending on the texture of the tripe, between 10 seconds and half a minute of blanching will be fine. Tripe doesn't get crispy when it's overcooked, and it shrinks. It is now. The whole room was following suit, as Lin Xian started the tripe, and everyone followed suit, stopping and chucking the tripe into the dipping sauce. After dipping a few times, Lin Xian directly entered the mouth. The live audience is learning how to do this as well. Woo. Various compliments. It's hard for a first-time hot pot eater not to be surprised by the crunch and flavor of the tripe. Many people have never eaten this in their lives and remember it as something very hard to eat, but roll it in a hot pot and it's absolutely delicious. And yes, it doesn't require deliberate searching. It doesn't require great skill. It's a delicious flavor made by cooking wherever and whenever you want to eat it. Wang Yushi, ouch. This texture, this flavor, the fishy smell is completely gone. It smells so good. Huang Gang, you can still eat like this? Jean-Andre spits out his tongue. Hot. Botel, give me water. Lin Xian sighed. Hot pot with soy milk or soda is the way to go, but unfortunately not. Jean-Andre spits out. There's no exclamations about what's going on. Making it itchy, and you can't drink it. Lin Xian once again picked up the fatty beef in the pot. The fatty beef is ready. Fatty beef, a style of eating created specifically for hot pot, evolved from shabu shabu, of course. With a chopstick of fatty beef, Lin Xian directly closed his eyes. Comfortable. You can have hot pot at Blue Star too, without going to a struggle of your own. Again, there were various exclamations in the room. After all, there are still some people who can't get enough of it. A fat cow with the power to kill through and through. Lin Xian, everyone watch and eat. Someone from the Cantonese capital exclaims. Shrimp dumplings can still be eaten like this, but it's too spicy. Phew, what's this? I'll have some. The world also eats spicy food, but it's the first time that everyone has seen spicy food that is so through and crisp and perfect for a potluck. So many people already don't care that it's a studio. They just roll up their sleeves, shake it off and start binge eating. Off stage. Arlene, iron bump. It's been fried for so long and you haven't had any. Does it hurt? Chen Guangxiu grinned. The boss said that when the Earth Star hot pot chain opens up, he will share 1% of my shares. Arlene's eyes widened. Chen Guangxiu happily took out 2 microwave boxes from the bag. I left 2 pieces of base material. You think I'm stupid? Wait for the next work we slowly eat. Arlene gave an affirmative look. You still have a brain. At this point, the entire studio, almost everyone, was sweating profusely from eating. What's better than a good winter fondue? There is, and that's a sweaty hot pot and beer in the summer. Lin Xian had already eaten a lot of things, although he missed the flavor of the hot pot, and did not eat particularly much, and faced the camera after eating. There is such a saying in the planet Earth. There's no problem a hot pot can't solve. If there is, then 2 hot pots will fix it. The broadcast is almost at an end. Lin Xian smiled facing the camera, but then wondered if he had pepper skin on his teeth and quickly closed his smile. Starting today, the live broadcast of the I Am Traveler program will change from a weekly to a bi-weekly or monthly broadcast, as per actual notice. What? Change it to semi-monthly and monthly broadcasts? What the hell? I don't think it can be helped. Such a high-quality program. 1 episode a week. Who can top that? It's just too much production. It really made him right. In order to make the program broadcast far and wide, the Central Father arranged the best translation team, but the workload is still too much. In addition to the translation, there is the setup of the program site and the list of program judges. Don't think it's just a few names, but excellence is taking a long time to get to the bottom of these people. The workload is enormous. Lin Xian looked at the camera. Remember Li Bing from the first installment? It is because of this, and so many such dedicated people for the people, and a stable life,
that the people have been able to develop such a complex and fascinating food culture. The moment when people are arguing on the internet about whether tofu brain is sweet or salty is the moment when the accomplishments of these devotees are on their highest display.
Food is not just food, it's the continuation of a country and a people. I'm Lin Xian, and this is I'm a Traveler, the fourth installment of the food chapter, and this is the end of it. Let's put out other food chapters later when we have the chance. Lin Xian bowed. Also, after the program is over, under the I'm a Traveler page, the 94th edition of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms will begin to be shown for anyone who is interested. It's finally here. 7 million copies sold a long time ago. Finally, we've honored our promise. Awesome. If this is a fake crossover, it would mean doing an entire drama with top-of-the-line CG animation technology. That's too much of a commitment, right? Still not intuitively pretty. Wait for the big show. Lin Xian waved his head before turning his head back. By the way, the Earth Star hot pot chain will soon be the first to open up in every major city. So everyone remember to go and try out the Earth Star cuisine. West Whitehall cuisine will also be the first to be launched in West Whitehall proper. Everyone, see you in the 5th installment. Before the audience has a chance to react, the camera moves away. Move over and it's still playing a song that appears to be a rap with a Sichuan and Chongqing accent? What the hell? I eat hot pot, you eat hot pot base. The camera pans out and focuses on a live audience member from Guangdong province. His eyes were lost, his head drooped over his shoulder, and his face was full of confusion. Chopsticks picked up the bowl of beef meatballs and put them in his mouth, instantly returning to his senses. People on I'm a Traveler, so spicy that their souls are lost. I'm so sorry, 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 I'm so sorry. That said, why do I get the feeling that the song at the end of the show is mocking us? I eat hot pot, you eat hot pot base, smile at you because I am polite. The video snapped to a screeching halt, ending the 4th installment. 066. Start an outdoor program. Chen Guangxia drove the Fenkel car to the entrance of the villa community. The backseat window lowered, and Lin Xian poked his head out, looking at An Luyao outside. Get in the car. And Luyao looked at the passenger side, where Arlene was sitting, so had to sit in the back seat. Got any fondue? There. Arlene pointed at Chen Guangxiao, who was driving. Iron Pimple brought back 2 boxes of primers. Boss, is this the boss's wife? And Luyao blushed. Not. Lin Xian smiled. Arlene, there's a pretty girl coming up. Just ask if it's the boss's wife. If I let a middle-aged man in the car, you have to ask if that's my dad? Arlene spat out her tongue. I was wrong, boss. This girl is clearly doing it on purpose. After entering the neighborhood to the front of the villa, the car stopped and Lin Xian got out and stretched. And Luyao, when are we leaving? There's no rush. Lin Xian, we'll leave tomorrow. But before we leave, we have to make some preparations. Back in the villa, Lin Xian sat there looking up information, inquiring about what he needed to bring with him when he went to the pristine woodlands in the freezing cold. And Luyao inquired from the side. Lin Xian, do you think there's anything about the blue star that's stronger than the Earth Star? Lin Xian smoothly plucked the banana from the fruit plate. This one is better than the bananas from Earth Star. And Luyao was completely surprised that the bananas of the blue star were stronger than those of the Earth Star. Lin Xian, this thing is called the Great King Banana in Earth Star, also known as the Big Mac banana. Extinct. And Luyao was confused. In An Luyao's perception, bananas are something that is grown all over the globe. So how could they become extinct? Lin Xian explained. Whether it's the Earth Star or the Blue Star, bananas were domesticated from 2 types of wild bananas 8,000 years ago. So, there are just 3 kinds of bananas in all. Wild bananas 1, wild bananas 2, hybrid bananas. All the other names you've heard are made up or not bananas at all. Because of genetic homogeneity, organisms like bananas are vulnerable to extinction. Whenever a disease or fungus can infect one banana tree, it is the same as it can infect all similar banana trees around the globe. On Terra, in the 1960s, a banana disease, decimated the king banana globally, making it extinct in just 3 years. That's why the bananas everyone eats on the planet Earth are Chinese bananas, said to be native to the Dragon Kingdom, while the bananas eaten on the blue planet are still Maharaja bananas, Big Mac bananas. And Luyao was puzzled. That's not right. If the king banana went extinct in the 60s, how do you know that the blue star banana is a king banana and not some other different kind of banana? Lin Xian smiled. That's too easy. Because a scientist who once ate a Maharaja banana made a banana flavor in the 70s that tasted exactly like a Maharaja banana. It's also because of this that the banana-flavored food of the planet Earth is a completely different flavor than real bananas. It's because of this that the kind of substitutes called bananas on the planet Earth don't smell good at all. The original bananas were the ones whose flavor could be smelled from a distance. It's also because of this alternative flavor. The additive for the banana flavor on the planet Earth and the banana itself are two flavors. And anyone born after the 70s knows what a Maharaja banana tastes like. But no one has ever eaten a real Maharaja banana. When I came to Blue Star, the first thing I realized about Blue Star's bananas was that they were Big King bananas. And Lu Yao nodded with satisfaction and wrote this matter down in a small notebook, ready to use it when writing the book.
Lin Xian, before I crossed over.
Earthstar Southeast Asia erupted with the banana 4 fungus. After 4 years of control, it still keeps spreading. Maybe there won't be any bananas left to eat on Terra for another 20 years. Only plantains. And Lu Yao's eyes widened.
It was the first time she'd heard that such a creature,
widely found in the human world, could still be extinct. And Lu Yao pondered for a moment. Is the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom stronger than the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom? There are a lot of them.
Lin Xian continued to look up the information.
The computer typed in wilderness survival and the computer looked up no information.
Lin Xian frowned as he continued to query wilderness live.
And no. Lin Xian queried wilderness survival again. And it was also blank. There are only a few unrelated pages. And Lu Yao didn't notice Lin Xian's doubts and was still inquiring. Give me an example?
Lin Xian stopped tapping his fingers on the keyboard and turned his head.
Like tea.
In the history of the Earth Star, Interland once employed a shameless Han J tea farmer to steal tea trees to plant in the Assam province of A.S. It has resulted in tea becoming a non-exclusive cash crop.
Later on, the Dragon Kingdom only accounted for 40% of the world's tea trade. And throughout the history of the Blue Planet, the interlopers have tried to steal the tea. But no one has been found willing to be a Han J. Maybe it's a matter of odds. This category of the difference between two worlds because of a particular person is kinda a big one. There is good and of course there is bad.
Lin Xian turned back and frowned.
Strange. Why can't I search? Search for what? And Lu Yao looked at the computer screen. Wilderness survival? What the hell?
Lin Xian was surprised.
Are there no bloggers or up owners in this world who do wilderness survival challenges? And Lu Yao was confused. Why the wilderness survival challenge?
Lin Xian's eyes widened. In Lin Xian's senses, mankind had moved from the wilderness to an agrarian society, and nostalgia for the wilderness was an instinct that came with the genes. What a natural thing for someone to do a wilderness survival challenge.
How come no one at Blue Star is doing the wilderness survival challenge? Meditating, Lin Xian asked Lu Yao. Is there no such thing as a wilderness survival expert outside of Blue Star either?
There are.
And Lu Yao, there are people in this category in mines, control areas, and scientific research teams. Strange. With all of these, why no wilderness survival challenge? With a very high IQ, Lin Xian suddenly thought of a possibility. So look it up on the computer. Travelogue. Just query the 2 words. Soon, the search brought up a whole bunch of travelogues. A Journey to Lilliput, Pirate Island, Sailing East. These books, which correspond to Earthstar's Gulliver's Travels, Treasure Island, The Great Voyage. But the world actually doesn't have Robinson Crusoe. Those who don't know the West might think that the Western masterpieces that have had the greatest impact on Western society are Romeo and Juliet, Pride and Prejudice, and the Decameron. But in reality, with so many semi-literates and manginas abroad, who would read this unreadable stuff? The 3 most influential books in Western history would be Robinson Crusoe, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, and The Old Man and the Sea. These are adventure genres where the main character is something like a lone hero or tragedy coloring this generic category. Without Robinson Crusoe, the Blue Star West is missing out on the primal fire of wilderness survival? Dragon Kingdom? In the days when the Dragon Kingdom was poor, how could anyone get into this? It's only slightly richer now. In the era of Robinson Crusoe, the virtual character of Robinson was presented as a common icon for males throughout the capital Ben society. The reason is very strange and bizarre. It was the people of the time who believed that once one had money, one should be brave enough to take risks and learn Robinson's attitude towards life. Don't do everything necessarily with a purpose. The challenge alone is a spiritual one. That's where the few foreigners comes from. This kind of thinking sounds like bullshit, but it was the consensus of Westerners of that era. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that this is a shocking game set up by the Capital Ben family back then to deliberately manipulate people's hearts and minds, so that these ordinary people will participate in the great voyage and work as hard laborers. So going into the wilderness and challenging nature has always been ingrained in the Western mind. And without Robinson Crusoe, there would be no such musings. There has been no mass wilderness birth until now. Perhaps, there are a lot of people who enjoy playing wilderness survival, but it is limited to private hobbies. They have no influence or ability to bring it to the earthly world. I can't believe this world doesn't have a book like Robinson Crusoe. The other challenge categories are with a purpose, like panning for gold, like finding pirate treasure. Only Robinson Crusoe is a case of having nothing better to do than to go out into the wilderness and torture himself. And Luya was puzzled. Robinson Crusoe? Sounds like a name. What's it about? Lin Xian gave Luya a rough explanation, and Luya pondered for a while after listening. I think this book printed in English can sell out. After figuring this out, Lin Xian touched his cell phone. Excellence received a call. Mr. Lin, I was about to talk to you. I'm going to Shudu to talk about hot pot promotion. Do you want to show up? Shudu, I was just about to go.
Lin Xian, but it's to do something else.
Help me prepare something. I'm going to start a new program. Well, Excellence snapped suspiciously.
Lin Xian, I've been thinking about starting a second block of shows for a long time.
I haven't been able to figure out how to hit the ground running with a new show. Now it's finally all figured out. Excellence was puzzled. Why start a new show now that you already have a show called I'm a Traveler? I'm a Traveler. It's live indoors.
Lin Xian smiled.
There are a million other things that are outdoors. I'm going to start an outdoor show. 067. Seeing the world with travelers.
Excellence was very efficient, and it only took a day to get what Lin Xian wanted. What Lin Xian wanted was very uncomplicated, and Lin Xian had placed a large signaling device on the top of a nearby hill where the Juzhai was located. The equipment alone gave local officials a good run for their money to get it in.
After spending a day in Shudu, Excellence quickly negotiated a cooperation with Shudu officials, and the Earth Star Old Hot Pot chain would be the first to open in Shudu. Excellence is in a hurry, and after this is done, he has to fly to West Whitetooth to talk about the Earth Star West Whitetooth restaurant. Lin Xian also went along with the bystander, promising to come over once when it opened. As for things like the location of the store and when it would be open, Lin Xian didn't want to know about it. However, Shudu officials said that they will definitely grab the time to open the old Ground Star Hot Pot as soon as possible. Then, Lin Xian took a bus to Nanping County, corresponding to Earth Star Juzhai, with a bunch of documents. The latest preview of the program was sent out by Central Daddy. Calm late in the weekend. Seeing the World with Travelers went live on Monday.
Lu Ming is a fitness blogger who is recently catching up on I'm a Crossing, and the new episode is about food.
And Lu Ming, as a fitness blogger, is totally tense. Saturday night, ran out and jacked up the kebabs for the night. Worked out at home all day Sunday. Even when you're browsing the web,
you're still holding dumbbells and playing with big inner arm raises. Glancing at the Central Dad network in passing, Lu Ming subconsciously scratched to see the latest TV series directory to see if the Romance of the Three Kingdoms had been updated yet. After clicking into the TV series directory, Lu Ming felt like he saw the words Traveler on the front page. Lu Ming scratched back again and looked at the big seal of recommendation on the front page.
Seeing the world with fellow travelers? Lu Ming tapped into the preview. In the trailer, a dark table in a dark setting dominates the scene.
Something seemed to be moving in the dark shadows behind them.
The next moment, the black shadow probed forward and was actually a person. This person wearing a black hoodie with a hat was actually the traveler Lin Xian.
Lu Ming put down the dumbbells and clicked to watch in full screen.
On the screen,
Lin Xian placed his hands on the table and held his 10 fingers to each other.
Do you really recognize this world?
The screen began to draw and an electric light flashed. A picture emerges of a stunningly beautiful setting.
Colorful pools,
snow-capped mountains in the distance, red leaves close by, and turquoise blue skies.
Breathtakingly beautiful.
Another bolt of electricity and the scene cuts back to the table.
Lin Xian's voice was deep. It's in the Earth Star, and it's called Heaven on Earth.
Another image flashed.
It's called Angel's Window.
Another image flashed.
It's called the Blue Lagoon. This is the realm of the sky. This is the Great Barrier Reef.
They are beautiful visions of the coexistence of the Blue Star and the Earth Star. They are the lost paradise of dreams in this world. The image flashed again as a figure crossed the sky from the middle of the sky at the speed of an airplane. It's extreme sport wingsuit flying. The scene changes again, and a rock wall appears in front of the camera, which moves frantically upward. The smooth rock wall actually having no end. Suddenly, a man appears on the screen. This man climbing between smooth rock walls with his bare hands. It's extreme sport unarmed rock climbing. The scene changes again. The sky and earth, snow white. The wind and snow whistled wildly, raging with fury, and the boundless white-haired wind blew toward the sky. A small group of black dots trudged through the blizzard. They're hiking across the South Pole. The scene cuts again to the top of the world, where the figure in the punch bowl waved a red flag. He's on top of the world. Next, the images flashed wildly, each holding for only a third of a second. Each image represents a sport, an achievement, a beauty, a great play. The legends of the Earth Star. In the dark shot, behind the dark table, Lin Xian leans back, his black hoodie blending in with the darkness. Only then did a voice come out. Are you ready to follow the traveler Lin Xian and get to know an undiscovered world? Outdoor edition of I Am a Through Hiker. Seeing the world with through hikers. Going through the world with the travelers. On Monday, Lin Xian will take everyone to find a paradise on Earth. Lin Xian and his team will take you on an outdoor entry-level adventure.
Are you, by any chance, adventurous? Will you, with us, conquer the world? The screen went black, but inside Lu Ming's heart, the bear burned. Where are all those breathtakingly beautiful places? What sports do those amazing moves belong to? Those flashing images made Lu Ming's blood run cold. I'm a Crossing is great, but it's an indoor show, and spectacle-wise it's not as good as an outdoor show. Better for quiet enjoyment. And seeing the world with travelers seems like something to emulate. Another world of sport. Another world of beauty? The joy of 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Originally, I'm a Traveler started to become a semi-monthly or monthly show, much to the chagrin of many fans. I didn't realize there was an extra show now. Suddenly it flares up. Lu Ming quickly reprinted the trailer to his bib. I'm looking forward to the new show. A passionate clash from two worlds. There were tons of fan replies soon after. Aha, Lin Xian has a new program? Holy shit, what a beautiful place. Is this really not a computer-generated animation? Fuck me. That guy who flew through the sky. Hang on. Ouch. For real. Around and around on the mountain roads. Finally, Lin Xian arrived at the chosen starting point. Chen Guangxiao, boss, are you sure I can do it? You can. Lin Xian smiled. It's no fun to bring more people. And it's too destructive. Chen Guangxiao was chosen by Lin Xian to be the program's royal photographer. What a testament to the saying that the best thing about it is the photographer. Chen Guangxiao, boss, don't you think about the ratings of the new program at all? There's no direct relationship between the quality of filming and the ratings. Lin Xian, what's more, this program is destined to have ratings that are not as good as I'm a Traveler. I'm a Traveler is a regular Saturday airing, and the outdoor Seeing the World with Travelers is on at all times. Chen Guangxiao scratched his head. Boss, it's almost time. Lin Xian, boot up and network. The live page had just opened and nearly 200,000 people instantly flooded in. Lin Xian, dressed in a blue sci-fi rushing suit, stood in front of the camera and smiled. Hello, everyone. This is Walking with Travelers to See the World. I'm Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, lowering his voice to the side. Speak. Next to her, and Lu Yao didn't even find where the camera was, and turned her head to look at Lin Xian. Say what? Lin Xian, the show has begun. Don't you think? And Lu Yao was flustered. Then started frantically looking for the camera and finally found it. I'm Lu Yao. Lin Xian smiled. And Lu Yao is a well-known female author and my co-star in Seeing the World with Travelers. And Lu Yao's face was flushed, not knowing if it was from freezing or plateau reaction or shame. Ouch, it's so beautiful. I'm going. Goddess and is actually on the show. Yasuda, it's Anda. In this show, I'm going to be taking people on a trip around the world to try some crazy moves. Of course, I'm a rookie, but I can cheat with the ability to cross over. So, for the first time, the show's crew typed in a big line of red letters. Non-cheaters, please do not imitate. Then the row of red letters landed in the lower left corner and stayed there. Ha 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 ha. It amuses me to no end. It's okay to cheat. As far as the trailers go for those campaigns, if Lin Xian doesn't cheat, I'm afraid we'll lose I'm a Traveler permanently. Let's be blunt. Without cheating I'm afraid Lin Xian will hang up. Lin Xian faced the camera. This time, the place I'm in is Zhuhai on the planet Earth. It's on a plateau in the western part of Shu province, west of Sichuan, located in a lowland area of pristine woodland. The scenery here could be in the top 3 in the world in any ranking. This time, I'll be working with Lu Yao on a 10-day survival challenge. All around, snow covered everything. Survive for 10 days in the icy Zhuhai. This is one of Earthstar's legendary challenges, wilderness survival. And of course with my level of cheating, it could be considered to be doing the entry-level outdoor challenge, outdoor camping. This time, besides Lu Yao and I, there is also a photographer, Chen Guangxiao. Lin Xian had learned that the name Chen Guangxiao was a pseudonym, the kind that could be revealed at will. The camera shows Chen Guangxiao, who is even fully wrapped up in his face, showing his head from the upper right corner, as well as our tour guide, Twilight Chroma. From Sichuan, a pretty as a button young girl stepped into the shot, smiling and waving. Lin Xian, for this challenge, and Lu Yao and I will choose 3 tools each, and then enter this icy land with the goal to survive for 10 days. 068. An anecdote of survival between a knife and Lin dislike. After introducing the team, Lin Xian spoke. So, from now on, no one else will enter the vicinity of our filming team. And, of course, in the undeveloped Zhuhai, there's no one who can get close to it. Let's start picking things out. Behind the camera, Chen Guangxiao's wooden voice came. That, boss, surrender your personal belongings. Twilight Chroma stepped forward with the small box. Hello boss. Boss handed over. Lin Xian glared at Twilight Chroma. Can I still sneak in a private stash? Take it easy.
Lin Xian fished out his cell phone from his left coat pocket and put it in the box. Then another plasticized grilled sausage was fished out of his left coat pocket. Then another lighter was fished out of his left coat pocket. Then from his left coat pocket he fished out a cigarette case, tissues, keys, wallet, charger head, 2 candies, a chocolate, a used toilet paper ball, a nail clipper, a folded bill advertising a restaurant discount, and a petal of peanut shells. And Lu Yao stepped forward and stomped on the contents of the box. Lin Xian, does your left pocket lead to the Earth Star World? Is this your universal pocket? Lin Xian laughed. The sci-fi punching jacket pockets are huge. One side will fit. Why would I want to stuff both sides? I'll feel if there's anything left. And Lu Yao put her hand into Lin Xian's left coat pocket and felt out a plastic, small square wrapped, red thing with 2 side tiers. Twilight Chroma blushed. How about this? Safety guard. Or you guys keep it? And Lu Yao was still scrutinizing what it was. Lin Xian was in a hurry. It's chewing gum. Twilight Droma Weekly. Boss, I've never been out of the mountains. But I'm not a fool. I've still seen the TV. Lin Xian, this is really gum. Lin Xian took the plastic cover and pointed to the words for the camera. Look, you guys, chewing gum. Chen Guangxiao reminded from behind the camera. Boss, this unpaid advertisement merchandise is coded in real time by the program team. Lin Xian threw it into the box. Whether you guys believe it or not, I do anyway. And Lu Yao reflected afterward and her face reddened again. Twilight Chroma, Sister Anne, it's your turn. And Lu Yao fished out her cell phone, key pack, lip balm, and hand cream from various pockets on her body. Nope. Twilight Droma took out a large box. Then boss, Sister Anne, you guys pick 3 survival items separately. And Lu Yao, I'll go first. Lin Xian carried it over. Remember to pick the important ones. And Lu Yao took out a large package of toilet paper, a small towel, and a bag of compounding ingredients from the box. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at the object in Lu Yao's hand in a daze. And first-time viewers of the Wilderness Survival program actually didn't see a problem with it. Lin Xian was dumbfounded already. You take a towel? Why don't you take an animal skin blanket? And Lu Yao, wash your face. Lin Xian's eyes widened. Are you going to use a towel to warm your face at night when it's cold and fried? What the hell is this toilet paper? And Lu Yao was unimpressed. I usually go to your place and find that you use quite a large amount of paper. The wastebasket is often full of paper balls, and it's not enough to use it without taking a large bag of paper. The pop-ups had clamped down. Hey. Although Lin Xian is a celebrity, late at night is also lonely. After all, men. Lin Xian, the seasoning is not bad. Twilight Chroma, boss it's your turn. Lin Xian, the 3 most important elements for survival are fire, food, and shelter from the wind and rain. No tent because it's survival. Fire I can cheat to get. I'll take the knife, the saw, and the rope. And Lu Yao was puzzled. Then what are we going to eat? Lin Xian beckoned. And Chen Guangxiao behind the camera handed out a base of documents. Hunting is not allowed on our planet Earth. Thankfully this is the blue planet. I obtained an official certificate from here to hunt or make traps to catch unprotected animals under grade 2. In addition I can use open fires in the mountains and forests, as well as cut down non-protected plants. Of course, I try to use fallen trees and not cut them down. But if there's an emergency, I'll still take the necessary measures. Chen Guangxiao's voice came out. After selecting the items, the survival challenge officially begins. Here's a tablet for you to use to watch the pop-ups during the challenge. All other functions are blocked. From now on, Twilight Chroma and I will have no further interaction with you. You're going to pretend we don't exist. We're just going to shoot. Challenge. Officially. For real? To survive for 10 days in such a freezing cold place with just these things? Is this the Wilderness Survival Challenge? On camera, and Lu Yao looked around. What do we do now? Lin Xian let out a breath, and the white mist was instantly blown away by the wind in front of him. We now need to find a place where we can build a shelter first to avoid a blizzard. By now, Chen Guangxiao had already put away his handheld camera and was shooting with an aerial camera. Chen Guangxiao and Mu Shui were separated by a distance, following Lin Xian who was advancing. And Lu Yao, are we just going to hang around here? Lin Xian, it doesn't matter. I paid for tickets to enter Juzhai when I was in Earthstar. The tickets were old and expensive, and I played hard for a whole day before I left. Once I find a landmark, I know the way. The picture is silver. Everything is white. Some emerald green was vaguely visible under the depressed pine branches. Lin Xian and Lu Yao could almost step into the knee-deep ground with each step forward. Very physically demanding. Lin Xian stopped at a raised rock and collected the branches. And Lu Yao, build a shelter here? No. Lin Xian, making snowshoes out of tree branches. It's too physically demanding to walk like this. Make real snowshoes, of course, don't even think about it. It's still easy to tie wood in the shape of a small raft and tie it to your shoes. While Lin Xian was doing it,
and Lu Yao was watching the pop-ups on her tablet. Gee, thanks. No need to compliment me on my beauty. I know it myself. Lin Xian? Yeah, I've been to his house. He's, in the words of the Earth Star he taught me, a single dog without a girlfriend. Lin Xian, who was bundling snowshoes, rolled his eyes. You're a single dog too. Soon the snowshoes were done. A few tree trunks tied together and padded under your feet. The force area becomes larger when you step on the snow, so you don't step very deep. Much easier to walk. While Lin Xian was doing it here, Chen Guangxiu, who was very far away, had already started making it. Chen Guangxiu has a thief's eye and did almost exactly the same thing. Of course, there's nothing difficult about this stuff. In the forest, Lin Xian and Lu Yao walked forward side by side. In these conditions, the wind and snow gradually stopped and the rustle of walking was very loud. It's quiet and peaceful. Lin Xian, it feels a bit hot. I have to take off my jacket and keep walking. If I sweat, it's easy to cause heat loss. Once you lose temperature, in this environment, it's a dead end. And Lu Yao followed Lin Xian's example and took off her punching jacket. It feels like the gloves are a bit tight. Lin Xian didn't even raise his head beside him and subconsciously, have you ever thought that it's because your hands are too thick? And Lu Yao's eyes widened in anger. What did you say? Ha, laughed me to death. Is Lin Xian such a character in life? Goddess and is so miserable and is disliked from time to time. Lin Xian took off his punching jacket before tying it around his waist. And Lu Yao also learned how to do it. As the two of them continued to move forward, and Lu Yao smiled and heatedly inquired, why isn't our punching bag a color? Is it because we're afraid of being misunderstood that we're wearing a couple's outfit? No, Lin Xian, because the red color is more conspicuous. And Lu Yao, is it because you're afraid that if I'm in danger, it'll be convenient for you to find out and save me? Lin Xian, it's the beast that will notice you first when it comes, so I can take the opportunity to bolt. And Lu Yao? The pop-up screen explained at the right time, most beasts are colorblind. Lin Xian was joking. Seeing the pop-up on the tablet in her hand, and Lu Yao grunted, "Hoof," deliberately using a cute tone. Heart and mouth. Hey Lin Xian, aren't you concerned about me? Lin Xian mimicked her speech. Think too much. Fart. And Lu Yao, don't hang on to your farts. You'll get bad breath. Ha. That amuses me. So these two will be disliking each other for 10 whole days? This live broadcast doesn't feel quite the same as if I were a traveler. Nonsense. It's outdoors. It's more of a reality show. I've been wondering how Lin Xian is going to cheat to get the fire. Lin Xian said the scenery here could be in the top 3 in the world, but it doesn't look any different from other snow towns. Lin Xian glanced at the pop-up screen and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This show is different from I'm a Traveler. This one, which has more elements of its own performance, has a small audience, but it shouldn't be bad when it's raised to the back of the line. And this show should shock the audience even more than I'm a Traveler. More intuitive. It's just that the shock hasn't hit yet. 069. Legal openings in broad daylight. Delicate snow, after the wind stops, is like cotton candy, and you can't feel the bitter cold through the screen, only in the moment can you feel the bone-chilling cold. After almost 2 hours of walking, Lin Xian finally searched for a familiar place. The terrain here was exactly the same as the jungle of the lowest waterfalls in Zhuhai, which he had seen when he was in the Earth Star. There's this saying on the planet Earth that you don't look at the water when you return from Zhuhai, and you don't look at the mountain when you return from Huangshan. Huangshan, with almost every mountain view you can see in the southeastern part of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhuhai, on the other hand, has every water feature that can be seen except the sea. Lin Xian pointed to a place that was still enclosed and wouldn't be exposed to the wind on all sides. We'll set up a campsite here. A shelter. And Lu Yao looked toward the cascading ice. The water here. It's so strange. There's ice here. Layer upon layer. Each piece of ice was probably only 3 or 5 meters in size. Between the next piece of ice and the previous one, there is a drop ranging from 20 centimeters or more to 1 meter. And there seemed to be gurgling water flowing under the ice. Lin Xian, if all this ice melted, what would you see? As a writer, and Lu Yao's brain turned on the imagination. The ice melted. The water flowed through. And the sound of gurgling water flowed in Lu Yao's ears. It's a waterfall? And Lu Yao was surprised. All of these are waterfalls. Every single one of them? This is the sea of waterfalls in Zhuhai. There are over 300 waterfalls, large and small, in this area. Although each one seemed small, the concentration of so many waterfalls spread out together was a spectacle. A dime is certainly not as exciting as a $100 bill, but a truckload of dimes piled on top of each other, that creates a qualitative leap. And Lu Yao was surprised. This, I can already imagine how spectacular it is. No, Lin Xian, you can't. When you really see it, you'll realize how amazing it is. Hurry up and build a shelter. You don't want to freeze to death out here in the middle of the night. Do you? Lu Yao giggled. What's the ride? What do you want me to do?
Lin Xian pointed at the forest.
No one's been in here for years, and Juzhaegu is dotted with water systems. So, trees broken by the water are everywhere. When trees fall on the ground, new ones grow.
These timbers that fell to the ground are the materials we use to make the shelter. Lin Xian picked up a straight tree trunk. Let's look for some tree trunks that are as thick as our wrists and as upright as my character, and start building the shelter once we've collected them. And Lu Yao looked at Lin Xian with disgusted eyes. It's not easy to find a trunk as upright as your character.
666.
So Lin Xian is like this in private. In I Am a Traveler he has always been a titanic and breezy look. I thought that's how he was characterized.
Ha 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 ha. Lin Xian is exposed. Pia.
Ha. This livestream isn't quite the same as the I'm a Traveler show. That show was more formal,
while this one is more real.
Yo, double pressure.
Wrath bear.
Lin Xian was beside him,
placing all the tools on the ground and organizing them one by one. After searching for half a day,
and Lu Yao picked up a crooked tree trunk.
Ha ha ha, finally found it for me.
Lin Xian turned his head to look at the tree trunk and in Lu Yao's hand.
This rotten firewood.
Burning firewood. I feel aggrieved by the fire pit I'm going to make in a while.
After Lu Yao joked about it,
she started working in earnest. Some of the tree trunks were thin but very long, and it was still quite a struggle for Lu Yao to collect them. But she's efficient.
Lin Xian, on the other hand,
was assembling the saw and then dividing the rope he brought into smaller sections. Without these dead trees, which would need to be cut down, it would certainly be impossible to create shelters with too firm a framework. Still, it underestimates the number of trees in the pristine woodlands. After Lin Xian finished splitting the ropes, he also started collecting tree trunks. What Lin Xian had collected, however, were trunks as thick as a calf. These trunks, although fallen to the ground, are not actually corroded and are still intact. They were snapped off hard by a flash flood. It's not quite accurate to say that it was washed out by a flash flood. It would be accurate to say that it was washed out by melting snow. It just happens to be a gully, and the spring melt of the snow within the entire gully is at about the same time. So if by chance there's another downpour in the sky, the flash floods will be powerful. However, according to Earthstar's experience, with a little dredging of the river and water system, Juzhai would not erupt in flash floods. Because of this, Juzhai is close to tourists every winter. After collecting the wood, Lin Xian arranged a new job for Lu Yao. You saw these tree trunks flat on both sides, and for the length, all of them are 2 meters. And Lu Yao blushed a little. I've never used a saw. It's simple. Lin Xian placed a tree trunk on a large trunk padded up, stepped on it with his foot, and then started sawing. Slant down well harder. Remember to push not too hard. Pull only hard, lest you break the saw. Okay. And Lu Yao promised yes. But where had she done this before? She was slow to catch on. Lin Xian had his own things to do and couldn't help him. Lin Xian was going to dig a firebed trench and also make a fireplace to make a double heating shelter. Normally a solo survivor could never even consider a job of this magnitude. But Lin Xian was different. If Lu Yao couldn't finish the project of sawing the wood, Lin Xian would directly take the wood across the Earthstar and find a sawmill to finish these jobs in 10 minutes. Although there was a huge hang on his body, Lin Xian wasn't prepared to hang on all the time, but rather try to do as much as possible on his own. In this world, wilderness survival doesn't have much of a set fan base, so teach as much as you can. But fortunately, Lu Yao was slow to get started, but she was very patient, and after sawing a few more times she got the hang of it and moved faster. It's a long process of digging, very quiet images, away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Is this the charm of wilderness survival? Even if you can't wilderness drive with a tent and go camping in the wilderness, it's not bad. The sport is a slow-paced sport, so it's no wonder it's called entry-level. Lin Xian, on the other hand, dug a ditch in the ground, then looked around for a suitable piece of stone to cover the top of the ditch, and finally covered the top with dirt. Light a fire at one end and the heat will mix with the smoke to go up the other end and eventually up this side where it's a little higher up. I'll make a chimney here and I'll be able to control where the smoke goes. Build a cabin on top of this and you can heat the whole house. Nice guy. Pretty elaborate. Having a whole house heating system in the field. The principle is the principle of our northeastern Kong. It's just a little bit rough. After all, it's the wilderness. It's already a big deal. Almost by 1:30 p.m., and Lu Yao finished splitting all the wood. Lin Xian also made the gutter hotbed and separate fireplace out of mud. Having been in contact with the cold water and mud, Lin Xian was a bit overwhelmed. After finishing, and Lu Yao's hands were a little shaky, panting, good, so hungry. Lin Xian, you wait. Lin Xian just stood still. When Lin Xian moved again 3 seconds later, the pop-up exploded. Because, after Lin Xian, who was clearly standing somewhere empty-handed, moved again, he was holding 2 buckets of instant noodles in his hands.
The brand is still a Unity brand. Never heard of it. My plants are grass. What is this? A magic trick? Bubble noodle? How did it appear? What a joke. Oh, you guys haven't read I'm a Traveler, have you?
Lin Xian can travel through both realms.
Bullshit. I've read that I'm a traveler, but I don't believe that's true. Those are obviously special effects, and this is just a special effect. Serve it.
Lin Xian nuzzled, and Lu Yao hurriedly went forward to receive a bucket of instant noodles. Lin Xian moved his arm back, and only then did Lu Yao see that Lin Xian had a bottle of unified Assam milk tea clutched under his armpit. And Lu Yao took the milk tea and remembered what Lin Xian had told himself earlier about the tea farmers stealing tea trees to plant in Assam.
Is this real?
Lin Xian took out his own milk tea with his free hand and placed it on the stump, then picked up his bubble noodles and started eating.
Of course it's true. While eating instant noodles,
Lin Xian vocalized,
I've told you that I cheat when I'm surviving, and my survival difficulty is at the outdoor camping level.
If you attempt a challenge,
don't go into the woods to die without bringing anything if you don't know anything. The pop-up crowd exploded. Mom, yeah, I thought it was a proper challenge.
You're being a judge yourself and then a contestant yourself.
Referred to as improper person.
Don't curse. I'm afraid to live to dinner when he served out roasted whole sheep out.
Lin Xian, who had already finished his noodles, sat on a stake inside. Hey, cheating, it's so shameful. And Lu Yao gave a thumbs up. I've never seen someone with such chutzpah.
Lin Xian cheerfully said.
Work. Today's task is to finish building the shelter. I don't want to freeze. Early Three Rivers Testimonials. Happy New Year 2022. After a whole month of struggle, finally on the 31st day of serialization obtained the backstage text message. Dialogue World, I am a traveler. Shocking the globe got the Three Rivers recommendation. Honestly,
the author has been writing books for over a decade, struggled with multiple websites and once wrote over 10 million words, which has been published at least 3 million words or more, but never got a recommendation at the level of Three Rivers. That's the truth. And a friend gave me that there is another one called Trumpet. Recommendation is more powerful than the Three Rivers.
Up collection more. Up catch up reading more. But I just want to get Mitsui quickly. Partly because it's never been taken and there's an obsession with it. On the other hand, it's because the author doesn't have much income for the second half of the year and wants to make an extra 2 weeks. And for that reason the new book period has given up on 3 rounds of recommendations and skipped right over them. But Mia, I must fight for. Thankfully, got it. Thanks to the operations editor here. A special thank you to my editor, Shang
Xia Lao and I have been chatting about communicating about the book all the way up to the friendship fire. 31 days of continuous chat. I'm also grateful to my author friends who helped me. And there's no way I could have scraped together enough to catch up on reading to get a test push if it weren't for the chapter pushes from a couple of my author friends during the toughest opening phase of the book.
Since getting the test push, the book has been blowing up, which is something I expected. But I'm still very excited indeed. After all, it's one thing to think about it, it's another to actually do it.
I'd also like to give a special thanks to everyone for their support of Mudstone Statue. It's your catch-up reading that keeps the book The Traveler picking up recommendations.
It's everyone's recommendations, monthly votes, and bounties that make me realize that I have so many friends who read books. And thanks to those who have joined the book group for their encouragement. The author of this year, should say last year, 2021, the second half of the busy wedding things, because of a variety of trivial things more, resulting in my not being able to fully committed to writing and creating a book. Writing is not something that happens in a day or two, but a profession that requires constant daily commitment over the years. People getting married may be taking a wedding vacation, and once an author gets married, they basically can't write a book during the same period of time. I had very high expectations for this book because I had no income for 6 months. If the book pounces, then the months have been wasted. One out, one in, and that's basically a year of not doing anything that generates revenue for you. Something like generating electricity with love is not something a poor bastard like me can do. After all, luckily, the book had very good numbers and didn't put the author in a dilemma. So thank you all for your support, and I hope you'll also continue to support I'm a Traveler. On another note about the book, starting a new show inside a book on the eve of its release is a challenging thing to do and can easily lead to boredom for some of the book lovers. I will say, though, that I wanted to write a book that wasn't a book that people would read halfway through and get upset, bored, and just pull the plug. I'm still very ambitious and want to blend a lot of what I know and lament as well as what I like into this book. Wanted to write it as a book that everyone from one end to the other would have a good time reading, and read it in a very original and nice way. A live streaming type of protagonist. Just pretend every day. Why would Lin Xian have a lot of different general character? Why is there a female lead? Certainly for the sake of being able to follow it up with a more complex, innovative and better storyline. Based on these 2 points, I will try more. Many of my friends find these episodes interesting to write. Again, Some of my friends find these episodes uninteresting,
although it is said to fall under the category of crowdsourcing.
but it also shows that it's me who lacks a bit of experience in this area. So people don't have to worry. Authors write more and can grow in that area.
We all want our favorite books to get better the further back we read them.
Not more flavorful the further back we read them, right? The author is unknown until the end of 2021. In 2022,
I hope the 3 characters of Mudslide can reach the little fame title quest.
Mudslide? Who the hell called me a mudslide in the first place? Gave me the runaround. Late at night on the first day of 2022, the author had just finished a difficult chapter on the 5th theme of the I'm a Traveler program,
and was still working on ideas for the next chapter as well as the second theme of seeing the world with travelers. It occurs to me at this time of year that I should say hello and Happy New Year to everyone.
Happy New Year, 2022.
I got the 3 rivers and needed to write a testimonial, plus the reason for saying hello before I wrote so much from my heart.
Thanks again for the support. P.S. A lot of bookworms are asking about pop-ups and post-shelf updates. Since it's competing for the 3 rivers recommendation, the updates are coming as planned.
The author promises to give away a few more chapters that were supposed to be paid for to read for free before they hit the shelves, and will never go back on his word. Even if they're the most emotional chapters the author has ever written, the author won't skimp on them.
In addition, January 7th, that is, next Friday at 12 o'clock noon,
the book will be officially on the shelf. By then how much more explosive will not be less.
Should be given back to the book clubs to add more will not be less.
The author of the limited deposit.
Now as the emergence of new fan title will be added more and more. The Alliance at least add a more, according to their ability.
The other and then more authors is not good to guarantee.
Thanks again everyone. That amount or more. A letter to my fellow bookworm friends. Statue of Clay. January 1st, 2022 late night. P.S. It hits the shelves next Friday, January 7th at 12 noon.
I hope to get you all a first booking support. All said and done here I'll shamelessly beg, T to the power of T, the author half a year no income now poor.
And to support the family. Hope to get your support. Thank you. 070.
There is more to life than cheating. After eating and resting for a while, the 2 got back to work.
I didn't realize that Goddessin,
who is a powerful figure in the world of youth literature, is being used as a tool person here in Lin Xian. I thought the program group had brought in Goddessin to arrange a handsome boy-girl combination.
But I didn't expect the goddess to be tired as a melon skin. The workload is here. And even if Lin Xian is open,
that amount of work accomplished lets the audience know that it's all live action.
It's live, after all.
The aerial camera controlled by Chen Guangxiu alone had rotated 3 times, and Lin Xian and An Luyo had been working during this process.
And now,
around the camp that Lin Xian had chosen,
several cameras were set up by Chen Guangxiu.
The audience has been watching so much material being processed. Then he watched as Lin Xian painstakingly dug a hole inside the frozen earth, buried the pillars, and built the crossbeam frame. Lin Xian introduced as he worked.
Solo in the wilderness. The easiest shelter is the A-word shelter. 2 short branches supported to form a facade.
1 long one built up to form the shape of a cicada.
And then just covered with short branches for shelter from the wind and rain. Not many people have been in where we've come this time,
so there's more lumber material dumped on the ground. So we'll be a little more extravagant and build cabins.
If it wasn't winter, the little trunks that make the walls would certainly be best chipped and driven into the earth.
But this frozen earth is too hard and staking is too physically demanding.
Just slant it over the frame,
build it and bury it with dirt in the corner and call it reinforced.
Since there was a bundle of rope,
it was strong enough to trap the wooden walls and beams with the rope.
Both sides lean diagonally against the shelf. On the back side,
the trunks are stacked up to form a wall. 2 straight trunks were driven in on the outside to clamp the wooden wall to keep it from falling down, and then the top was tied with rope.
This makes for a very solid construction.
Lin Xian was at a place next to him where the snow was relatively shallow.
An Lu Yao, you glean the moss, also known as lichen. Here, grip the whole thing down. These lichens are good. They take at least a decade to grow. And Lu Yao was a bit surprised.
Lin Xian, isn't this place going to be developed into a scenic spot? If we weed the moss lichen that has grown for more than 10 years,
aren't we destroying the landscape? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. It won't ruin the landscape because the road will be built here in the future. And Lu Yao, how did you tell that this place is suitable for road construction? It's not suitable for road construction. Lin Xian, I've played in Juzhai and Earthstar.
I know that this place has built roads, not that I know that it's suitable for road construction. I don't know much about geology and road construction.
Okay.
And Lu Yao spat out her tongue and began to weed the lichen. Lin Xian was working on the front wall when An Lu Yao gripped the lichen and came over.
The front wall should be fixed in the same way as the back wall, but you have to leave the door open in the middle, so the wood had to be recut.
And Lin Xian sawed the wood faster than An Lu Yao.
And Lu Yao gathered a large pile of dry lichen. Now what? Stuff the moss inside the wood cracks so it doesn't leak. This is an easy job, and Lu Yao had waited all day for a job that didn't take much effort. It was as if she had gotten the best reward. Sitting down, Goddessin was tricked by Lin Xian into being a tool person. Work is still fun. As the saying goes, if you want to be good at something, you have to be good at it. If you want to play in the wild, you definitely have to build a good shelter. Then again, why do I get the feeling that this build process is pretty cool? Being outdoors gives you the feeling of relaxation. Why? Working in the city, doing 100 things every single day, doing probably 99 of them is not what you want to do. When you go to work, the only thing you want to do and can do is just go to the bathroom. Even meals, which are potentially social, are internally resisted. And when it comes to the outdoors, do everything for yourself. This feeling gives a very comfortable view. Freedom, pleasure. Snagging moss into the cracks of a tree trunk is not exhausting work, but it is fine work. By the time Lu Yao was halfway through her progress, Lin Xian was already done with this side of the door. The whole cabin is basically finished except for the fact that it's not roofed. Luckily the trees are readily available. Otherwise it would take a week just to cut them down. After completing the 4 sides, Lin Xian directly hugged the capped tree trunks and piled them in the corner. Then climbed up to the beams and began to build the trunks. Because it was a snowy day and there was no need to consider drainage, the roof of Lin Xian's cabin was flat. The trunk was quickly built and then layered with leaves, just waiting for the slow snowfall to give it a natural top. And Lu Yao finished stuffing the moss, and Lin Xian was already making a bed off the ground. It's also very simple. 2 large sleepers on the ground, with tree trunks placed on top to spread them out, and then dry leaves. End of story. 2 beds, and it wasn't a lot of work. Cheating solves the lunch problem, plus the wood is readily available, saving so much time. Lin Xian, if it was a person on their own in the wilderness, it would take at least 2 weeks to build it. And Lu Yao whispered, "It's almost dark. Do we need to think about eating and building a fire?" Building a fire. Simple. Lin Xian, you wait for me to go to Earthstar to buy a lighter. If you have the ability to survive in the wild, if you have the ability to not bring fire, if you have the ability to drill for fire. Hey, cheating in the open. That's unique in reality TV. And Lu Yao whispered again, "What about our cooking? How about turning off the camera and letting Chen Guangxiao do the cooking? The dogs won't eat anything we both cook." Ah, Goddessin has been brought down. It's over. Now once something happens, Goddessin also thinks of cheating. And Goddess, Lin Xian, you're ruining my goddess perfect image. Lin Xian was shocked. Yeah, cheating is cheating, but I relied on my personal ability to cheat. It's not like I relied on violating the rules of the program to cheat. Don't worry, dinner will be delicious. And Lu Yao, so what are we eating anyway? Is it too late to hunt? Lin Xian cupped his chin. In this case, I'll go to the Earthstar food market to buy a chicken. And Lu Yao exploded. You even righteously told me that cheating doesn't violate the show's rules. You're much more excessive than violating the show's rules. Netizens, don't you think so? Agreed. This behavior is enough for a prison sentence, I think. This isn't simply cheating anymore. This is fucking no king's law. Fucking dish fuck. Lin Xian, just say you eat or not. And Lu Yao? That doesn't sound like a good thing to say. Lin Xian arched his hand. We, Sa Rue, say chicken not ba civilize you and me. That said, cheating is not as simple as just going to the Earthstar Hotel and ordering a table. According to my observation, Lin Xian may be poorer on the Earthstar, and it is estimated that he has no money. Lin Xian spat in a low voice. Listen, system, justice lies in the hearts of the people. And Lu Yao cocked her head. What did you say? Never mind, no more bullshit. I just want to know how you want to make your cooking better. Lin Xian cheerfully said. That's too easy. Just watch. Lin Xian didn't move again. And when Lin Xian moved again, there was a basin in his hand with a slaughtered chicken in it. Oh, the boss is so enthusiastic. He helped chop it straight away. Lin Xian fished out a lighter from his pocket. Make a fire. Stopping hasn't worked for a while, plus the night is coming and the temperature is still dropping. It's gone from a few degrees below zero, down to the teens. The two had been laboring during this process, and now that they had stopped, they felt the chill coming on. With the lighter I got from the opening, it was easy to light the dead leaves, the twigs, and then the large trunk. The stove in the house began to burn. And Lu Yao, on the other hand, went outside and lit a fire at the fire pit in the fire trench. The fire naturally followed the pit to the higher ground. The temperature inside the house began to increase rapidly. After lighting the bonfire, Lin Xian carried the basin. Crossing over, target coordinates UFO. The scene changes as the audience looks confused. Lin Xian came to the back kitchen of a restaurant. The white-haired master is teaching his apprentice. The marinade of the 3 cups of chicken is very crucial. First of all, the bottom flavor to come a little bit. Add some salt. None of them could see Lin Xian,
And no one realized that on the periphery, there was a man using a spoon to add salt to his chicken. A little bit of base flavor will do. And then the 3 cups of chicken, so-called 3 cups, is 1 cup of salad oil, soy sauce, and rice wine. Soon Lin Xian returned to the shelter with a pot, the chicken in the pot. According to the teacher's teachings, over there to teach a step. This side Lin Xian did a step. Shit. I'm reporting under my real name that someone is playing Blue Star OL to hang. Lin Xian was very cheeky. Hee hee. My cooking is quite good. If anyone wants to eat 3 cups of chicken, they can learn from me. Who would have thought that Lin Xian, who has always acted breezily and looked down on everything on the show, would actually be such a scoundrel in private? Only in Lu Yao, who had been wearing some sort of admiring look, just quietly looked at the person in front of her. Half an hour later, the shelter was full. Lin Xian crossed his arms and laughed. Ha 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 ha. The cooking has improved again. Chen Guangxiu, if you have the ability to come out and compare. At this moment, simple subtitles appeared on the screen. Chen Guangxiu, 10 of my bosses combined are no match for me when it comes to cooking. Ha 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 ha. Die laughing. Despised by the staff. From the photographer's patch. Ha ha ha. XSWL 071. Singing the Earth Star song? Doesn't it smell good to play the original? The audience can't imagine that Chen Guangxiu is a pimple of iron. But Chen Guangxiu has a very strong mentality to win. They thought it was the cameraman messing with the mindset for program effects. The fire in the center was still burning, and Lin Xian used a small knife to sharpen 2 pairs of chopsticks. Here. And Lu Yao's eyes lit up after trying a piece of chicken. Not bad at all. She had seen Lin Xian's cooking standard before, and this 3 cups of chicken was indeed much stronger than before. Nonsense. I can't even understand it when it's on. I'm not stupid. 2 people have done too much physical work today. The instant noodles at lunchtime. Now that I'm starving, my front and back won't help much. The 2 were so fast that the 3 cups of chicken quickly turned into chicken skeletons. After eating and drinking, the 2 sat on the wooden bed opposite each other, fuming. The firewood in the fire crackled twice now and then. The firewood gradually dimmed, and Lu Yao put a piece of raw wood into the hearth in the center of the room. Lin Xian, you can't burn a fire in the house at night, especially this kind of wood that hasn't been split. It's easy to be poisoned if it doesn't burn sufficiently. The fire gutter outside will burn for 3 hours. The residual heat will keep for 3 hours. And I'll just get up and go out and add firewood once in the evening. It's still early until bedtime anyway. And Lu Yao, finish burning the firewood here. And don't add any more firewood to the fireplace in the house. Lin Xian looked at it. Well, before it gets too dark to see it all, I'll chop some firewood. It's definitely too late to think about chopping wood when it gets cold at night. It's possible to freeze to death. Moreover, Lin Xian estimated that after doing so much work today, 9 times out of 10, he wouldn't want to move tomorrow. That became really camping for fun, so we have to have all the firewood today. Lin Xian took the axe and started chopping wood, and Lu Yao just watched Lin Xian chopping wood and fuming. When you chop wood, you get hot, and when you get hot, Lin Xian takes off his scrunchie. Dressed in short sleeves, Lin Xian chopped wood, not to say that he was much stronger, but full of power. It's too easy to get sleepy with the sound of chopping wood in a quiet environment. Plus, having only just eaten enough, and Lu Yao dozed off. The flashing pop-ups made Lu Yao wake up, and after looking at them for a moment, she inquired, Lin Xian, the pop-ups are asking you where you got the axe from? The 3 survival tools Lin Xian chose were but a knife, saw, rope, and no axe. Lin Xian was puzzled. Cheating. Is it weird that I cheated? It's in my loss and defeat. After Lu Yao dozed off and woke up, she was bored, so she hummed a song, singing the famous song of a female star of Blue Star. Let love be more free. Let love him and be more free. Flying, sleepwalking. I counted the plum blossoms in the cold snow. This freedom that is mine. Lin Xian smiled as he listened. I remember that there was a famous martial artist from our Earth Star who once wrote a similar sentence. In Sentimental Swordsman, Li Xuanhuan asked Fei if he was lonely, and Fei said he was lonely when the plum blossoms bloomed. Li Xuanhuan asked Fei how many plum blossoms had bloomed, and Fei said 17. Counting plum blossoms in the cold wind is about lonely enough. Lin Xian probably remembered it like this, and he didn't know if he remembered it wrong. Lu Yao, however, was nudged awake. Lin Xian, sing Earth Star's song for the audience. Music from another world. How curious. Singing? Lin Xian stopped his axe, wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, and thrust his waist. Why do you need to sing? I can't sing in 5 voices. Wouldn't it be better to listen directly to the original Terran singer than to me singing? Lin Xian stood still with his arms crossed. Lu Yao got it. Watch and see. Lin Xian is going to open up again. Lin Xian traveled to the Earth Star world and came back again, taking out a Bluetooth speaker and hanging it on the door. Listen to what? Love. I want to hear the songs of the Earth Star divas.
Put in something seasonal, winter singing about snow.
Lin Xian compared an OK and started playing. Stirring music came out of the Bluetooth stereo. The first snow of 2002 came a little later than usual.
Parked on the 8th floor of the two-way bus. It is your 10,000 tenderness that melts the ice. La 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 la. Aha, a two-way car parked on the 8th floor? Terrace technology is already magical to this extent? Magnificent love songs. Ah,
this singer's voice is very vicissitude, very storytelling, very high-pitched.
But this kind of singing is rather wild. Ah,
singing for a long time hurts your voice.
There are still capable people in the water. And Lu Yao, next song is softer. Zoe?
Lin Xian paused for a moment.
And when he came back again, he tapped his phone. Wolfsbane Moon. I am haggard. I raise my glass and drink the snow and wind.
Who knocked over the cupboard of past lives and stirred up the dust of right and wrong.
Your hair is like snow. And your parting is beautiful. Who was touched by my incense? Invite the moon to make memories bright. This song is so good. Rococo style song. It's so well written. Ah, this lyrics. Awesome. Just can't pronounce some words very well.
Lin Xian spat out when he learned of the netizens' comments.
Just be thankful. This is already the clearest song this big man has ever spit out.
There are some songs of his that I've been listening to for a small 20 years and I haven't heard what's being sung. This big man has a personality. There are no tears in Mexico.
The snow flies. Snow flurries. North winds.
The snow fell so deep and so seriously. Lin Xian had been playing a song while he was chopping wood.
Having just eaten,
he had enough strength.
And coupled with the quiet environment and listening to the song,
Lin Xian kept chopping wood and actually chopped a large pile.
And Lu Yao then held the chopped firewood, put it in the house, placed it in the gap between the two framed beds, barricaded it, and yarded it.
This wilderness cabin,
which looks like a dormitory, is getting more and more energized. Chopping wood, which lasted more than an hour, had reached 7 o'clock in the evening. It's dark outside.
The fire pit in the house had gone out. Lin Xian filled the fire trench with firewood,
covered it with a stone slab, and then entered the house, closing the door.
The howling cold wind stopped. The audience felt a deep sense of security at the sight of this image. Lin Xian very much cheated by touching the vapor lamp and lighting it, hanging it on a short branch of a tree left specially for the wooden wall of the house. The firelight warmed the cabin.
Quiet environment. And Lu Yao, it's too early to go to bed. But if I don't, there's nothing to do.
Lin Xian cheerfully said. I'll tell you a story. A story from a famous book from the western part of the Earth star.
And Lu Yao was instantly energized. Is it that Robinson Crusoe you were talking about before? The matter of Robinson Crusoe? Lin Xian had already talked to Lu Yao, who had wanted to hear it for a long time. Lin Xian, I can't remember this. Wait for me to go to the Earth star to find a book. After a while, Lin Xian, who was sitting on the bed with his eyes closed, began to open his mouth to narrate. In 1632, I was born into an upper-class family in York. We weren't from around here.
The father was a native of Bremen,
Germany. After emigrating to Interland,
he first lived in Hull, and after making a fortune in business he closed up his business,
and finally moved and settled in York,
where he married my mother. My mother's maiden name was Robinson,
a prominent family in the area, thus naming me Robinson Croizn. Lin Xian, as a host,
is still above the caliber of radio anchors in terms of voice, in terms of storytelling.
The pop-ups also quieted down quite a bit, all listening to Lin Xian's storytelling. With this story,
there were many unnecessary things that Lin Xian skipped over and told the important parts.
The audience may be even more curious about this story than the readers of Terra Nova, for in it they heard things about the planet Earth, that unfamiliar time in history. Many of the descriptions show the charm of the era. After about an hour of reading, Lin Xian spoke. This savage that I saved, I named him Friday. And Lu Yao, what about down there? It's gone down there.
Lin Xian felt something was wrong and added.
It's not that the book is too long.
It's that the story has been told for almost 2 hours.
So if you're interested, you can wait and buy the book. And at this point, the program's logistical team far away in Yenjing had collapsed.
They just got the script, but they did over 60,000 words just doing the subtitles.
Crazy already. What?
You said you'd tell stories,
but you're selling books? This son is not a human being. Mom, yeah, I'll buy it. I'll buy it. Can't I? Make sure you keep it up and tell another story tomorrow night. Lin Xian, that's pretty much it. Take a break tomorrow. It's time for us to rest and turn off the camera. A few dozen meters away, in a large military tent, Chen Guangxiu pressed the button to turn off this side of the camera.
But the first time he used this thing,
Chen Guangxiu pressed the wrong button to switch lenses.
The camera switches to the main shot. At this point the main shot is in the military tent, which has a pit built into the ground and a titanium fireplace.
There are no open fires in the pit now, only charcoal. On the coals, a rabbit, roasted golden and crispy, and a large leg of pork were set up.
realizing that the live broadcast hadn't ended.
The two of them, Lin Xian and An Luya, were looking at the pop-ups, and when they saw the footage in the camera,
Lin Xian became enraged and opened the door of his room and shouted,
"Chen Guangxiao, why do you have rabbits to eat? Why do you have hooves?" From a long distance away,
Chen Guangxiu heard Lin Xian's rant and realized that the camera was left open on the fire pit of the big tent.
Unimpressed, "I hunted and caught it myself, _072. The Four Seasons are absolutely beautiful, and Zhuhai is a divine show." After spitting,
Lin Xian and An Luyao sat in the dimly lit shelter.
and Luyao was a bit distressed.
"You just told a story for so long.
Are you tired? Lin Xian, it's not tiring.
I read it in a library in Earthstar that has air conditioning and milk tea to drink."
An Luya, "Ha."
Lin Xian fumbled a few times in the darkness of the bed.
"Brought it for you."
And Luyao took the warm milk tea and cupped it in her hands. And from Lin Xian's perspective she couldn't see the smiling face spreading under those bright eyes in the darkness.
The next day,
Lin Xian's live broadcast, the number of viewers came to a surge. This program, Seeing the World with Travelers,
also jokingly called Lin Xian's Cheating Journey, surpassed 1 million viewers for the first time. Because it wasn't a weekend,
the viewing numbers would have been low, after all.
Everyone is going to cha dinner. No way they can watch a live stream in the middle of the week in the middle of the day. On the other hand, It's Because I'm a Traveler shows a world of fascination.
And Seeing the World with Travelers has so far been pretty much a show showcasing Lin Xian's personalities.
The program is positioned differently.
As for those live online fake popularities will not be taken out to compare. Lin Xian, this is a real audience breakthrough million.
Never would I have thought that in a different world.
Wilderness survival programs still can't escape the fate of the photographer being more bullish than the protagonist.
Is the Beyonce over the hill bull?
Photographer, he carries a camera over mountains and seas.
Beyonce cliff rappelling bulls **T.
Photographer, he carries a camera speeding.
Is Lin Xian's opening bullish?
Chen Guangxiao does not hang around.
Do better. This guy, who clearly doesn't want to be in the limelight, is just awesome. However, Lin Xian didn't talk too much about Chen Guangxiao. After all, Lin Xian's program wasn't meant to be used for pretending. To be precise, it wasn't meant to be used for pretending for himself. Lin Xian here. The Earthstar songs that were released were soon included by Excellence and released all over the internet.
These songs were all quality songs, and their release was a firestorm. And even Lin Xian's live broadcast popularity was pulled up a lot. Now Lin Xian's team was full of capable people.
Excellence is also a cow beep. Just talked to Shu Du about the hot pot chain.
And then had to fly non-stop to West Whitetooth to talk about the West Whitetooth restaurant. Along the way there was the issue of the establishment of the terrestrial publications press to be dealt with on the way.
At the same time, also did not forget to pay attention to Lin Xian.
Lin Xian show quality works,
all included, and with the entire network of various sites to talk about copyright issues.
Not bad for a 169 IQ test 160 plus slugger.
In addition to Chen Guangxia and Excellence, there are every issue of bulls from all walks of life that join Lin Xian's company.
It was because of these people under his hands that Lin Xian was getting stronger and stronger.
Over the next few days,
Lin Xian tried making traps to catch rabbits,
hunting, making hunting tools,
and gathering roots of wild vegetables buried deep under the snow. Wilderness-style tables and chairs were also made. Another attempt was made to find flint to light a fire and to make a stone axe from black stone.
All this content that seems so sparse on Terra, where 10,000 people are making videos in a single internet search, is so new on Blue Star. Each day can steadily suck a small percentage of viewers into the live stream. This audience is younger and has more time on their hands as opposed to the main audience demographic of I'm a Traveler. The viewership has also grown from about to break 1 million to a steady million, with more viewers at the drop of a hat. The mutual dislike between An Luyao and Lin Xian is also a notable point of the program. Like a hermit and a tall man,
Chen Guangxiao's passive-aggressive pretenses from time to time are also something that fans enjoy.
It has been, and continues to be, until Saturday. Saturday was completely different. Saturday's audience, which instantly topped 5 million.
A large number of fans of I'm a Crossing have rallied to the new show's arrival. They only had time to watch the live broadcast on weekends, and they heard that Lin Xian had a new program, and that there were surprises from time to time, with stories from books on the planet Earth, songs from the planet Earth, and sports activities on the planet Earth. So I've been wanting to get a glimpse for a long time. Once Saturday rolled around, the turnout was instant, and Luya finished her breakfast and froze when she looked at the number of pop-ups. It's not on the same order of magnitude as the number of pop-ups the other day. The top one half of the broadcast is now covered entirely in pop-up overlays. Dense. It's impossible to see what the audience is saying. Unless the audience is uniformly saying the same thing, it's not clear to see. A lot of people. Lin Xian leered. I think it's the Iron Fans group of I Am a Traveler coming over. Everyone.
Having demonstrated a lot of wilderness survival play and skills the other day, isn't it time to hunt big beasts today? What's the story today? By the way, it's still morning. Storytelling will have to wait for the evening. Playing a song to play a song. Yesterday's song by that singer-songwriter was good. More today. The button search released a few songs a day. How can there be a few tens of thousands of songs in the Earthstar library? Right? You're going to press the goods for 10 or 20 years? Seeing more similar words inside the dense pop-ups, Lin Xian lets out a sigh of joy. Actually, wilderness survival is, in essence, pretty much over. There are two main modes of wilderness survival on Terra. One challenge is to survive somewhere for a period of time. 3 days, 7 days, a month, 100 days. The second mode is to traverse some unoccupied terrain until a person is found and rescued. We had the survival time challenge, and it's almost over. Lin Xian brushed his teeth with a toothbrush made of willow branches. This thing, it tastes better than the toothbrushes you buy. By the way, today, we will show you the real Juzhaegu. The environment here is beautiful, right? But even the most beautiful cedars and snowfields don't look good after a while. So take a look at the real Juzhai. Lin Xian packed up his things, brought some food with him, and checked what he was carrying. Go, set off. It was finally time to venture farther away from the campground. Well, that's the nature of adventure. When we first arrived, this campground was an unfamiliar environment, but after so many days of operation, it's a comfort zone. Lin Xian brought an Luya with him and walked forward along the icefall. In the scene, several huge snow-covered trees blocked the view ahead. As Lin Xian and Luya stepped on their homemade snowshoes and passed through the cover, their eyes opened up. A huge ice wall that was at least 200 meters wide and 8 or 9 stories high blocked the way. Whoa, spectacular! Icefall. The cluster of icefalls next to the shelter is peculiar, but it's too small after all. This waterfall is awesome. Lin Xian leered. This is Noralang Waterfall, the largest waterfall in Juzhai and the largest calcified waterfall in the world. In Earthstar, one of the most highly rated TV series Journey to the West was once set in Juzhai, and that scene remains deep in the heart of every Earthstar Dragon nation. Not this one though, but the next big waterfall, which will be visible in a few moments. By the way, Journey to the West is one of the 4 ancient masterpieces of the Dragon Kingdom, and its popularity is the top of the 4 masterpieces, far surpassing that of 3 kingdoms. Just say it, but don't do it. Send out the book if you can. When will the printed version come? We don't care. First come to an electronic version in the Dragon Point update. Recommend votes. Monthly votes. Reward, absolutely no less. Dare to send me Dare to full subscription. Journey to the West? When Journey to the West will be released? Lin Xian has long had a plan. Such a spectacular icefall. Enjoy it for a while. Take screenshots of what you should take screenshots of. And if you want to make wallpaper speed up, just give it 5 minutes. There is still gurgling water under the Noralang icefall. Frozen icicles dangle from the lower part of the icefall. The top half, stacked like the melted wax tears of a candle, is whiter and more opaque in color, while the bottom half is transparent and more textured. Under the sunlight, the icefall reflects the golden sunrise rays. It's a different kind of fun in a snowy landscape. 5 minutes time quickly arrived. Lin Xian, do you guys want to see the icefall in the spring and the icefall in the fall? Get ready to go together. Is this show going to play with big special effects too? Shit. I knew it. This must be a special program put up by the Dragon Countryside to promote tourism. But in reality this place is really pretty too. There were still many people who thought Lin Xian's crossing was fake. After all, there are all sorts of urban legends that most educated and cognizant people would consider to be false. It's like suddenly there's a time when someone says they've come back from the future and not many people will believe it. More people are skeptical. But as the show showed things closer and closer to people, more and more people believed Lin Xian was a traveler. Believers can't wait either. The Blue Star 9-walled city is still wilderness and undeveloped, and the Earth Star 9-walled city should already be well developed. How will the landscape look here after this ice melts? Boom! The ice melts and the frozen water flows again. The snow fades. Greenery. The bushes are pumping out bright green leaves at the cliffs at the top of Nodrin Falls. The sound of the rumbling waterfall was deafening. If any image could be described as vibrant, it would have to be here. Time passes and the bright green leaves yellow and then tinted with fiery red. Deep rock walls, fiery red shrubs, bright yellow forests, emerald green water, white waves, and turquoise blue skies. No other painter in the world can produce such stunning colors. Only nature's ghostly workmanship can do that. Creation bells and goddesses. Juzhai, paradise on earth. 073, Juzhai fairytale world. When the colors flowed in the frozen world, it's as if the outer wrapping of a fine gift box is being peeled off one by one. The gifts inside will never disappoint anyone. Tall waterfalls wash over the front section. The water in the latter section pours down with the mountains. each current like a chapeau and like a wedding gown drooping.
That's what makes the waterfalls in Juzhai so extraordinarily attractive. If you describe the waterfalls elsewhere, they are like 10,000 ravines of thunder, as if a thunderbolt were ripping through the air and tearing through the mountain. Then Juzhai's waterflow is warm and moist like jade. Each waterfall tributary are like a piece of stunningly beautiful and warm jade rui. The fiery red leaves and bright yellow leaves can light up the most perfect stimulation in one's vision. The blue sky in the sky seems to cleanse the soul. The presence of these purest and most infectious colors of nature in one image is the magic here. People who have heard of Juzhai for the first time will definitely find it hard to pull themselves away when they see this image. What a beautiful view. Hidden in the middle of the mountains. It's amazing that it's never been discovered. This place is really beautiful. I just want to know when the highway will be open. I want to go and have fun. The human quest for the good is, by and large, the same. What others have had, they want to have for themselves. Everyone expects that when they go, they will encounter the same beauty and different stories. On the side, and Lu Yao was dumbfounded. And Lu Yao didn't bring VR eyes at all. She was convinced that Lin Xian was a traveler, and Lin Xian didn't need to do any cover-ups with her. The resolution in Lu Yao saw was far less strong than what Lin Xian saw with his naked eyes. But the 3D images are still more visual and impactful than the flat images viewers see. Beautiful. The aerial camera took off from in front of the waterfall and flew into the air. The charm of this Noralang waterfall is only shown just a little bit. The camera flies upward so the viewer can see the top of it. It was not a rushing river, but a zephyr that flowed slowly like a mirror. The low shrubs bloomed like a burning flame above the mirror. The water was running just under the bushes. Ka-ching. The scene cuts back and instantly reverts to a world of ice and snow. All that was good disappeared under the snow. The stunning beauty of Juzhai is covered in ice and snow. Ah! You're just going to show it to me for a little while? You're too stingy, aren't you? Don't stop. The pop-ups exploded. Lin Xian cheerfully said. What's the hurry? The charm of Juzhai is not just a waterfall. We're also going to see the beautiful colorful lake and the sea of 5 flowers. From the edge of the cliff, there was a path to go up, and Lin Xian led in Lu Yao upwards. It's obviously a beastly road, and it's a bad one. There was a road to Juzhai after the development of Earthstar, but Lin Xian had no way to take in Lu Yao there. So he can only go back to Blue Star and climb through the ice and snow within Lu Yao. The side animal path had been much more gentle than the waterfall that went straight up and down. It took more than 20 minutes before Lin Xian brought in Lu Yao carefully up to the top of the side of the waterfall and continued on. Walked for a few minutes to the largest small waterfall complex in Juzhai. Lin Xian didn't mince words and once again released the images of the Earthstar 9-walled city in the fall. Gurgling water. This is called Pearl Beach Falls. This is because the bubbles formed under the impact of the water current are like pearls. It's slightly smaller than Nodrin. At the top of this waterfall is where Journey to the West gives one of the most impressive image scenes. The 4 masters and disciples walk over Pearl Beach Falls, glimpsed during the credits. That image is one that many people will never forget for the rest of their lives. This one falls sideways much better. Up there is the Sea of 5 Flowers. 500 meters past Pearl Beach Falls is the Sea of 5 Flowers. Walking over to the large frozen lake, Lin Xian and Lu Yao found a fallen tree and just sat down. Coming. The seasons flow. The frozen water loosened to reveal what it was supposed to be. Many people describe water as beautiful and like to use the word blue. After arriving in Juzhai, you will realize that only the 5-flower sea in Juzhai is worthy of the word azure. Other water is said to be blue, and that's more or less bragging rights. The main body of the Sea of 5 Flowers is a true azure blue, a color that is difficult to dye with human dye. Even the sapphire is much worse than the main body of the Sea of 5 Flowers. And the Sea of 5 Flowers also has emerald green color blocks. Calcified yellow bottom of the lake, full of red leaves and the water reflection of the mountains, forming a stunningly beautiful sea of 5 flowers. Everyone could see with their naked eyes some straight tree trunks stretching across the bottom of the lake. The lake here looks like it's only a few dozen centimeters high, as if it's shallow. It's actually several meters deep, and it's because the water is so clear that it gives the illusion that you can touch the bottom with one hand. It is because there are some trees deposited at the bottom of the lake. Together with that illusion of feeling that the bottom of the lake is only a few tens of centimeters deep, corroborate each other and tell everyone who sees it. It's how amazing it really is. You won't find another landscape like this on this planet, except for the Sea of 5 Flowers. Everyone in Blue Star has never seen this kind of beauty. Not even going into animation, or even dreaming, can make this kind of ghostly, extreme view. Why is Juzhai special? A poet describes the clarity and seclusion of other places as being after a fresh rain on an empty mountain. Juzhai, on the other hand, is perennially a world away from the world. It gives the impression that it's not real, that it shouldn't exist on Earth. Is this heaven? Good Lord. The paradise I see portrayed in TV shows and movies is not as good as this place. Juzhai, also known as Fairy Tale World in Terra,
Lin Xian and Luyo ate lunch right here before continuing on. Finally, it's time to arrive at the colorful pool.
Lin Xian cheerfully said.
Don't blink, everyone. If you miss this scene, you'll have to wait a long time to see it in the future. The colorful pool. Unsealed. The images change, the colors change, and the colorful pools reveal a variety of colors in the sunlight. Here, the colors are not fixed. Here, beauty is timeless. Trees dumped at the bottom of the lake, which had been calcified, also became part of the scenery. The stalagmites at the bottom of the lake refract the light and bring out different colors. The sun is broken down here, in all its colors. The surrounding scenery creates a reflection in the pool. The magical landscapes of karst inherently come with a variety of pure colors. All of these things blend together to make a natural reservoir of pigment. Any movie that shows a clash of colors is just a poor imitator in its presence. With the sun at its peak and the mountain breeze blowing, it splashed open a ripple of golden red, golden yellow and snowy green, which was particularly bewitching. Lin Xian, the beauty of Zhuhai is indescribable to man. Zhuhai has the most extreme views everywhere. There's no way I can show everyone the beauty of Zhuhai in one day. There's also a long sea at the top of the mountain, snow-capped mountains, mirrored lake, light blue, beautiful. But if we go up there, we won't have time to get back to camp tonight. So come see for yourself sometime later. First you tell me I'm pretty, then you don't show me? It's not a matter of a day or two for the sun not to be a human being. I'd like to see this place in person. But it's more fun in person. Hurry up and develop this place so I can see it with my own eyes. It's already breathtakingly beautiful just by looking at it on the screen. It's more fun to come in person. That said, seeing the world with travelers doesn't seem to be quite the same as I'm a traveler. Each has its own flavor, I guess. Lin Xian's product is a masterpiece. When Lin Xian saw the netizens strolling, he couldn't help but spit out. We came up here in the cold wind to show you paradise. And you guys sat at home enjoying the heat while enjoying the view. And you're still trolling me. And Lu Yao nodded her head with a small chicken peck. Sanshin, come on. Let's go down the hill or we won't make it back to camp before dark. In the past, when I was in Earthstar and went to Zhuhai for fun, it was all by car up the mountain. It's still a lot of work to really walk back and forth. It's beautiful, but before it was developed and before the roads were built, it could be tough and dangerous. If there was anything but a suitable place to live here, it wouldn't have been hidden in the dense forest for so long. On his way back, Lin Xian was walking when he saw a huge plum blossom footprint on the ground. Compare it with your hand. The footprints, more than his own hands, were mostly there. Their footprints don't look like that. In his previous life, the 99-degree search, the logo was a bear's paw, which Lin Xian still recognized. It looks like cat footprints. And Luya looked at it for half a day and determined, it's cat footprints all right. Lin Xian was speechless. Silly or not, where did such a big cat come from? This is a tiger's footprints, right? And Lu Yao instantly stiffened. The bully. Where did tigers come from in the marshlands of the Blue Star? But this is the range of the bully tigers. Lin Xian also froze for a moment. Earth Star. After Zhuhai was developed, the animals were hidden in the surrounding mountains. This is an undeveloped part of Zhuhai, and animals are moving around. Go, hurry back to camp. 074. Let's Earth Star Hair Panda. Go. After Lin Xian discovered the footprints, Chen Guangxiu appeared a long way away. Originally, Chen Guangxiu was kept out of Lin Xian's field of vision during the program's filming, but the bully appeared and Chen Guangxiu had to be closer to Lin Xian for protection. Even the local girl, Twilight Chroma, was scared when she heard the word bully. A creature like the bastard is, to be precise, extremely terrifying. After Lin Xian saw the footprints, he thought a little bit and went to predict the size of this bastard and realized that the owner of the footprints was a giant tiger, moving downward, and Lu Yao inquired, in the Earth Star, the Overlord is extinct? Well, it probably went extinct because Shu province was historically overpopulated. Lin Xian, but this Overlord's roar isn't quite the same as in the records on the Earth Star. The terrestrial star record considers the bully tiger to be a tiger larger than a Bengal tiger and smaller than a northeastern tiger. In fact, with a little thought, one can determine that this is misperception. In a wild environment, lacking food, the northeast tiger is not as large as the Bengal tiger. It is only in captive breeding or artificially set up reserves that the northeast tiger has shown itself to be far larger than the Bengal tiger. So why have scientists decided that the tiger is bigger than the Bengal tiger and smaller than the northeastern tiger? What this really says is that in the wild, the remains of a dominatrix have been found to be larger than a Bengal tiger and smaller than a captive documented Bengal tiger. But the earliest bones of the bastards are all before the Great Ming, because the bastards on the planet Earth have never been found by humans since they appeared once as early as 15XX. In other words, scientific studies have shown that the tiger in the wild, in a state of lack of food, is smaller than the captive northeast tiger. After entering the modern world, the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom has also established a protected area, and in the absence of a lack of food, the size of the bully tigers is something that is even larger than a captive northeast tiger. The larger the feline, the stronger the killing instinct, and the aggression stacks up linearly. A face-to-face run-in with this thing in the wild is not a good thing. Lin Xian did have a way to cheat to prevent being hurt, but it's better not to. The return trip picked up speed, but after all, it's easier to go up than down, and the advance wasn't much faster. And Luya was a little alarmed when she felt a dark shadow scurrying between the mountains and forests not far away. Lin Xian also noticed and pulled in Luya to the other side. Keep going. Wild animals are still afraid of humans, no matter what. After all, wild animals that aren't afraid of humans were exterminated during the great expansion of Homo sapiens. The vast majority of wild animals do not actively seek out humans. Down the side of the Pearl Beach waterfall, Chen Guangxia was also more alert and closer to Lin Xian. If the barracuda had any intention of attacking, Chen Guangxia was prepared to cut off the live broadcast and settle the barracuda. It's not a good image to broadcast. After all, Lin Xian wasn't too scared because he had the system in place, still maintaining his rate and continuing to descend the mountain. Ow! On a raised rock, a fierce tiger covered in black and streaked with dark gold stood with its head thrown back and roared. Powerful muscular lines, soft black fur that shines in the sunlight, and a very focused look in his eyes. The king's aura is on display. It wasn't particularly far away from Lin Xian and the two of them. The viewers can clearly see the terror of that wild bully in the camera. Instead, Lin Xian was much more relieved. It's not starving. If hungry, it will look for an opportunity to attack any animal it can, rather than growling. Spooking a snake in the grass is something that the smart big cat knows. Although Luya was a blue star, she had only seen breathless captive bullies at the zoo. Those big cats that have been in captivity for more than a couple of generations don't have a lot of spunk. The first time she saw a wild barracuda, and Luya was a bit shocked. On the rock, the overlord didn't care about the two Lin Xian who were moving right around themselves, turning his head to look at Lin Xian with no intention of attacking. Lin Xian, how fortunate. I should be the only person to have seen a barracuda in Earthstar's modern era. This creature has been extinct in our world for 500 years. And Lu Yao, seeing that the bully was far away and had not developed hostility, joked, "This bully is also lucky. It's the first dominatrix in history to have seen an extraterrestrial." Lin Xian laughed. "Ha ha, let's keep going. This bully had no intention of attacking." In Terra Nova, near Juzhai is a giant panda reserve. I didn't realize that in Blue Star, where pandas are extinct, this is the range where the barracuda is active. But yes, there is a wide variety of flora and fauna in this neighborhood. Juzhai on the planet Earth is a protected area for many first-class protected animals such as pandas and golden monkeys, as well as first-class protected plants. In Blue Star, Juzhai has never been developed, and the closest Tibetan village here is still dozens of kilometers away, and without access to the road. With the complexity of the landscape here, no one has ever come in here. In this case, it is now a haven for flora and fauna. However, creatures like the bullybird should live in places that aren't so cold, and their step westward is also related to human activity. An open view on a distant mountain forest. A large, too small, three-headed black shadow strolled through the forest. "Ow!" the female bully roared. The male bully on the lone cliff responded by scampering off at speed. It only took a short time to reach the vicinity of the female bastard. The two young barracudas fight and mill around the male barracuda. I didn't realize that bullies move as a family. It's not very common in felines, and it seems that only leopards are like this. After descending from Pearl Beach Falls to Noralang Falls, it wasn't far from Lin Xian's shelter. Chen Guangxu once again disappeared into Lin Xian's field of vision with twilight drama. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief, and Luya wasn't so nervous anymore and took out her tablet to read the pop-ups. The pop-ups were flying at this point. "Ha ha 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 ha, Lin Xian, let us see so many things of the Earth Star. First time to see the fierce beasts of the Blue Star. Handsome or not? Am I not handsome as a bully? Ha 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 ha. Our overlord has given Lin Xian a shock. Blue Star, calm can kind of pull the trigger," Lin Xian cheerfully said. "The overwhelm is very special. It went extinct in the Earth Star and didn't have a chance to see it. But there is also an animal Blue Star doesn't have an Earth Star. It's also from Shu Province, an animal that went extinct on Blue Star." Lin Xian joyfully said, "You blue stars. It's called the ancient bamboo bear. Do you know what a bamboo bear looks like?" The pop-ups were instantly emptied. Bamboo bears have long been extinct in the history of the blue planet, since it is a beast very close to the history of mankind. Most of the internet has also heard of its name, but no one has ever seen a bamboo bear. Legend has it that the bamboo bear was the mount of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom's distant ancestor, Li Mu, and should be very brave, right? Scientists haven't studied it either. and I don't think the bamboo bear, with its size and horrible skeleton shape, says that it eats bamboo. I don't believe it. Animal research is like that.
It is impossible to analyze the animal's shape just by looking at the skeleton.
If you show the skeleton of a penguin to someone who doesn't know,
and see the neck skeleton that's longer than the body, and ask them to rehabilitate the penguin, they'll surely make the penguin look like a swan.
Who would have thought penguins were so dorky?
Lin Xian laughed out loud.
Never seen it before, have you? In the history of Earth Star, the name of a bamboo bear is called a panda.
It's the most adorable creature on Terranland.
Bar none. The most adorable? Is that the wrong pronunciation?
You have the ability to say it. You have the ability to put a picture. Lin Xian cheerfully said.
When we get back to the camp, I'll take everyone to see the pandas.
It took another small half hour to finally get back to the campground.
Time to fulfill the promise. Let's see what a bamboo bear looks like.
I guess the bamboo bear must be all black or brown.
Much like a black or brown bear, bamboo bears are definitely more athletic and lanky,
with a great sense of streamlining. The bamboo bear should have that dangerous pattern on it.
I guess it's more impactful. As in Luyo went to build a fire.
Lin Xian smiled.
Then take everyone to see the panda.
Lin Xian traveled directly with the camera to the Earthstar Panda Protection Base.
In the yard, a pudgy giant panda is grabbing bamboo shoots and snapping at them.
The black and white shape highlights a mo.
Next to it, in another garden,
several giant panda cubs are chasing their nanny for a hug.
Bamboo bear, are you sure it looks like this? Bump F** king petri dish, bleeding cute. Ah, it looks so soft and cuddly. I want to hug it. The camera pans up to show a juvenile giant panda,
sitting on a tree branch, wiggling his butt and scratching.
Are you sure this is God Rimu's mount, going out to fight is butting the enemy to death?
The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up.
In the Earthstar Dragon Kingdom, once a person from Shu Province reaches adulthood,
they can receive a giant panda as a mount that they can ride to school.
Bump F** king petri dish,
Lin Xian cheerfully said.
Just kidding, pandas are a first-class protected animal.
Their numbers are very rare.
About the same number as the population of the barracuda. And I'm a traveler. Lin Xian wouldn't joke around. But here,
this is closer to the real Lin Xian.
075. Good night stories. The daughter of the sea.
Today's live stream is kind of a no-brainer for most of the viewers who only get to watch it on the weekends. First, we saw the beauty of Juzhai in all 4 seasons, and then saw a family of wild bullywogs.
Back at the campground,
the sun was already setting in the west.
Because of the angle, the sunlight lit up the snow and the ice of the waterfall complex. It's like a million lights. The lonely wilderness doesn't seem to be alone.
Lin Xian looked at the ground near the shelter. There were tiny footprints. It should be a rabbit-type creature that had passed by here.
This little rabbit was unlucky. Judging from the direction of its footprints,
it should have run headlong into Chen Guanxiao's trap.
And Luyo had also learned a lot in the past few days,
and judged which direction the bunny had gone based on the footprints.
Lin Xian, it's too late to hunt today, so let's cheat today.
Veteran viewers of Seeing the World with Travelers are already having fun, and new visitors over the weekend are still asking questions.
What cheating? What do you eat if you don't hunt? Lin Xian just stood there without moving, and after a while a fresh fish appeared in his hand, and it's still cod, baked enough for 2. In the past few days,
Lin Xian had been cooking live, and had also traveled to the Earthstar and learned a lot of cooking skills, and his craft had risen greatly in the past few days.
As it turned out,
Lin Xian wasn't an idiot at cooking, but rather, he hadn't learned it before when he was in the Earthstar.
Now that I've been learning for a few days, the rate of progress has skyrocketed, and Luyao's level of wood burning also soared.
But for grilling fish,
not inside an indoor fireplace.
Lin Xian made a fire pit with stones,
threw in firewood,
and waited for it to burn. Roasting things over an open fire makes it easy to scorch them. It's better to wait until these fine wood fires are almost burned and there's no more open fire.
On the pop-ups, new viewers on Saturday came in as an afterthought. This is how to cheat. That said, surviving in the wilderness seems like fun, so try it sometime. While waiting for firewood,
Lin Xian started chopping wood again.
That's the way it is in the wilderness, where odd hours need to be utilized either to enhance the comfort of the dwelling or to prepare firewood in large quantities. It's time to play the song. Play the song. Hurry up,
Lin Xian cheerfully said.
Is it fun to listen to songs every day? Put on some pure music and forget about it.
Lin Xian chose and played a song called The Sound of Snow Falling, which was a tune from Yanxi Raiders, but played a pure piano version.
Lin Xian's hands were quick now,
as they were relatively fine wood themselves, so they quickly accumulated a pile before stopping.
Lying on the chair,
Lin Xian and Luyo looked at the setting sun in the forest.
Time seemed to stop at that moment.
Lin Xian lay on the chair,
didn't even move, raised his feet,
cozily raised his hands, and his hands had a cup of milk tea in one hand, and they were all in wooden cups. Lin Xian had learned a lot himself in the past few days. It turns out that in cold conditions, the wooden cups will allow the hot water to chill more slowly. If it's plastic, it gets cold after a while. Wooden cups don't. After the sound of snow falling, Mysterious Garden then Snow Dreams were played next. By the time all this music had been put on, there was no longer any open flame in the fire. Lin Xian finally put on a piano version of City in the Sky and then began to break up the charcoal fire by placing the cod, threaded on sticks, on a rack of tree branches. The crisp sound of Sky City echoing, along with the scenery of Zhuhai in the snowy season and the stars that climbed the sky after the sun went down in the west, made the picture simply beautiful. The weather in Zhuhai was supposed to be great. There wasn't much pollution around, and the stars were supposed to be beautiful. What's more, it was undeveloped, and the sky was clear to see the star clusters and star colors. Where else can you see the pink clusters of stars in the sky and the Milky Way? Where to see those colorful galaxies again? Under the stars, the grilled fish moistens. What a beautiful setting. Isn't it story time? By the way, the 94 version of Romance of the Three Kingdoms is starting to air, but isn't the picture too blurry? And Lu Yao relayed to Lin Xian, who was flipping the fish with a sideways glance. Too mushy? It can't be helped. It's been remastered and it's so much clearer than the original version I watched on TV. But after all, it's a TV show from that era. It's so long ago. Dare you put out a little drama with clearer picture quality? I'm not interested in the Three Kingdoms. Are there any other dramas? Right. Zhuhai is so beautiful. Earthstar must have filmed a lot of TV dramas in Zhuhai. Put one out. Don't tease. Knowing that it's a fake hype gimmick, how can you say take out a TV show? That must not be done with CG animation, ah? Lin Xian looked sideways at the pop-up and smiled. Yes, there was indeed a TV series filmed in Zhuhai. Thinking about it for a moment, the journey to the west that is older than the Romance of the Three Kingdoms and even less clear. Something more recent, a drama filmed in Zhuhai? Generally, only big productions or TV movies with very strong inputs are likely to be set in Zhuhai. Movie and TV dramas, if nothing else, are Journey to the West, Journey to the East, God's Eagles, Heroes. Journey to the West hasn't even been released yet. Show them Journey to the East? The movie definitely doesn't fit. What about Godedit? You haven't shown the audience Legend of the Eagle Shooting Heroes yet and you're just going to show them the Divine Eagle couple? Lin Xian thought about it for a while, and still felt that the Divine Eagles were a good choice. The Divine Eagles have been the sequel to the Eagle Eagles Heroes for a lifetime. So let the Eagle Eagles Heroes try to be the prequel to the Divine Eagles in this world as well. Thinking of this, the wicked Lin Xian burst out laughing, and Lu Yao's face was full of questions and she tilted her head. You picked up money over on the Earth Star? No, I remembered something happy. And Lu Yao, what's the happy thing? Lin Xian was very smooth. My wife is giving birth today. Lin Xian only reacted after saying, ahem, this is a movie line stunt from Earthstar. I don't have a wife. And Lu Yao had a face of disbelief. Lin Xian had no choice but to switch the signal source and broadcast this segment of the police department from the mermaid on the air. Don't be afraid of what I'm going to say next. I saw mermaids. The cop pulls out left fish right man. This? Not left and right, but up and down. Police officer holding the top fish down. This? Women. The cop drew hair on the fish's head. Ha? Where's the head? A mermaid. It's a mermaid with a fish tail. You know? The story plays to we are professionally trained and generally don't laugh unless we can't help it. It's the pop-ups that get a lot of ha 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 after the playback is complete. Lin Xian, right. I'd say it's a movie stock. At this point, not many people were laughing on the pop-ups, and countless others were asking again. So, what is a mermaid? Lin Xian tactically leaned back. There's no mermaid story in Blue Star? Where would the audience experience this spoof without a mermaid story? Lin Xian was puzzled. You guys haven't heard the story of the mermaid? There are no mermaid stories in Blue Star? Never mind. I've got my fish baked, so after dinner and good night story time, I'll tell you all about mermaids. A lot of the audience was ready to withdraw their tickets and leave. Hearing that Lin Xian was going to tell a story was what pulled in the ratings numbers. Good night time. Lin Xian lay down on the wooden bed, closed his eyes, and began to tell the Daughter of the Sea. The story is called The Mermaid's Tale, also known as The Daughter of the Sea. At the bottom of the sea, very, very deep, there is a majestic castle where 6 mermaid princesses live. All of them very beautiful, especially the youngest, who has long, golden hair. Mermaids all have handsome human upper bodies with this fish-like but smooth and colorful lower body. One day the little princess went out to play on the sea and found a birthday party being held on a big ship. She saw the little prince and fell in love with him at once. Suddenly, there was a violent storm, and a great gale overturned the great ship, and the prince fell into the water. The little princess rescued the unconscious prince and put him on the shore, and when she heard someone's voice, the little princess hid behind the reef.
a girl came and found the prince, and under her careful care he awoke. The little princess went back to the bottom of the sea, but she kept missing the prince. So the little princess found the witch in the sea and wanted to turn her fishtail into legs and go ashore to the prince. The witch said, "Oh little princess, I have a way to make you grow legs, but after parting them you will have a drilling pain in every step you take, and once the prince marries another woman you will turn to foam, and also, you will give me your beautiful voice." The little princess misses the prince, and she would rather endure the pain. It was the prince who saved the little princess who came ashore when she was awake on the shore. The prince gave the little princess the most gorgeous clothes and traveled with them, but the little princess lost her voice and couldn't speak. 076. Earthstars Drama and Fairy Tales. Although the little princess traveled with the prince and experienced many good times, she had no way to tell the prince that she had saved him in the first place, or that she loved him. Finally, the prince wandered to the place where he had been rescued from shore in the first place, and he went to find the girl who had taken care of him. "She saved me, and I will take her as my wife." And Luyo had covered her mouth as she listened. Lin Xian continued slowly. The little princess returned to the bottom of the sea sadly, and a few sisters were worried about their sister turning into a bubble when they realized that the prince was going to marry another girl. They found the witch again, and they traded their beautiful hair for daggers with divine powers. Just kill the prince and he won't marry another girl. The little princess wouldn't have turned into a bubble. The little princess got the dagger and went back to shore to the prince's room. Looking at that sleeping prince, the little princess gave up. Early in the morning, she turned into a sky full of foam, blown higher and higher by the sea breeze. The prince wakes up and realizes that his sister, who was traveling with him, is missing and searches everywhere. The mermaid princess who turned into a bubble just looked at the prince and was content to fly off into the depths of the pink clouds. After the speech, Lin Xian came back. This is the story of the mermaid. It's a fairy tale, more suitable for children, but not having had a mermaid legend of Blue Star. Everyone listened attentively, and Lu Yao covered her mouth. This is too. No one was at fault. Was the prince negative? Not really, he just thought it was the girl who saved him. Is it wrong for a girl to be cross? She doesn't even realize that it was the little princess who saved the prince from the sea to the shore before herself. What about the little princess? As a mermaid, there's no way she could let a human find her. What about the witch? A witch is just a businesswoman. She just did the exchange. What a poignant story. Is this a fairy tale for children? That's funny. But why is it about love? It doesn't seem to have a moralizing effect either. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Why not? And Lu Yao's tilted head and gaze represented the doubts of all the water users. Lin Xian, this story tells children how important it is to be cultured. But if the little princess could write, there wouldn't be so many misunderstandings. Is that how it's interpreted? How do I feel? A strong air of flimflam? Lin Xian was happy. Alright friends, that's it for today's live broadcast. Let's see you tomorrow. Many netizens exited the live broadcast and directly found the Three Kingdoms and watched it. Right now, the popularity of the webcast triple play is very high. The number of airings without watering it down reached 16 million per episode. It's 4 times higher than the real airplay of dramas that claim to have over 100 million hits per episode. There's no doubt now that Triple H is out of the loop. It's not the Emma Traveler fans who are holding it together anymore. With no shackles imposed from above on the influence that I Am the Crossing brings, everything related to the show is exploding with heat as it should have been. The Three Kingdoms has reached a terrifying 640,000 average subscriptions for e-subscriptions by now, and the number of sets sold has skyrocketed to 9.8 million. That's a number that's already sitting at the top of bestseller lists around the world. This is just what it has created within the Dragon Kingdom. That's enough to imagine it's much hotter than the average bestseller. Although its picture quality is mushy like that, though it comes from the planet Earth and has no cultural base in Blue Star. But this 94th version of Romance of the Three Kingdoms is still killing it. Messily, in the realm of TV webcasts, not bothering to fake it, the total airplay of Romance of the Three Kingdoms on Central Dat Online has already surpassed 200 million. If this is put on other video sites that are good for a lot of money, if you don't mark 4 billion plays, it's considered that the person who counts has a conscience in his heart. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms stormed the internet and tons of terriers circulated. I am General Xing Daorong. Insert label and sell head. I'm the same. I've never seen such a brazen man. It's already in a new era. And unlike the era when the 94 version was broadcast on Earthstar, in this era, the ghosts are coming in so fast that they've just been broadcasted and the ghosts are coming out. Rapman Zhuge Kongming is on the short video circuit, killing through. On short videos, various videos of the Three Kingdoms are super hot, which in turn has absorbed a large number of viewers to it. Even if you haven't seen Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the TV version of Romance of the Three Kingdoms is a rare and wonderful episode. It's even easier to understand the Three Kingdoms without having read it. Magic City, Flower Bud Kindergarten. Young female teacher with glasses in storytelling class. Children. Today I'm going to tell you about a new book, The Daughter of the Sea. The children sat in their seats. For small children, the desire to explore and learn about the world is an innate habit, and they listened attentively. All the children were mesmerized as their teacher colorfully told them all about the Daughter of the Sea. Unlike the adults, they didn't particularly lament the dissipation of the little princess. Rather, I was drawn to those plots and special things in the story. A mermaid? A witch? Can beautiful voices still be given out or gained? The teacher was satisfied to see that the kids weren't making any noise. Children, is this a good story? Good to hear. Teachers, say it again. The female teacher could only speak again helplessly. Kids don't realize the truth that by reading the same story more than once, they can, at best, glean some good truths from it, but not find a message in the cracks of the story that they hadn't seen before. But the kids enjoyed themselves. Teacher, say it again, please. The female teacher's smile had stiffened on her face. After the third lecture, the female teacher flew. Children, this story tells us that if we don't learn, we won't be able to communicate with others. Yo, if the little princess could write, there would be no subsequent encounters. Here, teach everyone to read phonetically. The teacher was made to understand the same thing that Lin Xian had realized. In the office, a few teachers exchanged words with the latest edition of fairy tale voices. Today's stories were of high quality, and this Daughter of the Sea was so wonderfully written. But who is this Anderson? I don't know. A budding children's author? It says Anderson 1805 to 1875. Let's see. This teacher saw the year and looked back again. Terrestrial? What do you mean by terrestrial? After Lin Xian told the story, Excellence quickly contacted every major newspaper and magazine in the country that serialized or published fairy tales. The new edition of the magazine Fairy Tale Voices, Daughter of the Sea, is printed on the front page. That's why so many teachers go out and tell kids this story. Xu Mingyu worked all day and returned home. His wife and daughter had already eaten. Working late again. No way, wife. I'll be back early tomorrow. Xu Mingyu's wife, who was cleaning up, then you go put your daughter to bed. Xu Mingyu went to his daughter Zhu Zhan's room. Zhan, go to sleep. Fong, who had just finished washing his feet, squeaked his little feet. No, I want to hear a story. Xu Mingyu, okay, Daddy will give you a story about a little cow. Don't. So tell you a story about Prince Morton? No, I want to listen to the story of the little princess. I want to listen to the story of the mermaid. Situation shrunk into the comforter and looked at Xu Mingyu with an expectant face. Xu Mingyu scratched his head, thinking, mermaid? What the hell is that? After thinking about it for a while, Xu Mingyu decided to ask 98 Degrees when things didn't work out. On the 98 Degrees search engine, the word mermaid had just been typed in, followed by a whole bunch of questions. What's a mermaid? What fairy tale character is a mermaid? What's the name of that fairy tale about the mermaid? What does a mermaid really look like? Xu Mingyu clicked in and still found the mermaid story as a scarf. Sent from the account Lin Xian. Xu Mingyu clicked into the long picture and, with a sigh of relief, began to tell the story. After a long day of playing, Fonzie was fast asleep. Xu Mingyu realized that his daughter was asleep and carefully walked out of the room, closed the door and sat on the sofa. Daughter of the Sea? How come I never heard that story when I was a kid? What a rich atmosphere of a Western fairy tale. Xu Mingyu searched the internet, did not find. So he asked inside the parenting group. Many moms and dads have the same problem. Papa Zhang Minjia, you guys don't know anymore. Actually, there is a traveler in this world named Lin Xian. And this story, he brought it from the Earth Star. Papa Zhu Zhan, stop it. We're serious. Zhang Minjia's dad posted the screenshot. I'm not messing around. See for yourselves. The screenshot is a 98-degree encyclopedia. Lin Xian, a traveler from the Earth Star Dragon Kingdom, who shocked all netizens by showing the Earth Star's water conservancy, history, architecture, and gastronomy on the program I'm a Traveler, as well as bringing in a multitude of knowledge and works from all industries of the Earth Star. Many people discovered a new world on this day. 077. Even a transitional cultivator doesn't have a space bag as big as mine. On the 9th day of the challenge, Lin Xian sawed wood to make a swing and hung it from a tree branch. The further back he went, the colder Lin Xian felt the weather getting. However, over these 9 days, Lin Xian had relied on cheating to bring in a large number of supplies from the Earth Star, many of which were for the cold. In the words of the webmaster, it's close to moving a boiler over and installing a heating system. What started as a survival challenge has also been brought to life. Process a wilderness camping trip, and Lu Yao sat on the swing next to her. Lin Xian, there's a problem. Lin Xian turned around. At that time when the Overlord appeared, you weren't scared at all. And Lu Yao, I know you can cheat, but I'm still curious. If it really rushed over, how were you going to block it? Lin Xian leered. If it rushes over,
I'll bring over a big metal trash can from Earthstar and dump you in it upside down. Ha! The disgusted and Luyo incited the air in front of her nose, as if she really smelled that stench. Luckily the bully didn't rush over, or else I would have been covered by a trash can. It's not certain if the trash can covers you. I'll definitely cover you. Lin Xian laughed. Even if the overwhelm really rushed over, he wasn't afraid. Only this kind of life-preserving skill. It's better not to take it out and publicize it. Who knows if we'll encounter any dangerous situations in the future. Encountered things okay, if it is some ulterior motives of people. Life preservation card cannot be taken out to say. And Lu Yao looked at the tablet. The netizens said the Daughter of the Sea is on fire. And just in the past 2 days, it has spread all over the world. That fast? Lin Xian was a little surprised. The Daughter of the Sea, barely top 10 in the classical fairy tales of the previous world. Still, it's right to exaggerate the impact that a fairy tale that gets to this level of success can create by taking out its first year. And it's only natural that the outside world would react to it as much as they do. Fire? And Lu Yao, netizens are saying that they want you to tell more fairy tales because a lot of nannies are already reading the Sea's daughter's scalp. Lin Xian cheerfully said. I'll talk more about it when I have the chance in the future. And Lu Yao looked at the tablet. Some netizens asked why they would take a girl with them for wilderness survival. Lin Xian paused for a moment and smiled. I'm afraid I can't control my emotions. When I'm by myself, maybe something comes up and I get angry. Or I laugh like a fool in this wilderness. Or somehow I cry. That's not to say there are two faces. Rather, as a host, I still have the professional ethics of not showing too much personal emotion on the show, and need to have someone next to me at all times to remind me that this is a show, not a life. And Lu Yao was a little lost when she heard this answer. A turn of the head, only to find that next to Lin Xian has been looking at his own smile, and Lu Yao hard deer in the head. Shook, what are you doing? Staring at me for? Lin Xian held his hand on the swing rope. There's this saying on the planet Earth. It's called when men and women match, they don't get tired of working. I've chosen my partner carefully, and you're the prettiest of anyone I know I've ever been around. When the audience heard Lin Xian praising Lu Yao, they all felt that Lu Yao would be very happy. In fact, Lu Yao spat out. You only know 2 girls in total. One is me and the other is your makeup artist Arlene. You talk like that. Be careful next time you go on the show. Arlene will paint you in makeup to look like a giant panda. Lin Xian laughed loudly. Actually, I chose you for a purpose. And Lu Yao tilted her body this way to hear the reason. Lin Xian, as a matter of fact, in the program I am a traveler. It's more about introducing the planet Earth to the Blue Planet audience and bringing the culture of the planet Earth to the Blue Planet. And in traveling with travelers to see the world. It's more about me as a Terran, and I want to learn about Blue Star. Then of course we need a Blue Star as a partner in the quest. For an event like this, you definitely need to choose your friends. I don't have any friends, at least you're the only one for now. After coming over from Terra, most of my time has been entirely devoted to work. And I haven't been able to make any more friends. I chose you, not because of certain conditions you fit, but because you're the only one I can choose. Understand? When it comes to things like not having friends, it always makes you feel lonely. In fact, Lin Xian was living a very fulfilling life. Having 2 worlds waiting for Lin Xian to cross-corroborate them could be much more satisfying than making a bunch of foxy friends. And real friends, just need to chat interesting, life is interesting, can get along, is already very rare. And Lu Yao thought otherwise. And Lu Yao couldn't teach more friends because of her job. Women writers are a difficult profession to mix with in the writers community. There's so much internal salaciousness, and the fans are so crazy, that female writers rarely expose their personal stuff to the public, and rarely get to be friends with people they've just met. Therefore, and Lu Yao thought that Lin Xian's lack of friends was the same as her own slight loneliness, and wasn't going to go any further on this topic. So Lu Yao pointed at the tablet with a very happy mood. A lot of people have been asking when the 5th installment of I'm a Traveler is actually going to air. And what's the theme? I'm curious about that too. Lin Xian broke his fingers and silently calculated the time. This Saturday. What about the theme? And Lu Yao inquired instead of the pop-up crowd. Lin Xian, any suggestions for pop-ups? And Lu Yao looked at the pop-ups for a while. The ones with a higher frequency have mentions of music. And there are also mentions of theater. There's also the game calling as well. There weren't that many people at the pop-up who were coming up with ideas. After Lu Yao read out a few themes, the pop-ups began to furiously brush up. Now, music dominates. Lin Xian glanced at the screen. Music? Music. I've been listening to a lot of songs these days. Can you dedicate an issue to music? Pop. Earthstar's pop feels good. Can you elaborate on that? Classical music. Big symphonies are fun. Instrumental music? Instrumental music? The theme of music. Music is so big. Lin Xian pondered. Vocal music. Instrumental music. Classical. Modern. Ethnic. Pop. There are so many different things from all the different divisions that it's hard to tell it all in one issue. The pop-ups were straight up noisy. Pop first, then classical. What makes it popular first? Classical before popular. It's definitely about vocals. Vocals are the best. Bullshit. Instrumental music is definitely better than vocals. I listen to instrumental music to fall asleep when I have insomnia. These days, Lin Xian played a lot of songs from Earthstar. Most of the songs were from the Dragon Kingdom, and a few were from abroad. Songs that can storm the planet Earth are either incredibly melodic, exceptionally stylized, or catchy. Either way, there is a market for it at Blue Star as usual. Lin Xian cupped his chin and pondered. All reacted violently. Does the music need to be split into 2 installments? If it's split into 2 installments, does one installment come now and the second installment follow? Or is it put off for a long time before continuing? How is it divided? It's divided by vocal instrumental. Or is it divided according to classical and modern? Let's not announce it today. We'll pack up and get ready for the return trip first thing in the morning and make it official then. Let me think about it all night. Early the next morning, and Lu Yo had already collected all the things used in this survival or camping trip. Obviously one person came in with only 3 tools. As a result, the cabin was almost too big to fit by the time we left. What sleeping bags, upholstered sofas, windproof stoves, what stereos, binoculars, axes, sleds, sweat bath buckets and whatnot. A whole lot of stuff piled on top of each other. They were all distributed by Lu Yo in a well-organized manner from big to small. These things, are we taking them with us? Take it away. Put it in the Traveler's Museum later. It's the first time the wilderness survivalist movement has made its mark on Blue Star yet. And Lu Yo looked at these things. How hard it is to take away. We can't take it either? Who said anything about walking out with it? Aren't I able to cheat? Lin Xian cheerfully said. I have a super space bag. Even if it's a transitional immortal cultivator's, it's not as big as my space bag. Lin Xian struck out and released all of these things to the Earth Star. Go! Set off for the return journey. Along the way, and Lu Yo was still slightly lost. These days are so much more comfortable than yards. It went on until we reached the not-so-frequently used paths deeper into the Tibetan walled city here. And we're already far away from the heart of the 9-walled city for who knows how long. Lin Xian, come on. Then a yeah. And Lu Yo had a puzzled look on her face and compared it to a yeah. Lin Xian smiled. This is the end of the first installment of Seeing the World with Travelers. The wilderness quest comes to an end. And from the paradise of Juzhai back to Earth. Announcing the theme for the 5th installment of I'm a Traveler. Music. The Sound of Instruments Concert. 078. Earthstar Chain Old Hot Pot. Zhang Wei, Librarian Administrator Plus. The road from Juzhai out to Shudu is difficult. It was already after 5 o'clock when Lin Xian arrived in Shudu. It was almost time to leave work and get blown up in traffic. In the car, there were 4 people. Lin Xian, An Lu Yao, Chen Guangxiu, and Mu Shuizhuama. At the end of the trail back, Chen Guangxiu highly recommended Lin Xian to include Twilight Drama in his team. Lin Xian had been looking for an assistant, but there had been no suitable one. Chen Guangxiu recommended it, so Lin Xian decided to leave Mu Shue behind to try it out. This little girl grew up can be said to be very beautiful. Now Juzhai is located in Nanping is very poor. Urgently need to push a person out to advocate for their hometown. Lin Xian's program was very hot, so the local parental officials also had high hopes for Mu Shue. Twilight Snow, who was leaving the mountains for the first time, peeled out of the car window and was very interested in the tall buildings next to the big traffic jam. Although the blue planet's Shudu was far inferior to the Earth planet's Shudu, it was at least a provincial capital, and compared to the big mountains, it was like another world. Nowadays, in Shudu, construction is moving everywhere. Otherwise, there should not be so much traffic jam. Catching up, Lin Xian finally reached Elmwood Road in the center of Shudu City at 6:30. This road wasn't called that in Terra Nova. It was a commercial street known throughout the country. At Blue Star, though, Elmwood Road isn't lacking in prosperity, but it doesn't have that hipster vibe. Elmwood Road, in front of a very large store, filled with baskets of flowers. Lin Xian sat in his seat and organized himself, slapping his face twice to dispel his fatigue before stepping out of the car. 2 men greeted them. One of them was Guo de Gang, whom they had met before. Guo de Gang greeted with a smile. Mr. Lin Xian, it's finally here. We're going to start. The opening of the world's first store of the Earthstar Old Hot Pot chain is a big gimmick for Shudu right now. Lin Xian was pressed for time, so they arranged for this one night, when Lin Xian would arrive and when the store would cut the ribbon. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and smiled, his exhaustion deep. Mr. Guo, this is Ma Hongjian, the official representative of the Shudu catering side. The other party was also very polite. Teacher Lin Xian. I'm sorry. Let's get started then.
There was a long delay in traffic. That is, Chen Guangxia drove all the way back, and a different person now has not yet entered the city. When the ribbon was cut, in addition to Guo Dagang and Ma Hongjian, Excellence also took the stage as a representative of the capital. Earthstar Old Hot Pot is currently a very important part of the Earthstar Holding Group. When it comes to cashing in, dining is definitely the fastest way to come. At the scene,
a large number of Lin Xian's fans had also gathered. A fan of Lin Xian's show to be exact.
After the heat was no longer suppressed, I'm a traveler's influence grew. These are people who have seen this installment of food and have come to try it. After Lin Xian cut the ribbon, Excellence handed over the microphone. Lin Xian took the microphone. The original intention of the Earthstar Old Hot Pot chain was to make it easy for everyone to try Earthstar cuisine. And hopefully it will help the restaurant side of Shidu. I hope everyone is eating and drinking well.
Lin Xian didn't know what he should say on this kind of occasion,
so he could only say eat well and drink well. Lin Xian, can I get an autograph? Ha ha ha, can't wait to hand out menus.
After the ribbon cutting was over, Lin Xian's group and the official people entered the private room and ate the first table of hot pot of the Earthstar Old Hot Pot chain together. The store has been full since it opened. On this night, a total of 4 tables were turned over. Each table received 4 waves of diners, which is unimaginable for the average dining establishment. The hot pot itself was delicious, especially the flavor, which wafted down the street. Together with the hot pot's Netflix status added now, it is very popular among young people. Everyone wants to try it. So there were a lot of people in the store until 12 o'clock at night. Lin Xian, as the beneficiary and president of the Earthstar Holding Group, and the reason why many diners come here to support the restaurant, has been greeting customers at the store and has signed some autographs as well. Until 12 o'clock at night, Lin Xian was already dizzy, tired. Almost 10 days of intense live broadcasting followed by a full day of traveling. Having just arrived on the Shuda side, it was 6 hours of welcoming guests. After the last one in the store was turned over, Guo Dagang looked for Lin Xian. Mr. Lin, there is something. Wanted to trouble you once. Lin Xian waved his hand. I can't afford to be called a teacher.
I'm just a host. Is there something wrong with Mr. Guo? Guo Dagang scratched his head. Mr. Lin, as someone from the entertainment circle, it's normal to call you teacher. Instead, why should I be called Mr. Guo? Lin Xian smiled. Because when I was in Earthstar, there was a person who looked just like you who was a comic speaker. Guo Dagang was confused. Ha ha. Lin Xian was bitterly amused, his voice a little hoarse. What is it? Guo Dagang beckoned,
and a dry and thin youth outside the door walked in. The youth was very short and cautious when he entered.
Hello, Mr. Lin. Lin Xian looked at this youth and wondered what Guo Dagang had brought him over for. Guo Dagang smiled. Introducing, this is the teacher of the Spring Seedling Charity Organization, Zhang Wei. Lin Xian nodded and looked at Guo Dagang with a smile. This is the real teacher now. Both of us are fake. Hello Mr. Zhang Wei. Sit over here.
Zhang Wei sat down and leaned his body against this half.
There is something that I want to trouble you. Mr. Lin. Guo Dagang reported an apology. You guys chat in detail. I'll go first. In a puff of smoke, Guo Dagang slipped away. Only after watching Guo Dagang go out did Zhang Wei speak. It's like this. Mr. Lin.
We at the Springtime Charity organize events every month across the country.
It usually happens to be active on this side of Shidu about this time of year.
Because I saw that you have participated in charity events,
and because you happen to be in Shidu,
I wanted to invite you to participate in this visit to the orphanage.
I've participated in charity events?
Lin Xian was puzzled about this matter.
If there is, it would be Excellence engaging in titular charity.
Lin Xian pondered for a moment.
When? The morning after.
Lin Xian counted the time and helplessly waved his head.
I'm sorry,
I've been tired from a lot of activities lately. I'm going to return to Yinjing the day after tomorrow afternoon to participate in a new live broadcast of the program.
So I really don't have time to go in the morning.
Zhang Wei was a bit anxious. Mr.
Lin, I've communicated with General Manager Zhua. Your flight is at 10 o'clock. Our event is more than 8 o'clock. And it's true that there's a bit of a traffic jam after attending the event to catch the flight. But,
Zhang Wei held his tongue for half a day.
If you take the subway, you can catch up.
Lin Xian has been in Zhuhai these days.
It is not easy to come back directly to the hot pot restaurant,
greeting people for 6 whole hours.
Very much do not want to participate in superfluous activities.
Although the fact that Excellence hadn't taken the initiative to inform Lin Xian meant that in Excellence's opinion this event was fine to participate in, but the decision was up to Lin Xian.
I'm sorry Mr. Zhang, I really can't do it. If I have more time then I can attend, but the morning after is too much of a rush.
Zhang Wei was a bit anxious and grabbed Lin Xian's wrist.
Teacher Lin,
the children in the orphanage love you very much.
When Daughter of the Sea, An excellent fairy tale came out. Videos of your storytelling were often shown over at the orphanage. In our collection of wishes before the event, so many children filled out that they wished to meet you. Mr. Lin, can you take a little time and attend? Lin Xian saw that Zhang Wei was very persistent and couldn't think of how to refuse, so he could only say, I'm really quite full with my schedule, or how about this? If I go, I'll call you to let you know, and you'll leave me your number? Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. Okay, Ms. Lin, let's leave each other a phone number. Leaving the phone, Zhang Wei got up, stepped slippery and almost fell.
Lin Xian helped a hand.
Mr. Zhang Wei, walk slowly, the hot pot restaurant ground is rather slippery. Yes, Mr. Lin, be sure to call me. Zhang Wei clasped his hands together and bowed twice before walking out of the box door. After Zhang Wei left, Excellence finished seeing off the official guests and walked into the box. Mr. Lin, let me report to you about the work during this time.
Lin Xian looked at An Luyao, who had fallen asleep against the chair, and the two listless Mushua Chen Guangxiao.
Let's go to the hotel. Talk slowly in the room.
Send them to rest first.
The sourness of the boat all day is just awesome.
It's worse than being stabbed.
On the road, Excellence drove the car,
and Chen Guangxiao all sat in the back seat and dozed off.
Lin Xian, did I attend any charity events?
Of course,
it's all titular. No money donated. If you want to donate money,
you have to sign it yourself,
said Excellence after a moment. As a public figure, I suggest you donate some. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, you choose some better charity projects to report to me. I will donate at that time.
But don't arrange the specific activities.
I have been too busy lately.
It's already too busy for its own good.
Excellence pondered for a moment without speaking. Lin Xian yawned. Let's sort things out at work tonight. I have to take a day off tomorrow. 079. Initial formation of the Groundstar Holding Group. An Luyao, who was sleeping when she got into the car, was shaken awake. Confused, he looked at the man in front of him. Off you go, in for the rest of the day.
The front desk of the hotel stared at Lin Xian helping An Luyao over to check in,
going back and forth to confirm An Luyao's condition.
Lin Xian looked at the receptionist with an expression of suspicion that he had drugged himself and twisted the skin on An Luyao's arm.
An Luyao instantly woke up. What's wrong? Where's check-in? Where's your ID card?
It was only then that An Luyao drifted off.
Oh, it's at the hotel. An Luyao and Twilight Chroma booked the same room. In order to protect Lin Xian, Chen Guangxiao and Lin Xian a suite. After Chen Guangxiao went to wash up, Lin Xian and Excellence sat on the balcony.
The cold wind could clear Lin Xian's head a bit.
Excellence handed out a box.
From the guys over in West Whitetooth.
Cigars.
Lin Xian looked at it.
Come on. I haven't tried it yet.
Excellence opened the cigar and taught Lin Xian to light it by toasting it with a lighter.
Being sucked into the lungs. 999 out of 10. 000 can't hold it up.
Just generally taste the flavor and wrap it in your mouth.
Excellence, does the planet Earth have cigars? How fresh. Lin Xian took a puff. Of course it is. I haven't smoked it, so I won't comment on who's good and who's bad. Why are you guys so curious? Excellence laughed. Would the show I'm a Traveler have any fans if they weren't curious? Ha ha ha.
Lin Xian coughed.
Ahem. Say it. Excellence combed through. The first thing is that Earthstar Press has been built, but it'll probably be a day or two before it goes into production. And we expect to get the printing jobs for the Three Kingdoms and Robinson Crusoe back the day after tomorrow. Excellence opened the map with his phone and pointed at the map. The printing factory was built in Hanwu City, North Lake Province, which is a 9-province thoroughfare and convenient for transportation. In addition, I am going to build another printing plant in the Gallic Chicken Country.
Over there specializing in European books in various text versions.
As for the North American market, it's cheaper to print directly from home and ship it over than to build a plant over there in them.
Lin Xian looked at the location for a moment.
Alright, then let me know when the printing volume mission drops, so I can launch a new book.
Excellence took out a stack of documents for Lin Xian to sign before continuing.
The Earthstar Old Hot Pot chain opened its first one today, and we expect that within a month, we'll open about 10 in Shizhou and 8 in Xinzhou City. In other provinces,
all the ones that are great at eating spicy food are opening 5 uniformly.
And all the places that can't eat spicy food are opening 3. We'll take over the tier 1 and 2 city markets first and then work our way down. Lin Xian nodded. Hot pot is a lesser type of dining. The pot flavors can certainly be standardized and customized.
And the cooking process is actually done by the customers themselves.
So, we're going to accentuate the service in other areas.
Because the cost reduction in the back of the house and cooking side doesn't mean that peace is a profit point.
We're going to take that out and invest it all in the servers. Excellence nodded. Okay. Got it.
Excellence, and then there's the West Whitetooth restaurant.
which is a bit of a problem in that regard. Lin Xian was puzzled. What's the problem? Excellence, for its part, West Whitetooth has asked the royal family to show up and talk to us, and wants us to publish more than half of the recipes for West Whitetooth dishes. At the time they brought it up I knew that you would definitely be reluctant, so I didn't rush to give you a report. Mr. Lin Xian nodded. How black-hearted. And publishing more than half of the recipes. You go back and audit it, and from the recipes I gave you, choose the kind that are more unique and difficult to use on other ingredients, and publish 10 of them. All the rest is pressed. The corner of Excellence's mouth curled up. I knew that Mr. Lin wouldn't easily let go of this portion of the profits. Lin Xian, I'm not doing charity, specializing in working half a day for nothing to be a wage earner for the people of West Whitetooth? It's going to take at least 20 years of welfare for Ritstar's West Whitetooth restaurant to get all these dishes and dishes, and no half recipes or any slow promotion. Just let me eat enough for 20 years and when the time comes, it's all on the same page. Remember, all recipes are registered and patented, and West Whitetooth chefs are prohibited from entering our restaurant's backroom, and all of them are brought over from home. Patented technology, which is specifically designed to protect this kind of low-tech stuff. If it's really a high-tech thing, you dare to apply for a patent, and others will dare to copy it and then produce it secretly. And this kind of thing, you apply for a patent, others dare to copy it on a large scale. It means that your country does not recognize the functioning of international patents. Then other countries can go crazy to make things inside your patent library. The A.R.C. did not recognize international patents on pharmaceuticals back in the day, and held on to them for several years before they were finally subdued. Although Excellence had a high IQ and a superb memory, he still recorded what Lin Xian said with a pen word by word. Anything else? Excellent, we've had 6 invitations for our Ritstar Architecture Design Office in that time, and we've done 2 so far. One is a Bali landmark and the other is a domestic Jinling. Lin Xian frowned. A spectacle is a misnomer. Starting today, landmark types, no domestic cases at all. Foreign make a strong catch. Of course, if it's an underdeveloped region of the country that needs to develop tourism, then one could consider loosening the reins a bit. Other types of construction, no restrictions on domestic cases. Excellence nodded. It's true that there are some people everywhere who are good at what they do. It's good to be able to limit it. In fact, it's fine not to limit it. We don't make this money. There are more than enough people to make it. I'm just afraid that this is forming a trend. Lin Xian, by the time the nation's major cities put out their public budgets, they'll all want to go crazy and build landmarks. Instead of building oddly shaped landmarks, we should build a few more green space parks and rely on them. Excellence looked at his notepad. The others, such as the terraforming game platform, are still being built and will take a bit of time. Excellence, after recording what Lin Xian said, summarized. We have been this period of time revenue almost 600 million after tax, is expected to the next month. These industries can have 900 million to 1600 million after tax revenue, of which the profit is as high as 80% or so. The profit is far more than the general company, much higher, much more. This side of the Geostar Architecture and Design Institute suggests that the Geostar Museum could be further expanded. There are 2 pavilions that are currently under construction and basically ready for use. Should we set them up? Lin Xian, one of the 2 pavilions is used to display items, and the other pavilion I'm going to set up as a game city. The word was out before on the air, and it had to be done first. Also, it's best to be able to make out another pavilion in the short term. I'm going to do a small-scale concert hall. Music hall? Excellence, understood. The music hall will be open for business when the 5th installment is over, right? I'll make a note of that and I'll catch up on that aspect. Lin Xian nodded. Otherwise, excellence, and then there's the program. The first one is that the ratings of the 3 countries are very high and the Central Father's side is talking about the settlement. Pro Brothers are clear on their accounts. Lin Xian, we need to develop. We're short of money now. Tell them to give it at market price. It's not enough to pay, at least enough to broadcast a first-rate drama. Excellence nodded. Okay, I'll negotiate. Besides, Central Dad wants to get your new drama on TV. Upper TV broadcast? Sure enough, the top is going to push the I'm a Traveler heat hard after it stops pressing the heat. TV shows on TV and Netflix, that's 2 different things. 2 levels of heat. Don't look for web shows to be swiping hits, but for every burgeoning drama, there has to be upvotes to back it up. Okay, the markets for Divine Eagles and Romance of the 3 Kingdoms don't clash. So if Central Dad has lined up a pickup slot, just go ahead and put it on. And when the time comes, put the God's Eagles out with it. Also, this drama can promote tourism in Juzhai. Get through to Guadi Gang's side. Got that out of the way. Read a bunch of legal documents. Signed a bunch of papers. It's already 2 o'clock. Excellence, then Mr. Lin is resting. I'll leave first. Lin Xian slept until 11 in the morning.
After waking up after sleeping, Lin Xian and Luyao ship a thick down jacket,
put on a mask, sunglasses, and went to the street together.
The Blue Star Shudoside hadn't formed a sizable Sichuan cuisine, but the freshwater fish dishes were very well done, and Lin Xian wanted to try them. I ate for lunch and found that if it was just about the fish, the standard on the Shudoside was about the same as the Earth Star Shudu, if not half a step better. After all, it's been eaten for thousands of years, and the development of single dishes alone has been the ultimate. Lin Xian also discovered that the restaurant over here had also begun to promote the boiled series of dishes,
which should have been influenced by I'm a Traveler. The flavor hold is not good though. Looks like it's time to promote some food cooking instructional videos.
But that's all small stuff. Lin Xian and Luyao also went to the very famous Shu Waiting Temple in the Blue Star Shu capital to take a stroll.
In the middle of winter, and Luyao insisted on eating ice cream,
and Lin Xian didn't hold back and bought one as well,
eating it while playing the pendulum. While eating, the phone rang.
Lin Xian picked it up and saw that Zhang Wei was calling.
080. Orphanage. Shameful Lin Xian, plus more for dragon's teeth.
And Luyao looked at Lin Xian staring at the phone.
Why don't you answer it?
Lin Xian put his finger in front of his lips.
Shoo.
Then swung his head.
Lin Xian didn't pick up the entire call until the busy signal ended, but after a 3-second pause, the phone rang again.
It's a call from someone from a charity who has gone out of their way to try to invite me to an event tomorrow.
I don't know if they have any agenda. So, this time, it was still ringing out, but Lin Xian didn't even pick it up. For the third time, the phone rang, and this time Lin Xian answered it in seconds.
Hello,
Mr. Zhang. Hello.
The voice coming from the opposite side had meaning excitement in it.
Mr. Lin. Sorry to bother you. Lin Xian, it's fine. I have a little time now. Go ahead. It's hard to say no to people in person. It's much easier to talk on the phone.
Lin Xian wasn't that polite either.
The other party, hello Mr. Lin. I'm Mr. Zhang Wei's partner. Just now Mr.
Zhang called you were busy and didn't get through.
So I'm calling you. In fact,
after Zhang Wei called twice and no one answered, he put his cell phone on the table in great frustration and then went out and ran to some corner to wipe his tears. Lin Xian was a bit surprised.
What's your name? Free of your name. Young. Hello, Mr. Young.
Lin Xian, I exchanged a few words with Mr.
Zhang yesterday, and it's true that I don't have much time on my side. Tomorrow my program will start broadcasting live at 2 o'clock in Yanjing.
To do the program we still have to build momentum and whatnot. As you can see, the previous installments of the guests were on the hot search in advance. This installment we haven't started doing this aspect of the work yet.
I'm a little busy right now, and we have a plane to catch early tomorrow morning, at 10 o'clock, and your event starts at 8,
which does conflict with each other.
The other party hurried. Mr. Lin, you listen to me. Here's the thing. The orphanage where we're doing the event is in the south of the city, and the airport is in Shuangliu. If you're driving there, it's going to be over 40 minutes in the morning traffic, but if you go there by subway, it only takes 10 minutes. There will be no delay in waiting for your flight.
Lin Xian hesitated and spoke again. It's true that there's a bit too much rushing.
I still have a lot of work tonight, so I might not be able to get up early tomorrow. In that case, if I have time to come over, I'll let you know at 10 o'clock tonight.
Well,
Mr. Yang on the other side was excited. Yes, Mr. Lin, we'll wait for your call. On Luyo's side, I'm an author. I don't have to show my face too much for events. It's often like this. You as a public figure, and one of the most special of public figures. That's how life will be every day from now on.
Lin Xian was just getting started now and hadn't yet learned to deploy his time.
There's no way around being this busy.
It had been a month of continuous work, and Lin Xian wanted to take a break.
Let's go.
Lin Xian, let's go soak in a hot spring. I heard that there's a hot spring hotel over here that has a natural hot spring.
Go try it. There were supposed to be hot springs all over western Sichuan,
but it turned out that we went to Zhuhai for 10 days and didn't go to the hot springs once. And Luyao took Lin Xian's arm in her hand.
Yes, Lin Xian's body froze for that hundredth of a second, then relaxed. At 10:30 p.m., after soaking in the hot springs, Lin Xian and Luyao arrived at a fisherman's house. The patchouli fish here is especially good.
Chen Guangxiao, I read it on the internet.
Too many snacks all afternoon, so dinner was moved back.
The food had just been served when the phone rang. Lin Xian looked at the phone and was silent.
Zhang Wei.
Lin Xian didn't wait for the phone to get busy this time, but picked it up.
Hey, Mr. Zhang. On the opposite side of the phone, Zhang Wei's voice came out. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm disturbing you. This afternoon you told Mr.
Yang that you would let us know if you could schedule a time after 10 p.m.
You are now.
Lin Xian covered the phone and looked at Luyao,
Mu Shui, and Chen Guangxiao. Do you guys still want to go somewhere?
The three men looked at each other.
Then all shook their heads. Lin Xian let go of his hand. Teacher Zhang, like this. I'll push some things tonight and meet you guys at 7:30 tomorrow morning. Okay, Zhang Wei, I'll send you the location right away. You send me the location, and we'll come pick you up at 7 tomorrow morning. Lin Xian had also been pulling the wool over his eyes, saying that he was busy before, but in fact, he was not busy at all, which is why he said that he was pushing a little bit of things and so on. Actually getting up by 7 wasn't a problem, so he agreed. Okay, I'll send you the location. After finishing their meal in a corner of the fisherman's house that wouldn't attract attention, a few people returned to the hotel. Lin Xian watched the video reviews of his program for a while before washing up and going to bed. At 6:20, Lin Xian heard his cell phone call in a daze and picked it up. Hello, Mr. Lin, would you like some breakfast? I'll bring you one. We'll be right over. Lin Xian sat up in a daze, was dissuaded by the cold weather, and shrunk back down. Oh, okay, thanks then. Hanging up the phone, Lin Xian looked at the central air conditioner. I'm afraid that the hotel's air conditioner, the temperature gauge, are all fake. This could be 26 degrees? After another moment of confusion, Lin Xian fell asleep. After a while, Chen Guangxiao knocked on the door. Boss. Lin Xian struggled to get up with sleepy eyes. What's wrong? Boss, didn't you say you were going to the orphanage? Get up and wash up. Lin Xian yawned and dressed. In the orphanage on Shenxian Street in the south of the city, Lin Xian received his sunglasses in his pocket after getting out of the car, and Luya was next to her watching Romance of the Three Kingdoms at Dragon Point. There was a large team of volunteers this time, with a line of 10 or 20. Lin Xian didn't count them in detail either. The men carried a large cardboard box inside one by one. A little girl carrying a box almost slipped. Chen Guangxiao quickly stepped forward to catch it. Be careful. Thanks. Chen Guangxiao then proceeded to help her carry the boxes inside. Zhang Wei was busy helping to carry all sorts of things. Some of the boxes say XX donation. Some boxes have no writing on them. Lin Xian patted his head and came to himself beating his empty hand. It was too late to go shopping now, so Lin Xian was going to leave some cash behind in a while and forget about it. Following the busy team of volunteers into the interior of the orphanage, the yard was cleaned. There were also a couple of somewhat torn but clean paper lanterns hung up. There were also some drawings on the wall, all drawn by children. The orphanage wasn't as cold as the name sounded. The walls were painted green from the waist down, and pinkish bright yellow paint from the top up. Obviously, there's a lot of money allocated by the state every year. However, the country is simply too big and there are so many of these groups that the state can only take care of everyone on a basic level and not everything. Looking at the crowd all heading towards the synagogue, Lin Xian followed. When he reached the door, a youth stopped Lin Xian and whispered, Teacher Lin, wait a moment. Lin Xian nodded. Okay. Inside the house, came Zhang Wei's voice. Children, have you heard the story of the daughter of the sea? Ever heard the story of the little mermaid? Listen over. The children's voices trailed off a bit, but they were neat. Zhang Wei clapped his hands a bit. Do you know who told this story to everyone? Brother Dalin. A very neat sound. Much neater than the words heard over. Lin Xian stood outside the door and turned his head to look at Luya with a question in his eyes. Is this about me? And Luya's eyes were sure, it was you. Zhang Wei applauded. Today, Brother Dalin came to us to play with all of you. Are you happy? Happy. This time, the voices were very untidy, but the mood was clearly much higher. Lots of laughter mixed in. Is this what makes a child happy? Do we have an invitation for Brother Dalin to come in, please? Yes. The childish voices united once again. Lin Xian scratched his hair with his hand and pulled on his down jacket to look a bit more refreshed before walking into the synagogue. It says it's a synagogue, but it's actually the cafeteria. Because of the marks on the walls and floor, it was easy to see that it was a synagogue that had just been vacated. Lin Xian didn't even have a chance to speak after entering before the cheers clogged his throat. Brother Dalin, Big Brother is here. Wow, it's really coming. Last time the teacher said Brother Lu was coming, so he didn't come, and I thought Brother Dalin was busy with something too. Lin Xian didn't feel good in his heart. The child in front of me was sitting neatly, but it's not neat at all. Looking at the vertical rows, they are seated neatly in vertical columns. Looking at the horizontal rows are also neatly on a line. However, some children sit on small benches. Small benches are not uniform in height. Some children are in wheelchairs. Wheelchairs are even less likely to be uniform in height with small benches. Some children try very hard to sit up straight, but their little heads, their bodies, are just lopsided. It's not that they don't want to be neat. They can't be neat. A smile spread across Zhang Wei's face. Brother Dalin is here. Everyone welcome. 081. Pinocchio. The story of the puppets. Clap. The kids clapped neatly.
Lin Xian also saw a child who had no way to clap his palms together. His fingers twisted, and could only use the big fingers of his right hand to hit the palm of his left hand. He slammed it hard, knowing that he wasn't going to be able to make a sound easily with the way he was tapping, laughing and clapping at the same time. Lin Xian looked left. A child was not sitting on a stool but standing on a table. He had no legs. Below his waist was half a basketball. His body was set in the basketball skin. The basketball skins are so worn that there are threads popping up everywhere, and the orange color has worn away, leaving only the black guts. This is his boot. Looking to the right, a lot of older children were standing neatly against the wall, and a little older girl, was standing against the wall. This little girl only has a left leg. Why were they orphaned? Some of them are physically normal and some are born with physical defects. But the children were not a minute less happy at this time. Lin Xian looked at Jiang Wei again. At the teachers of the orphanage, the caretakers. The eyes aren't quite the same again. Jiang Wei smiled. I heard that one of the kids drew a picture to give to Brother Dalan, right? Party Aoi. A teacher pushed a wheelchair up to the front, and this child had an iron frame on his head propped up between his shoulder and the right side of his face for some reason. The little child took a very clean piece of paper and handed it forward. Ringo brother. Lin Xian squatted down to take the painting and looked at it. The painting is ordinary. A house, a meadow, a big tree and a sun. Standard children's drawings. The drawback is that the sun colors are not painted all over. I think the red watercolor pencils are gone. Jiang Wei touched Aoi's brain. Brother Dalan is usually very busy because Brother Dalan has to tell stories to more children on the program. Tell it on TV so more kids can hear it. Yesterday, Dalan brother was very busy doing things for the program to go, and he came to see you all early this morning without even sleeping. Happy or not? The little girl is happy. Lin Xian's heart was stabbed. One word at a time. I don't know how many strokes. I can't count them anyway. It doesn't matter. It's hard on the heart anyway. Party Aoi tried very hard to speak, but no words came out, and finally nodded heavily. Aha! Because of the nodding, her head slid forward so much that the teacher hastily cupped her little head back a bit and landed it on the shelf again. Lin Xian smiled. The drawing is good. It's just that the sun isn't painted all over. Lin Xian knew that it wasn't too easy for this little girl called Dang Xiaokuai in terms of speaking, and that one sentence, Big Brother De Lin, seemed to have been practiced for a long time before he said it. Dang Xiaokuai's mood dropped a little when she heard Lin Xian's words. Lin Xian touched Party Xiaokuai's shoulder. Brother Dalan will buy you new pens so you can color the sun. Wait until next year, when Brother Dalan comes to see you again, and then give your brother the painted picture, okay? The little girl Party Aoi bloomed with a smile that could be much brighter than the sun. She tried to speak, but it was hurried and broken. There is a pen, with blue color pencils. Little Aoi, just fine, drawing and painting little princess, painting, beautiful, beauty you fish for Big Dalan brother, good. Lin Xian's face was filled with sunshine. Brother Dalan is going to watch Aoi's mermaid next year. Yo, how about a hook? The teacher pushing the wheelchair waved his hand behind him, signaling that Lin Xian Party Xiao Aoi couldn't move her little finger. Lin Xian's heart thumped. Party Aoi smiled happily. Can. With your index finger la hook? Good. After listening to Party Aoi's words, Lin Xian smiled and stretched out his index finger, pulling Aoi's index finger. Just use your index finger to pull the hook. Aha! Hook. Line and sinker. 100 years. No change. Party Aoi nodded heavily again. This time, Lin Xian helped her back up. Jiang Wei was beside himself. Brother Dalan has prepared gifts for everyone. Yo! It's a children's book. So many fairy tales. And the newest one has a mermaid story in it. A few volunteers carried red bags and started handing out books to the children. Lin Xian was smiling on his face, but his heart was very bad. A gift? Who prepared it? At least one didn't think of that. It should be prepared by Mr. Jiang Wei and the others, right? But the smiles the kids gave back were real. Thank you Brother Dalan. Wow. There's the story of the little frog. How do you read this, brother? It's called White Goose. Lin Xian turned his head and pointed to the words. This is the story of the little white goose. The teacher went up to him. Mian, I'll tell you about it tonight, okay? Yes. Lin Xian looked at the children who were all happy and was at a loss for words, not knowing what to do. Jiang Wei stepped forward and whispered, Mr. Lin, you still have a while to catch your flight. Can you tell us a fairy tale? Lin Xian nodded. Okay, I'll tell a new fairy tale. Jiang Wei was very happy and applauded. Kids, Brother Dalan is going to tell you a fairy tale that you haven't heard before. Yo! Lin Xian walked to the front. Children, today I'm going to tell you a story about Pinocchio, the little puppeteer, called Pinocchio.
The old carpenter didn't have any small children, so he wanted to make a puppeteer out of wood. This wood was not a valuable wood. It was the kind of ordinary wood that was used in the woodpile for fires and heat in stoves and fireplaces. Then it was whittled, chopped, and planed to become a puppeteer. Lin Xian was very serious in his narration. One day, Peppino the carpenter dreamed that little blue angels gave life to his beloved puppeteer Pinocchio. The whole room was like wow. Now Pinocchio was too tired and hungry to lift his legs, his wooden ones, which were hitched to the dark, ash-stained fire pit. Then his eyelids fell heavily and he fell asleep. Ha! Many of the children in the scene had been dumbfounded when they heard this. Hearing Papa's knock at the door, Pinocchio woke up, but there was no way to get to Papa's door with those little wooden legs burned off by the flames. It was only when they heard this that the other part of the children who hadn't realized what happens to a wooden leg when it's placed in the flames shrieked in horror. One child looked down at his plastic leg and looked up. Poor little Pinocchio. Lin Xian spoke slowly. It says that Pinocchio's nose gets longer if he lies. Said Pinocchio sells his books and doesn't go to school, and as a result, so many things happen to him in a row that he regrets that he didn't take school seriously. It talks about Pinocchio being caught and punished for stealing, but then let go after helping the farmer. Talking about Pinocchio turning into a donkey. Each child was very engaged and all of them were swimming in the story. Even the volunteers and teachers in the audience had been mesmerized. When it comes to Pinocchio getting into the belly of a big whale, but then accidentally meets his dad and together they escape with their lives. Full of cheers. This cheering is happiness in its purest form, the purest of smiles. After the story was told, Chen Guangxiao stood by the door and mouthed, "We're going to miss the plane." Still smiling, Lin Xian looked at the children. What does this story tell us? A child raises his hand. Lin Xian, this child. This very lively child stood up and exclaimed, "No lies, noses get longer." That's good. Yes, you can't lie. But the story also shows us that it's sometimes okay to use a good lie if it helps someone. Lin Xian, this little friend, do you hear any reasoning? Can't touch the fire. Lin Xian nodded and smiled. Right, kids can't play with fire as they please. Yo, study hard, don't play around. Beware of bad people. You can't be easily fooled. Listen to the good people. 2. The kids talk a lot about a lot of things. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, all right, and a little bit more. Pinocchio's was just supposed to be little wooden ones, but he became human before he became an important baby. Every little baby counts, so many good people will help him grow too, just like Brother Zhang Wei, the teachers, Grandma Dean, and will help everyone else grow too. Everyone must remember that people are the most important thing. Aha! Remember Brother Dalin. Hopefully they'll grow up to understand? Lin Xian didn't have anything to say. Zhang Wei understood very well and clapped his hands skillfully. Brother Dalin is going to take a big plane to Yinjing to record the program. So let's all say goodbye to Brother Dalin. Okay? Ha! Brother Dalin, can we come back later? These small children, far more mature than the average child, were not retained. Because they learned the hard way a long time ago that retention is useless, they would prefer to come again. Zhang Wei clapped his hands. Wait a minute, we still have book bags to hand out to everyone yo. Let the other brothers carry the book bags in, and Brother Dalin will go first, okay? Bye Brother Dalin. Bye. Lin Xian waved his hand with a smile. The first time he walked out of the classroom, Lin Xian looked down and his smile disappeared. Zhang Wei went forward and shook Lin Xian's hand. Mr. Lin, please, you're in a hurry. I'll have someone send you to the subway entrance. I'm sorry to trouble you, to make you take the subway. Sorry. Mr. Lin, can we come back next year? Come. Lin Xian looked up. Come next year. 082. 8 voices in unison with heaven, earth, and humans. Additions for librarian administrator. After walking out of the orphanage, Lin Xian took out a cigarette and held it in his mouth. Chen Guangxiao, boss, in case you can't make it and miss your flight, then the show will cancel this installment. Lin Xian's eyes were slightly bloodshot, and his eyelids were slightly reddened. I didn't realize I was being taught a lesson. How much does Zhang Wei respect Lin Xian? Not seen. It was possible that Zhang Wei didn't even know who Lin Xian was. Having heard that the children in the orphanage wanted to meet Lin Xian before he swooped in to find out who it was, the possibility was as high as 95%. However, Zhang Wei had treated Lin Xian with great respect in any of his behaviors, and there wasn't a single thing that could be singled out as a fault, aside from the fact that he had been strongly inviting Lin Xian, which was a bit of a pestering implication. When others say that they are triple-checking, it's also for profit. This matter was of no interest to Zhang Wei, but Zhang Wei had been lobbying for Lin Xian to come to the orphanage. When he arrived at the orphanage, Zhang Wei also told the children how difficult it was for Lin Xian and how busy he was, taking time out of all the difficulties to come. As a matter of fact, Lin Xian had gone to have fun yesterday. busy, also catching up on my schedule today. If it was in front of other people, being so overrated,
Lin Xian would have had the cheek to pretend that nothing had happened. But in front of such a group of children, Lin Xian's heart was deeply stricken,
because the image of that brother Daylin in the children's minds stood up.
But Lin Xian himself knew it was untenable. Zhang Wei was afraid that he had already contacted more than one, even more than 10 or perhaps more than 100 celebrities like himself.
And how many had he successfully invited? Zhang Wei was an ordinary person except for being a teacher who did charity work. How much effort and loss of face did he have to spend to invite a few celebrities to the event? He even prepared a lot of gifts, saying that they were given to the children by Lin Xian. In fact, Lin Xian hadn't prepared anything.
The thought of someone else treating this kind of all-or-nothing benefit as the most important and meticulous lifelong endeavor, and after he suspected that the other party had ulterior motives, Lin Xian was having a hard time. To put it bluntly, this kind of thing, even if the other party is just intent on using intentional hype, and afterwards, they also make a big fuss on the network. What can be done about it? What's wrong with being used like this? What's more, Zhang Wei and the others didn't have the slightest idea of using Lin Xian's fame to enrich the organization. Instead, it gave Lin Xian a very honorable image in front of the children. Lin Xian remembered all the things that Earthstar public figures did. Many of them were of course fake public service and fake charity hype. But there were many celebrities who delved headlong into this. I'm afraid it's also because of the influence of teachers like Zhang Wei.
Zhang Wei, what a common name. Indeed,
there are millions of Zhang Weis in the world.
But it's a good thing.
As uncomfortable as it is to be disturbed, the vast majority of people shouldn't be cursing telecom or bank customer service or agents either, right? Lin Xian was thinking that Zhang Wei wasn't bothering himself, but rather giving himself a chance to be a good person. Finish your cigarette and walk to the subway where you head to the airport.
Luckily it was in time, on a Saturday, and the subway wasn't crowded.
Sitting at the airport waiting for the plane to start.
During this process,
Lin Xian had been thinking about this.
Chen Guangxiao looked at his boss in a daze from behind Lin Xian's unseen back. On the airplane, Chen Guangxiao came over. Boss, there might be a bit of a problem with this issue. 3 guests. All.
Lin Xian raised his hand to interrupt.
Don't bother me now. Nothing matters. Chen Guangxiao could only shrug his shoulders and sit back down. Twilight Droma sat next to Chen Guangxiao and whispered, Brother Chen Guang, tell me what's going on. I'll talk to the boss in detail later. Chen Guangxiao whispered, Mr.
Zhuat asked me to remind the boss that the 3 judges this time around, all of them are coming on strong. They don't care about the claims of the travelers, and they also hold serious skepticism towards Earthstar's music.
Twilight Droma had crammed all the information and programs related to Lin Xian these days,
and had probably thought of the problems involved.
Isn't this hard to get? Chen Guangxiao smiled. Forget it, to the boss. This kind of thing is trivial now.
It was hard to imagine how such a thing could be trivial when it was the first time Twilight had stepped out of the mountains. Every single person who gets to sit on the judge's table on I'm a Crossing is an expert in a particular industry and an authority in the world. How much of a problem will these people cause if they come to the show with malicious intent? How can this be anything but trivial? But that's the little things, because Lin Xian was now undergoing evolution. Or was it metamorphosis? Or perhaps growth? Even if it was a small point, Lin Xian was making progress now. Lin Xian drew out the small meal board from the airplane, then patted a piece of paper on it and began to write. There was a lot of thinking back and forth, and I finally got something written before I got off the plane. The Spring Seedling Charity Organization is permitted to use the portrait right of me, Lin Xian, within the scope of legal and non-profit purposes. If you want to use your portrait right for the purpose of raising charitable funds in the form of advertisement, please notify Earthstar Holding Group or me, Lin Xian, in writing to obtain authorization. This is a further authorization than the ambassador of the image ambassador of charity. It could be said that Lin Xian had gifted a large portion of his rights, which could create massive amounts of revenue, to Chuan Miao. Although Lin Xian does not lack the money, but Lin Xian also have to consider the issue of personal image. If the endorsement is problematic or endorsement is low, if Lin Xian wanted to be an endorsement, he definitely wanted to be the best of the best. Even more, Lin Xian only made endorsements for the Earthstar Holding Group itself. That access, in the business world, must be a hot bun. Now a charitable organization owns it. If Chuan Miao was smart enough, he would have used it well. This authorization is for 1 year. If after 1 year, it is not well used, then Lin Xian will withdraw this portrait right use grant and turn it into a direct donation. And at this point, the internet has been up in arms about the latest installment of I'm a Traveler's instrumental episode. In the beginning, the trend started with the extranet. A day ago it was early morning at home and afternoon in Europe. Pianist Modov tweeted, "Someone sent me a video called City in the Sky and asked me to listen to it. I listened to it and it was nothing more than that.
It does sound good in a secular sense, and does so to the extreme, but it's not much of a piece. The person who came up with the tune claimed to be a traveler from another parallel world to the blue planet, and to that I'd just like to say that this Earth planet, the music is not very good, but idly, I'll be going to this installment of instrumental music of I'm a Traveler. Soon the great battle began. There has to be a shadow of two huge power plays in the frantic war going on here. A lot of people in the music industry are too pressed to stand up and speak out. It's just classical music fans and crossing over fans at war. Mordo is right. We often say that singing and playing are not in tune. Know what that means? It means that as long as it's in the right key, it's not hard to play a few times. And when you add harmony, it looks good. So it's too basic for music to be hard. Soon after, fans of the Travelers immediately fought back. You also said that it's just not hard to hear in the key, and that adding the harmony would make it seem good. But there have been big hands that have stripped down the main melody, and it still sounds good. So your argument is clearly untenable. City in the Sky is definitely one of the limits of what a piano piece can achieve with pop writing. Both sides cussed out the F beginning of the K end of the comment that would have been too much. See the logical argument tit for tat. Immediately, classical piano fans sat up. The video is of me playing City in the Sky on the guitar, with a violin version. Traveler fan, doesn't that sound good? Classical piano fan, so, what the heck does this tune have to do with piano music? That's a killer line. Indeed. City in the Sky, the piano is fine to play, the guitar is fine to play, and the violin is fine to play out. What kind of piano music is that? Traveler fans also exploded. If it's okay for the piano to play it, then it's a piano song. Why should it only be a piano song if the piano can play it? What kind of logic is this? Both sides understand very well that it is simply impossible to convince the other logically. So the discussion boiled down to name-calling. And after that, the conductor Boyle entered the fray. The difficulty of popular music is really too low. Because with good karma, one may dream of an amazing melody, written as a good musical sketch. And if one wants to convince with popular music, just one piece is not convincing. One needs 10, 100 or even more musical sketches in order to be convincing. And I don't think favorably of the so-called groundstar music. The argument, which isn't as radical as it could be, is, to put it bluntly, it's just luck. It's just like Wang Wei wrote, Wei Qing's undefeated by heaven's fortune. Li Guang's lack of success is due to the number of oddities. It's the same reason. Translated into the vernacular, this poem is, Wei Qing has never defeated a battle in his life because of his dog's good luck, and Li Guang has lost his whole life because of his bad luck, and the heavens are not fair. Isn't that bullshit? The battle has traveled from the extranet to the huddle, around the neck. Arrow player Ning Baoming posted, they argue there's, how many years no arrow masterpieces, no string masterpieces. I just want to listen to a song. The sky is the limit where to find a soulmate. However, the fighting was impossible to stop because behind it were two forces huge enough to blanket the blue stars separately battling each other. After getting off the airplane, Lin Xian saw the scarf directly noisy top 10 hot searches accounted for 4. Only in the scarf left a sentence, heaven, earth, people and 8 tones. 083. Lin Xian means stinking bitch. 666. Lin Xian atmosphere. Are scolded like this are not angry, but also heaven and earth and people and 8 sounds. A river crab scene. Ha ha ha. Where does Lin Xian care what these waterbenders say? Lin Xian should have scolded back. A large number of people who were waiting to watch the livestream gathered around the huddle to discuss it. Much later, a hot comment skyrocketed, and it took only 10 minutes from the time it was sent to the highest like. It went up 170,000 likes in 10 minutes, 4/5 of a second faster than the fastest celebrity scarf to break 170,000 likes. This look shows that neither the waterbenders nor the reverse waterbenders are normal and have a big background. Here's what this hot comment says. The meaning of heaven, earth, people and harmony should be heaven, earth, people and time. Heaven, earth, people and 3 talents. The 8 tones should mean gold, stone, silk, bamboo, lagenaria, earth, leather, and wood, and heaven, earth, man, and the 8 tones, and the 3 talents. Lin Xian is saying that Madhav and Boyle and the waterbenders are stinking triple tongues. Ha 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 ha. So that's what it means? Do all cultured people curse like this? This, elegant and vulgar. I admire. Ha 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 ha. When a man of culture curses out vulgar words, this is not to blame people Lin Xian. Lin Xian if quoting scripture and dark irony. These people also do not understand, and no one can solve the riddle. Instead, leave a crossword puzzle so quickly to be understood. 666,666. Soon after, Lin Xian replied for the first time to a comment from a fan of the Travelers, leaving under this comment, don't think too much. It wasn't me who said that. I won't take the blame for this one/denial trifecta. JPG. Sandiao netizens came to be interested. Backstabbing? This vocabulary does not know what it means. But at first glance it is meant to be. Ha 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 ha. Learned. I'm not taking the blame for this one. Lin Xian got off the plane, looked at the scarf for a while, and then gave Chen Guangxia the letter he had written on the plane. Find someone to send it specifically to Spring Mo's headquarters. Yes, boss. Lin Xian, in addition, you tell Excellence to give me a branch of 5 million after-tax personal income out, and then transfer it to the Impoverished Area Youth Growth Fund, labeled for assistance to orphans in impoverished mountainous areas. Okay boss, I'm on it. God Street Orphanage. Even if the kids in there are having a bad time and need help, they are in a big city orphanage after all. Shudu, even if it wasn't as strong as Earthstar Shudu, was still a second-tier level provincial capital city. What about more remote areas? Chen Guangxiu wrote down before asking. Boss, the part of the donation is tax deductible. Why $5 million after tax? This part of the direct full donation of a penny tax does not have to pay off. Taxation is adding revenue to the state treasury, which the state spends uniformly. Charity is used out by oneself. 2. Do not delay. 2. Do not conflict. I'm not short of money. If I'm short of money to do charity, that must be considered a good tax deduction. I do not need. Lin Xian didn't care about money at all. Lin Xian just needed to know that he wasn't in debt. After getting the answer, Chen Guangxiu felt that following Lin Xian seemed not bad. Laughing. Since leaving his original team, Chen Guangxiu feels that the meaning of his life has been cut off. Since he was a child, Chen Guangxiu wanted to kill the enemy on the battlefield and serve his country. Now, Chen Guangxiu felt that perhaps this was another avenue to the light that he was walking on now. Coming out of the airport, Lin Xian rushed to the recording base. At this point in the recording base, many viewers lined up to enter. The audience for this one was completely different from the previous ones. This time, the audience was the fans chosen from across the country by answering the questions and drawing in the last program. Each one was emotionally much stronger than the average viewer. After Lin Xian entered the venue, he went to Hall 1 and looked around. And someone in the audience who was looking for a seat exclaimed, Lin Xian. Many people turned their heads to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Mr. Lin. Gotta. Again, get the title of Mr. Lin. Lin Xian greeted. Take your seat first. I still have a few things to arrange. The 5th live broadcast will officially begin in a moment. Turning his head, Lin Xian returned to his lounge. Arlene hurried forward. Boss. Lin Xian, keep it simple today. Just draw with a little spirit, said Lin Xian, pointing at Twilight Snow, who was sitting in a very constricted position in the doorway. Twilight Snowdroma, my personal assistant. Twilight, this is Arlene. She's my personal makeup artist. So leave your numbers with each other. Hello Arlene-san. Hello Korei-chan. Twilight, this. In our snowy neighborhood, we usually call out the first 2 words of someone's name. For example, if you call brother Chen Guangxiu, you call brother Chen Guang. So Arlene-san can call me Twilight Snow. Arlene made a mental note. Okay, Twilight sister. Soon Lin Xian's makeup was painted. Arlene pulled out the coat rack with over a dozen tuxedos and evening gowns hanging on it. We're talking about music today, so we're preparing gowns. Boss, pick one? Lin Xian took a look. This pure white one is too flirty, isn't it? Keep it simple with a black 3-piece suit. Arlene picked a set out of it. This one? Okay. Lin Xian, that's it. By the time Lin Xian walked onto the stage, the preview of the live broadcast had also ended. Tang Yun stood on the stage. Everyone? How has everyone been doing these past 2 weeks? No good, the audience chorused. Pigeon's been too long. The word pigeon was also mentioned by Lin Xian himself in Seeing the World with Travelers, and it was quickly learned by netizens. The audience in front of computers and cell phones gave a whole laugh when they saw the live audience giving so much. Ha 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 ha, happy as a clam. Interesting, I hope I win today's drawing. I want to be there, but the discordant voices are still there. What the hell is this crap software? It's hard to use. What kind of program is it? Can't you afford a good-looking host? Immediately, someone responded, the temporary introducer on stage is not the host. Lin Xian is the host. Why don't you help me find a few hosts who look better than Lin Xian out?